I, who clearly awakened as a level 20s hidden class, the extreme Asura, was mocked by my classmates as a useless blind man with no future. Even my usually serious homeroom teacher felt pity for me. All because just before the day of awakening, I was poisoned by my ex-girlfriend Sumu Won, which led to my blindness and turned me into a blind man, causing me to fall from the pinnacle of a peerless genius into the abyss. But what they didn't know was that the skill of the extreme Asura is wave perception, which allows one to sense the movements of all things in the world. If practiced to the utmost, one could regain the light and have a third eye. At this moment, as I observed the mocking and snide expressions of the crowd below, my heart remained undisturbed. I knew deep down that only by becoming stronger could I shut these people up. Just then I felt enveloped by darkness, followed by a faint red light drifting in the darkness, which was the only source of light. Everything looked eerily lonely and isolated. Where is this? I wondered as I slowly walked towards the drifting red light, which grew more numerous, allowing me to see more clearly the surroundings. Upon entering further, I found myself in a huge square where hundreds of thin human-like creatures were kneeling. At a glance I knew these were not humans. Their skin was a pale purple covered with black veins. What shocked me even more was that these non-human species all had 3 eyes. They were all kneeling in the same direction, worshipping an even more bizarre creature. At that moment the creature nearest to me slowly approached. As it drew nearer, its body gradually grew larger. By the time it reached me, it had grown to a height of 3 meters. Its body muscular and covered with black veins. From up close, I could even see the blood flowing through its black veins. Suddenly the creature's enormous head stared intently at me, its third eye on its forehead continuously rotating, as if confirming some identity. My nerves were tense and I dared not breathe a sound. Suddenly the strange creature spoke a word, Ataska. Then turning its head, it shouted towards a group of kneeling creatures in the distance, Ataska Mua. The creatures in the distance showed a look of confusion in their eyes. Ataska Mua, the giant creature in front of me, shouted again. This shout seemed to snap those creatures back to their senses, and they collectively exclaimed, Ataska Mua. Hearing hundreds of strange creatures shouting this phrase together, I felt a chill run down my spine. I saw excitement and madness in the eyes of these creatures. Why did they become so excited and mad upon seeing me? I was very puzzled. Suddenly a sensation of the world spinning came over me, and the scene before me vanished, returning to darkness. I suddenly felt myself back inside the temple of the clergy. Thinking back to that scene sent chills down my spine. I could clearly sense that any one of those creatures from there would be far stronger than the 4 grand tutors in the temple of the clergy. And there were hundreds of thousands of such powerful beings. What was most terrifying was the massive unknown entity in the center of the square. What exactly was that thing? Why did those with 3 eyes kneel before it? Why was it restrained there? What place was that square? A series of questions flashed through my mind. As I was pondering, suddenly a mechanical voice came through. You have successfully changed your class to Asura. Career panel now open. The class change leaderboard is also open. You can check your own ranking on the leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name on the leaderboard? I nodded immediately. In any case, given the uniqueness of my profession, it was necessary to hide my personal information. Please choose an ID for your name on the leaderboard, the mechanical voice continued. After a moment I replied, let it be foreigner. This was the username I had been using since my past life when I struggled in a foreign land. In this world, this name seemed even more appropriate. As I finished speaking, a blue screen appeared before my eyes. Name, foreigner, age, 18, class, Asura, aptitude, S level, 1 strength, 20 intelligence, 20 agility, 20 stamina, 20 mental strength, 5 equipment, none skills, wave perception, first tier 89% mental strength. I noticed that compared to others' panels, mine had an additional attribute of mental strength. Could this be a unique attribute of the Asura class? Without much thought I continued to read. When I saw the annotation behind the skill, my heart leaped with joy. The fact that the skill appeared on the career panel indicated its significance. Wave perception was indeed the occupational skill of the Asura. Moreover, my wave perception skill had already reached the first tier at 89%. This must be related to my nightly exercises. Very good, I muttered with a smile. There were also things I was dissatisfied with. Unexpectedly, I only had an S-level aptitude. Since becoming blind, I had been able to adeptly perceive fluctuations within a 10-meter radius. This had almost become my instinct, even though I hadn't achieved the legendary Heart's Eye and my range was limited. How long had I been blind? To have trained to this extent in just over a year, if this isn't aptitude, what is? Yet the temple of the clergy only rated me at an S level. I had thought I would be at the highest SSS level. I wonder what standards the temple of the clergy used to give these ratings. Do you wish to view the class change leaderboard? The mechanical voice asked. View, I replied without much hesitation. Aptitude might determine one's potential. But it wasn't absolute. Throughout history there had been many who, with only a B-level aptitude, eventually became powerful figures in their own right. The professional panel formed by the light screen rippled like water before reforming. Chu Fan's expression grew solemn as he gazed at the names listed on the leaderboard. Yang City was too small. All over Huaxia there were far too many who surpassed him. Suddenly a storm of shock surged within him. No, this isn't a dream, this is reality. Why can I see this? Chu Fan tried to look elsewhere. The air seemed enveloped in a layer of red mist, casting a somber hue over everything. Chu Fan looked towards the distant temple doors where his classmates stood waiting for their class change. Can I really see? A tremor ran through him. Could it be that I've fully awakened the heart eye? Just then his gaze fell upon a golden pillar that acted like a mirror, reflecting Chu Fan's appearance within it. In the reflection, a third eye was open on his forehead, a red eye identical to that of the creatures in the space he had seen earlier. Is this my eye? Chu Fan gasped. After taking a deep breath, he shook off the thoughts and decided not to dwell further. Regardless, being able to change classes successfully and still see, that was good news. As for the third eye and its potential side effects, he would have to take things one step at a time. Those creatures need not concern him for now. They bore no malice towards him, and he could always seek help on the dark web later. Chu Fan stood still, thinking to himself. However, this third eye must remain hidden from others. Chu Fan's third eye moved as he continued to scrutinize the class change leaderboard. The top 20 were all SSS grade talents, many with hidden professions. Starting from the 21st, they were SS grade. It was evident that the leaderboard valued talent greatly, ranking based on the level of talent. This meant that among all the students undergoing class changes in Huaxia this year, only 20 possessed SSS grade talent. 20 might seem like many, but one must know that every year there are over 50 million high school graduates nationwide, with an 80% success rate in class changes. Nearly 40 million people successfully change classes. Among those, only 20 being of SSS grade talent highlighted how rare such a qualification was. Chu Fan continued to read on. The leaderboard only displayed the top 1,000 names. Nearly half of the listed students came from Jing City and Modu, the largest cities in Huaxia and homes to the most powerful individuals. The Divine Profession Temple's main hall was located in Jing City, while the Martial Alliance was based in Modu. The Martial Alliance was founded by the legendary figure Wei Wujie 100 years ago. Wei Wujie, the first professional to reach level 100, had since become the #1 person in the contemporary world. It was he who solidified Huaxia's unshakable position on Blue Star. Other countries revered Huaxia because the world's strongest person was a Huaxian. Stories of Wei Wujie were widespread. His profession was a martial artist, and upon awakening he became known as a martial god. Thus, when he established the Professional Alliance, he named it Martial Alliance, emphasizing the martial in its name. According to Wei Wujie, the ultimate limit of martial arts was indeed the martial extreme. He is currently a martial extreme, a being who has surpassed the martial gods. Under the leadership of Wei Wujie, the Martial Alliance has become the only organization that can stand toe-to-toe with the Sanctuary of Gods. The capital boasts the Grand Sanctuary, while Magic City is home to the Martial Alliance. Both are gathering places for the strong high school students in these areas, whether in terms of family background or the influence they've received from a young age, are incomparably superior to students from other areas. This is evident from the fact that they occupy half of the transfer ranking list. Yang City, in the entirety of Huaxia, is considered just a small town. It's hard for strong individuals to emerge from small towns. Looking at the list filled with professionals of astonishing talent, Chu Fan clenched his fists. Nobody doesn't want to become strong, especially in a world where the strong are revered. Chu Fan is no exception. Redirecting his gaze, Chu Fan continued to look down the list until he spotted his own information at the 58th position. 58th, Yang City, #1 high name, stranger profession, Asura, hidden profession, talent, S, ranked 58th. Not bad at all, Chu Fan comforted himself. Suddenly his gaze paused, focusing on a particular line. 60th, Yang City, #1 high name, When wand profession, shamaness, hidden profession, talent, S, Yang City number 1 High One Wand, Chu Fan instantly recognized her true identity. It was undoubtedly Su Muwen. When Wan must be the alias Su Muwen had chosen, Shu Fan sneered coldly. A woman with a heart like a scorpion still maintained a facade of gentleness, truly not stirring the green lotus, a shamaness. He hadn't expected Su Muwen to have switched to this profession. As a hidden profession, it was difficult to find any information about shamanesses openly. However, Chu Fan had once come across a description of a shamaness in the dark web. Their primary method of attack involved using their mental power against enemies. Once powerful, a mere glance could throw an opponent's mind into chaos, making them willing to give anything for you. Mental attacks. Chu Fan noted this silently and continued searching through the ranking list. Found it. Chu Fan smiled. 352nd, Yang City number 1 High name, Jiang Chua profession, martial artist talent. This silly girl using her real name. Chu Fan smiled wryly, back. Outside the sanctuary he had Jiang Chua reveal her panel not just for show. Sometimes revealing one's strength can silence many and save Jiang Chua a lot of trouble. A novice's professional panel isn't very important as it just shows the most basic attribute data, but as one's strength increases it's better to keep panel attributes hidden from others. What needs to be hidden must be hidden. Of course, if Jiang Chua had a hidden profession, Chu Fan wouldn't have let her publicly display her panel. Ranked 352nd. Some colleges should be contacting Chua soon, right? Chu Fan stroked his chin. He knew well that the real purpose of this transfer ranking list was actually for those colleges to see. The Bureau of Education, in order to improve the treatment of outstanding students, has collaborated with the Temple of Clergy to release a transfer list. Students who make it onto the transfer list are those with certain talents. From this moment on, the students on the transfer list have entered the vision of major universities. Following this, universities offer generous treatments to recruit the students they are interested in ahead of time. If you want to be recruited early by top national universities, you look first at the transfer list and second at the ranking list. If you can rank at the top in these two lists, there is no doubt that you will be recruited early. Even if you don't stand out in these two lists, there is still the most important college entrance examination to consider. Just then, a mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations, you are ranked 58th on the transfer list." Chu Fan nodded and quickly closed his third eye. The red eye on his forehead merged into his flesh and disappeared. "I am very satisfied with this result." Chu Fan laughed heartily, stepping out of the Temple of Clergy. As he reached the door, Chu Fan sensed several waves of energy. These waves were fierce and violent. Among them, one wave was completely different from the others. It was gentle. Chu Fan nodded and smiled towards that direction. Seeing this, Jiang Chua's tense body relaxed. "Chu Fan, how did it go?" Du Jing asked from the side, her voice drawing everyone's attention. Could Chu Fan really succeed in transferring? Absolutely not. Gu Cheng sneered with a cold smile. "Let me say it again, if he can transfer successfully, I'll stand on my head and eat dung." Su Muwen's gaze remained fixed on her book, not paying any attention to Chu Fan, facing the scrutinizing looks from the four mentors. Chu Fan smiled and said, "I've succeeded in transferring." Du Jing, momentarily unable to believe it, stammered, "What did you say?" He said he succeeded in transferring. Shi Jiang, a short figure, also wore a look of surprise. Tang Mang and Wang Bo stared at Chu Fan, speechless. The entire scene was like a freeze frame as all the students stood petrified. Chu Fan succeeded in transferring? How is that possible? Can a blind man really succeed in transferring? Has the Temple of Clergy lowered its standards too much? If the standards are so low, why did I fail to transfer? This is not fair. Many faces showed dissatisfaction, especially those who failed to transfer. They couldn't believe they were outperformed by someone they considered a blind man. Instantly, all eyes turned to the student who had just boasted about eating dung. If Chu Fan succeeded, his face turned the color of liver and he looked like a clown, speechless. On the other side, it took a while for Gu Cheng to regain his composure, his voice filled with resentment. He actually succeeded in transferring. This kid is really lucky. Su Muwen withdrew her gaze from her book, giving Chu Fan a deep look before she stood up and left. Seeing this, Gu Cheng quickly followed. The entire square was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, except for Jiang Chua, who showed a genuine smile. Du Jing sighed, "All right, I admit I underestimated you before. The Temple of Clergy recognizing you means you have something special. Would you like to show us your professional panel?" Chu Fan shook his head. "Fine, then how about joining my class?" Du Jing continued. The other three mentors remained where they were silent. They did not vie for the student. In their eyes, even if Chu Fan succeeded in his job transfer, he would likely only possess a C-grade talent. Such students were not worth their competition. The mentors all understood that Du Jing's willingness to invite Chu Fan was probably out of consideration for Jiang Chua's feelings. Faced with Du Jing's invitation, Chu Fan smiled and said, "Mentor, I would like to study on my own." His profession was quite special, and he also possessed a third eye along with that mysterious square he had reached. These were all his secrets. It was best to self-study to minimize exposure. Du Jing was momentarily stunned, seemingly thinking she had heard wrong. The expressions on the other three mentors' faces turned somewhat unpleasant. They all felt that Chu Fan's attitude was a bit too much. To actually refuse a mentor's invitation was unprecedented in the history of Yangcheng No. 1. Middle school, self-study. Did he think he was of S-grade talent? The mentors all showed disappointment, arrogant and unable to see his own strength. Such students wouldn't have a great future. Du Jing sighed softly, glancing subtly at Chu Fan, wondering whether she should advise Jiang Chua to stay away from him lest he hold back her future. Fine, I won't insist, but I must remind you, the college entrance exam is in 4 months. Having a mentor to provide targeted arrangements and training during these months is far better than self-studying. Chu Fan nodded. "I understand, thank you, Mentor Du." After speaking, he turned and walked off the stage, directly joining Jiang Chua. Everyone was still in shock. Chu Fan had not only succeeded in his job transfer but also declined Mentor Du Jing's invitation. "What profession did you transfer to?" Jiang Chua asked in a low voice, not minding Chu Fan's refusal of the mentor's invitation. "A hidden profession," Chu Fan said with a secretive smile. Jiang Chua was skeptical. "Really? It's crowded." "Here, I'll tell you more in private later," Chu Fan replied. Oh, Jiang Chua thought Chu Fan was joking and nodded her head. The job transfer continued. Time passed and soon it was 7 p.m. Today's job transfer session also came to an end. The 4 great mentors looked solemnly at the crowd below. Du Jing spoke up, "As everyone can see, job transferring is not an easy task. Today, out of 510 students who attempted to transfer, only 320 succeeded, making the success rate less than 65%. Among those who were successful, most were C-grade talents, only 23 were B-grade and only 2 were A-grade. As for S-grade talents, there was only Jiang Chua. Unsurprisingly, she should be able to enter the Huaxia job transfer list, catching the eye of universities nationwide, setting her starting point on a completely different level. Everyone should see the gap, and don't assume that being B-grade or even A-grade talent makes you complacent. Yangcheng is just a small place. There are far too many people more outstanding than you across the country. Listening to Du Jing's words, the crowd below bowed their heads. Some students were quietly sobbing. They were all students who had failed to change their careers. They still didn't know how to explain it to their parents when they got home in the evening. Du Jing continued, "Is changing careers easy? Obviously not. Is it difficult? Not really either. But succeeding in changing careers and becoming a professional is just the beginning. There are many more difficulties waiting for us to overcome. First and foremost, there is the college entrance exam. Students who failed to change careers should not be discouraged. In the next 4 months, focus on your academic courses and strive to get into a prestigious university. Survival is still possible in the future. As for those who succeeded in changing careers, in the next 4 months, under the guidance of several of our tutors, you will be sprinting for the college entrance exam. It will be very tough and exhausting, but I hope you can persevere on this path. In short, everyone has a reason to exist in this world, to attend university and contribute to humanity in the future, whether in cultural technology or fighting exotic beasts. Everyone has their own value." Du Jing said a lot and the students listened with fervor. Those who failed to change careers also wiped their tears and took a deep breath in secret. Those who succeeded were visibly excited, and from this moment they were true professionals. This is a path completely different from that of ordinary people. Chu Fan glanced at Jiang Chua next to him, and seeing her eyes slightly red, he asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chua whispered, "From now on we are professionals, and those classmates who didn't succeed in changing careers, who were with us every moment until now, won't have any interaction with us in the future." She looked at Chu Fan and stopped herself from saying more. Chu Fan smiled and said, "You're quite sentimental." Suddenly Jiang Chua asked, "We won't be separated, right?" Chu Fan was stunned. "We're not even together yet and you're already considering separation, maybe?" Chu Fan looked up towards the distance, not answering directly. The path of a professional is fraught with crises, and he couldn't guarantee whether he could continue smoothly on this path. Maybe one day he would die at the mouth of an exotic beast or never come out of an instance again. It was February and it got dark early. The bright moon hung high, reflecting in the moonwatching lake at Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School with shimmering waves, a breathtaking sight. Moonwatching Lake and Moonwatching Pavilion are landmarks of the school. On Moonwatching Pavilion by the lake, lake light and moonlight complement each other. On many nights, couples would be there admiring the moon and talking about love, discussing the future. But today was career change day with holidays for first and second years, and even the senior students had left the school early, making this usually bustling place somewhat deserted tonight. Su Muwen walked alone to the moon-watching pavilion, gazing at the moon and the lake for a long time without speaking. Suddenly her expression turned cold. She hadn't expected him to succeed in changing his career. Just then Gu Cheng also walked into the pavilion. He said softly, "Muwen, don't worry. Even if Chu Fan succeeds in changing his career, he's useless. I'll find a way to deal with him." Gu Cheng looked at the woman before him, his gaze tender. He had always harbored feelings for Su Muwen, having confessed to her, and she had also hinted at her feelings for him, though subtly. Gu Cheng was certain that Su Muwen harbored affection for him as well. However, from her words, Gu Cheng realized that Chu Fan had become a thorn in Su Muwen's heart. Chu Fan, having been dumped, blinded himself in a bid to gain Su Muwen's sympathy, but this only resulted in her developing a psychological barrier towards dating, making her hesitant to accept his confession. What should have been a match made in heaven was thwarted by that useless man, preventing him from winning Su Muwen's heart. The more Gu Cheng thought about it, the fiercer his gaze became. No. Isn't that a bad idea? What if it affects your college entrance exams? Su Muwen's eyes filled with concern. Gu Cheng smiled and said, "For you, what are college exams? Besides, I don't have to lift a finger against him. I can make it happen without anyone noticing." "Oh, you're so good to me." Su Muwen leaned into Gu Cheng's embrace. "If only I had met you sooner." "It's not too late, Muwen, it's getting cold. Shall I take you home?" Gu Cheng's face was filled with warmth. Su Muwen sighed. "You go ahead, I want to be alone for a while." Disappointed but understanding, Gu Cheng nodded, giving Su Muwen the space she desired, and turned to leave. Su Muwen watched his retreating figure, her smile gradually fading. In a cold voice, she commanded, "Open the job transfer list." A light screen appeared before Su Muwen's eyes and she quickly scanned the top entries. The top 20 are all prodigies with triple S qualifications. "I must get into one of the big four schools to stand a chance to interact with these prodigies. Sun City is simply too small. The students here are too weak. I don't belong here," she murmured to herself. Suddenly Su Muwen's pupils dilated, her gaze fixated on a particular spot in the list. Rank 58, Sun City No. 1 Middle School. Name, stranger. Profession, Asura. Hidden job, qualification, S. No. 1 Middle School, S. Qualification, hidden job, Asura. Who could it be? Su Muwen's face changed. There was such a person in the same school. She had exited the divine office earlier and hadn't had the chance to thoroughly check the job transfer list. She had thought she was unquestionably the best in Sun City, but to think that there was someone ranked higher than her in the same school. Su Muwen recalled today's job transfer. The outstanding ones were only a few people: her Jiang Chua, Gu Cheng, and a boy named Wu Haobai. Gu Cheng was an A-qualified berserker of earth, and Jiang Chua had also shown his panel as an S-qualified martial artist. Wu Haobai didn't reveal his panel but was spotted by instructor Qi Jiang and pulled into his class. Could this S-qualified Asura be Wu Haobai? Su Muwen's breathing became rapid. Things seemed to be slipping out of her control, which was distressing for her. From childhood, she had been the genius in her parents' eyes, the envy of other families, always number one. Thus, when she entered high school and was academically outperformed by Chu Fan, she couldn't bear it. That's why she thought of blinding Chu Fan so she could naturally become the top student, and now someone had emerged in the school ranking ahead of her. "Wu Haobai, was it you?" She carefully recalled the process of her job transfer today. Wu Haobai's proud smile appeared in her mind. It must be him. Su Muwen suddenly stood up from her seat, her mouth gradually widening. "To think he, like me, also has an S-grade talent for a hidden profession. Interesting." In the mentors building, for mentors sat in the office summarizing today's student job transfers. "I am very dissatisfied this year. The successful job transfers are still less than 70%. These students are getting worse," Tang Meng angrily said. "Don't worry, there's still tomorrow." Wang Bo smiled. "Tomorrow? Tomorrow will probably be even worse than today. You know, today we had 2 A-grade talents, 1 S-grade. Tang Meng snorted coldly. "Don't forget there's also Su Muwen. Honestly, I'm really curious what talent Su Muwen has and what profession she transferred to." Qi Jiang stroked his chin. "I'm curious too. Shall we take a look?" Tang Meng rubbed his hands. Wang Bo smiled and nodded, sure. With a wave of Tang Meng's hand, a light screen instantly appeared. It was the job transfer leaderboard. As mentors, they naturally knew the true purpose of the job transfer leaderboard. Its aim was to help high schools select talents. Even though real names could be hidden, if one truly wanted to probe a student's information, it was entirely traceable. The four mentors' gazes quickly moved across the screen. Found at 58th place is our Yangchang No. 1 Middle School's LD foreigner. Profession is hidden. Hidden profession, Asura. Qi Zhang's face showed shock. He couldn't help but curse. Foreigner is this Su Muan's LD. Tang Meng, Wang Bo and Du Jing also looked astonished. Hidden profession, it must be her, right? Do you guys know about the Asura profession? Wang Bo asked. Everyone shook their heads. Many hidden professions' abilities and information are controlled by the authorities. Unless one tries their luck on the dark web, one might encounter some detailed information about hidden professions, but it would also be quickly deleted. As school mentors, they had never accessed the dark web, naturally unaware of the Asura profession's capabilities. However, one thing was certain: unlike regular professions, all hidden professions are more powerful, possessing more outstanding and special abilities. But this does not mean that hidden professions are stronger than regular professions. After all, the world's strongest professional, Wei Wuji, is a martial artist, a regular profession. There is no strongest profession, only the strongest professionals. This was said by Wei Wuji after establishing the Martial Alliance to widely recruit professionals from all over the world. I don't know much about this profession, but I have seen his story in a history book, Wang Bo said solemnly. At this, Du Jing and the others looked towards him. Wang Bo continued, I can't remember clearly, but it was said that the characteristic of the Asura profession is killing, so it tends to form a bloodthirsty nature. Bloodthirsty nature? The expressions of the mentors were uncertain. Du Jing and Tang Meng furrowed their brows, the mood tense. Only Qi Jiang laughed heartily. Ha, what are these expressions for? If you want to survive in this world, you must be ruthless, ruthless to yourself, your opponents, and the beasts. So being bloodthirsty is not necessarily a bad thing. We're not living in peaceful times where you need to be a law-abiding darling. Du Jing and Tang Meng were momentarily shaken by Qi Jiang's words, then nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with his viewpoint. The logic was sound, yet the thought of being bloodthirsty felt abnormal. Qi Jiang turned to Tang Meng. How about you give her to me? Tang Meng shook his head, still refusing. Are you kidding? An S-tier student, a rare find in a decade. How could I just hand her over to someone else? Listed 58th on the transfer rankings, if she upgrades normally in the next 4 months, she has a high chance of getting into one of the top 12 universities and post-graduation becoming a deity in the Divine Temple or joining the Martial Union isn't out of the question. Suddenly Qi Jiang shrieked, look down there, ranked 60th, that's also one of our students from Yizhong. As he spoke, the other three instructors' eyes swiftly moved downwards. Ranked 60th was indeed a student known for her gentleness. Wenwan, incredible to have both the 58th and 60th, could it be that our Yizhong is on the rise? Qi Jiang exclaimed. Du Jing's eyes sparkled. Is this Su Muan? It must be. And who is ranked 58th? They all looked at the leaderboard again. A foreigner. Seeing that Su Muan was not Asura, Tang Meng breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. An S-tier priestess, not bad, but unexpectedly someone ranks even higher than Muan. Who could this person be? Do you remember? Wang Bo and Qi Jiang shook their heads. Du Jing thought for a moment and then said, today only 3 people didn't show their panels: Su Muan, Wu Haobai and Xu Fan. Could this foreigner be Wu Haobai? After saying this, she turned to Qi Jiang. Why did you take on Wu Haobai without him showing his panel? What did you see in him? Qi Jiang gave a wry smile. That kid has an air of arrogance about him which I quite like. It's as simple as that. The instructors all nodded in understanding. Each had their preferences in choosing students. For instance, Du Jing had willingly given up on Gu Chang and Su Muan. Suddenly Wang Bo spoke solemnly. Could it be Chu Fan? At this, all the instructors laughed. Chu Fan? That's a bit of a stretch. It would be a miracle if Chu Fan even successfully transferred, let alone ranked high as a hidden profession. It must definitely be Wu Haobai then. My dear colleagues, please make way. Qi Jiang laughed heartily. His student was ranked 58th and in a hidden profession, surely destined for great things, and Qi Jiang's fame would surely spread nationwide. Don't celebrate too soon. Remember what Wang Bo just mentioned, Du Jing said calmly. He bloodthirsty, huh? Qi Jiang licked his lips and exclaimed with a penchant for bloodlust, I do love students like this. Wang Bo chuckled in response. The information about Asura's bloodlust is also quite one-sided, who knows if it's just a rumor. Tang Meng nodded. It's a pity the principal has gone to support the #1 exotic area in Shihai City, otherwise with his knowledge he would surely know. Alright, we're all tired today, everyone should go back and rest, we have another busy day tomorrow. After this, the 4 instructors departed one after another. In Yangcheng during the night, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua walked along the streets. On the road, Chu Fan did not tell Jiang Chua that he had activated his third eye and was now able to see. This third eye of his was undoubtedly related to the plaza they had visited before, where the creatures were terrifying and strange. Chu Fan didn't want Jiang Chua to know about this, nor did he want to concoct some excuse to deceive her, so he simply continued to pretend to be blind. Moreover, he rather enjoyed the feeling of being led home by Jiang Chua. Jiang Chua, tall and striking at 18, moved gracefully, and Chu Fan often brushed against her softness with his arm. Seeing Chu Fan occasionally glance towards her chest, Jiang Chua scolded with feigned anger. Humph, bad man. Chu Fan stopped, his face innocent. How am I a bad man? I can't see anything after all. Jiang Chua thought about it and realized that she might have misunderstood him. Her gaze softened as she looked at him. What is it? Chu Fan smiled. Jiang Chua earnestly said, Fan go, let's become stronger together. Chu Fan asked, what did you say? I said, let's become stronger together. What was the previous sentence? Fan go, keep calling me that, I love hearing it. Oh, I'm serious. The 2 figures slowly walked along the streets of Yangchang. The street lights stretched their shadows long, and the next day was also a job transfer day. The senior high school students who had attended the job transfer session the day before were on holiday. Today, like usual, Jiang Chua arrived early at the Start Journey orphanage waiting for Chu Fan. They had agreed to go out and enjoy the rare leisure time together. After today, such relaxing opportunities would be hard to come by. Brother Fan, the beautiful sister is waiting for you downstairs again, called out Xiaohu from outside. Chu Fan approached the window, and a red eye slowly emerged in the middle of his forehead. Looking downstairs, Jiang Chua had dressed up specially today, wearing light makeup, looking very pretty. She wore a black knitted top and light-colored jeans, her nearly 170 centimeters stature and remarkable demeanor attracting the eyes of many around her. Beautiful. Chu Fan nodded with a smile, then closed his third eye and donned a somewhat faded white shirt and wrapped a black cloth around his eyes before heading out. Just as he opened the door, he heard ouch. Xiaohu, feeling guilty as if caught in a misdeed, stepped back 2 steps. Then eyed Chu Fan suspiciously. Dressed so handsomely, what are you up to? Chu Fan's lips curved into a smile. On a date. Won't be coming back tonight. If the director asks, you know what to say, right? A date? Xiaohu swallowed that quick. Chu Fan slapped his forehead, urging himself on. Hang in there, once you're 18 you'll be even faster. With those words he left swiftly. Little Tiger snapped back to reality and dashed towards the headmaster's office, shouting from a distance, Grandpa Li, it's terrible, something big has happened to brother Chu Fan. Many of the young boys and girls at the orphanage were startled. Most of them were around 10 years old with youthful faces and clear eyes. Hearing Little Tiger's cries, they popped their heads out and followed him. Little Tiger, don't scare me. What happened to brother Chu Fan? Yeah, right, yesterday and today were job transfer days. I wonder if brother Chu Fan managed to change his job. Was it successful? But brother Chu Fan is blind, how could he possibly succeed in transferring jobs? But no worries, when I turn 18 and become a professional, I'll protect him. The young boys and girls gathered around Little Tiger, chattering away. Chu Fan was the big brother of the orphanage, always looking after them. Hearing that he might be in danger, everyone was anxious. Just then, an elderly man with a stooped back and a pale face approached. Grandpa, Grandpa. All the children gathered around him. Grandpa Li, whose name was Li Moot, smiled kindly and asked Little Tiger, what's going on? Little Tiger with wide eyes exclaimed in terror, brother Chu Fan has gone on a date and he won't be coming back tonight. Clearly that beautiful lady will. Isn't that dangerous? A young girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide with horror as if she had thought of something terrifying. Are you saying that the beautiful lady will drain brother Chu Fan's vital energy? That's terrifying. Grandpa, you said that we shouldn't date before we turn 18, otherwise we'll lose our vital energy and become listless and spiritless, just like you. Please save brother Chu Fan. The faces of the young boys and girls were filled with panic. Li Mu's mouth twitched. He had indeed said those words, but it was meant to lay a good foundation for these children. However, he had received news from Yang City #1 Middle School that Chu Fan had successfully changed his job and was now a formal professional, no longer needing to adhere to his old training methods. Li Mu looked into the distance, a gentle smile appearing on his pale face. where did we? Chu Fan walked up to Jiang Chua and smiled. Jiang Chua quickly hooked her arm through Chu Fan's. She was already quite tall, and today wearing a pair of brown platform shoes. She wasn't much shorter than Chu Fan, who stood at 180 centimeters. Follow me, I'll take you to a nice place. Jiang Chua pulled Chu Fan along. A nice place? Chu Fan chuckled, letting her lead him away to a red sports car parked nearby. Get in. Jiang Chua opened the passenger door and helped Chu Fan into the car. Once inside, Chu Fan was secretly astonished. Through his senses, he discovered that this car was the Thor one from the Shanghai Group, and it was the top-tier Pro model. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 12 seconds and had the ability to fly, reaching a top speed of 1,000 km per hour in the air. The technological advancement of Blue Star far surpasses that of the previous era, with a myriad of high-tech cars and aircraft emerging constantly. However, the Thunder God 1 is unique as it boasts dual modes suitable for both land and air. The Thunder God 1 is not available to the public. Acquiring one requires the personal approval of Qin Shanhai, the CEO of the Shanghai Group. Very few own this marvel. It's worth noting that Qin Shanhai is a level 30 professional and also a member of the Martial Alliance. Those whom he personally approves to sell the Thunder God 1 to are certainly not ordinary. Thinking of this, Chu Fan grew even more curious about Jiang Chua's identity. Am I sitting in the car now? Chu Fan, with his eyes blindfolded by a cloth ribbon, asked deliberately, what car is this? Just an ordinary car, a gift to my dad, and he gave it to me as a present when I successfully changed my job. I just got the car and came to pick you up, Jiang Chua explained while driving. A gift? Chu Fan gasped in surprise. What kind of person was Jiang Chua's father for Qin Shanhai to gift him a Thunder God 1 worth tens of millions in Huaxia currency? Hold tight, I'm going to speed up. Jiang Chua switched to flight mode and the car swiftly took off, giving a strong sensation of acceleration. Your speed has reached 820 km per hour. You are exceeding the speed limit. Please control your speed, announced the broadcaster. Jiang Chua ignored it and pressed the accelerator harder. Chu Fan held his breath. Through the intense beating of Jiang Chua's heart, Chu Fan realized that this girl indeed enjoyed thrilling experiences, seemingly timid yet adventurous. He had never noticed this before. After 5 minutes at this pace, the car slowly descended and finally stopped in a ground parking lot. Where have you brought me? Chu Fan feigned terror. You're not taking me to some deserted place. And then Jiang Chua rolled her eyes elegantly, somewhat speechless. What are you thinking? This is the professionals market where you can buy common skills and equipment. We're heading to a dungeon tomorrow. We need to prepare, right? Professionals market? Chu Fan hadn't expected Jiang Chua to bring him here. The professionals market is the largest trading venue in Huaxia, offering items needed by all professionals except for those with hidden jobs. Chu Fan had heard about it but had never been there before. But I don't have money, Chu Fan said. I do, Jiang Chua said. At that moment the crowd in the parking lot suddenly turned their heads in unison. Wow, is that the Thunder God 1? It really is the Thunder God 1, a car you can't buy even if you have the money. Who owns it? Impressive, there are only a few Thunder God 1s in the entire country. Didn't expect to see one in Yang City. At this moment a Lamborghini also parked in a nearby spot. Su Muan and Gu Chang were sitting in the car. That is... Gu Chang looked towards the descending Thunder God 1 inch full of longing. Not long ago he had asked his father to contact Qin Shanhai hoping to purchase a Thunder God 1 car, but Qin Shanhai bluntly refused. With Qin Shanhai's strength and background, if he chose not to offer any favors, even his father could do nothing about it. Who would dare to offend Qin Shanhai, let alone the Martial Alliance behind him? Gu Chang had not expected that today, upon agreeing to meet with Su Muan at the professional traders market to buy some equipment, he would stumble upon this dream car. He couldn't help but stare at it for a few extra moments. What are you looking at? Su Muan followed Gu Chang's gaze. She wasn't interested in cars and quickly shifted her attention elsewhere. Gu Chang chuckled. Muan, don't underestimate this car. If I tell you who the CEO of the company that makes this car is, you might be interested. Oh, who? Shanghai Group, Qin Shanhai. Gu Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing his lingering resentment about being previously rejected. Qin Shanhai? Upon hearing the name, Su Muan's interest was piqued. Not even giving face to your father, this Qin Shanhai really lives up to his reputation. Truly a man of the Martial Alliance, so capricious. Su Muan looked towards the distant Thunder God 1 and smiled. Let's go over and see if we can meet the owner. The two walked down from their Lamborghini to the parking spot where the Thunder God 1 was parked. At that moment the area was crowded with people taking photos and updating their social media. Some online influencers were drawing significant attention due to the crowd. Inside the car, why are there so many people? Jiang Chua frowned, clearly disliking the sensation. Chu Fan shook his head with a wry smile. Let's just go, ignore them. Okay, don't move yet, I'll open the door for you. Jiang Chua was the first to step out from the driver's seat. Her long legs stepping out of the car instantly stirred up noise from the onlookers. Such a beautiful young lady, looks no more than 18, must be the daughter of some rich family. Whoever marries her would bring honor to his ancestors. The crowd at the professional traders market varied greatly in age, from people in their 60s to youngsters in their 20s. At this moment, seeing Jiang Chua, everyone expressed their admiration. So beautiful, with a great figure and clearly from an extraordinary background. Emotions like envy and appreciation surfaced on their faces. Jiang Chua, how is it her? Ji Gu Chang was incredulous. Su Muan frowned, her eyes quickly flashing with irritation. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chua, after getting out of the car, quickly jogged to the passenger side and opened the door. The crowd gasped in surprise. The owner of the Thunder God One was personally opening the door for the passenger, and who might this important person be? Soon the door opened and Chu Fan was helped out by Jiang Chua. Everyone saw the black cloth bandages wrapped around his eyes. He's blind. He also looked quite young. Could he be a wealthy family's son? How could a rich family's son be blind? Nowadays, there are medicines that can restore sight. It's not a problem if you have money. Why would this beautiful woman personally open the door for him? Many were puzzled, among them Jiang Chua. How could she possibly have a Thunder God One? Gu Cheng's face was a picture of shock. Qin Shanhai had decisively rejected his father's request, yet here was Jiang Chua driving a Thunder God One. What did this mean? It meant that the person backing Jiang Chua was more powerful than his father, so powerful that even Qin Shanhai couldn't refuse them. Impossible, this can't be happening. Gu Cheng gritted his teeth. His father, Gu Tong, was the head of the Gu family, a level 29 berserker who had single-handedly stabilized the family's foothold in Yang City. Even the high-ranking officials of the God's Temple in Yang City were in a close relationship with his father. Gu Cheng couldn't understand why Qin Shanhai would disregard his own father's face but give regard to the person behind Jiang Chua. Meanwhile, Su Muan's gaze coldly shifted towards Chu Fan. Moments later she turned to leave. Let's go. Gu Cheng snapped back to reality and quickly followed Su Muan. Muan, I really didn't expect Chu Fan to be here, I'm sorry. It's okay. Su Muan took a deep breath, then looked at Gu Cheng. Didn't you say you were going to make a move on him? When Yin Gu Cheng smiled, it's not good to act in the city. I have already arranged everything. Tomorrow I will turn Chu Fan's first dungeon journey into his burial ground. Don't underestimate the situation. Jiang Chua is always with Chu Fan, and her having Thunder God One means her background is definitely not simple. Su Muan cautioned, if it's really difficult, let it be. Gu Cheng softly said, for you I'm willing to undertake any danger. Why bother? You treat me so well. Tears welled up in Su Muan's eyes. I'm willing to do everything for you, Gu Cheng declared with tender affection. Excuse us, please. The crowd parted, opening a path for Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. They left the crowd and walked straight into the towering and magnificent building ahead, the Professionals Trading Market, Yang City branch. It was Chu Fan's first visit here, and as soon as he entered he activated his fluctuation perception. Within 10 meters there were 3 people breathing steady, their vitality deep as abyss, their strength even surpassing that of teacher Du Jing. Chu Fan was slightly surprised, but quickly understood. In Yang City, professionals had 2 ways to buy items. One was through the trading market app, purchasing from the auction house, the downside being the inability to see the actual item. The other was to come here to see the items in person to avoid being deceived. In this world there were still many swindlers. It could be said that the trading market was a place that professionals loved to flock to. All professionals had their first awakening at level 30. The better the aptitude, the easier the awakening. After awakening, the blood and bones in their bodies would change according to their profession. These few people had blood and bones indistinguishable from ordinary people, so they had not yet awakened their strength, likely between levels 27 to 28. Chu Fan instantly gauged the approximate strength of the 3 people within 10 meters. This was the application of his perception abilities. If he had activated his heavenly eye, he wouldn't need to analyze at all. He could directly see the strength of these individuals. The 3 powerful figures walked on, completely unaware that someone was spying on them. After looking around, Jiang Chua pulled Chu Fan towards a direction, and soon they arrived at a room that was about 5,000 Square meters in size, the walls of the room were covered in virtual screens displaying various options including equipment, medicine, skills, and more. The room was filled with thousands of people all looking up at the items displayed on the large screens. Some staff members dressed in uniforms were moving through the crowd introducing various products. This is the trade center of the marketplace with a total of 21 rooms. We are in room number 7, Jiang Chuho whispered. Hearing this, Chu Fan was secretly alarmed. A room of several thousand square meters, and there were 21 of them. This was just in the small place of Yang City, such a grand scale. If this were the headquarters in the capital, it was unimaginable. It was said that the professional trade market was exceedingly wealthy, and indeed it was so. Chu Fan inwardly sighed. What do you want to buy, equipment or skills? Chu Fan asked Jiang Chua. Jiang Chua smiled lightly. Equipment, skills, medicines, I want it all. Not only that, but I also want to buy a set for you. Buy a set for me? Chu Fan looked embarrassed. To accept or not to accept? Would refusing be a betrayal of Jiang Chua's kindness? But accepting it, that favor would be hard to repay. Living off someone else? Honestly, while it felt good, Chu Fan felt that it wasn't for him. I appreciate the gesture, but I'll pay you back once I've earned the money, Chu Fan firmly said. Let's talk about it later. What do you think we should buy that's most suitable? Pondered Jiang. Chuha. Money was not an issue. Chu Fan nodded. The early stages of leveling up were crucial. The faster you level up, the stronger you become, allowing access to higher level dungeons, which in turn accelerates leveling up. One step ahead, always ahead. With only 4 months left until the college entrance exam, 21st level students and 20th level students could apply to completely different universities. All these were interconnected. Hence, he had spent a lot of time researching the leveling strategies after job transition. Even seeking help on the dark web, eventually summarizing a set of strategies he believed to be most effective. After a while, Chu Fan spoke solemnly. Equipment is divided into stages every 10 levels. Currently, as beginners, we can only wear level 1 equipment. We will need to wait until we reach level 10 to wear the next stage of equipment. To increase efficiency, we should buy a set of beginner's equipment as a transition, then switch after reaching level 10. Equipment is categorized into ordinary, good, superior, rare, epic, and legendary, further divided into individual pieces and sets. Considering cost effectiveness, the initial set, or rare set with set effects, is quite good, albeit expensive and only usable up to level 10. A basic set of equipment for beginners is priced at 50,000 Huaxia coins, which is enough to deter many families, not to mention a complete set of rare beginner equipment, which would cost a total of 300,000 Huaxia coins. How much for one set? Jiang Chua asked. I think it's about 300,000, Chu Fan murmured softly. Buy it, Jiang Chua said calmly. Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. Are there any more? Jiang Chua seemed to deliberately show off her generosity in front of Chu Fan, puffing out her chest slightly with her chin raised. One set of rare beginner equipment should be totally sufficient. As for skills and potions, you're a martial artist and already possess the hook punch skill. You're missing a movement skill, so let's start by purchasing the instant step. With this skill, it'll be much safer, Chu Fan explained. Jiang Chua nodded. What about you? Me? Chu Fan fell into thought. Asura, as a hidden class, had its information tightly protected by the officials. Even after scouring various books, he found no strategies related to Asura. Chu Fan resolved that although the early dungeons were not very difficult, as his level increased, he must hurry to gather information about Asura to leverage the advantages of a hidden class, the fury skill of the warrior. Chu Fan said. Jiang Chua nodded. By it. Chu Fan was startled. I haven't finished talking yet. Is there anything else we need to buy? Yeah, Jiang Chua asked. Chu Fan thought for a moment. The skills are sufficient for now. Next we need potions. We should stock up on some chi blood pills for emergencies, and to keep ahead in progress and level up faster, earning this series of rewards from the God's Temple, we must also buy Qingling pills. These beasts carry miasma, and humans must cleanse the miasma they contract from contact with the beasts promptly, or their bodies will be corroded. With Qingling pills, we can enter the dungeon one extra time each day, allowing us to level up faster. Jiang Chua nodded. All right, let's buy everything. Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. Money really makes things capricious. Soon a female waitress approached. We need to purchase 2 sets of rare beginner equipment: the martial artist skill instant step, the warrior common skill fury, 30 chi blood pills and 30 Qingling pills. The waitress seemed to think she had misheard. Initial Equipment, are you sure? Fi Jiang Chua nodded. Sure. The waitress's face instantly lit up with joy. Rare beginner equipment was seldom bought because it was not cost effective and wouldn't be used for long. She hadn't expected that this beautiful woman would buy 2 sets straight away. In addition to that, both skills were grade B and quite valuable, starting at 150,000 Huaxia coins. The Qi blood pills and Qingling pills were also not cheap. All added up, it was over 1 million Huaxia coins. The waitress's face bloomed with a smile. This commission alone was almost equal to her annual salary. She looked at Jiang Chua as if she were an ancestor, smiled at Chu Fan, and then quickly left. Soon after, she returned with an item resembling a USB drive and a small box, handing them over to Jiang Chua. Hello, this is a skill storage device. The waitress pointed at the USB drive and then at the small box. Inside this are 30 Qi blood pills and 30 clearing pills. The rare starter kit will be mailed to you. Could you please provide the address? Jiang Chua nodded. Please send it to 2 locations, one to Xingchen Community and the other to Qiqing Orphanage. Orphanage? The waitress glanced at Chu Fan and then back at Jiang Chua, seemingly understanding something. She quickly put on a professional smile and said, the total comes to 12 million. Will you be paying by card? Jiang Chua nodded and swiftly completed the transaction. Following her, Chu Fan smacked his lips. No wonder many people in my past life wanted to live off others, so this is how it feels. After purchasing the needed items, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua promptly left the trade center. After their departure, a man and a woman entered room number 7, approaching the waitress they had just interacted with. It was Su Muan and Gu Chang. Here's 50,000 Huaxia currency. Gu Chang handed a card to the waitress. Tell me, what did that couple buy just now? The waitress hesitated for a moment, swallowed, and said, I'm sorry sir, the items purchased by customers at our trade center are confidential. I can't. 100,000 inch, Gu Chang said sternly. Taking a deep breath, the waitress pocketed the card. Outside the trade center, are they idiots? Buying a rare starter kit at level 1, that's not how you spend money. Gu Chang punched a stone pillar in front. The opponents having the rare kit would undoubtedly hinder his plans. It seems Jiang Chua is not a simple person. Su Muan frowned. What do we do now? If it really doesn't work out, then forget it. Forget it. These words instantly ignited Gu Chang's anger. Impossible, I can afford the rare starter kit too, he said, easing the equipment gap. Next, we just need to consider their skills. Muan, he bought the Fury skill for common warriors. It seems Chu Fan has also changed his profession to a warrior. Su Muan nodded slightly without a word. She had never considered Chu Fan a threat. Her real competitors were only 2, Jiang Chua and Wu Haobai. Rather than wanting Gu Chang to target Chu Fan, her actual aim was Jiang Chua. After all, if Gu Chang could succeed, Jiang Chua's fate wouldn't be much better. Even if Jiang Chua had a strong background, it wouldn't count against her. This was all about Gu Chang. Fury has a flaw. It temporarily boosts speed and attack power but soon leads to weakness. Su Muan looked into the distance and spoke casually. Gu Chang laughed. How good, when he's weakened, that will be his time to die. Su Muan re-entered the trade center. They bought clearing pills, probably aiming to level up quickly. We should buy some too early on. Leveling up is crucial. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua got back into their car. Shall we go eat now? Jiang Chua asked Chu Fan. Chu Fan shook his head. No rush, let's wait a bit more. Wait. Although Jiang Chua was puzzled, he nodded, pulled out his phone and began watching a live stream of a martial artist. A few minutes later, Chu Fan suddenly spoke up. Chua, start the car, take a lap around the area, and then come back. Jiang Chua didn't ask any further questions, quickly switched his phone to airplane mode, and the Thunder God 1 soared into the air, heading off. Into the distance, Gu Chang appeared at the corner of the parking lot, watching as the Thunder God 1 turned into a tiny black dot, a cold smile playing on his lips. Following Chu Fan's instructions, Jiang Chua circled the area. Half an hour later, they returned to the professional traders market. Why are we back here? Jiang Chua asked, tilting his head in confusion. All items purchased at the market need a decryption code to be retrieved. As long as it hasn't been cracked, you can return the items within 2 hours. Chua, go return instant step and fury, and by instant kick and tenacity instead. Chu Fan said, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Gu Chang and Su Muan, though they hid well, couldn't fool his perception. They had been following them, clearly wanting to know what they were buying at the market. Thus, Chu Fan had used a diversionary tactic, making them think he had bought instant step and fury. One must always guard against the deceitful, Chu Fan thought to himself, keeping one step ahead. Misjudging their strength would be a fatal blow to the opponents. All right, I'll go now. Jiang Chua nodded and stepped out of the car. Don't go to room number 7, use a different room, Chu Fan reminded him. Okay. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chua returned to the car waving a USB-like device in his hand. Thunder God 1 took to the skies once more, heading off into the distance. This time, they were truly leaving. Next, the duo headed to a buffet restaurant for a seafood meal and then to a private cinema. The so-called private cinema is a small room with soft lighting where one can watch movies or... Of course, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua's purpose in going to the private cinema was not to watch movies or engage in other activities, it was to learn skills. They could have gone to a hotel, but in Yang City, which is neither too small nor too big, being spotted by others could lead to misunderstandings that are hard to explain. In the private cinema, Jiang Chua sat on the sofa looking somewhat at a loss. Chua, take out the skills you bought, Chu Fan commanded. Jiang Chua then snapped out of it, uttered a no, and took out the USB. A prompt to enter the decryption code appeared on a holographic screen. After Jiang Chua entered it, a beam of light shot from the USB port, forming a holographic screen in front of him. Within the hologram, a humanoid light figure emerged. Chu Fan explained, this is a skill simulator. All skills purchased at the professional traders market are taught by simulators that generate humanoid light figures. Jiang Chua nodded. The figure moved, squatting down and then thrusting its right leg forward vigorously. Simultaneously, a row of text appeared in front of the light figure. Skill, instant kick, skill level, B. Skill details. Concentrates all body strength into the leg and delivers a swift kick forward. Attack power, 70, strength 20 by 35, plus 328, cooldown, 8 seconds. Watching the skill details, Jiang Chua nodded. As a martial artist, attack power and strength are closely related. If I were wearing equipment right now, my strength would be higher and so would the damage of the skill. Chu Fan smiled and said, indeed, martial artists are among the strongest in terms of output, and that's because the bonuses from their skills are substantial. With high-level weapons and gear stacking strength, it's not difficult for a single skill to take down a lord. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chua's eyes sparkled. Don't daydream. Pay attention to the movement of the shadows, that's the key to mastering the instant kick skill, Chu Fan explained with a smile. Jiang Chua nodded, calmed her mind and carefully observed the movements of the shadows. The movement wasn't difficult. Slightly squat to increase the grip of the legs on the ground, then concentrate all the body's strength into the right leg and kick out fiercely. After watching a few times, Jiang Chua practiced along with the shadows, her long legs repeatedly kicking out and pulling back. Smack, 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 sounds of air being displaced echoed through the room. Soon Jiang Chua retracted her long legs, having mastered the essence of the instant kick. The shadow that had been teaching her also disappeared. It's your turn, brother Fan, Jiang Chua said, pointing the USB drive toward the space in front of her again. A beam of golden light shot out and another shadow appeared, beginning to teach the resilience skill. The skill, resilience level, the skill details. A common skill in combat, once activated, increases stamina by +5, physical defense by +10, and magical defense by +10 with a duration of 30 seconds and a cooldown of 1 minute. Even Jiang Chua was somewhat tempted as she read the description of resilience. Can I learn this common combat skill? Jiang Chua asked timidly. Chu Fan shook his head. No, after class transfer, the divine pillar transforms everyone's body. Different professions have different body structures, characteristics, and ways of circulating qi and blood. For example, the resilience skill involves controlling the movement of bones within the body to maximize endurance, and this state can't be sustained indefinitely, which is why it has a duration and cooldown time. Martial artists, on the other hand, can freely control the flexibility of their bodies, focusing strength at a specific point. So even though I understand the principle behind the instant kick, I can't learn it because I'm not a martial artist and can't control my body's flexibility. And you can't have the characteristics of a combatant, so naturally you can't learn combat skills. That's why each profession has its unique traits. Jiang Chua was stunned upon hearing this, and it took her a while to respond. Brother Fan, you know so much, these aren't things you find in books, no wonder you've been topping the school rankings all these years. If it weren't for... Suddenly Jiang Chua stopped speaking. Theoretical knowledge is just an aid, real strength is what truly matters. Chu Fan smiled, not saying much more. After only watching twice, Chu Fan had learned the resilience skill. He had chosen this skill for a reason. Before finding the professional information about Asura, it's essential to enhance one's survival skills first, especially need to guard against Gu Cheng and Su Muan. The skill resilience is one of the strongest defensive skills in the early stages. Ding! Jiang Chua's communicator rang. she glanced at her wrist and said, "There's a message from the trading center, the novice equipment has been delivered to our house, shall we go back?" Chu Fan asked. "Sit a little longer." "Sure, since we're here let's watch a movie." The two sat together enjoying their leisure time. Time flew quickly and it gradually got dark. Jiang Chua dropped Chu Fan off at the gate of the courtyard, her face showing reluctance. "Brother Fan," Jiang Chua's voice was as tiny as a mosquito's, "I had a great time today." Just as Chu Fan was about to speak, he felt his lips blocked by something soft. It was cold, cool and soft. Chu Fan's hands froze in place, but he quickly got into the mood. Just as he was about to explore further, Jiang Chua quickly pulled back, lowered her head shyly and said good night. After that she turned and ran off into the distance. Watching Jiang Chua run away like a startled rabbit, Chu Fan showed a gentle smile on his face. Good night. Afterwards, Chu Fan didn't return to the courtyard but began his nightly routine running. He continued to train his perception abilities. An hour later, Chu Fan stopped opening his professional panel. Name: stranger, age 18, profession Asura, aptitude S. Level 1000%. Strength 20-inch, intelligence 20, agility 20, endurance 20, mental power 5, equipment none, skills wave perception first rank 90%, resilience first rank 2%. Wave perception had even increased by 1%. Chu Fan was overjoyed. It seems that the wave perception skill can be upgraded through daily training. Continue. Wiping off his sweat, his eyes revealed a determined look and he continued to run into the distance. This time, Chu Fan specifically chose a path with many obstacles to increase the difficulty. After another half an hour, Chu Fan's body was not too tired but his mental state had reached its limit. Is this my limit? Chu Fan endured the pain with a smile. To endure the bitterest of the bitter is to become the best of the best. Only he knew the pain he had suffered after becoming blind. Hardships had become commonplace for him. From today on, to train to the limit every night. To become stronger, one must endure what ordinary people cannot. Chu Fan retied the black cloth over his eyes tightly, took a deep breath and once again dashed forward. "Boss, stay open all night, please." Inside an internet cafe, Chu Fan said weakly. Tonight's training had nearly drained him, leaving him powerless. But there was also a benefit. Just now Chu Fan had checked his professional panel again. Wave perception had been raised to first rank 92%. If it wasn't for his body reaching its limit, he would have liked to continue training. The internet cafe owner glanced at Chu Fan, charging 20 huaxia coins for a night. Chu Fan handed over a banknote, then turned on a computer in a deserted corner. From a distance, the owner watched him, his expression moved. In this world there were too many downtrodden souls, many homeless people who chose to spend their nights in internet cafes where it was warm, at least not as cold as outside. What tough times, the owner thought, shaking his head and turning his gaze away from Chu Fan. In the corner, Chu Fan fought against his drowsy state. The skin on his forehead slowly writhed as a third eye emerged. He quickly powered up the computer, opened the browser and adeptly typed in a URL, hitting enter. A login screen popped up. He continued typing. Soon a website with a dark red background appeared on the screen. The dark web. This URL was sent to him by a mysterious person via a text message 2 years ago. Chu Fan still remembered the content of that message. Back then, before he was betrayed by Su Muan, as a vigorous young man of 16 or 17, he couldn't resist his curiosity and had entered the website in an internet cafe, hurriedly typing in his username and password. Unexpectedly, the site wasn't filled with flirty chat as he might have hoped, but was instead brimming with dark information. Chu Fan clicked into the trading section of the site. Urgent, 200 dark coins for a life opponent, a level 27 robot, private message if willing to take the job. As he stared at the post, Chu Fan fell into deep thought. This was the dark web, a site not tolerated by the official Huaxia authorities. Even transactions as blatant as buying a life outright appeared here without disguise. Yet, who exactly founded the dark web remained a mystery. Over the years, it had never been shut down by officials. What intrigued Chu Fan the most was who could be the person who sent him that text. It was clear that the sender had intentionally informed him about the dark web, even helping him register an account and password. Chu Fan had tried to trace the text, but it showed that the sender's IP was overseas, untraceable. He decided not to dwell on it, given the immense utility of the dark web. The site had always had just 1,000 registered users, no more no less. Chu Fan speculated that perhaps this was a rule of the dark web. If a new user appeared, a corresponding number of old users would be banned from the site. Over these 2 years, Chu Fan had been deeply drawn to the dark web because it offered much information unavailable openly, like various hidden professions controlled by the officials. Tonight he was here to search for information on the Asura profession. His third eye slowly rotated as Chu Fan earnestly searched through the posts. Lonely heart, kneeling request for the weakness of the Berserker Earth 30 dark coins reward, loves chicken butts, my friend is a night walker. Anyone know about this hidden profession? What skills are the best value for money? 35 dark coins reward. Chu Fan was no longer surprised by these posts. He scanned them quickly, seeing no information about Asura, and decided to post his own. A mere mortal. 40 dark coins for information on the profession of Asura. Private message me. A mere mortal is the ID Chu Fan uses on the dark web, and dark coins are the universal currency there. Posting, replying, and daily check-ins all earn 01 dark coin, with a daily maximum of 1, of course. If one wants to earn a large number of dark coins, one method is by selling information obtained from other netizens, though the dark coins earned this way are limited. Another method is by completing tasks posted on the dark web, which is how to earn a substantial amount of dark coins. However, the timing for these tasks is unpredictable. Over the past 2 years, Chu Fan has only seen such tasks about 10 times, with each task offering tens of thousands of dark coins as rewards. Back then he was just an ordinary person, unable to even understand the task requirements, let alone complete them, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Over these 2 years, Chu Fan persisted with daily check-ins, actively posting and replying to accumulate the maximum daily dark coins. Including expenditures, he has now accumulated 700 dark coins. Fortunately, the dark web has a voice recognition feature. After he went blind, he could still search and post by voice. The post about Asura was something he heard after enabling the auto-read feature, and he even converted that post's content into a voice recording for backup. Why are dark coins so important, and why do they cost so much? Besides seeking help from other netizens on the dark web, another major use of dark coins is purchasing items. Thinking this, Chu Fan opened the merchandise section of the dark web, which was filled with a dazzling array of items. Hidden profession Necromancer S-Class skill Spirit Summoning, priced at 100,000 dark coins. Hidden profession Heart of Mechanics S-Class skill Predator, priced at 100,000 dark coins. Greatsword Warrior level 45 epic weapon Soul Eater, priced at 300,000 dark coins. Each item was incredibly expensive. Chu Fan glanced at the 710 dark coins in the top right corner and sighed deeply. These things were too far out of his reach. He could only grow stronger and wait for the dark web to post tasks to increase his holdings of dark coins. Chu Fan returned to the trading area, constantly refreshing, but still saw no information related to Asura. He could only continue to wait, hoping someone would reply to his post. Minimizing the dark web, Chu Fan reclined in his chair and a wave of intense sleepiness hit him. He soon fell asleep. When Chu Fan woke up again, it was already dawn outside. Glancing at the time, it was 7:10 a.m. Crap, he muttered as he leapt from the chair. He checked his posts, but no one had replied. Chu Fan quickly logged off the web page, shut down the computer, and then ran out of the internet cafe as fast as he could. The cafe owner rubbed his eyes, watching Chu Fan's fleeing figure, and muttered, "Too tired, I must be hallucinating. I'll sleep a bit more." In February, the daybreak comes very late. It was also drizzling lightly today, and there were few pedestrians on the road. Chu Fan didn't care about the gazes of the passers-by as he sprinted with all his might. He only had 20 minutes. Shuhi would be waiting for him outside the orphanage gate. If she knew he hadn't come home last night, who knows what she would think. Chu Fan quickly ran toward the Chi Chung orphanage. After successfully changing his job, Chu Fan's physical condition had also greatly improved. He roughly estimated that at his limit his speed could reach 15 meters per second. In just 1 minute he could cover a distance of 900 meters. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan arrived outside the Chi Chung orphanage, panting heavily. Fortunately, he had made it on time. At that moment, Chu Fan noticed someone standing beside him, smiling at him. It was the director. Director Li. Chu Fan's mouth twitched. When had Old Li appeared? Director Li's face was somewhat pale, but he nodded with a smile, then waved his right hand and a long sword suddenly appeared in his grip. In his left hand he held a stack of clothes. These were the beginner equipment sent from the trading ground. Director Li tossed the sword and clothes to Chu Fan, saying with a smile, "You've successfully changed your job. Good job, keep it up." Patting Chu Fan on the shoulder, Director Li turned and left. Chu Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, Old Li hadn't pressed for details. Otherwise he really wouldn't have known how to explain. However, after so many years he had become accustomed to this. Director Lee was always like that, not much of a talker, but his care for them was always shown through his actions. Chu Fan remembered how, after his eyes were damaged by Su Muwen, Director Lee had only asked him one question: "What happened to your eyes?" It was Su Muwen's doing. Chu Fan had replied, "I see." And after that, Director Lee never asked again. But Chu Fan noticed that during those days, Director Lee had been injured. Later, he learned from Xiao Wu that Director Lee had been in a fight. Combining this with a piece of news at the time, that the CEO of Su Corporation had been injured during a breakthrough, leaving the corporation to be managed by the deputy CEO for a month, Chu Fan realized that Director Lee had gone directly to confront Su Muwen's father, resulting in both of them being injured. From that point on, Chu Fan had always kept this act of loyalty in his heart. Director Lee was like the grandfather of his life, and for him Chu Fan felt only deep gratitude and admiration. Pulling his thoughts back, Chu Fan looked at the beginner's kit in his hands. A full set of equipment generally included a headpiece, jacket, trousers, belt, and shoes. This starter set also included a weapon, a sword named Starter Sword. Chu Fan held the starter sword in his hand, and its information appeared before his eyes. Starter Sword description: at the beginning of your career, I hope you always remember the sword that accompanies you. Crafted by Luo Fan, attack power, 110 strength, plus 5-inch stamina, plus 5 agility, plus 5. The starter sword was entirely black and looked extremely sharp. Starter sword, the beginning of a career. Chu Fan touched the starter sword cold and sharp, wondering what material it was made from. Then Chu Fan picked up the other pieces of equipment. These items felt soft in his hands, seemingly made of some kind of silk, making it hard to tell that the shoes and clothes were stacked together. He quickly went inside the orphanage to change into the new outfit. As soon as it was on, a surge of power instantly filled his entire body. Check the attributes of the set. Starting set attribute bonuses: strength plus 10, stamina plus 10, agility plus 10, basic attack plus 10%, plus the attributes each part brings. Chu Fan opened his profession panel. Name: stranger, age 18, profession Asura, talent S level 1000%, strength 20 plus 20, intelligence 20 plus 10, agility 20 plus 20, stamina 20 plus 20, spiritual power 5, basic attack 170 plus 17, equipment. Starting set, rare, or level requirement 1, skills, wave perception, first order 92%, resilience, first order 2%. Indeed, it's a rare set. Chu Fan took a deep breath looking at the profession panel. With the bonuses from each part in the set, except for intelligence, his basic attributes had nearly doubled. Intelligence wasn't very useful to him. It was a trait needed for magic-based professions. Most importantly, there was that 10% attack bonus. Although it currently only added 17 to his attack, it was a percentage bonus related to the basic attack. The higher the basic attack, the larger the bonus. This is real power. Chu Fan smiled, holding a long sword as he walked out of the orphanage, waiting for Jiang Chua. At 7:30 in the morning, Jiang Chua appeared on time, rushing over to hold Chu Fan excitedly. "This is the first time you've waited for me." She stepped back and looked him up and down. "You're already dressed in the newbie set. I must say it looks good on you." Chu Fan smiled. "Haven't you worn yours?" Jiang Chua pouted. "The starter set is made from the silk of the mythical beast Mercury silkworm. It's kind of sheer. I'll wear it in the dungeon." "Kind of sheer?" Chu Fan's eyes sparkled beneath his brocade. "Let's go have breakfast first, then head to school." Yangqing First Middle School. After 2 days of job transition, the students of grades 10 and 11 had returned to school. But since the teaching buildings for grade 10, 11, and 12 were not in the same area and Yangqing First Middle School was quite large, it was rare for the lower grades to encounter the seniors. After separating from Jiang Chua, Chu Fan sat in classroom 2 of grade 12 inch, listening to his classmates discuss the recent job transitions. The results were disappointing, with a 65% success rate for transitions, the highest being S-tier talent. Most were C-tier. Those sitting in the classroom were C-tier talents not chosen by the 4 grade instructors. Only Chu Fan was an exception. He chose to study independently and had to return here. Those who failed the transition had been moved to the grade 10 and 11 areas to continue their academic studies. As for those selected by the 4 grade instructors, they went to the elite tower. Over 700 students were divided into 4 classes, each taught by one of the grade instructors. I envy those who made it to the elite tower. those who were inferior to me before are now ahead of me. It's infuriating. Did you know? Chu Fan succeeded in his transition on the first day, but he refused the invitation from instructor Du Jing, choosing to study on his own. What? He succeeded in his transition? And he turned down an invitation from instructor Du Jing. Why did mentor Du Jing invite him? He's blind. What's the basis for that? Hush, keep your voice down. I don't care how you used to be, but from now on don't damn criticize Chu Fan. Anyone valued by mentor Du Jing can't be ordinary. Me. I just don't accept it. If you can't accept it, just hold it in. Chu Fan listened to their discussion and shook his head with a smile. Clack, clack, clack. At that moment, a series of rapid high-heeled footsteps approached. The class teacher, Wu Yu, holding documents, walked into the classroom. Upon entering, she smiled and nodded at Chu Fan. Wu Yu placed the documents on the podium. Class, the job transfer is officially over. Those who remain here are of ordinary talent, but let me tell you, while talent often determines the upper limit of a professional's capabilities, it is not absolute. Historically, there have been professionals with low talent who eventually became powerful, so don't be discouraged. Believe that diligence can compensate for lack of innate ability. Her words directly boosted the morale of the disheartened students. Chu Fan smirked. A pep talk? It's true that some low-talent professionals became strong, but they are rare, and all of them had great perseverance and opportunities. The chance is slimmer than finding a needle in a vast ocean. As for the level of these ordinary class students, Chu Fan was well aware. These people turning their fates around? Wishful thinking. Seeing her effect, Wu Yu continued, in the next 4 months, you need to prepare for the college entrance exam. The exam will decide which university you can attend, with the total score comprising both cultural and practical assessments. Cultural scores only make up 10%, while practical scores account for 90%. So, in the next 4 months, don't waste energy revising cultural courses. Focus all your energy on enhancing your strength. All professionals also need to study cultural courses, as the world's technology is highly developed and cultural knowledge cannot be neglected. Like robots, their capabilities are linked to technology. At this point, Wu Yu looked at Chu Fan and smiled. Chu Fan, tell us, what are the main factors that determine a professional's strength? As she finished, dozens of students immediately turned their eyes towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan stood up swiftly and said, level, equipment, skills, and whether one can successfully awaken. All these affect one's strength. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Chu Fan to sit down. Chu Fan is correct. The higher the level, the higher the basic attributes. The better the equipment, the greater the attribute bonuses. The stronger the skills, the naturally stronger the strength. Chu Fan also mentioned the level 30 awakening. This you currently do not need to consider. Just remember, in the coming time, your only goal is 1. Enter dungeons, kill monsters, level up, and try to reach level 20 before the college entrance exam. Level 20 is the minimum requirement. If you can't reach level 20, there's no chance of getting into university. First, I need to talk about the precautions for novice professionals. Chu Fan sat in the corner, his mind wandering elsewhere. He knew all the things Ms. Wu talked about. Right now he was thinking about that post on the dark web. Will anyone respond to him? Today, everyone will primarily focus on 2 tasks. First, learning skills and collecting weapons, and second, venturing into dungeons. All students who have successfully changed their classes will receive a set of beginner skills and weapons at the school. After obtaining your skills and weapons, you will head to the dungeons, where you will face exotic beasts for the first time. Wu Yu finally got to the point, and Chu Fan, who had been somewhat distracted, now smiled with anticipation. Was it finally time to enter the dungeon and battle these strange creatures? He was looking forward to his first dungeon adventure. Everyone be assured that these dungeons in reality are areas concentrated with exotic beasts created by the mighty heroes of Huaxia to nurture the younger generations. These heroes have already considered the strength of the beasts, ensuring that the dungeons you enter match your level. Before reaching level 10, as long as you form teams of 5, there shouldn't be any significant danger. As you level up and your equipment improves, you can form teams to challenge higher level dungeons such as the Elite King and even Lord levels. Wu Yu discussed many aspects of the dungeon to alleviate everyone's fears. This would be the students' first encounter with exotic beasts. Although the beasts below level 10 are weak, these students, who are like flowers raised in a greenhouse and have never even killed a chicken, might naturally feel fear when facing the beasts for the first time. Now everyone, please gather in the grand hall of the elite building to receive your skills and weapons, Wu Yu instructed, adding a reminder: if you have good relationships with some students in the elite building, this is also a good opportunity to ask if they are willing to guide you The students nodded in agreement. Having the guidance of students from the elite building would make their dungeon ventures more efficient and safer. The elite building was located towards the northwest of Yangcheng No. 1 High School, a full kilometer away from the senior third-year teaching building. Soon as students from various senior third-year classes left the teaching building and marched towards the elite building in a grand procession, Chu Fan mingled among the crowd. To his surprise, most of his classmates looked at him differently than before. Previously, their gazes were filled with mockery, disdain and pity. Now, they looked at him with envy. Only the weak are ridiculed, Chu Fan reflected. This truth is universal no matter where you are. Just then, a discordant voice came through. You all think too highly of him. Teacher Du Jing only invited him out of consideration for Jiang Chua. Maybe he's just got C-level talent, which is far inferior to Gu Cheng's A-level talent. In the crowd, a heavily made-up girl with an attractive appearance said disdainfully, Lili, Gu Cheng is indeed impressive, but we never even thought Chu Fan could succeed in changing his class. Now that he has succeeded, that's something respectable. Yet dumped by his ex-girlfriend and even blind. If it were me, I would have broken down long ago, not endured till today. The girl named Lili scoffed from a distance. Anyway, I looked down on him. Chu Fan, separated by the crowd, glanced at Lili but chose not to engage. After all, in this world, there are still plenty of fools. There's no need to stoop to the level of a fool. Suddenly, a robust male student exclaimed in surprise, is this the rare newbie set, the starter kit? Everyone turned their gaze towards him. Gao Xiang, what's a starter kit? Someone asked, puzzled. Gao Xiang drew in a breath of cold air. You know that equipment is graded, right? From low to high, they are ranked as ordinary, good, rare, epic and legendary. The starter kit is a rare set for newbies and it costs 300,000 Huaxia coins. As soon as he said this, the running students stopped in their tracks, faces filled with astonishment. 300,000 Huaxia coins? Gao Xiang, are you joking? Gao Xiang snorted, do I need to joke with you? After saying this, he walked towards Chu Fan under everyone's gaze and with a smile he said, Brother Chu, I didn't see it coming, but you could actually afford the starter kit. At this moment everyone understood that Chu Fan was indeed wearing the starter kit worth 300,000. No wonder it looked of good quality. Even Lili looked at Chu Fan in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Chu Fan just smiled, said nothing and continued to walk forward. Slow down, Mr. Chu, don't trip, let me help you. Be careful, there's a step ahead. Mr. Chu, I'm willing to lend you my shoulder. Suddenly a group of students surrounded Chu Fan, vying to help him. Lili wanted to push through the crowd to help Chu Fan, but she couldn't get past the boys and could only curse in frustration. A bunch of bootlickers. Chu Fan sighed quietly to himself. Money indeed makes the world go round. He paid no attention to the compliments from his classmates. The classmates watched Chu Fan's determined strides with some confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be blind? Soon a majestic academic building appeared before them, the elite building. At this moment, underneath the elite building, hundreds of students had gathered. They were all students with qualifications of B grade or higher, selected by the 4 great instructors. These students congregated, laughing and chatting, their faces brimming with pride. In contrast, the eyes of Chu Fan's classmates dimmed considerably. This was the difference between ordinary students and elite students. Outside the hall, someone recognized an old classmate and quickly walked over from the regular class line to greet them. Lu. Classmate Lu. Chu Fan noticed that the girl named Lili also walked over to a short male student who was chatting and laughing with others. The short male student paused and frowned. Lili, yeah, classmate Lu, could you take me into a dungeon? Take you into a dungeon? Did I hear that wrong? You want me to take you? The male student pointed to himself. Lili smiled sweetly. Of course you heard right. What's wrong, classmate Lu? Don't you want to take me? I'll take you to hell, didn't you? Used to look down on me, now you're asking me to take you. Who gave you the face? The short male student cursed angrily. I never looked down on you. I always thought you were a good person, handsome, charismatic and very gentle. Lili forced a smile. You're talking nonsense, pretending to be innocent, but don't think I don't know what you've been saying about me behind my back. Didn't you say I'm under 170 centimeters tall and a cripple, and that I'm just your lackey? The classmates around us looked on with interest. Lili's face turned pale instantly. Now that I've become a student in the elite class, you have the nerve to come to me? Damn it, let me tell you, Lu Mang used to indulge you just to save face, and you didn't cherish it, got it? Lu Mang shouted loudly, as if to vent all his frustration. The male classmates around him gave him thumbs up. This is the confidence that talent brings. From now on he wouldn't have to be anyone's lackey. Instead, others might come crawling to him. Chu Fan found this scene amusing. Lili, overwhelmed with anger, teared up but was helpless. After all, her opponent was now an elite class student with a talent grade above B, while she was only a C. Unless something unexpected happens, the gap between them would only widen. At this moment, Lily felt regret for looking down on him before. If she had maintained a normal friendship with him, perhaps he would have been willing to bring her along. Lily sobbed and returned to the group, her heavy makeup smeared by tears. She looked like a clown, and no one paid her any more attention. Then someone shouted, "Jiang is here." The place fell silent at this announcement. A girl in a sleek black outfit slowly emerged from the elite building. The outfit flattered her figure perfectly. Shu Fan, while others weren't looking, squinted his third eye towards Jiang Chua and was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Chua was a promising talent. What would she look like in her starter set? Shu Fan realized how surprisingly attractive Jiang Chua was, something he hadn't noticed before. Just as he was pondering this, he was suddenly interrupted by a stomachache from the irritation. "Excuse me, please make way," Jiang Chua said coldly, her demeanor like that of a lofty goddess. The crowd parted. Jiang Chua quickly ran up to Chu Fan, instantly transforming from a cold beauty to the girl next door. "Brother Fan, what brings you here? We don't even need the skills and weapons the school provides," she said, playfully shaking Chu Fan's arm. The male students around swallowed hard. Even Chu Fan was taken aback. What was she up to? Seeing the envious looks from the other male students, Chu Fan understood. She was clearly doing this on purpose, and incidentally, it also drew some resentment towards him. "It's free, why not take it?" Chu Fan laughed. At that moment, Gu Chang and Su Muan also emerged from the elite building and entered the hall, causing another sensation. Su Muan glanced at Chu Fan without saying a word. Gu Chang's gaze was cold. The two quickly moved to a secluded area, keeping their distance from the others. "The head teacher Luo Ning is coming." "Quiet down," a student whispered. A dignified man in his 40s, wearing black armor, approached. The four mentors followed behind him. They walked to the front of the hall where a pile of weapons lay. Everyone lined up to receive their novice skills and weapons. The director of instruction, Ronan, chuckled. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua joined the queue obediently. Half an hour later, all the students had received their equipment. Some held long swords, others donned gauntlets, and a few wielded daggers, all fondly fiddling with their new weapons. Additionally, each person received a smart ring. They were then given 2 hours to learn skills and form teams, after which the first dungeon would begin. Instantly, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. "I'm a B-grade mage, those with B-grade come here." "We already have 3 members looking for a healer and a tank," shouted someone eagerly. "Bro, can you take me? I'm C-grade, just team up with other C-grades, don't come mooching here." "What, looking down on us? I'll form my own team." "C-grades gather here, tanks and healers preferred." The scene quickly turned into a bustling team formation hub. Su Muan and Gu Cheng moved away from the crowd, clearly not intending to team up with others. A few classmates approached, but were swiftly intimidated by Gu Cheng's glare. Meanwhile, a lot of people approached Chu Fan, not for him, but for Jiang Chua beside him. Seeing Jiang Chua's demure demeanor next to Chu Fan, it was clear to everyone that to join Jiang Chua's team, they needed to get through Chu Fan first. "Chu Fan, I'm Xia Hang from Senior Class 5. We used to game together. Remember?" Chu Fan shook his head. "Xia Hang? Don't know you." Xia Hang sighed and turned away, continuing to mingle elsewhere. "Chu Fan, I'm Lily from Senior Class 3, a medic. Can I join your team?" Lily had wiped off her makeup and reapplied it subtly, adopting a pitiful look. Of course, she knew Chu Fan couldn't see, so she deliberately spoke in a whiny tone. Chu Fan smirked, about to speak when Jiang Chua coldly interjected. "No." Jiang Chu Fan didn't even say no yet, Lily protested. "Chua's word is my word, get lost." Chu Fan snapped. Lily turned away, cursing under her breath. Meanwhile, 2 more classmates approached Chu Fan. One was Liang Tao, whom Chu Fan didn't dislike and who also had B-grade qualifications and was a tank. The other was Chen Huanwan, the first to successfully change class to a medic, also with B-grade qualifications. Tanks and medics were crucial in a team, one to take the hits and the other to heal and provide support. However, Chu Fan still declined. Early on in dungeons, it was all about leveling up quickly. The more people in the team, the more the experience points would be split. He and Jiang Chua alone were enough. To Chu Fan's surprise, other than his group, there was another bustling spot nearby. Jiang Chua whispered, "That's Wu Haobai." It said he switched to a hidden profession with an S-grade aptitude and has entered the top 100 of the transfer list, even ranking higher than Su Muan. "What profession?" Asura. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was slightly startled but soon smiled. Their Wuhabai was clad in a white robe looking quite handsome, surrounded by a crowd at the center full of vigor. Gu Chang and Su Muan also looked over. So that Wu Haobai is the foreigner who transferred to Asura. Gu Cheng squinted his eyes. Su Muan nodded. It should be him. His ranking is even higher than yours, but who knows if he'll die in the dungeon. Gu Cheng scoffed coldly. Soon the students had all formed their own teams, each creating their own small circles, beginning to learn skills on the spot. For a time, the entire hall was filled with flickering screens and beams of light and shadows that imparted skills to the students. Chu Fan also learned a beginner skill block. It wasn't very practical, but it was better than nothing. As for Jiang Chua, he learned the straight punch skill, which had very low damage and couldn't compare to instant kick. Unnoticed, 2 hours passed. Luo Ning walked to the center, his gaze sweeping over the students. All right. Preparations are ready. Just a reminder, this is not a game. You are facing exotic beasts from another world. Although the risk is very low before level 10, it's not without death risks. Remember, team members must help and trust each other. Surviving is what matters most. With that, Luo Ning pressed a button on his smart ring and a beam of light shot out. Slowly, a black portal emerged at the center of the hall like a black hole, daunting to behold. The dark portal, 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, was deep and shadowy, its destination unknown. Luo Ning shouted, "This is the teleportation array leading to the low-level dungeon, Dark Forest." Inside, a group of weak exotic beasts known as shadow beasts are kept by the powers that be. Your task is to enter the dungeon, kill the shadow beasts along the way, and proceed to the territory of the Lord to kill him. After killing the Lord, a teleportation array will appear at the Lord's location and you can return here. Of course, if someone gets seriously injured along the way, you can press the red button on your smart ring to be teleported out of there immediately. Shu Fan frowned slightly. What concerned him was not the function of the smart ring but the dungeon itself, Dark Forest. Traditionally, each batch's beginner dungeon was the simplest, Thorn Jungle, but this time it had been changed. As for the Dark Forest, Chu Fan knew it too. The difficulty of beginner dungeons varied, and the Dark Forest was much more challenging than the Thorn Jungle. Why has the novice dungeon changed this year? Shu Fan wondered. This did not affect him much, but it undoubtedly increased the danger for other students. Everyone, remember, only by continuously slaying the exotic beasts can you become stronger. You must overcome the fear in your hearts. I await your triumphant return from the Dark Forest. Tang Meng shouted loudly. Triumphant return, kill, I must become stronger. Many students raised their fists, their faces filled with excitement. Some students' lips trembled. The Dark Forest, the shadow beasts, it sounded terrifying, and no one had mentioned before that the novice dungeon could have fatal risks. Some began to have second thoughts, but it was too late to turn back. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and go forward. All right, all teams proceed through the teleportation array in order. Team members must hold hands so that you won't be scattered upon arrival. Soon groups of 3 to 5 students each passed through the teleportation array and disappeared from sight. Let's go too, said Chu Fan, taking Jiang Chua's hand and stepping into the teleportation array. In the distance, Su Nguyen and Gu Cheng exchanged glances. Let's go. Before long, all the students in the hall had vanished, leaving only the Dean Luo Ning and the 4 great instructors standing there. I hope the death rate is lowered, Du Jing murmured, looking at the teleportation array. Why did the Ministry of Education suddenly change this year's novice dungeon? Wang Bo frowned. Luo Ning waved his hand. The dungeons are decided by the upper echelons. We just implement them. Besides, although the shadow beasts are strong, they are among the weakest of the exotic beasts. If these students, who are already professionals, can't even handle the shadow beasts, what future can they speak of? Du Jing gave a wry smile. That's true, but they have no combat experience. Facing the shadow beasts, the mortality rate is definitely higher than in previous years. It will test their teamwork, Tang Meng said with a grave look. As long as they are united, the shadow beasts are easy to handle. If they are not cohesive, it's easy to fail. The 4 instructors looked at the dark entrance of the portal, silent for a long time. Then, with a swish, the teleportation array turned into a line and disappeared. In the center of Yang City stood a towering fortress-like skyscraper, its dark structure reflecting a metallic sheen. Embedded with holes, upon closer inspection, metal cannons protruded from these openings. The entire building, like a steel beast, stood at the heart of Yang City. This was the Ministry of Education building of Yang City. At that moment, in the 99th floor conference room of the building, 5 men and 1 woman sat together overlooking Yang City through panoramic glass. The first dungeon trip for this year's senior students has finally begun, said an elderly man with glasses and graying temples. He was Ho Chang, the leader of the Yangtze Ministry of Education. Minister Ho, why was this year's novice dungeon changed to the dark forest? Asked a middle-aged man in black. Ho Chang replied, it was my proposal. At this everyone looked puzzled. Raising the difficulty of the novice dungeon, wouldn't this increase the mortality rate among Yang City students? Minister Ho, this is. Ho Chang smiled. In the past year's exams, Yang City has always been at the bottom of the province. Why? Because we lost at the starting line when choosing the novice dungeon. Facing the same novice dungeon, we opted for the thorn jungle, while other cities chose the more challenging dark forest where the beasts are stronger and the students' leveling speed is faster. However, this also brings greater risks. A young man expressed his doubts. Risks? Ho Chang remained calm. If you choose the path of a professional, you can't worry about risks. If you always prioritize safety, you'll be like a flower in a greenhouse, merely a facade that can't withstand storms. Besides, the strength of Yang City this year is not the same as before. Continuing to choose the thorn jungle does no good for these students, nor for the development of professionals in Yang City. Everyone nodded in agreement with Ho Chang's words. Indeed, in the past, they always prioritized safety, always choosing the easiest dungeon, which resulted in the students from Yang City consistently ranking at the bottom in the Jiangnan province. Soon someone asked Minister Ho, which students entering the job transfer rankings this year do you have the most faith in? Ho Chang smiled. This year all schools have produced promising talents. A total of 36 have made it into the top 1,000. This was unimaginable in the past. Many students are excellent, but if I were to pick my favorites, I do have a few candidates. With this statement, everyone held their breath, waiting for Ho Chang to continue. Everyone knew that Minister Ho was the strongest in Yang City, a level 36 healer who had completed the level 30 awakening and chosen the rare path of becoming a combat medic. His strength was formidable. The students he favored were bound to be extraordinary. Ho Chang stretched out his slender, knife-like fingers and tapped on the table. Su Yuan and Jiang Chua from 1st Middle School, Ling Tianhua from 2nd Middle School and Ma Tao from 6th Middle School are the ones I favor. Besides them, Liamo from Yang Middle School, Lu Ruyue from 3rd Middle School, and Yu Gang from 9th Middle School are also not bad. These students have a chance to impact the top 12 national professional universities, and even entering the Big Four is not out of the question. The top 12 professional universities, the Big Four, everyone gasped. It is well known that China's best professional universities total 12, and every graduate aspires to enter one of these universities. Over a century, only 10 students from Yang City have been admitted to these top universities. Their names are still displayed on the honor walls of their respective schools, and this year, Minister Ho had high hopes for 7 students to enter these top universities, nearly equaling the total number from previous years. Everyone was visibly shocked. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Minister Ho believed they had a chance to enter the Big Four. Named after the 4 mythical creatures, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, these are the best 4 universities in China. Students from overseas vie fiercely to get into the Big Four. It can be said that once you enter one of the Big Four universities after graduation, you are destined to become a high-ranking official in either the Clergy Temple or the Martial Alliance. If you do not wish to join the Clergy Temple or the Martial Alliance, the state will also ensure placement, directly becoming a military officer or corporate executive. Even becoming a governor in charge of a province is not impossible. Such is the strength of the Big Four. In the past, the senior officials of Yangcheng's education department only hoped that students could enter one of the top 12 institutions, the Big Four. They hadn't even considered it. Is Yangcheng going to turn things around this year? Several senior officials from the education department looked eagerly excited. Minister Ho is wise. Under your management, Yangcheng gets better day by day. Indeed, having Minister Ho is a privilege for all students in Yangcheng. Nearby, a woman who had been silent seemed hesitant to speak. She was about 30, wearing bright red lipstick and her hair styled in large waves, exuding an aura of a mature woman. Cheng Feng, what do you want to say? Ho Chang noticed her expression. Cheng Feng frowned. Minister Ho, have you seen the transfer list? Ranked 58th as a student from Yangcheng number 1 middle school, he wasn't on the list you mentioned earlier. Cheng Feng's question made others show a strange look. Ho Chang glanced at them and calmly said, everyone has seen the transfer list, right? You should know what profession that student Chung Fong mentioned has chosen. The others slowly nodded. They had all seen the transfer list. Ranked 58th was someone called Foreigner and Asura. Asura, this profession is undoubtedly strong, but historically all Asuras have met with tragic fates. Because of their cultivation of the heart's eye, Asuras often encounter things that ordinary people do not. Internally, professionals call this the demon's call. Thus, under the demon's call, Asuras eventually lose their sanity, becoming like demons themselves, unable to distinguish friend from foe, driven only by a desire to kill. Without exception, every Asura ultimately brings a catastrophic disaster to their locality. The reason I didn't include that Foreigner is clear to you all given the historical evidence. Asuras do not have a good future, Ho Chang stated tactfully, so, should we nurture him? Chang Feng ventured, aware of the potential danger should he grow powerful. Ho Chang looked at Chung Feng. Nurture, why not? Regardless of the future, as of now he is a student of Yangchang and we should nurture him. As for the future, that's not for us to worry about now. Ho Chang's gaze swept around, his voice stern. Remember, since we are in these positions, we must be responsible to the nation, responsible to the students, otherwise we are unworthy of our roles. The senior officials, upon hearing Minister Ho's words, all nodded deeply. Chang Feng inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. Minister Ho is wise, don't flatter. Ho Chang laughed and waved his hand. That kid ranked 58th on the transfer list has also brought glory to our Yangcheng. Prepare a reward for him. I have already sent you the list of rewards, but let's not hurry to give it to him. Wait until their principal comes to me proactively. Didn't the principal of number 1 middle school go to support Shihai City? Someone asked. Ho Chang squinted and smiled. The principal is not here, so the vice principal should be in charge. But that guy, he always likes to be a hands-off manager. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the Divine Temple branch in Yang City, in the resplendent conference hall, 9 men and women dressed in various attire sat together. The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat was named Lu Jun, the head of the Yang City branch. The senior year students will soon enter the dark forest and we must monitor them closely, Lu Jun said solemnly, especially those who have made it onto the job change list. They need particular attention. This year, the higher-ups have given us a task with one spot available. If there is a student with strong qualifications, temperament and practical combat ability, we can exceptionally allow them to join the Divine Temple on a provisional basis. The people below nodded in agreement. Not only the Divine Temple but the Martial Alliance and various major universities were also eager to act. It could be said that at this moment the attention of the entire nation was focused on this batch of high school seniors' first instance dungeon expedition. The future of these professionals could be foreseen. Firstly, their qualifications were considered, then their temperament and practical combat abilities. The job change list could reveal the students' qualifications, while facing the exotic beasts for the first time would reveal their temperament and combat skills. This was an inspection of the students. Chu Fan knew nothing about these matters. At this moment he opened his third eye and saw the colorful lights around him, as if passing through the legendary wormhole. Minutes later he heavily fell to the ground, his face catching a whiff of a faint fragrance and a soft sensation. Ah! A sharp scream followed. Jiang Chua quickly stood up, her face flushed. She whispered angrily, why did it have to be just now? Chu Fan quickly closed his third eye, looking puzzled. Where is this? Chua, are you here? I'm here, are you alright? Jiang Chua stepped forward, helping Chu Fan up, and said seriously, we should have entered the dark forest. Have we entered? Chu Fan took a deep breath, inhaling the cold, damp air into his lungs. At the same time, a map of the dark forest instantly appeared in his mind. The dark forest was circular in shape, with the Lord residing in the dark nest to the north. Along the way, the levels of the shadow beasts varied from 1 to 5. The creators of the instance had arranged the levels of the shadow beasts in order along the path. The areas where all novice professionals appeared only had level 1 to 2 shadow beasts. The closer one got to the dark nest, the higher the level of the shadow beasts. As for the Lord, it was at level 6. Therefore, to kill the Lord, one must reach level 6 before reaching the dark nest. Otherwise, the chances of surviving against the Lord were very low. Where are we now? Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chua looked at the smart ring watch, where a red dot flashed, marking their current location. According to the smart ring watch, we should have been transported to the southwest of the dark forest, said Jiang Chua. Chu Fan nodded slightly. Since the dark nest was in the north, the novices would all appear somewhere in the south of the map. What should we do now? Head straight north? Jiang Chua asked. Chu Fan suddenly grinned and said, let's not go north yet. First, let's move sideways and kill the shadow beasts. Sideways? What does that mean? Jiang Chua tilted her head in confusion. You'll see soon enough. Let's go to kill the shadow beasts. Chu Fan stepped forward, then suddenly stopped. Right. Have you put on your starter outfit? Forgot. Should I wear it? Of course, why else did we buy it? Chu Fan replied seriously, it gives a huge attribute boost. Oh, alright then. Jiang Chua took the starter outfit from her bosom, timidly saying, You, turn around, I can't change if you're watching. Chu Fan looked serious. Go ahead and change, I'm not looking. Jiang Chua eyed Chu Fan suspiciously, then went behind a thick 3-meter wide tree to change. Rustling sounds followed. Chu Fan's third eye was itching to open, but he restrained himself. Soon after, Jiang Chua emerged from behind the tree. The moment she appeared, Chu Fan opened his third eye only to be taken aback. Who designed this starter outfit? Some old pervert. It's really transparent and tight. The thin fabric clung tightly to her body, and she also wore a pair of white gauze gloves on her hands. Chu Fan swallowed hard and slowly closed his third eye. Sensing her movements, he noticed Jiang Chua had put on her outer jacket, again covering her graceful figure. Brother Fan, I'm dressed now and my professional panel has improved a lot, plus I really like this weapon. Jiang Chua fiddled with her gauze gloves. This is a weapon. Chu Fan's mouth twitched slightly. As long as you like it, let's go kill monsters and level up. The two of them walked side by side. The dark forest was dense with giant trees and a cold, damp smell lingered in the air. They kept an eye on their surroundings as they moved. Suddenly a grating sound echoed. Shadow beasts. Chu Fan's ears twitched, spotting something in the bushes ahead. Be careful. Jiang Chua took a deep breath, staring intently at the 1-meter-tall bushes. Suddenly a creature black as ink and resembling an octopus darted out. It scurried across the ground, opening its huge mouth to reveal sharp, dense teeth. Almost instantly, the shadow beast had crossed several meters and was now in front of Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. Be careful, the shadow beast is fast, don't let it get close, Chu Fan warned. He didn't want to reveal his strength in front of Jiang Chua just yet. With her starter outfit, Jiang Chua was fully capable of handling these shadow beasts. Bang! A loud noise followed by a puff sound. Jiang Chua still held her kicking pose. The charging shadow beast instantly turned to dust, dispersing into the air. Instant kick. Chu Fan stood dumbfounded. Such powerful burst strength. Jiang Chua slowly retracted her long leg, excitedly saying, thought it would be tough, but it turned out to be just a kick's work. Cough, cough. Chu Fan coughed. Just a kick's work? You are wearing the starter outfit with various attribute boosts. Your basic attributes are not weaker than those of a level 3 professional, not to mention that you possess the instant kick, a B-class skill. How many people have a rare suit and a B-class skill at level 1? Rather than saying the shadow beast is too weak, it's more like pay to win is unbeatable. Shuhi, I can't see. Look for the spiritual crystal on the ground, Chu Fan said, looking towards where the shadow beast had disappeared. Jiang Chua nodded, bending down to search the ground. Soon she found it, a small blue crystal. I found it, it's a spiritual crystal, Jiang Chua exclaimed excitedly. That is the spiritual crystal. Professionals level up by using it, Chu Fan explained with a smile. Spiritual crystal? All exotic beasts have spiritual crystals inside them. Killing exotic beasts and absorbing their spirit is the essence of a professional's leveling up, Chu Fan elaborated. I'm already a poor student. And next to you, I feel even less than that, Jiang Chua muttered, wrinkling her nose. At that moment, blue energy slowly emerged from the spiritual crystal, then split into two streams, entering the bodies of Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. A strong sense of comfort followed. Is this the spirit? It's my first time absorbing spirit, Chu Fan trembled. Spirit, according to the origins of professionals, everything has a spirit and professionals level up by absorbing the spirit between heaven and earth. Some veteran professionals spend their whole lives researching how to directly absorb this spirit, but no one has succeeded. Eventually, professionals concluded the most effective way to absorb spirit is by killing exotic beasts and obtaining it from them. I'm level 2 now, Jiang Chua said with joy. Chu Fan smiled and nodded. He was also level 2 now. Opening the professional panel. Name: Stranger, age 18, profession Asura, aptitude S level 2, 1%, strength 30 plus 20, intelligence 30 plus 10, agility 30 plus 20, stamina 30 plus 20, mental power 5, attack power 185 plus 185, equipment, initial suit, rare, or level requirement 1 is skills, wave perception, first tier 92%, tenacity, first tier 2%, block, first tier 1%. Leveling up from 1 to 2 with the spirit of a level 1 exotic beast was due to it being our first time absorbing spirit, Chu Fan knew. As we level up, our body's resistance to spirit will grow. The higher the level, the more spirit we need to absorb. That's why high-level professionals don't farm low-level dungeons. Feeling their physical qualities strengthened, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua were excited, continuing their trek through the dark forest searching for shadow beasts. Chua, be careful, there's a shadow beast coming from behind to the left. Chu Fan's ears twitched as he warned. Okay, Jiang Chua nodded, turned around and quickly got into position, concentrating all her strength in her legs. Here it comes. Bang! A sound of breaking air resounded as Jiang Chua kicked out forcefully, causing a shockwave through the air. With a loud burst, the shadow beast hadn't even had time to react before it exploded into pieces. Jiang Chua quickly found the spiritual crystal on the ground. Soon, the spiritual essence transformed into flowing light, entering both Chu Fan and Jiang Chua's bodies. A flush of red appeared on Jiang Chua's face as she pouted. Didn't level up 3 times? Chu Fan chuckled. How could it be so quick? The more we progress, the more spiritual essence we'll need. Alright, let's continue. Fan, you focus on detecting by sound. Leave the small shadow beasts to me. This is a small shadow beast. Chu Fan smiled and continued walking forward with Jiang Chua. Along the way they encountered many shadow beasts. From time to time one would pop out, but none could escape Chu Fan's sensory perception. Within a 10-meter radius, Chu Fan would detect and Jiang Chua would attack. Their cooperation grew increasingly tacit, successively killing over a dozen shadow beasts. After Jiang Chua burst a level 2 dark shadow beast with a kick, finally, the two looked at each other and smiled. Leveled up. Chu Fan's senses quickly scanned over the professional panel. When he saw sensory perception, first order 93%, a slow smile formed on his lips. Though it was only a 1% increase compared to the 4-dimensional attribute enhancement brought by leveling up. The improvement in his sensory perception skills excited him more. Can I elevate sensory perception to the 2nd order in this instance? Chu Fan looked hopeful. What changes would 2nd order sensory perception bring? At the same time, in the southeast of the dark forest, Su Muan and Gu Chang were also killing shadow beasts. Muan, no need for you to act, leave it to me, Gu Chang said with a warm smile, swinging his sword and slaying a level 2 shadow beast that charged towards them. After absorbing the spiritual crystal, Gu Chang smiled. This beginner's instance poses no difficulty, we'll reach level 3 soon. Wow, you're amazing, Su Muan applauded. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang's body shook and he stood even straighter. Just then 2 men and 1 woman approached them. Gu Chang, so you're here. The leader was a pale-skinned youth with a black straw in his mouth. Gu Chang looked at him, slightly stunned. Liamo, you're already level 3 faster than me. Limo's mouth curved up slightly. Naturally, I'm an A-grade mage, isn't it normal for me to level up faster? You know why I'm here, right? Gu Chang replied, don't worry, as long as you can ensure Chu Fan dies in the dark forest, I promise you won't miss out on any benefits. That guy's easy to recognize with cloth wrapped around his eyes, and he's blind, quite weak, but his teammate Jiang Chua is an S-grade martial artist. Be careful with her. Hearing this, Limo's eyes flickered. An S-grade martial artist? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? That's going to cost extra. 1 million Chinese yuan. Gu Chang frowned. Not enough. Killing a classmate in a beginner's instance is a crime. I'm taking the risk for you. Besides, even though Chu Fan is weak, he has Jiang Chua by his side. Liamo looked troubled. S-grade, huh? The 3 of us might get hurt taking her on. How much? Gu Chang frowned. 2 million Chinese yuan, declared Liamo, plus a level 10 rare weapon, and I want the 2 million now. The weapon can come after the job is done. Gu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. The other party was clearly asking for the moon, but Gu Chang dared not make a move against Chu Fan himself. Soon, gritting his teeth, Gu Chang said, fine, I'll transfer the money to you right away and I'll deliver the weapon myself once the job is done. After saying that, Gu Chang took out his cell phone to make the transfer. Even in the game, cell phones could get signals, as the game world was essentially a part of reality. After receiving the 2 million yuan transferred, Liamo and his team members left immediately. Gu Chang's heart bled. 2 million yuan. Although his family was wealthy, 2 million was not a small amount. This transaction had drained all the savings he had accumulated over the years. He glanced at Su Muan, who stood silently beside him, and felt that it was all worth it. Once Chu Fan was dead, Su Muan would surely open her heart to him. Meanwhile, Liamo and his team reached a spacious area. Brotherly, are we really going to deal with Chu Fan? Someone in the team asked. Liamo scoffed, deal with him? Are we idiots? Killing someone in the newbie zone? Do you guys still want to take the college entrance exam? Besides, do I not know what kind of person Gu Chang is? He wants to deal with Chu Fan but doesn't dare to do it himself, and he thinks he can ruin our future with 2 million yuan, dream on." At this everyone laughed. "That's our captain, excellent at tricking people, just tricked out 2 million yuan." The female team member's eyes sparkled. "Captain, about that 2 million. Don't worry, you'll get your share," Liemo assured, pulling out a black grass and putting it in his mouth. "But if we really run into Chu Fan, I plan to share some with him too. After all, he also contributed to this money." Unaware that someone planned to share money with him, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua continued to advance horizontally. Most of the shadow beasts on this line were level 1 and 2. Level 2 shadow beasts were much faster, larger and stronger than level 1, but with Chu Fan's wave sensing and Jiang Chua's powerful attacks, as soon as a level 2 shadow beast emerged from the shadows, Jiang Chua kicked it to explode. After continuously killing more than 20 shadow beasts and absorbing their spiritual essence, Chu Fan suddenly felt a wave of comfort throughout his body. Had he leveled up? He quickly pulled up his profession panel. Name: Stranger, age 18, profession Asura, aptitude S level 4, 126%. Strength 50 plus 20, intelligence 50 plus 20, agility 50 plus 20, stamina 50 plus 20, mental power 5, attack power 215 plus 215, equipment initial suit rare or level requirement 1, skills wave sensing tier 1 95%, tenacity tier 1 8%, blocking tier 1 6%. Wave sensing was at 95% and both blocking and tenacity had also improved. Chu Fan grinned. At this rate he could elevate wave sensing to the 2nd tier today. Similarly, Jiang Chua had also reached level 4. "Brother Fan, I'm also level 4 now," said Jiang Chua. "But have you noticed, now when we absorb the spiritual crystals from level 1 shadow beasts, the improvement is very limited." Chu Fan smiled. "That's right, that's why I wasn't in a rush to head north. Level 3 is a significant leap. Before reaching level 4, the spiritual gain from killing a level 1 shadow beast compared to a level 3 shadow beast isn't much different, so naturally we opted for the level 1s for efficiency. Now that we've reached level 4, the spiritual essence from level 1 creatures barely boosts our strength, and it's time for us to hunt higher level shadow beasts. Of course, we shouldn't overlook the level 1s either. Even a mosquito's leg is still neat." Jiang Chua suddenly realized. "So that's why. How do you know everything?" "I simply spent the time others used for playing on reading books," Chu Fan replied seriously. "Well, I'm okay with fighting exotic beasts, but reading books just makes me sleepy." Jiang Chua blinked, relieved that in this era only strength matters. "If it were ancient times, I'd probably only qualify for a community college while you'd be in a top university, and you'd definitely look down on me." "Not at all," Chu Fan said, ruffling Jiang Chua's hair. "Let's go." This time, they changed direction and headed directly north towards the shadowy lair. Along the way, encountering shadow beasts with the cooperation of the two. If one kick from Jiang Chua wasn't enough, then 2 would suffice. With the rise in levels, Jiang Chua's instant kick skill also significantly improved in attack power. Continuously absorbing spiritual crystals, their experience bars visibly grew. Not long after, Chu Fan suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed tightly. "Run." From afar, several people came running towards them, their faces stricken with panic and shouting loudly. Behind them followed 2 huge shadow beasts, level 4 shadow beasts. Jiang Chua said coldly, stepping forward, just about to raise his leg when Chu Fan pulled him back. "Don't fight, let's go." Chu Fan pulled Jiang Chua and ran. Jiang Chua felt a tremendous force pulling him, the wind whistling by his ears. In almost an instant, the two had moved 20 meters away from their original spot. "Brother Fan, your strength and speed," Jiang Chua said, his face full of surprise. Chu Fan smiled. "Don't forget, I'm a genuine professional too." Jiang Chua looked at Chu Fan suspiciously. How come Chu Fan's strength and speed seemed not just on par with hers, but even stronger? Was it an illusion? After all, she was an S-grade professional, and the higher the qualification, the greater the enhancement in all 4 dimensions with each level up. Chu Fan being at the same level as her to reach her strength and speed in less. Chu Fan was also S-grade, which seemed impossible. "I'll explain later," said Chu Fan. Jiang Chua nodded, not dwelling on it, and then looked towards the people in the distance. At that moment, the group being chased by 2 level 4 shadow beasts, seeing Chu Fan and Jiang Chua running far away, also turned a corner and ran towards them. Brothers seeing classmates in trouble and not saving them, the leading young man yelled angrily as he ran. Chu Fan chuckled and once again pulled Jiang Chua away from the spot. And not saving them, these people brought 2 level 4 monsters here. What would happen if he and Jiang Chua were only level 1? It was clear that they were using those men as cannon fodder, drawing the monster's attention so they could take the opportunity to escape its pursuit. Otherwise, how could it be that they just happened to run in their direction in this vast, dark forest? Damn it, Brother Zhang, how can that guy run so fast? We can't catch up with him. How do we shake off these two shadow beasts? One of the boys anxiously said. Brother Zhang snorted coldly. I've got him memorized now, there's no running away. We can only fight with all we've got. I'll count to 3 and then we stop and attack these two shadow beasts together. 3, 2, 1. As he finished speaking, the three of them suddenly stopped, turned around and attacked the two shadow beasts. Elsewhere, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua stood at a distance watching the battlefield. Brother Fan, why are we running? I feel like even if it's a level 4 monster, I could kick it to death, Jiang Chua said as he swung his long legs confidently. Chu Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Who would have thought that beneath those well-proportioned long legs hid such terrifying strength? If someone marries Jiang Chua in the future. Chua, you're too naive, just watch. Jiang Chua looked puzzled but obediently stood beside Chu Fan watching the distant battle. Time passed. The two shadow beasts were ferociously aggressive, each about a meter long, and when fully spread out they resembled a giant black umbrella. After a tense standoff, the group was injured. However, with their coordinated efforts they managed to turn the two shadow beasts into black smoke. 2 deep blue spiritual crystals dropped to the ground. The men's eyes gleamed. The spiritual crystals from the level 4 shadow beasts would grant them a lot of experience. Level 4 shadow beasts are nothing after all. We underestimated ourselves, the leader of the group said. Even though a huge gash across his chest was bleeding profusely, the team's healer stepped forward and cast a healing spell. Brother Zhang was right, the other team members said, their faces pale from injuries but their expressions filled with joy. Under the healer's care, the wounds on Zhang's chest visibly started to heal and a flush of color returned to his cheeks. He glanced back at Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. Then he stepped forward to pick up the spiritual crystals from the ground. Just then a figure flashed by. The two spiritual crystals on the ground also disappeared. Brother Zhang looked at Jiang Chua in front of him and bellowed, "What do you mean by this? Can't you see? We were clearly robbing." Chu Fan walked over and took the spiritual crystals from Jiang Chua's hands. Looking for death? Brother Zhang roared furiously, erupting in anger. He had never imagined that the spiritual crystals, which they had obtained through such hardship and injury, would be snatched away by someone else. The two who intercepted him were previously used as cannon fodder by him. Arrogant, too arrogant. Zhang Yuan's eyes nearly burst into flames with rage. He halted his forward momentum. Warily glancing at Jiang Chua, "I'll give you one more chance, return the spiritual crystal and I can let bygones be bygones." Chu Fan laughed. Return it? What a joke! If Zhang Yuan and his group hadn't intentionally lured the shadow beast towards him, he might have considered leaving them half a spiritual crystal, but now, it could only be said that they had missed their opportunity. Damn it, attack! Zhang Yuan bellowed, no longer hesitating, and charged forward. Following the leader, they must retrieve the two spiritual crystals. The others also made their move. These two spiritual crystals were extremely important, tied to the advancement of their entire group. They quickly surrounded Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. "Are you really going to attack a fellow student?" Chu Fan stepped back, feigning panic. "That's illegal, you know. The cleric's hall will punish you. Aren't you afraid? At the cleric's hall only forbids killing, not injuring. I'll cripple you and the cleric's hall won't care." Zhang Yuan sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Chu Fan's face. "You guys handle that girl. This trash is mine." Zhang Yuan directed his companions. They nodded, turning their attention towards Jiang Chua. Two warriors quickly sprinted towards Jiang Chua. The team's healer cast a blessing halo on them, further boosting their speed. Go. Meanwhile, a mage stood at a distance, flames flickering in his hands, gradually forming a fireball about half a meter in diameter, which he hurled at Jiang Chua with great velocity. "It's a fireball spell, Brother Fan, be careful." Jiang Chua dropped a word and vanished. From the spot, boom, the fireball struck the ground, creating a crater and the air filled with the smell of scorched earth. "Captain, that was a bit harsh," the mage called out as Jiang Chua easily dodged his fireball. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan could no longer concern himself with that. At this moment, all he wanted was to cripple Chu Fan. He appeared behind Chu Fan in an instant like a shadow step, a B-grade skill of an assassin. An assassin's shadow step, huh? Chu Fan frowned slightly. Zhang Yuan was indeed an assassin. Assassins are incredibly fast and their skills possess unbelievable abilities. For instance, the shadow step allows them to appear behind the opponent in an instant, delivering a lethal strike. but Chu Fan was an Asura, even capable of teleportation. Once within 10 meters, one couldn't escape his perception. Die, you scum! Zhang Yuan materialized behind Chu Fan, wielding a dagger coated with deadly poison, stabbing towards Chu Fan's back. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly turned around, grabbing Zhang Yuan's wrist. What? Zhang Yuan's face showed shock. How did you detect me? Zhang Yuan felt as though his wrist was clamped by a vice, utterly unable to break free. At that moment, Chu Fan took the dagger from Zhang Yuan's hand and stabbed it into his thigh. An assassin's agility was very high and they were extremely fast, however, their strength was quite weak. Coupled with Chu Fan's initial gear bonus, his strength was several times that of Zhang Yuan's. Naturally, he could easily take the dagger from him. Zhang Yuan's thigh was quickly paralyzed by the toxin, which then began to spread around. I can't feel my lower body anymore. You won't die a good death. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt something amiss, his face drastically changing as he let out a furious roar. As an assassin, it was common practice to coat weapons with poison. However, no assassin would carry an antidote, as their strikes were meant to be lethal at first blow. Who would have thought that the poison he used would backfire on himself? It must have been intentional. This Chu Fan must have done it on purpose. Zhang Yuan's face turned deathly pale. With no antidote on hand, the nerve-paralyzing toxin would soon spread to his lower body. Soon he would be paralyzed from the waist down. A useless man. Save me, someone save me, Zhang Yuan cried out in panic to his teammates. However, when he looked towards the battlefield, he was stupefied. All his teammates had collapsed on the ground, groaning in pain, yet the girl was completely unharmed, not even a scratch on her. How is this possible? Zhang Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. His team consisted of berserkers, defenders, mages and healers, a perfectly balanced team, and there was only one person on the opposing side, that girl, fighting 1 against 4. They seemed weak. Jiang Chuhua walked over to Chu Fan and nudged his leg. You're an S-class talent, she said. Chu Fan smiled faintly. Save me, Zhang Yuan pleaded, but Chu Fan retorted, the divine hall only forbids killing, not harming. I can cripple you without them interfering. Zhang Yuan stood there dumbfounded as Chu Fan threw his own words back in his face. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua promptly left the scene. Zhang Yuan watched them go, disbelief written all over his face, a deep regret stirring within him. Brother Fan, I didn't expect them to be so wicked, using us as cannon fodder, Jiang Chua said along the way, her voice tinged with indignation. She had been born with a silver spoon and was not accustomed to the treachery of human hearts. But since becoming a professional, she had come to realize, just as Chu Fan had said, that nothing in this world was more terrifying than the human heart. As long as we are strong, even the most wicked hearts can't harm us, Chu Fan declared. Can strength really disregard everything? Jiang Chua murmured softly. You could say that. No matter how dreadful the human heart, it can be crushed into dust by absolute power, Chu Fan replied, pausing and looking up. Jiang Chua, can you see that mountain in the distance? Yes, about 2 kilometers away, she replied, coming back to her senses. Chu Fan nodded. In that mountain lies the Lord's dark lair. Given our current speed, we should reach it in 3 hours. We must level up to 6 by then. Okay, what should we do? Chu Fan's lips curled up. To level up as quickly as possible, of course we're going to rob. Jiang Chua paused, then a spark of excitement flashed across her face. Is that really okay? Just tell me if you want to rob. Chu Fan laughed. I'm willing. Jiang Chua nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming. Especially those who look down on you, I want to rob them until they question their life. Chu Fan gave a wry smile. After making their decision, the two of them continued to head north. Naturally, the closer they got to the north, the stronger and fewer the shadow beasts became. Coupled with the other students splitting them up, there were even fewer to encounter. It was not easy for the two to catch 3 level 4 shadow beasts, but they quickly killed them and absorbed their spirit essences. Level 4 inch 76%, Chu Fan noted as he glanced at his professional panel and nodded slightly. Still too slow. At this rate, it was questionable whether they could reach level 6 before arriving at the Lord's lair. Suddenly sounds of fighting came from afar. Chu Fan's lips slightly curved up. Sorry everyone, he murmured. Over there, a 5-person team had just killed 4 shadow beasts and was reveling in their victory. Haha, 4 level 4 shadow beast spirit crystals. Captain Wu, you are incredible. Lily looked at Wu Haobai, her eyes nearly brimming with admiration. She was glad that she had not agreed to join Chu Fan and Jiang Chua's team initially, otherwise she wouldn't have had the chance to join Wu Haobai's team. With Wu Haobai present, killing 4 level 4 shadow beasts was a breeze. After all, rumors had it that Wu Haobai was Asura ranked 58th on the job transfer list, the first in the school, the first in Yang City. He was the young hero who made Yang City stand up again. Moreover, he was handsome. Lily made up her mind to win over Wu Haobai, no doubt our captain, the genius of Yang City. The others in the team complimented. Wu Haobai smiled lightly, his demeanor graceful. Folks, they were just a few level 4 shadow beasts. We must look ahead, our goal is the level 6 lord. The others showed embarrassed expressions but nodded in agreement. Look at that. This is the difference, this is the vision. Lily was starry-eyed, handsome and strong, and also very steady. He was leagues ahead of that blind man Chu Fan who only relied on women. Lily, who had been told to get lost by Chu Fan, always held a grudge and couldn't help but compare her future husband Wu Haobai with Chu Fan. The more she compared, the more she felt Chu Fan was trash, a bottom dweller, while Wu Haobai was a favored son of heaven. The two were like heaven and earth. Wu Haobai looked at his team, nodded with a smile, then walked to where the shadow beasts had vanished, looking at the 4 spirit crystals on the ground, a smile forming on his lips. Say this. Identity really comes in handy, though I don't know who you are, I still have to thank you. Just then, a figure flashed. The 4 spirit crystals on the ground vanished in the blink of an eye. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the man and woman in the center. It was Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. At that moment, Jiang Chua was handing the 4 spirit crystals to Chu Fan. Li's eyes widened, almost thinking she had seen wrong. Just as she was thinking about these two, they appeared. And it seemed, they were stealing spirit crystals, stealing from Wu Haobai's team. Wasn't that courting death? Who was Wu Haobai, ranked 58th on the transfer list, far beyond Jiang Chua, who was ranked in the hundreds, and Chu Fan was just a freeloader. Where did they get the courage? Li's eyes spun, ready to watch the drama unfold. The others also quickly recovered from their initial shock and glared furiously at Chu Fan and his companion. Captain, don't let them go, damn it, of all people to rob, they dare to target the top figure of Yang City. It's like searching for death with a lantern in a toilet. Ha ha ha. I remember Jiang Chua is also an S-grade talent. She doesn't think all S-grades are the same, does she? The team members murmured among themselves, all eyes turning to Wu Haobai, waiting for him to speak. Wu Haobai's expression was somewhat unnatural. What do you mean by this? He asked. Chu Fan chuckled. Isn't it obvious? We're here to rob. Rob? Wu Haobai swallowed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Brother, isn't your approach a bit dishonorable? Though he appeared calm on the surface, inside he was panicking. How could he possibly stand against Jiang Chua? She was a genuine S-grade talent, one who had made it onto the transfer list, and him, he was merely a common A-grade talent. Why the hell would you rob me of all people? Wu Haobai thought, his heart racing. These two are really up to no good, daring to rob you of your spiritual crystals. Haha, truly a blind man's heart is also blind, even picking the wrong target. Lily sneered coldly. I think maybe you shut up. Wu Haobai shouted angrily, slapping Lily across the face, twisting her jaw. Lily touched her face, tears welling up in her eyes. Her future husband had actually hit her. At that moment, Wu Haobai's back was drenched in cold sweat. He noticed that as soon as Lily uttered the word blind, the air around Jiang Chua had noticeably chilled. He dared not let Lily continue, fearing it would bring disaster upon them. Taking a deep breath, Wu Haobai smiled and said, Chu Fan, Jiang Chua, we're all classmates here. Is this really necessary? Either we fight and you take it back, or let's just leave it be. You choose. Chu Fan replied with a smile. At his words, everyone in Wu Haobai's team flushed with rage. Damn it, he's so arrogant. This guy, relying on Jiang Chua's support, has no limits to his audacity. Looking at this, one would think he's even stronger than Jiang Chua. Captain, don't hesitate, let's take it back. Yes, just give the word and we'll move. We've already been robbed. What are you still pondering, Captain? Chu Fan watched the scene with a smile. After a long while, Wu Haobai sighed. Oh, we're all classmates, forget it. If you want the spiritual crystals, just take them. They're just level 4, no big deal. Hearing this, even Chu Fan was stunned. Just level 4, no big deal. Impressive. Thanks for being so generous, he nodded with a smile. After saying this, he and Jiang Chua simply walked away. Captain, those were 4 level 4 crystals. How can you just let them go like that? After Chu Fan and his companion left, the rest of Wu Haobai's team expressed their dissatisfaction. Wu Haobai, however, turned a cold face towards Lily. From now on, you're no longer part of my team. Lily stood there stunned for a long time before she finally came to her senses. Sobbing, she pleaded, Haobai, please keep me. It's dangerous for a weak woman like me in the dungeon. Keep me, I'll do anything you ask. Lily cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as Wu Haobai took a deep breath. This is indeed captivating, but he dared not stay Just now, if it weren't for Chu Fan holding him back, Jiang Chua would clearly have made a move on Li, and he might have also been affected. Keeping Li in the team isn't that just asking for trouble? No need, you can go. Wu Haobai shook his head. Li looked resentful, giving Wu Haobai a deep look before leaving alone. At the same time, the Divine Office's Young City Division, in the splendid hall 9 people were seated. They were the high-ranking officials of the Young City Division. Their mere footsteps could shake Young City. At this moment they were gathered watching a video recording on a large screen. One of the women spoke. This time, the new professionals in Yang City have far surpassed previous ones. Here are some outstanding students I have selected. As she finished speaking, images of different students performing in the dark forest began to appear on the screen. Soon the video ended. The young man sitting at the head nodded and said, these individuals, both in terms of talent and temperament, are quite good. They can be included in this batch for the Divine Office's observation. Continue monitoring, as just having talent and temperament is not enough to enter the Divine Office. After speaking, he stood up intending to leave. The woman responsible for playing the video called out, Director Lu, there is something I need to report. Lu Jun stopped and sat back down. Speak. The woman said the students shown just now were all excellent, having reached level 5 within an hour in the dark forest. But the performance of other students was somewhat disappointing, even worse than previous batches. Hearing this, Lu Jun's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Having only a few excellent students while the quality of others declined was not a good sign for Yang City. After all, the overall picture mattered. What's going on? Lu Jun asked. The woman quickly brought up an image of Chu Fan, because many of the students' trophies were stolen by him. Upon hearing this, all the senior officials widened their eyes in disbelief. Stolen? Who is this kid? Lu Jun asked with a hint of interest, smiling open his first-person livestream. I want to see how he steals. Name, stranger, age, 18, profession, Asura, talent, S level, 5, 48%. Strength, 60 plus, 20, intelligence, 60 plus, 20, agility, 60 plus, 20, stamina, 60 plus, 20, mental power, 5, attack power, 230 plus, 23, equipment, initial suit, rare, required level for wearing, 1 skills, wave perception, first tier 95%, toughness, first tier 8%, block, first tier 6%. Chu Fan opened the profession panel. After absorbing 4 spirit crystals from Wu Haobai's team, both he and Jiang Chua had smoothly advanced to level 5. Afterwards they encountered several small teams standing by as they fought shadow beasts. As soon as the beasts were killed, Jiang Chua would be the first to pick up the spirit crystals. Although the other teams were incredibly angry seeing that it was Jiang Chua, they could only swallow their anger and accept their misfortune. In the span of an hour, Chu Fan and his companion managed to collect 12 level 4 shadow beast spirit crystals. Chu Fan's own level had also risen to 5th level at 48%. It seems we really need to rely on plundering, Chu Fan chuckled. Just then, he suddenly looked up. Circling high above was a black creature resembling an eagle. Is that the clerical temple's eagle eye? Am I being watched by the clerical temple? Chu Fan wondered to himself. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. As long as he didn't kill anyone in the newbie dungeon, he wasn't breaking any rules. He was only stealing spirit crystals after all. The two continued toward the direction of the dark lair. Shadow beasts became increasingly scarce, and occasionally a massive level 5 shadow beast would appear only to be instantly killed by Jiang Chua. However, their goal wasn't the shadow beasts, it was other teams. This must be a shadow beast nest. There are 6 level 5s and they are all injured. It's like a gift from the heavens for our team. A 5-person squad was overjoyed at the sight of 6 shadow beasts lying on the ground licking their wounds, clearly heavily injured. Normally, the sight of 6 level 5 shadow beasts would have only one solution: run. But now, these wounded beasts were easy prey. Yes, Captain, it seems like the heavens want us to level up to 6 before reaching the dark lair. Haha, one team member said. Captain, quickly kill them and absorb the spirit crystals just to be safe, another team member whispered, expressing some concern about the black and white duo. The black and white duo, pondered the captain. I heard it's a man and a woman, one dark as night and the other white as snow. We should be cautious. The chubby member laughed. Hey, if they think they can steal my spirit crystals, they're still too green. Attack. At his command, the 5 rushed forward, bombarding the shadow beasts with various skills. The beasts screamed pitifully, and before long all were slain, turning into black dust. Thrilling. The chubby leader shouted, his face quivering with excitement. Just then someone in the team suddenly shouted, "Captain, quickly grab the spirit crystals." Startled, the chubby leader lunged toward the 6 spirit crystals on the ground. However, Jiang Chua was faster. In the next moment, the 6 spirit crystals were in Jiang Chua's hands. "That's my spirit crystal," the chubby leader bellowed. Chu Fan took the spirit crystals from Jiang Chua, a smile on his face. "The black and white duo," the chubby leader gasped. "I'm Yu Gang. From 9th middle school. We have no quarrels with you. Why steal from me?" Chu Fan grinned, showing his white teeth. "Just giving you a taste of the harshness of society. If you think I Yu Gang am easy to bully, I'm not scared of them," he retorted. His body suddenly swelled, forming a 2-meter-wide sphere, and charged at Chu Fan and his companion. "Oh, what class is this?" Chu Fan was intrigued. "Chua, he's all yours." Jiang Chua stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the sphere. With a pft, the sphere deflated like a punctured ball. Yu Gang flew 10 meters through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Everyone present was in disbelief. Just one kick had sent Yu Gang flying. The power was terrifying, truly worthy of being one of the black and white duo. If the white of the duo was this strong, what about the black? Everyone stood frozen, no one daring to make a move. "Thanks," Chu Fan smiled and said before he and Jiang Chua left. "Captain." The crowd quickly ran to Yu Gang's side. "Are you alright?" Yu Gang lifted his shirt to reveal his stomach, which had a footprint on it. "My belly has been kicked smaller and you ask if I'm alright?" The crowd swallowed hard as they looked at Yu Gang's stomach, which indeed seemed smaller. Was the opponent's attack also a weight loss technique? Only Yu Gang secretly felt fortunate. He knew that Jiang Chua had held back. When Jiang Chua kicked, she pulled her punch, focusing all her force on the fatty part of his belly. If she hadn't held back, even with his enhanced state, his internal organs would have been severely damaged, not just superficially hurt. Suddenly 3 spiritual crystals fell to the ground in front of him. Yu Gang quickly picked them up, turned his head to look towards Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, who were disappearing into the distance, and muttered, "Thank you, Brother Fan, that Yu Gang is from another school. Indeed, we have no dealings with him." "Why rob him?" Jiang Chua asked. Chu Fan smiled. "Didn't we return 3 crystals to him? Do you believe he might even thank us?" Jiang Chua shook her head, puzzled. Chu Fan just smiled and didn't say more. He knew Jiang Chua had held back against Yu Gang and he didn't oppose it. His goal wasn't to hurt people but to obtain spiritual crystals. Chu Fan took out the 3 spiritual crystals. "Let's absorb these first." Majestic spiritual energy entered their bodies, bringing a refreshing sensation that felt like enlightenment. Soon Chu Fan took a deep breath and smiled at Jiang Chua. "I've reached level 6, how about you?" "Me too," Jiang Chua replied with a smile. Chu Fan nodded. At that moment, his professional panel showed that his vibration sensing had reached Tier 1. 96%. Just a bit more. The dark den in the mountain ahead was just 5 minutes away, Jiang Chua reminded. Let's kill a few shadow beasts first, then we'll head there." Chu Fan stepped forward. He wanted to upgrade his vibration sensing to Tier 2 before heading to the dark den. In the Sun City branch of the Divine Profession Temple inside the council chamber, the high-ranking officials watched a video of Chu Fan, each drawing a sharp breath. "My goodness, the black and white duo, woomph. They do level up quickly by robbing like this. It's unfair to those students who get robbed. I think these two should be punished." "Our Divine Profession Temple hasn't forbidden robbing, right?" "Exactly. Moreover, the Lord's spiritual crystals are supposed to be taken by force. It's an unwritten rule. After all, there's only one Lord." These two are just getting ahead on what's expected. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the high-ranking official who proposed punishing Chu Fan and Jiang Chua looked displeased but remained silent. "Speaking of which, what exactly is this kid's profession? I haven't seen him in action yet." "But I really like that little girl. She's a martial artist just like me," said a man in a training suit contentedly. "Vice Hall Master, has this kid made it onto the transfer list?" Everyone turned their gaze to Lu Jun, the head of the table. Lu Jun tapped his fingers on the desk and smiled. "The top of Yang City, number 58 on the transfer list, Asura, that's him." "What? He is the foreigner?" A wave of astonished exclamations burst forth from the crowd. Everyone present knew who this top student from Yang City was. The foreigner with a hidden profession as an Asura, a student from Yang City number 1 middle school, but his real identity remained unknown. Only the Vice Hall Master had the clearance to access it. After the shock, the senior members all wore bitter smiles. This boy, who could have imagined breaking the Yang City record, ranked 58th on the national transfer list and then getting aggressive in the instances. If I'm not mistaken, the chubby guy used the Devourer's exclusive skill enhancement, which doubles his physical condition after activation. Yes, the chubby one is a hidden profession devourer, just getting spiritual by eating, which is why he's so fat, huh? But he was still kicked away by that little girl. How strong are martial artists? The man in the training suit laughed and said, "Let me remind you all, the world's strongest Wei Wuji is a martial artist." As soon as these words came out, the room fell into a brief silence. The man in the training suit realized he had spoken out of turn and immediately shut his mouth. Wei Wuji was the founder of the Martial Alliance, and the Martial Alliance is the only organization that can stand toe-to-toe with the Cleric Hall today. The two powers are competitors. The name Wei Wuji is taboo within the Cleric Hall. Lu Jun changed the subject. Alright, back to the main topic. Having seen the performance of the students from Yang City, who do you think should receive this year's Seoul Cleric Hall quota? Hearing this, the senior members showed thoughtful expressions. This year's Yang City had many outstanding students and several hidden professions had emerged. They were also in a dilemma. At this moment, the senior member who proposed punishing Chu Fan spoke up. Vice Hall Master, the Asura profession is very special, capable of hearing the call of demons, and there's always the risk of turning into one, so. He wore a black mask and a scar that extended downward from his right eye was partially hidden by the mask. Lu Jun looked at the man with the scar. Gao Chuan. What are you trying to say? Gao Chuan replied, my point is clear, we can't give the slot to him to avoid negatively impacting our cleric hall. Lu Jun looked at Gao Chuan coldly. There's something I haven't asked you yet. Who gave you permission to disclose this person's information to the main hall without my consent? Everyone looked at Gao Chuan in surprise. Did this guy report the emergence of an Asura in Yang City directly to the main hall, bypassing the vice hall master? The branch hall has its own authority. Discovering talent, absorbing talent, and nurturing talent can all be handled by the branch hall independently. The main hall would not intervene. That means if the branch hall doesn't report it, the main hall wouldn't know about the emergence of an Asura in Yang City, but Gao Chuan took it upon himself to report this matter. This could be a big deal or a minor issue. Asura's profession was peculiar, and the main temple, being aware of it, would surely not sit idly by. Gao Chuan's behavior of reporting over the head of Lu Jun, the branch temple head, clearly showed a lack of respect for Lu Jun's authority. With a calm expression, Gao Chuan said, I am also thinking of the best interests of our sacred temple. After all, no one wants a disaster lingering around. Branch temple head, I suggest you think it over. If you recruit him and he brings disaster upon us, your position might be in danger too. After saying this, Gao Chuan stood up. Are you threatening me? Lu Jun said coldly. Without another word, Gao Chuan left. Lu Jun furrowed his brows deeply and then turned to the woman responsible for playing the video. Li Yan, report to the headquarters. Give him our quota for this year. Li Yan nodded blankly. Understood, branch temple head. As soon as Gao Chuan's words were spoken, someone stood up and said, branch temple head. Gao Chuan did make some valid points. Lu Jun glared sharply at the speaker. Am I the branch temple head or is he? That's enough, this meeting is adjourned. With those words, Lu Jun vanished from his seat as if he had never been there. The rest looked at each other in bewilderment. What do you think? Gao Chuan has connections. Perhaps there's someone influential behind him aiming for the branch temple head position. Damn, Gao Chuan has been with us for years and I haven't even seen what he looks like, always so mysterious. Compared to him, I still prefer Temple Head Lu. Temple Head Lu is still too impulsive. He reserved the spot for that kid, clearly opposing the person behind Gao Chuan. If that kid really joins our Yangcheng branch temple, the risk is indeed high. Maybe we should wait until after the exams to decide. It was indeed hasty. In the dark forest, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua moved through the woods. By now the reputation of the black and white duo had spread. Many knew of a handsome blind man and a beautiful fair-skinned woman who specifically targeted teams to steal spiritual crystals. The woman, an S-tier martial artist, had shattered Yu Gang's enhanced skills with a single kick. Yu Gang himself admitted that he couldn't withstand even one kick from Jiang Chua. Yu Gang was also on the career change list, ranked over 700. Only then did many teams realize how formidable Jiang Chua was. Black and white duo? Are you sure it's Chu Fan and Jiang Chua? Gu Chang asked a classmate. The classmate quickly nodded yes, a blind man and a beautiful woman. Who else could it be but Chu Fan and Jiang Chua? After speaking, the classmate quickly left. Gu Cheng punched a nearby tree. Damn, how is Jiang Chua so strong? Chu Fan is just clinging to her coattails to steal other spiritual crystals, probably even reached level 5 by now. That idiot took my 2 million, what the hell has he done? Su Muan spoke indifferently, just climbing levels for now, he'll show his true colors eventually. Finishing her words, she walked towards the mountain ahead. Gu Cheng clenched his teeth and quickly followed. Concerned about the 2 million he spent, near the lair of the Lord a man clad in golden armor wielding a long spear stood alongside a youth dressed in black. Both were figures who had entered the job ranking board, Ling Tianhua from the 2nd and Ma Tao from the 6th. They were also the chosen talents by the Minister of Education Ho Chang. Given the opportunity to join the ranks of the 4 great geniuses, they teamed up, a union of strengths, partly to prevent any mishaps. There was only one Lord to defeat. It didn't matter who killed the Lord, but who could snatch the spirit crystal would have the last laugh. Ultimately, the ownership of the Lord's spirit crystal depended on who could seize it. The both of us are from the first school, said the youth in black, Ma Tao. The man in golden armor looked towards the mountain range ahead, frowning slightly. The first school, huh? We must secure the Lord, and our only threats are the foreigner and gentle from the first school. Tell me, could the notorious black and white evil be the foreigner and gentle? Ma Tao chuckled. No, the girl from the black and white evil uses her real name in the job ranking board. She is Jiang Chua, and the male is blind. He hasn't made a move, probably just riding on Jiang Chua's coattails. The real gentle is Su Muan, and the foreigner is a guy named Wu Haobai. Ling Tianhua nodded and moved forward. Let's go, it's time to finish this. Suddenly, a shadow beast over 2 meters tall leaped down from a giant tree. It moved with incredible speed, closing the distance to Chu Fan in an instant. Chua. It's a level 5-inch, he noted. Jiang Chua swung her leg in a high kick towards the beast. With a loud bang, the shadow beast was sent flying 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The beast shrieked in pain, its cold pupils fixated on Jiang Chua before it vanished from the spot. It didn't die. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she raised her right leg again, concentrating all her strength into one point. If one kick isn't enough, then let's go for another. The shadow beast, lacking in intelligence, charged straight towards her. With a splat this time it turned into a mist of black blood midair. Impressive, even a level 5 shadow beast couldn't withstand your 2 kicks. Chu Fan gave a thumbs up. Jiang Chua rolled her eyes. I'm already level 6 and my instant kick is a B-level skill, plus I have the attribute bonuses from my starter gear. Honestly, I'm a bit dissatisfied it took 2 kicks to kill a level 5 shadow beast. Chu Fan replied, that's still quite impressive. At the same level, beasts are generally stronger than humans. That's why so many humans die at their hands. The attribute gains in the early stages are minimal, and for you to be able to kill a beast 1 level lower with just 2 kicks, you're already outperforming 99% of the newcomers. Many professionals can only instantly kill a lower level beast after gaining significant attribute improvements with each level up, supplemented by various high tier equipment. Your performance is nearly on par with an instant kill. Really? Jiang Chua felt a secret thrill at Chu Fan's praise. He nodded. Each profession has its unique traits. As a martial artist, you get the most significant increases in strength and agility with each level. Asura belongs to a balanced class with improvements across all attributes, though not as much as the purely offensive martial artist in terms of strength and agility. With the bonus from the equipment, my current strength is at 90, while Chui should be around 100. Coupled with the high burst skill instant kick, it makes sense that he can take down a level 5 shadow beast with just 2 kicks. Chu Fan nodded silently. Right, your skill is instant kick, but your starting set weapon is a pair of gauntlets, which seems mismatched. Chu Fan looked at the silk gauntlets in Jiang Chui's hands. Actually. Jiang Chui pouted. Actually what? Never mind, let's absorb the spiritual essence quickly. Jiang Chui quickly went to where the shadow beast vanished, picked up the spiritual crystals from the ground, and 2 streams of blue light floated and entered their bodies. Brother Fan, when are we heading to the Lord's lair? After absorbing the spiritual essence, Jiang Chui asked. Chu Fan smiled and said, let's go now. He opened his profession panel. Name, stranger, age, 18, profession, Asura. Aptitude, S level, 6, 1028%. Strength, 70 plus, 20, intelligence, 70 plus, 20, agility, 70 plus, 20, stamina, 70 plus, 20, mental strength, 5, attack power, 245 plus, 245, equipment, starter set, rare, wearing level requirement, 1 skills, wave perception, tier 2 1%, tenacity, tier 1 8%, block, tier 1 6%. Wave perception, tier 2 1% perceive fluctuations within a 30-meter radius, capable of releasing wave sword energy attacks. Comprehend the weakness perception skill. Weakness perception, passive, using fluctuations to perceive an opponent's weaknesses. Looking at the profession panel, Chu Fan was ecstatic. This was indeed a huge harvest. Wave perception had upgraded to the second tier, extending the perception range from the original 10 meters to 30 meters. Chu Fan was very clear how important this 20-meter increase was for him. For instance, the shadow beast hiding in the tree earlier. If it was beyond his initial 10-meter perception range and moved fast enough that he couldn't react in time, he would definitely get hurt. The increased 20-meter perception range greatly enhanced his safety. Besides this, the other two abilities were the key points: sword energy, release wave sword energy for attacks. Chu Fan tried to sense the fluctuations around his body, and gradually he found he could control the fluctuations. A stream of wave energy appeared at his fingertips and quickly disappeared. Chu Fan realized that this wave energy needed a carrier to be released. The sword was the carrier. The last ability was weakness perception. Chu Fan activated weakness perception towards Jiang Chuhi. Jiang Chui's figure appeared in his perception. On that figure there flowed some small black dots. Were these the weaknesses? Chu Fan thought silently. The largest black dot on Jiang Chuhi was located at the heart. What's wrong? Jiang Chui asked. Nothing, let's head to the dark forest. Chu Fan put away his doubts and stepped forward. Now that his power had greatly increased, both he and Jiang Chua had reached level 6, it was time to go and claim the head of the Lord. At this moment, in the northernmost part of the dark forest, hundreds of professionals formed small teams, standing far in front of a giant mountain. More precisely, they stood in front of a huge cave entrance at the base of the mountain. The entrance was 100 meters long and wide, pitch black inside, like a deep abyss waiting to devour anyone who dared enter. That was the shadow nest where the Lord resided. Everyone knew it, but no one dared to go in. Some classmates had died, others had been teleported out. I made it all the way here, but I didn't dare to enter the Lord's nest. I really felt useless. There was no helping it. We were only level 5, and it took 3 of us to handle a level 5 shadow beast, let alone a level 6 Lord. I didn't want to die. It was so frustrating. Look over there, someone shouted, and all eyes turned to a spot not far away. There stood 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The men were handsome and dashing, the women graceful and attractive. Ladies and gentlemen, that man in the golden armor is our Ling Tianhua from second high and S-rank talent. It looks like he's forming a team to venture into the dark nest. Ling Tianhua, wasn't he ranked 306th on the transfer list? He's so handsome. Indeed, he's not only handsome but also strong. I can't handle it. The man in black is Ma Tao from 6th high, ranked 601st on the transfer list, a defensive warrior. Ling Tianhua and Ma Tao, both talents who made it to the transfer list. I didn't expect them to form a team. It seems even they have to be cautious when facing a level 6 Lord. Who are those 2 girls? Someone chuckled. Well, that's our goddess Su Muan from 1st high, ranked 60th on the transfer list, even ahead of Ling Tianhua. What, rank 60? My goodness, only that foreigner is ahead of her, right? Speaking of which, who exactly is this foreigner? You're from 1st high, do you know? It's Wu Haobai, that one right there. Someone pointed at a person in Ling Tianhua's group. Is he the foreigner? My idol. A girl's eyes sparkled with stars. Wow, this team is too strong. Everyone's gaze shifted to that team. Such a powerful lineup. Wu Haobai, Ling Tianhua, Su Muan, Ma Tao, and also a medic ranked on the transfer list, Lu Ramun from 3rd high. These 5 had actually formed a team. They must be among the strongest in Yang City right now. Yep, the strongest 5. With them joining forces, there would be no accidents. A level 6 Lord was nothing but an instant kill for them. I had hoped to stay here and try my luck, maybe pick up something they missed, but now it seems hopeless. Heck, who could pick up anything from these 5? Hey, isn't that Chu Fan and Jiang Chua? Someone exclaimed as a man and a woman approached from the distance. It was indeed Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, the black and white duo. Damn, they dared to come here, the so-called black and white duo. Weren't you robbed by them? These 2 guys have robbed many teams, preventing many from reaching level 6. Damn it, it's them that have kept me stuck at level 5 with 90%. So it was them. Haha, they can't possibly be thinking of robbing the Lord's spiritual crystals, can they? That blind man is just a freeloader, a total waste. It's always Jiang Chua who makes the moves. Jiang Chua robbing us makes sense, but thinking they can rob those 5 geniuses, what a joke. Indeed, Jiang Chua's ranking isn't even on par with the weakest in that team, Lu Ruyue. Haha, look at that freeloader, the blind man, he's even laughing, acting almighty. Who gave him the courage? It's Jiang Chua's support. That's puffed him up, not knowing his own weight. Chu Fan's ears twitched slightly. He could hear all the surrounding chatter. I'm puffed up, not knowing my own weight. Chu Fan sneered. Truly a bunch of frogs in a well? At that moment Chu Fan turned his head to look at Ling Tianhua's team. They also looked over but quickly averted their gaze. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua still didn't catch their eye. Su Miwen frowned deeply, lost in thought. Only Wu Haobai's expression was strange for a moment, then he continued to chat and laugh with Ling Tianhua. Chu Fan activated his fluctuation perception. Those five were like stripped naked with no secrets hidden from him in his heart. All level 6 defensive warrior, witch healer, berserker, and Chu Fan sensed Ling Tianhua in golden armor and a demon spear warrior. Chu Fan pulled out a long sword from behind, smiling. Let's test my strength with you guys. Look, that blind man has taken out a weapon. It's a sword. Pfft, could it be that he switched to a berserker class? Is anyone from number 1 high school here? Enlighten us. I'm from number 1 high school. Chu Fan hasn't shown us his panel. I only just found out he's a berserker. What about his talent? It should be C-class. Haha, a C-class berserker daring to enter the Lord's lair. No, have you guys thought about it? He hasn't made a move before. Could it be he was hiding his strength? Hide what exactly? He's a blind man. How high can his talent go? His name is Chu Fan, right? Daring to rob my spiritual crystals. I'll remember this account. The crowd saw Chu Fan holding the sword in his hand and burst into laughter. In a corner behind the crowd, Gu Cheng's eyes darkened. He and Su Miwen had come here intending to kill the Lord together. Unexpectedly, Ling Tianhua casually invited her, and Su Miwen joined his team right in front of him. Before leaving, Su Miwen told him that the Lord was very dangerous and only by joining forces with Ling Tianhua and his team could they minimize the risk. Seeing Su Miwen and Ling Tianhua exchanging glances, Gu Cheng was even more heartbroken. At this moment, seeing Chu Fan also safely arriving here, Gu Cheng was even angrier. Damn it, once I become stronger, I'll make each of you kneel and beg for mercy under me. He directly distanced himself from the crowd, opened a teleportation gate, and left the place. Not much later, after their discussion, Su Miwen's 5-person squad was enveloped in halos by Lu Ruyuat, causing golden light to emanate from each of them. This was a level B skill, the Blessing Aura, which temporarily enhanced the 4-dimensional attributes of the team members. Soon the group approached the cave, their small figures stark against its massive entrance. Yet no one dared to question them, for they represented the strongest new forces of Yang City. At that moment, Chu Fan said to Jiang Chua, "Let's go in too. Are we still going to fight for it?" Jiang Chua asked softly. Of course, Chu Fan replied firmly, to which Jiang Chua nodded in agreement. Although the 5 were formidable, far stronger than any squad they had previously encountered, even she wasn't confident in defeating them. However, without any question, she followed Chu Fan's lead. Together, they entered the cave while onlookers smiled at the scene, murmuring they really went in. Ha ha ha, I hope Ling Tianhua doesn't let them come out alive to avenge us. What are you talking about? Killing is forbidden here, someone retorted. What if the twin devils of black and white die at the hands of the Lord? Another sneered, finding a kindred spirit. Inside the gloomy lair, darkness pervaded, filling the air with a putrid stench. It's so dark. Jiang Chua suddenly stopped, gripping Chu Fan's hand tightly, her body going limp. Relax, I'm here, nothing will happen. Chu Fan comforted her. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chua remembered his sensory abilities. I almost forgot about your perception skills. How strong is your profession? As they walked through the vast cave, Chu Fan explained each profession has its own characteristics. Mine allows close and long-range combat, powerful perception abilities not only to avoid danger but also to discern opponents' weaknesses. You can see weaknesses? Jiang Chua was surprised. Then try to perceive my weakness. Just as Chu Fan was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Chua, to your right. Startled, Jiang Chua instinctively kicked out fiercely. Seeing this, Chu Fan quickly drew his sword. A streak of light flashed through the darkness, fleeting yet bright. What was that? Jiang Chua clung tighter to Chu Fan. Was it a shadow beast? Chu Fan, puzzled, replied, no, it was a tentacle. A tentacle? Jiang Chua's face fell. I'm terrified of mollusks. And what was that you just swung? It was my ability. I can release sword energy. Sword energy? Jiang Chua leaned on him, amazed. It was her first time seeing Chu Fan in action. Sword energy? What kind of profession is that? Chu Fan didn't elaborate further, as it wasn't the time for explanations. He activated his third eye, its gaze sweeping the surroundings like a red fog, illuminating the cave like a floodlight. The enormous cave had black tentacles emerging from the ground every 20 meters, growing as if rooted there. What do you perceive? Jiang Chua, unaware of Chu Fan's third eye, thought he was merely sensing the surroundings. Chu Fan spoke solemnly, the tentacle I just severed must have belonged to the Lord. In this cave, there are a total of 25 tentacles. That many? Jiang Chua shrank his neck slightly. follow me. Pulling Jiang Chua along, Chu Fan dashed towards the left front. Holding his sword in one hand, he sliced through any tentacle they encountered with a swift flick, his sword aura glittering like a streak of light, severing the tentacles cleanly. Soon, they stopped at a certain spot in the cave. Chua, there's another opening ahead, the Lord must be below, we're going down, said Chu Fan. How high is it? I'm afraid of the dark. Jiang Chua clutched tightly onto Chu Fan. Chu Fan patted Jiang Chua's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, it's the height of 3 floors. With our current physical condition, it's no problem. Hold on to me tightly. Jiang nodded and hugged Chu Fan tightly. Feeling the fresh scent and the softness emanating from her, Chu Fan paused momentarily. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm jumping now. Okay. Chu Fan leaped into the opening and they quickly reached the bottom. This was a vast space 10 meters high covered with rocks above. Unlike the pitch-dark environment above, this area was illuminated by night pearls embedded in the walls, lighting up the entire space. I can see now. With the light, Jiang Chua instantly felt safer and wriggled out of Chu Fan's embrace. She stared at the glowing pearls on the wall, her face filled with surprise. These pearls are so beautiful and they glow too. Chu Fan quickly closed his third eye, exclaiming with delight, this is material for crafting armor. Moonlight sand. Chua, we're rich. Moonlight sand was one of the essential materials for making armor. Even high-level epic equipment required moonlight sand. In the trade market for professionals, a single moonlight sand was worth 20,000 huaxia currency. There were at least 100 pieces of moonlight sand here worth over 2 million. The eyes beneath Chu Fan's mask sparkled. He had never seen so much money in his life. Over 2 million, that's decent. Jiang Chua nodded, then wondered, but why is there so much moonlight sand here? Chu Fan's mouth twitched slightly at her understatement. Decent. Regaining his composure, Chu Fan frowned, not sure. Perhaps these moonlight sands attracted the Lord here, making this its lair. It's also possible that the Lord brought the moonlight sands here. But after today, all the moonlight sand will belong to us. Let's defeat the Lord first. Jiang Chua looked ahead. A massive black creature about 8 meters tall and shaped like a meatball stood in the distance. Its body was covered in tentacles. At a rough glance, there were at least 100 densely packed, with more than 20 tentacles piercing into the rocks above the ground. Perhaps it intended to ambush the invaders from above unexpectedly. This was a Lord-level beast with intelligence far surpassing ordinary beasts. A 6th-level Lord knew to use the environment to its advantage, stabbing its tentacles from above to trap its prey. No wonder the books say that the intelligence of high-level beasts is not inferior to humans. Chu Fan clicked his tongue secretly. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something was off and swiftly activated the second stage wave perception. Every movement within a 30-meter radius was under his watchful eye. Brother Fan, I'm going in. Jiang Chua clenched her fists, ready to charge forward. Wait, Chu Fan suddenly pulled her back, whispering, don't rush in yet. He led Jiang Chua to retreat further back, roaring. The Shadow Beast Lord, upon seeing the intruders, had its eyes turn blood red and its tentacles flailing. However, as soon as they reached 3 meters from its body, they were repelled back as if an invisible barrier had confined it. It's trapped by something, said Jiang Chua. That's the beast trapping barrier. Chu Fan explained, replicas are places from reality where powers capture exotic beasts to train professionals. In lower-level replicas, lords are bound by the beast-trapping barrier. The lord cannot leave the barrier unless a professional approaches it voluntarily, at which point the barrier will disappear. This is also a form of protection for professionals, as the lords are strong and the students entering the lower-level replicas are less powerful. If the lords were allowed to attack proactively, the survival rate of these students would drastically decrease. In higher difficulty replicas, this beast-trapping barrier doesn't exist. It's said that students from major cities like the capital and Magic City entering places like the Magma Lands have requested the removal of the barriers imposed on the lords. As Chu Fan spoke, he clicked his tongue secretly. It was like top students and underperformers. Top students add difficulties for themselves, while underperformers lower the difficulty or even give up. Listening to Chu Fan's explanation, Jiang Chua nodded. Why did you pull me back? Do you think I can't beat it? Chu Fan scanned the arena. That 5-person squad entered before us, yet we haven't seen them. With their strength, how could they have been wiped out by the Lord's tentacles just like that? He had just thought of this when he activated the wave perception. Jiang Chua realized, you mean, they are also here? Chu Fan nodded. Jiang Chua immediately became vigilant. Behind that huge boulder on the left front, there are 5 people, Chu Fan whispered. Before long, the 5 individuals emerged. From behind the boulder, the man in the center wearing golden armor and holding a long spear was Ling Tianhua. So you are the infamous black and white fiends who advanced here by stealing other people's spirit crystals, Ling Tianhua said coldly. Let me guess, you entered here planning to scavenge from us, and seeing us not around you shrank back like turtles? Chu Fan responded calmly, aren't you also waiting for us to take action first by hiding there? These people had arrived here first but did not attack the Lord, choosing instead to hide behind the boulder. The purpose was self-evident. Killing a lord carried great risks. If they could have others take the brunt attracting the lord's attention, then their chance to strike would be foolproof. Clever, Ling Tianhua laughed, pointing his spear at Chu Fan. Now I command you to enter the barrier. Forget it, we can't beat this lord, we'll leave it to you. Chu Fan raised his hand, pretending to teleport away. Court death. Suddenly a fierce gust of wind came their way. Just moments ago, Ling Tianhua, who had been 15 meters away, appeared instantly before Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. Bang! But in the next instant he was sent flying backwards. Jiang Chua still held her kicking pose, her eyes fierce. She slowly lowered her leg, looking for a fight. I'm right here. Su Muan and others gaped at the scene, dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? Ling Tianhua taken down by a single kick from Jiang Chua. Although Ling had underestimated his opponent, the scene was still astonishing. After all, Ling Tianhua was ranked 306th on the transfer list, a genius of this generation. Brother Tianhua. Ma Tao approached quietly. Are you all right? Ling Tianhua stood up, his gaze icy as he looked at Jiang Chua and Chu Fan, taking a deep breath. I was careless. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened. Despite taking the instant kick, Ling Tianhua was unharmed. Brother Tianhua, maybe let it go. Lu Ruyue, wearing a pale green silk dress, stepped forward. We shouldn't pose a danger by directly confronting the Lord. We're all classmates, there's no need to shut up. Ling Tianhua glared at Lu Ruyue. The fact that they dared to refuse him and even attack him meant this could not be let go easily. Lu Ruyue stepped back, saying no more. Ling Tianhua fixed his stare on Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. Don't think you can just walk out of this instance. As he spoke, his aura surged, his black hair flying about, and he stood holding a long spear like a demon god incarnate. This is... Ma Tao exclaimed, the A-level skilled demon god transformation. I heard it temporarily boosts strength. Brother Tianhua seems to have reached level 7 power now. Level 7, Su Muan's eyes sparkled. Brother Tianhua, besides her earlier skill, Jiang Chua also possesses hook punch and instant step, both B rank. Be careful. As for Chu Fan, he only has the rage skill. Ignore Chu Fan. Focus on Jiang Chua. If you need our help, just say the word. Ling Tianhua's aura continued to climb, laughing. Muan, I heard that blind Chu Fan is your ex-boyfriend. If I were to Brother Tianhua, please spare my ears. Su Muan frowned. Ling Tianhua laughed out loud, vanishing instantly from his spot. His speed was even faster than before. Was this the effect of demon god transformation? Tisk, they didn't even need to intervene. Those two couldn't possibly handle Brother Tianhua's attacks. Ma Tao shook his head. This is the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest. Don't blame us for being ruthless, blame yourselves for provoking someone you shouldn't have. Su Muan's face showed anticipation. Lu Ruyue bit her lip, turning her face away, unable to watch the scene. Wu Haobai, standing at the back of the group, sighed deeply, feeling fortunate. It was good that he had used his status as a foreigner. Without the protection of his identity, he would not have made it this far. Level 7 professional Chui stepped back. Chu Fan commanded, holding his long sword and shielding Jiang Chua behind him. Jiang Chua hesitated for a moment before retreating behind Chu Fan. Su Muan stood frozen in place at the sight. Chu Fan was actually shielding Jiang Chua behind him. Could he really be confident enough to withstand Ling Tianhua's attack? Impossible. At this moment, Ling Tianhua possessed the strength of level 7, and even Su Muan could not guarantee her safety under his assault. How could Chu Fan dare to do this? Lu Ruyue was equally shocked. She glanced at Chu Fan, praying silently in her heart. Ma Tao smirked coldly, playing hero to save the beauty? Ha, risking your life for that is just too foolish. Chu Fan instantly activated his second tier wave perception. Detect weaknesses. In Chu Fan's perception, a golden shadow moved slowly towards him, marked with small black dots. Ling Tianhua's weaknesses. Among them, the largest black dot was located at his lower abdomen, indicating the weakest spot on Ling Tianhua's body. Just then Ling Tianhua reached Chu Fan, thrusting his long spear forward. His target was Chu Fan. Kill the weaker first. With Chu Fan dead, he could also throw Jiang Chua into chaos, achieving two goals at once. As for killing in the game, Ling Tianhua didn't care. With his father around, such trivial matters could be easily handled. In your next life, remember not to casually reject the requests of those more powerful than you. Ling Tianhua smirked. Goodbye. In an instant, the spear thrust forward like a dragon. However, the next moment, Chu Fan slightly tilted his head, dodging Ling Tianhua's fatal strike. What? Ling Tianhua was stunned. Su Muwen and the others couldn't believe their eyes. He actually dodged it, too. Slow. Shu Fan dodged Ling Tianhua's fatal strike and calmly dusted off his shoulder. That could hit someone. It wasn't Shu Fan boasting. Under the effect of the second-tier wave perception, Ling Tianhua's movements were at least twice as slow, indeed too slow. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Su Muwen's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Shu Fan, her mind in turmoil. Impossible? How did he do it? Jiang Chua, standing behind Shu Fan, stared in shock at everything unfolding. She knew Chu Fan was strong, but she had not expected him to be this powerful. However, soon Jiang Chua looked ahead at the figure before her and smiled. Shu Fan, like a mountain, protected her just as he had before. It was a really good feeling. Ling Tianhua, his spear missing the mark, looked surprised. He hadn't expected his opponent to dodge his attack while in his demonic state, a special class of A-level skills that enhance one's four-dimensional attributes, after using the demon god transformation. His four-dimensional attributes reached the level of 7-inch and his speed increased at least twofold, yet Chu Fan easily dodged his attacks. Where did this Chu Fan come from? Ling Tianhua was shocked. This is bad. Ling Tianhua quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from Chu Fan. He was proud, but he was not foolish. Even a fool could tell at this moment that Chu Fan was no ordinary opponent. Thus Ling Tianhua's first thought was to retreat. However, Chu Fan appeared calm and collected, wielding his long sword and gently swinging it towards Ling Tianhua. The air around them vibrated, and a wave of sword energy formed out of thin air, shooting rapidly towards Ling Tianhua. What kind of skill is this? Ling Tianhua's face drastically changed. The sword energy was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react in time, and in a blink it struck his lower abdomen. Hissing in pain, Ling Tianhua felt a chill at the sight of impact and looked down. There his abdomen was pierced by the sword energy and blood gushed out profusely. Pain spread throughout his body, followed by intense fear. Ling Tianhua screamed, I'm done for, I'm done for. Shu Fan retracted his sword, nodding slightly. He was satisfied with the attack power of his sword energy, noting that even a level 7 magic spear couldn't block it. Mao Tao, observing the injured Ling Tianhua, said tremblingly, do you know who Tianhua's father is? Now that you've cut off his lineage, his father will never let you go. Shu Fan shrugged. I didn't want to make a move, but he struck first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Self-defense? The crowd was dumbfounded by Shu Fan's words. You've practically castrated the man. Is that what you call self-defense? You all saw it. He struck first. I had no choice but to defend myself, and you all are my witnesses. Chu Fan swept his gaze over the crowd. As his gaze passed over them, everyone slightly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. If someone asks, you wouldn't bear false witness, right? Chu Fan smiled and swung his sword. The sword energy shot out fiercely, instantly turning a distant huge rock into dust. The crowd was shocked. No, you were indeed acting in self-defense, except for Su Muwen, Mao Tao, Lu Ruyue and Wu Haobai, who all quickly nodded in agreement. At this moment, Su Muwen's eyes clouded with a veil of blood mist, and she slowly stepped forward, looking at Chu Fan, and said, Chu Fan, you are the foreigner, aren't you? As soon as these words were spoken, even Ling Tianhua, clutching his abdomen, paused for a moment. Mao Tao and the others looked at Wu Haobai, then back at Chu Fan. Who really is the foreigner here? Chu Fan shook his head. Does it matter who I am? Su Muwen stared intently at Chu Fan, seemingly having found her answer. Her eyes flickered, as if wanting to say something more, but she ultimately sighed and returned to the group. Chu Fan, no matter who you are, you dared to cut off my lineage, now die. Ling Tianhua roared, pulling out a red pill and swallowing it. It was a blood-burst pill. Mao Tao exclaimed. Blood-burst pill? Chu Fan was also familiar with this type of medicine. It could accelerate the circulation of a practitioner's blood, significantly enhancing their strength for a short period. Even if severely injured, the boiling blood within would numb the pain. In a critical moment, it could be unexpectedly effective. However, the side effects of this medicine were also severe. At this moment, Ling Tianhua could no longer care about that. He only wanted to kill Chu Fan. Ling Tianhua took an explosive blood pill, causing his body to turn a deep red, a sign that his blood was boiling. Demon God transformation. He activated the Demon God transformation once again. Under the dual enhancement of the demon god transformation and the explosive blood pill, Ling Tianhua's hair also turned blood red. Holding a long spear, he resembled a bloodthirsty demon god. My heavens, Tianhua's strength is now close to level 8, Mao Tao exclaimed in shock. Level 8? Lu Ruyue and Wu Haobai were both horrified, being 2 levels above them even if Chu Fan was formidable. He'd only be quickly defeated. Brother Fan, let me handle this, Jiang Chua said, stepping in front of Chu Fan with a grave expression. Chu Fan smiled and shook his head. Stay back, you're no match for him. Don't worry, I have a plan, Chu Fan said. Jiang Chua moved behind Chu Fan, holding his breath, ready to act at any moment. Die, Ling Tianhua roared furiously, charging towards Chu Fan like a cannonball. Chu Fan stood still, darkness clouding his vision. He quickly activated his wave perception. Ling Tianhua's speed was instantly halved. Die, Ling Tianhua thrust his spear. However, in the next moment Chu Fan slightly turned his body, effortlessly dodging the spear. What? He can dodge? Level 8 Ling Tianhua couldn't even touch a hair on level 6 Chu Fan. Was this the strength of Yang City's number 1? They were 2 levels apart. Everyone's eyes widened. Ling Tianhua continuously thrust his spear, his attacks formidable, causing stone chips to fly around the cave. Chu Fan let Ling Tianhua attack calmly, dodging every strike. Why isn't he fighting back, just dodging? I remember that the foreigner's profession is Asura. Perhaps this is the Asura's ability, strong in evasion but weak in attack. Chu Fan, while dodging, kept an eye on his profession panel. Wave perception, tier 2 3%, wave perception, tier 2 4%, wave perception, tier 2 5%. Indeed, Chu Fan was using Ling Tianhua to train his own perceptual ability. After 10 minutes his wave perception had increased to tier 2 10%, seeing that it was hard to improve wave perception further. Chu Fan's lips curled up, his goal was achieved. He stumbled a step, intentionally moving into Ling Tianhua's spear tip, and fell backwards. Bang! Chu Fan clutched his chest, his face turning pale. Everyone watched the scene, their faces showing surprise. No more dodging. Had he reached his limit? To have dodged for over 10 minutes against an opponent 2 levels higher, truly worthy of being a foreigner. But he was only dodging, probably his attack capability isn't strong. The sword chi he emitted earlier must have limitations too. Too bad Ling Tianhua won't let him go. Lu Ruyue's sighed. Breathing heavily, Ling Tianhua approached Chu Fan and said in a sinister voice, keep dodging, continue dodging. Even if you are Yang City's number 1, if I kill you here, no one will know. Chu Fan looked surprised. You want to kill me? Do you think I'm joking with you? Go to hell. Ling Tianhua sneered, suddenly thrusting forward with his spear. It's over. A smile lingered on the corners of Ling Tianhua's mouth. The feeling of killing the number 1 in Yang City, it's really not bad. This at least proves that his strength is not inferior to that of a foreigner. He could be ranked within the top 60 in the country. Suddenly a sword chi whistled past, a head soared into the sky. Ling Tianhua looked at the headless corpse, momentarily unable to react. Is that my body? Am I dead? No. Bang! The head fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ling Tianhua's eyes bulged round his mouth, still bearing a smile. Until his last breath he had not expected that he, who had always been in the lead, would be instantly killed by Chu Fan. The head that fell to the ground. Regret was thick in Ling Tianhua's eyes. He should have had a bright future with his father's support. He could have easily entered one of the top 12 universities after the college entrance examination. He was destined to become a powerful figure. But now all was in vain. He died in a newbie dungeon at the hands of Chu Fan, whom he had looked down upon. If only he had known earlier that Chu Fan was the foreigner, perhaps things wouldn't have ended this way. Watching this scene, everyone was stunned, and only the roar of the Shadow Beast Lord echoed in the distant cave. You killed Ling Tianhua. After a long while, Ma Tao exclaimed in horror. Lu Ruyue and Wu Haobai trembled all over. Too terrifying. This is the strength of a foreigner. What's most shocking is he has killed someone, killed Ling Tianhua. Su Muan stood among the team, her eyes turning a deep red. Chu Fan looked up and said, you all heard him just now. He wanted me dead, so I had no choice but to kill him. It was self-defense. Jiang Chua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Cough. Well done. If it wasn't for self-defense, it would have been Fan who died. Jiang Chua tilted her chin up, intentionally glancing at Su Muan, and then said, now, it's time to settle scores with you. Saying this, Jiang Chua dug her heels and, rushing straight towards Su Muan. Chua, come back, Chu Fan called out. Jiang Chua didn't listen. Her speed was incredibly fast, and in a blink she was in front of Su Muan, her foot kicking out. At that moment Su Muan's pupils suddenly changed. deep red and captivating. Her eyes split into four, looking extremely eerie. Seeing Su Muan's eyes, Jiang Chua's movements briefly slowed. Not good. Jiang Chua's consciousness gradually faded and her gaze became vacant. Chu Fan's heart tightened. This girl is disobeying, attacking the witch, dealing with a hidden class. One must never act rashly, because the abilities of hidden classes are very strange. Jiang Chua has committed a big taboo of the profession. Let her go, Chu Fan said. Su Muan weakly said, we just broke up not long ago and now she's all you care about. I'll say it again, let her go. Chu Fan held the initial sword. Don't use your skills on me, I can't see them, they have no effect on me. A sword she held out directly, slashing towards Su Muan. Is that so? Su Muan's lips curled up, the sword chi pierced through her body like passing through a ripple. Su Muan was unharmed. Chu Fan was shocked inside. What is happening here? He didn't understand the skills of a witch, he only knew that witches battle with their minds. Why did his sword chi pass right through Su Muan's body, leaving her unharmed? Could it be an illusion? Su Muan asked Chu Fan, is your profession Asura? Yes, Chu Fan admitted. He was buying time, trying to figure out how to deal with the current situation. I never expected you to not only successfully change your class but also to become an Asura, ranking first in Young City's class change leaderboard. Su Muan gave a bitter smile. That's just like you, always the best no matter where you are. What are you trying to say? Chu Fan asked coldly. Su Muan pouted. You're being harsh to me, you never used to be like this. Now that you have that woman you've forgotten about me. Actually, the injury to your eyes, I had no choice. Do you believe me? Su Muan approached Chu Fan, seemingly pleading for his forgiveness. He shouldn't give her too much opportunity to speak. Chu Fan ignored her words, lifted his sword and swung it forward. A sword chi larger than before and resembling silver moonlight slashed towards Su Muan. The sword chi passed through her body like ripples. You still want to hurt me? It seems you don't want to forgive me. Tears of blood streamed down Su Muan's eyes. Then I'll give you my eyes as compensation. Will that be enough? Su Muan gouged out her own eyes and threw them in front of Chu Fan. It's indeed an illusion. Chu Fan thought to himself, how to break it? We've been together so long, yet you treat me worse than Jiang Chuha. Su Muan's voice came from behind Chu Fan. Whoosh, a sword chi slashed towards the back. Such a scumbag. Su Muan's voice then appeared above Chu Fan. Chu Fan frowned deeply. A witch, truly capable of using mental control. Chu Fan took a deep breath. At that moment Chu Fan suddenly found the environment around him changing, finding himself in a dimly lit small room. Chu Fan, can you help me see what this is? A playful and cute Su Muan walked into the room holding a bag. This is the venom from a 7-colored poison toad's venom sac. A 7-colored poison toad is a third-tier beast, its strength comparable to a level 20 professional. Where did you get this? Hee, look at the small print on the bottle. What small print? Scenes replayed here. Chu Fan seemed to return to the moment when Su Muan blinded him. Despair and fear filled his heart. Muan white, Chu Fan's heart was torn as if by knives. I'm sorry, I didn't want to. Someone threatened me, I didn't want to. Tears fell from Su Muan's eyes. Will you forgive me? Su Muan looked pitifully at Chu Fan, her eyes brimming with a helpless charm that could captivate any soul. Of course I will forgive you, Chu Fan murmured, his hands gently cradling her face. Right, which Su Muan? Suddenly a blood-red eye opened on Chu Fan's forehead. What is this? Su Muan screamed in terror at the sight before her. She struggled desperately to break free, but Chu Fan's grip was unyielding, holding her head firmly in place as the scene shattered like glass. Chu Fan found himself back in the cave where the Lord resided. Was the illusion broken? He wondered aloud, amazed that his third eye had the power to dispel illusions. My eyes, Su Muan screamed miserably in the shadow nest, covering her eyes. What in the world was that? Without a word Chu Fan approached her and drew his long sword. With a swift motion he cleaved her in two. It's over, he said emotionlessly, looking at Su Muan's bisected corpse. From the moment she blinded him, their fate was sealed. Chu Fan had thought this day would come much later, yet here he was, having accomplished his mission on his first venture into this dungeon. Seeing Chu Fan's ruthless act, Ma Tao and the others were filled with dread. They had just seen him kill Ling Tianhua and now Su Muan. Was this man a god of death? At that moment Jiang Chua regained her senses. Seeing the body on the ground she was momentarily stunned. Did you do this? Chu Fan nodded. Oh, Jiang Chua murmured, her lips pursed, lost in thought. Suddenly Chu Fan turned his attention to the front. The Shadow Beast Lord was frantically ramming the barrier, its tentacles flailing wildly. Even those that had pierced the rocks above were being retracted. Boom! the rocks above started to collapse and Shu Fan quickly decided to leave. "This place is falling apart. Let's get out of here," he said, pulling Jiang Chua along. They hadn't run far when Shu Fan suddenly remembered something and looked around. "Where's the moonlight sand?" At that moment, all the moonlight sand that had been hanging on the walls was gone except for the sand within the Lord's vicinity. "Don't worry, I've got it all," Jiang Chua reassured him, patting her chest. She had collected it while Chu Fan was fighting Ling Tianhua. Shocked, but without time to ponder, Chu Fan grabbed Jiang Chua's wrist and leaped 9 meters high, reaching the upper cave. They didn't stay long, running swiftly towards the exit, not wanting to be crushed inside. Outside the cave, over 100 students who had not yet left were discussing the commotion inside. "What's happening in there? Those people must be very strong to make such noise fighting the Lord. Look, someone's coming out. Is that Chu Fan? I thought he was blind. Why is he running with Jiang Chua? Look, Jiang Chua is leaning on him, looking so happy. Damn, why didn't he die in there?" Brother Chu, a male student, quickly approached him. Chu Fan looked at the newcomer. He didn't recognize him. The student must be from another school in Yang City. "Brother Chu, what happened inside?" The boy with a blade of grass in his mouth walked up confidently and slung his arm over Chu Fan's shoulder, exuding a familiar ease. Chu Fan's body jolted and he pushed him away sharply. "Do we know each other that well?" Liamo, taken aback, glanced at Chu Fan and whispered, "Brother Chu, I'm Liamo from Yangcheng Middle School. Gu Cheng paid me 2 million to deal with you here. But how could I possibly harm someone I feel such kinship with upon our first meeting?" Hearing this, the corners of Chu Fan's mouth lifted slightly as he looked towards Liamo. A menacing aura emanated from Chu Fan, causing Liamo to shiver involuntarily. "Brother Chu, just give me your bank card and the 2 million from Gu Chang will be all yours." "What do you say?" Liamo said with a forced smile. Chu Fan didn't say much and simply pulled out his bank account information. Liamo quickly transferred the money. Watching the 2 million arrive in his account, Chu Fan felt a surge of satisfaction and said gravely, "The Shadow Beast Lord has gone mad. The place is about to collapse." Everyone around sucked in a cold breath. "Brother Chu, what about the others who went in?" Liamo asked. Not sure. Chu Fan shook his head as the students around murmured quietly among themselves. What's the point in asking him? He wanted to scavenge some remains, but didn't expect the Lord to go berserk. He had to run for it. They laughed, thinking of scavenging from the likes of Ling Tianhua and others. Impossible. Chu Fan stood in the center, coldly laughing. "If you don't want to die, leave now." After saying this, he nodded at Liamo. Then he and Jiang Chua moved to a deserted area to wait. He planned to wait for the others to leave before attempting to kill the Lord. As for the three inside, their fate was none of his concern. Time passed, the noise from the cave grew louder and even the ground started to crack. The students who had stayed to watch began to scream, "The Lord is coming out, run, run for what, you cowards! Can't over 100 of us kill a level 6 Lord? You go then." "I'm not daring enough. What if I'm the one who dies?" Most of the students thought this way, quickly opening teleportation gates, leaving the dungeon. The few who wanted to kill the Lord saw almost everyone had run and could only leave sullenly. "Brother Chu, aren't you leaving?" Liamo asked, opening a teleportation gate. "No rush, I want to watch a bit longer," Chu Fan replied. "Be careful then," Liamo said as he stepped through the portal. Soon only Chu Fan and Jiang Chua were left in the clearing. "Brother Fan, do you still want to kill that Lord?" Jiang Chua asked. Chu Fan nodded. "Unlike ordinary beasts, the Lord's spirit crystal is extremely important. It not only contains a large amount of spirit energy but also provides us with a material called source. This source material is unique to Lords. It's one of the prerequisites for professional awakeners. Only by absorbing enough source can one smoothly awaken at level 30. Chu Fan shared much of the information he had found on the dark web. "Source?" Jiang Chua tilted her head, puzzled. She hadn't heard of this material before. Chu Fan smiled. "Exactly. No one really knows what source is. It's something indescribable and unclear. Absorbing the origin is different from absorbing spirituality. Spirituality enhances the 4 dimensions of a professional, strengthening their physical condition. However, after absorbing a sufficient amount of the origin, a professional gains a deeper understanding of the world's essence, which in turn deepens their understanding of their own profession. Therefore, absorbing enough of the origin is a prerequisite for awakening. On the dark web, some speculate that the origin is related to other worlds, while others believe it comes from the cosmos. To date, there's no definitive explanation." "Understood." Jiang Chua looked down at his chest, wondering how to deal with the moonlight sand. "Keep it with you for now," he said, "and hang it on the professional traders market when you get back." Chu Fan walked towards the cave in front. The Lord was still trapped within the barrier. He intended to release it. Entering the cave, the air was filled with dust and it was a scene of destruction. The ground above had collapsed. Shu Fan activated his third eye. As soon as he entered, he saw the Shadow Beast Lord standing deep within the cave, its massive body covered by huge rocks, only its upper body visible. Shu Fan sprinted forward, stepping into the barrier. The barrier instantly vanished. Shu Fan quickly retreated outside the cave, holding the origin sword. Come out and face your death. Jiang Chua stood by Shu Fan, ready to attack. With no barrier in the way, the Shadow Beast Lord became more frenzied, shattering the boulders around it as it charged out of the cave. Its huge body shattered everything in its path and the cave collapsed completely. Roaring, the Shadow Beast Lord burst out from the mountain, its eyes blood red as it glared at the two tiny humans in front of it, its tentacles swinging wildly like terrifying black snakes. Chuad go, Shu Fan said sternly. Both moved swiftly. The Lord's weakness was on its back, where the nerves connecting all its tentacles were located. I'll draw its attention. You attack the weak spot. Hearing this, Jiang Chua flashed to the side of the Shadow Beast Lord. Dozens of tentacles attacked her, but as a martial artist with high agility, she easily dodged. Swoosh! Shu Fan swung his long sword and crescent-like sword energies burst forth powerfully. The Shadow Beast Lord used some of its tentacles to defend, but they couldn't withstand the sharpness of the origin sword. One by one the tentacles were severed, falling to the ground and turning into puffs of black smoke that disappeared. Roaring in pain, the Shadow Beast Lord was distracted, and at that moment Jiang Chua had already circled to its back. She stood still, her left leg stepping forward, her waist twisting, using the unique softening skills of a martial artist to gather all her strength into her right fist, and then she powerfully thrust it forward. A-grade skill, Punch Rush. This was a skill specially prepared by her father before she ventured into this instance. The explosive power of this skill was far greater than the instant kick, making it the highest damage skill among the basic skills of a martial artist. Even Shu Fan was surprised to see this, an A-grade skill. Boom! Jiang Chua's fist struck the back of the Shadow Beast Lord. Even the air vibrated, sending ripples spreading out from the impact site. The Shadow Beast Lord let out a pitiful scream. The nerve controlling all its tentacles was shattered, causing all its dancing tentacles to go limp and lose their vitality. Now was the moment. Shu Fan leapt up 9 meters into the air, hovering briefly, then swung fiercely at the beast ahead. A massive sword aura 3 meters in diameter whooshed out, slashing across the neck of the Shadow Beast Lord. Dark blood sprayed forth. With a mournful howl, the Shadow Beast Lord staggered and finally fell, dissolving into black mist. Dead. Shu Fan's face turned pale and he breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier in the cave, he had already unleashed several sword auras, including this full-strength strike. His body now felt weak, teetering on the verge of collapse. If the battle had continued, he might have had to just stand aside and watch Jiang Chua perform alone. After all, the Asura class is quite unique. The strength of its skills not only relates to the 4 dimensions but also closely ties to mental strength. At the early stages where mental strength is generally low, Asuras do not have the upper hand. Only when mental strength becomes stronger can it support the Asura's powerful output. It is said that 100 years ago a senior Asura could pull an opponent into his Asura domain with a single thought. That was a true demonstration of powerful mental strength. For the current Shu Fan, pulling opponents into the Asura domain was out of reach. He was content just to release a few more sword auras. His mental strength was still too weak. His primary task now was to level up, and secondly to find a way to enhance his mental power. Shu Fan made up his mind. Bro Fan, that sword aura was so cool. Jiang Chua walked up to Shu Fan. Is that an Asura skill? Shu Fan, gasping for breath, replied, your skills are stronger. A-grade. MHM Hehe. Jiang Chua responded playfully, impressive, right? Impressive. Shu Fan nodded with a smile, adding silently in his mind, having money sure is impressive. Moments later, Shu Fan walked over to where the Shadow Beast Lord had vanished, picking up a green bean-sized blue crystal from the ground. Next to the spiritual crystal, a drop of black liquid floated. This is. Shu Fan reached out to touch it, and information appeared in his mind. Item: Shadow Blood. Shadow Blood can be fused into weapons to grant dark attribute attacks. Shu Fan's face lit up with joy. It was Shadow Blood. Materials for adding attribute attacks to weapons were extremely rare, each fetching a high price and virtually priceless. He hadn't expected to obtain such a rare material on his first dungeon entry. To sell or to use? Shu Fan thought for a moment and decided to keep it for now. Such items were priceless and might not be available for purchase later if sold. Jiang Chua also saw the information about the shadow blood but didn't show much interest. This belongs to both of us, Xu Fan said, deciding to keep it with him. Jiang Chua agreed. Xu Fan carefully stored the shadow blood and picked up the spiritual crystal. Absorb. A wave of unprecedented comfort swept through his body and both he and Jiang Chua moaned in unison. Jiang Chua's pretty face turned red in an instant as she sneakily glanced at Xu Fan, who was also showing a joyful expression. He felt the fatigue in his body swept away, replaced by a surge of strength and indication of leveling up. At the same time, a profound and mysterious sensation emerged in his mind like a fleeting spark of inspiration, and then it vanished without further thought. Xu Fan felt his rejuvenated body and swept his senses across the panel. His fluctuation perception had increased by 1%. Xu Fan nodded to himself in satisfaction. Just by killing this lord, his fluctuation perception had risen from 10% to 11%. He was pleased, yet he knew that ultimately fluctuation perception was merely a supportive skill. Compared to this, he was more eager to learn the Asura's offensive abilities. He wondered if anyone had replied to the post he made. Just then, Xu Fan's gaze sharpened as he suddenly looked towards the bottom of the professional panel. There, in a row of small blue letters, it read, Source Power, 1%. Seeing this, Xu Fan realized that the mysterious feeling he had experienced was the source power. He hadn't expected that a level 6 lord would provide only 1% of source power. Absorbing it to 100% seemed incredibly challenging. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Jiang Chua waved her hand in front of Xu Fan, chuckling. I'm level 7 now. What about you? Xu Fan came back to his senses and smiled. I'm also level 7. That lord directly helped us level up. Yet, did you see the small letters on the professional panel? Jiang Chua asked. That's the source you mentioned. Xu Fan nodded. Yes, you saw it too. It's hard to acquire source power. We need to kill more lord-level beasts. At that moment, their wrist-mounted smart rings suddenly lit up. A mechanical voice announced the Lord of the Dark Forest has been killed by foreigners. Jiang Chua's team. Time, 4 hours 20 minutes. The instance will close soon and will reopen in 2 hours. Meanwhile, students who had left the Dark Forest had returned to their respective schools. Damn, I'm only level 5, all because of those black and white devils, one lamented, while another laughed. You're just unlucky. I wasn't robbed and smoothly reached level 6. Those two even tried to rob the strongest quintet. They really don't know their limits. I hope Ling Tianhua and his group can teach those black and white devils a lesson, maybe even cripple them as revenge for us. In various schools, there were students who had been robbed and wished nothing more than for Xu Fan and his companion to perish inside. Suddenly, everyone's smart rings lit up again. The cold mechanical voice transmitted, the Lord of the Dark Forest has been killed by foreigners. Jiang Chua's team. Time, 4 hours 20 minutes. The instance will close soon and will reopen in 2 hours. Hearing this, students from the schools in Yang City were stunned. The Lord had been killed, and the killers were the foreigners and Jiang Chua's team. There was a collective gasp of shock. It wasn't the killing of the Lord that surprised them, but who the killers were. Had Ling Tianhua and his group also been robbed? Were the black and white devils that strong? So that blind guy's leader is a foreigner. I'll remember that. Wait, a foreigner? What the? Xu Fan, he's the foreigner. At this moment, all the major schools became eerily quiet. The image of Xu Fan appeared simultaneously in the minds of all the vocational students. That blind man who followed Jiang Chua and clung to his coattails left a deep impression on them. They had thought that the notorious black and white duo was solely reliant on Jiang Chua and Xu Fan was just tagging along. It turns out that Xu Fan, who had never made a move before, was actually the stronger one. Thinking of this, many felt a mix of emotions. Those who were robbed felt somewhat relieved. Being robbed by the top figure of Yangcheng seemed somewhat acceptable after all. It was Yangcheng number 1 high, inside the hall, so he was the foreigner. Yeah, I always thought he was handsome from afar. Even though he was blind, it didn't affect his aura at all. Indeed, I wasn't wrong about him. I can't believe my idol turned out to be him. If I had known earlier, I would have definitely asked for his contact in the game. Forget it, he already has a girlfriend, Jiang Chua, with her fair-skinned, beautiful face and long legs, and she's even on the transfer list. No chance for you. He stole my spirit crystal. Never mind, I forgive him. After all, he's the man I secretly adore. Many female students gathered together, and the topic was never far from Xu Fan. After all, as Yangcheng's number 1, the foreigner was already famous throughout Yangcheng and had become the idol of many girls. Now knowing that the foreigner was Xu Fan, many girls felt their hearts flutter thinking of that young man in the instance, blind. As long as he has the strength, what does it matter if he can't see? Impossible, how could he be the foreigner, how could he? Gu Cheng's face twisted. And he punched the ground hard. The ground made of alloy turned his fist red hot, yet he felt nothing. The news that Chu Fan was the foreigner was more painful than killing him. Look at him, so furious. Gu Cheng has always been jealous of Chu Fan. He couldn't compare before, and even less so now. Comparing himself with my idol Chu Fan, he's just a sycophant of Su Muan, really thought too highly of himself. The girls whispered as they watched the frustrated Gu Cheng. At this moment, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua emerged from the teleportation gate. The scene instantly quieted down, everyone's gaze fixed on Chu Fan. Some smiled at Chu Fan, some nodded slightly, and some showed admiration. Chu Fan paid no attention to the gazes of his classmates. He and Jiang Chua quietly walked to a corner of the hall and sat down. Chua, we've absorbed the Lord's Spirit and both reached level 7, which should be the highest level among this year's freshmen in Yangchang. We still have one more chance to enter the instance today, and we can't miss it. In these 2 hours, the big shots will replenish the dark forest with exotic beasts. After taking the barrier clearing pill, we can kill a lord again and have another chance to obtain primal energy. Jiang Chua realized, so that's how the beasts in the instance are replenished. Yeah, it's a big project, but it's trivial for the big shots. Chu Fan toyed with the drop of shadow blood in his hand, smiling as he spoke. Outside the Lord's den in the dark forest, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a voluptuous woman in her 20s suddenly appeared. Their clothes were somewhat disheveled, as if they had hurried over. The woman, fastening a button at her chest, complained bitterly, "The task the boss entrusted to us has been delayed by you. If anything happens to the young master, we're both doomed." The man's gaze was somber as he looked towards the collapsed cave and said gravely, "No need to worry with the young master's abilities. Who in Yang City could possibly be his match? The shadow beasts in the beginner's dungeon pose no challenge at all." "That would be for the best," the woman replied. "Let's check over there." The man quickly dashed towards the cave, covering dozens of meters in a single stride, almost as if teleporting. With a few quick movements, he crossed 100 meters and entered the cave. The woman, flashing a seductive smile, suddenly sprouted 2 beams of light from her back, forming wings. With a flap of her light wings, she flew straight into the cave, her speed not at all inferior to the man's. What do we do?" Inside the cave, the woman panicked upon seeing a crushed skull in front of her. "He's dead. The young master actually died in the beginner's dungeon, his head severed." They had been ordered by Ling Tianhua's father to ensure his safety, yet now they were greeted by this scene. The man also showed a look of panic, well aware of how dearly Ling Tianhua's father cherished his son. Now that Ling Tianhua had been beheaded, their fate was undoubtedly sealed. "It's all your fault," insisting on those 10 minutes. "Now what do we do?" the woman exclaimed in alarm. The man stood still, took a deep breath, and said, "We can only take the initiative to confess to the boss. Take that person's head and beg for forgiveness." Hearing this, the woman covered her mouth and asked, "You dare to strike against a student of Yang City? Aren't you afraid of the Ministry of Education's retaliation?" The man seemed to think of something, his eyes showing terror. "Do we have another choice? I'd rather die at the hands of official personnel than be punished by the boss. Let's go, let's ask the Divine Temple who exactly was behind this." The two quickly left. After their departure, a figure crawled out from the rubble. If Chu Fan were still here, he would undoubtedly be extremely surprised. This person was Su Muan, whom he had split in 2 with a single sword strike. She was actually not dead. Su Muan steadied herself, a grin spreading across her face. "Good thing I set up a double illusion. Chu Fan, oh Chu Fan, you really thought you could kill me, but your strength did surprise me." A weak voice came. "Su classmates, save us." Su Muan followed the voice and saw Ma Tao trapped under a large rock. "What about the others?" she asked. "Damn it, Lu Ruyue, that woman wouldn't even cast a healing spell on me." "She and Wu Haobai ran away together," Ma Tao said resentfully. "Tough life." Su Muan chuckled, not even glancing at Ma Tao as she left the cave. "Su Muan, you don't want to save me either." Why?" Ma Tao screamed. The mountain trembled, and with a loud crash the cave fell silent. In the fortified layers of the Ministry of Education's building, Ho Chang sat in the meeting room, gazing at the enormous screen in front of him. The screen was divided into 24 sections, displaying the projections of 23 individuals, principals from various schools across Yangchang. At this moment, their expressions were grim. "Has Xiao Jinghua not arrived yet? Today he must give us an explanation," someone remarked. "Xiao Jinghua has gone to support Shihai City, Yangchang First School is currently managed by Tang Xiuhu. Tang Xiuhu, even if he comes today, I must seek justice for our students." Just then the remaining section of the screen flickered and a chubby middle-aged man appeared, his face bearing a broad smile, his eyes barely visible through the slit. "I just arrived and I heard someone bad-mouthing me," Tang Xiaohu laughed. The middle-aged man in the center of the screen angrily retorted, "Tang Xiaohu, you still find this funny, Minister Ho? There is something I need to report. This year Yangcheng Middle School had many promising students, yet only 3 managed to advance to level 6, which is far below my expectations. The spoils that rightfully belonged to them were stolen, severely affecting their progression. As I understand, other schools have encountered similar issues," he continued. As he finished, another man with graying temples jumped in. "Speaking of this, it infuriates me. It was certain that 10 of our students would advance to level 6, yet not a single one did. 9 made it to level 5 inch and 1 only to level 4. Apparently, they were all robbed by those known as the black and white specters." After Principal Lai finished, another person stood up. "Our 6th middle school faced the same issue. This year's advancement results were even worse than last year's. And it's the same with our 9th middle school," Lai continued. "But that's not the worst of it. I asked the student who only made it to level 4 why he couldn't even reach level 5. Could it be just bad luck being robbed repeatedly? The student in tears told me he encountered the black and white specters twice and was robbed both times, which left him with a psychological trauma so severe that he quit the instance altogether. They are still children, for goodness sake. They faced the instance without getting psychological trauma from the beasts, only to be traumatized by their peers. What kind of situation is this? Minister Ho, what do you think of this?" Principal Lai was nearly in tears. Other school principals also condemned the actions of Chu Fan and Jiang Chuat, asking Ho Chang to stand up for them. From now until the college entrance examination, Yangcheng students will all enter the same instance. If they encounter Chu Fan every time, how can the other students level up, especially those with poor mental resilience? If they get robbed a few more times, they might end up depressed like the student who only reached level 4. This could seriously affect their future careers." Listening to the principal's complaints, Ho Chang showed a bitter smile. "That kid. I never expected Chu Fan to be so aggressive. Snatching 1 or 2 was manageable for him, but it turned out he had snatched from students of all 24 high schools in Yangcheng, not even sparing his own school." Ho Chang turned to Tang Xiaohu. "Xiaohu, what do you think?" Tang Xiaohu took a sip of tea, leisurely responding, "It's indeed embarrassing for our school to have such a student, and it warrants criticism. He's ranked first in Yangcheng on the transfer list, yet he chooses to bully the weaker ones, which is simply outrageous. I'll need to have a serious talk with him. Does he not understand the principle of protecting the weak?" Tang Xiaohu said with a smile. "What are you saying? Are you implying that students from other schools are weak? Just because you have the top student in Yangcheng, you're getting cocky?" The principals were enraged. Ho Chang quickly stood up, trying to calm everyone. "Let's all cool down a bit. Xiaohu, I too am fond of Chu Fan, but this kind of behavior is indeed unfair to other students. That kid. I never expected Chu Fan to be so aggressive. Snatching 1 or 2 was manageable for him, but it turned out he had snatched from students of all 24 high schools in Yangcheng, not even sparing his own school." Ho Chang turned to Tang Xiaohu. "Xiaohu, what do you think?" Tang Xiaohu took a sip of tea, leisurely responding, "It's indeed embarrassing for our school to have such a student, and it warrants criticism. He's ranked first in Yangcheng on the transfer list, yet he chooses to bully the weaker ones, which is simply outrageous. I'll need to have a serious talk with him. Does he not understand the principle of protecting the weak?" Tang Xiaohu said with a smile. "What are you saying? Are you implying that students from other schools are weak? Just because you have the top student in Yangcheng, you're getting cocky?" The principals were enraged. Ho Chang quickly stood up, trying to calm everyone. "Let's all cool down a bit. Xiaohu, I too am fond of Chu Fan, but this kind of behavior is indeed unfair to other students. If he decided to switch to a school in another province or city, those principals would probably be grinning ear to ear, eagerly lining up to welcome him. So what do you suggest we do?" asked Tang Xiaohu. "If Yangcheng's college entrance examination results this year are not as good as last year's, I'll definitely have a word with Xiao Jinghua. It's because of your school student that the entire city's results are affected." Huang Peng's face turned even redder, clearly very upset. Seeing the argument heating up again, Ho Chang quickly interjected, "Let me suggest something. How about we separate Chu Fan from the other students? For instance, if other students enter the dark forest, let Chu Fan enter the lava lands. I'll apply for the permissions. This way there won't be any problems. If Chu Fan still snatches, let him snatch from students in other provinces. Hearing this, the principals paused, then showed knowing smiles. Typical of Minister Ho, not only does this prevent our Yancheng students from being snatched from, but it also lets Chu Fan snatch from other provinces. It's a way to indirectly weaken our competitors and strengthen ourselves. If Chu Fan really can't change his habit of snatching, it's better he snatches from others than from our own. Good, I agree. Huang Peng raised his hand in agreement. I agree too. Xiaowu, what do you think? Ho Chang asked. Tang Xiaowu shook his head. I disagree. At this, shouts of anger erupted. Explain your reasons. Ho Chang signaled for everyone to quiet down. Tang Xiaowu continued. As everyone knows, Yangchang is a small place, and the copies that the students enter there are of the lowest difficulty. Students from other provinces and cities have an average strength that is higher, and they enter copies that are more challenging. Letting Chu Fan enter a more difficult copy alone, dealing with exotic beasts, is one thing, but what about those students? If a conflict occurs, who will ensure the safety of my students? Brother Tang Chu Fan is ranked 58th on the transfer list, which makes him an outstanding student nationally. Aren't you underestimating him too much? Huang Peng interjected eagerly. I believe there won't be any danger. After all, there are only 57 people ranked ahead of Chu Fan nationwide. We should have faith in him. Exactly, President Tang, you really don't trust Chu Fan enough. I really think highly of him. The crowd chimed in one after another, praising Chu Fan. Their only goal was to quickly send this troublemaker away, to let him be someone else's problem in other provinces. Listening to everyone's flattery, Tang Xiaowu shook his head with a smile. The risk is too great. He's not your student, so of course it doesn't concern you, but he is a student of my school. I can't take that risk. Wang Peng nodded with a smile. Haha, I understand. But Xiaowu, your vision is too small. Yangcheng is just a small place, not the stage for him. His competitors are not in Yangcheng, but across the nation. If you protect him like this, can you protect him for a lifetime? Ho Chang watched the scene quietly, not speaking. At that moment, Tang Xiaowu sighed deeply. You're all not wrong, but Chu Fan is an orphan without money or power. How can he compete with those students from big cities? As soon as these words came out, even Ho Chang was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. Not good. This guy is again looking out for the welfare of his student. He kept making eye gestures, but at that moment all the principals focused on Tang Xiaowu through the screen, not noticing him at all. Sure enough, Huang Ping thought for a moment and said, well, it's not easy for Yangcheng to have a student like Chu Fan. To better train him, I am willing to represent Yangcheng Middle School in sponsoring Chu Fan. Our 9th middle school is also willing to sponsor. 3rd middle school seconds that. Tang Xiaowu's eyes widened a bit. Shocked you all? Well, since everyone is willing to sponsor Chu Fan, I can't let down your kindness. I will go find Chu Fan now and tell him about Yangcheng's expectations for him. With that, Tang Xiaowu cut off the connection. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Fan was sent to other copies not keeping pace with the Yangcheng students, that was what mattered. As for the sponsorship, well, how much to sponsor was still up to them to decide. At that moment, Tang Xiaowu reappeared on the screen. The other principals were startled. Everyone, I'm still worried. If the sponsorship is too little, I think it's better not to bother. Huang Peng hurriedly said, don't worry, the sponsorship will definitely not be small. Chu Fan's safety is the most important. Right, President Tang, please rest assured the sponsorship will definitely satisfy you. Yangcheng is fortunate to have all of you here. Tang Xiaowu maintained his smile and then disappeared. After waiting for a full 3 minutes and seeing no sign of Tang Xiaowu returning, everyone began to feel they had been tricked. Minister Ho people started to complain to Ho Chang. Ho Chang gave a bitter smile. Everyone, what's been said has been said. Can it be taken back? Why the silence now? From a corner of the hall, Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chua looked worried. Fan, I'm really concerned. Could the Divine Hall punish me? Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chua nodded heavily. Chu Fan smiled. If they really want to punish, there's nothing I can do. They obviously want me dead, and if I endure it, wouldn't I just be a turtle hiding in its shell? He deliberately said those words in the instance for the Divine Hall to hear. That was all he could do. As for the outcome, he couldn't guarantee it. Everything depended on the Divine Hall. Chu Fan sighed inwardly. This feeling of having one's fate controlled by others was unpleasant. After all, it's because I'm too weak. If only I were strong enough that even the Divine Hall had to take me seriously, only then could I truly control my own destiny. What about Su Muan? After a long pause, Jiang Chua mustered the courage to ask. Chu Fan said coldly, she blinded my eyes. Jiang Chua looked at Chu Fan and said nothing. After a long time, she finally said, "I knew it, you're not the person the school rumors say you are. Even if you don't lay a hand on her, I will." Chu Fan looked at Jiang Chua in surprise. He noticed that she had changed a lot over the past few days, from a naive young girl to a decisive young woman. This was a kind of adaptability. In this world, adaptability is very important. Time passed. More than 10 minutes later, the head teacher Luo Ning and the 4 instructors arrived in the hall. As soon as they entered, their gazes were directed towards the corner where Chu Fan was. Luo Ning smiled contentedly while the 4 instructors looked embarrassed. They had never expected Chu Fan, whom they had looked down upon, to be the stranger from another land. Luo Ning announced loudly, "Students, this marks the end of our first instance journey. Look around, some faces are missing, some have stayed there forever. Since you've chosen this professional path, you must continue firmly and not retreat." The students bowed their heads, feeling somewhat melancholic. All right, the instances before Level 10 are mainly to let you adapt to the alien beasts. In fact, the beasts are not as scary as you think. For example, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, they killed a level 6 lord. You should learn from them. The hall suddenly buzzed with whispers. Everyone's gaze turned towards Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. The instance will reopen in 2 hours. With your current levels, if you take the Qingling pill, you can enter the instance again today. Those who wish to enter again, come here in 2 hours. Now go back to your classrooms for lessons. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua remained seated. The students got up and left the hall. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua also stood up and walked to the front of the hall. Director Luo, teachers, hello. How to Chu Fan, you did really well. Luo Ning patted Chu Fan on the shoulder, his approval growing with each glance. Tang Meng stepped forward looking at Chu Fan and said, "Chu Fan, I admit I underestimated you before. You truly have the ability to teach yourself. We have no right to instruct you." Chu Fan shook his head. "Director Tang is too kind. I am still a newcomer and have much to learn from all of you." Luo Ning and the 4 directors exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with satisfaction. Humbled, magnanimous, and mature. These are the qualities of a strong person, and Chu Fan has them all. All right, student Chu Fan has just come out of the dungeon and needs to rest, Luo Ning said with a smile. "You all go to class. The students are waiting." The 4 directors nodded and left one after another. "You can go to your respective classes or attend to your own matters," Luo Ning said, granting them a special privilege. "Just come and find me in 2 hours. Chu Fan bowed slightly and left the hall with Jiang Chua. "Where shall we go?" Jiang Chua asked as they walked through the campus. "To a place I've always wanted to visit but couldn't," Chu Fan replied, excitement evident on his face, "the Martial Alliance." As Chu Fan led Jiang Chua away from the school, the atmosphere in the clergy hall's young city branch was tense. The reason was that Chu Fan had killed someone in the dark forest, and not just one person. Eagle Eye had recorded the entire killing process. There had been students who killed others in the novice dungeons before. They were stripped of their university entrance exam opportunities and imprisoned for at least 3 years. At that moment, in the conference room of the young city branch, did he kill someone? Lu Jun sat at the head of the table, listening to the reports from his subordinates, his brow deeply furrowed. He had high hopes for Chu Fan and had intended to offer him a spot in the clergy hall, but Chu Fan's killing in the dungeon was unexpected. "Show the video," Lu Jun said solemnly. Li Yin nodded. The screen displayed the scenes of Chu Fan killing Ling Tianhua and Su Muan. Lu Jun watched silently. After both clips were played, Lu Jun spoke. "Su Muan is not dead. Chu Fan did not kill 2 people. As he spoke, surprise showed on the faces of the other executives. Lu Jun explained, "In the video, Su Muan's eyes change unlike those of ordinary people. If I'm not mistaken, it was an illusion. Chu Fan only killed the illusion of Su Muan. As for how Chu Fan was dragged into the illusion and how he broke it, it was not clear from the video alone." Everyone suddenly realized it was an illusion. "Since the Lord of the Hall says so, it must be true. But what about Ling Tianhua?" someone asked. Lu Jun said, "Ling Tianhua indeed died, killed by Chu Fan. Our clergy hall clearly stipulates that you cannot actively kill in the dungeon, but it also specifically states that if faced with a threat of death, one can fight back. Ling Tianhua wanted to kill Chu Fan and Chu Fan was under a death threat. He could fight back, just as he said he was in emergency self-defense, so Chu Fan did not violate the rules." Lu Jun's expression was calm. "I maintain my decision inviting Chu Fan to join the clergy hall." Li Yin nodded blankly. "What about the headquarters?" "I will personally explain to the headquarters," Lu Jun said. Explain to the headquarters? How will you explain?" At that moment a cold voice came from the door. Gao Chuan walked into the conference room. "Master Lu, you held a meeting without notifying me. Are you trying to avoid me?" The other executives glanced between Gao Chuan and Lu Jun, not daring to speak. What, should I report everything to you before I do it? Gao Chuan, have you not understood your position yet? After speaking, a tremendous aura burst forth from Lu Jun. Everyone felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Gao Chuan bent under the pressure, sneered. Tisk tisk, resorting to using force now, are we? No matter how much you press, it won't cover up the fact that Chu Fan has committed murder. He's an Asura, a demon incarnate, killing again in the novice instance. Don't you see? Just becoming a professional and already killing, that's the murderous nature of an Asura. You abuse your power, trying to bring disaster into our sacred temple. I have already reported Chu Fan's murder in the instance to headquarters, and they will decide on the matter. How Lu Jun? Just wait for the punishment from headquarters. Lu Jun looked at Gao Chuan and withdrew his imposing aura. Everyone suddenly felt the pressure lift and stared at Lu Jun in amazement. Master Lu's power has grown stronger. Headquarters wants to sanction me. Lu Jun laughed. Good, I want to see who will sanction me. Li Yin, go invite Chu Fan, offer him an A-grade contract directly. If he enters the top 4 within 4 months, upgrade his contract to S grade. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Li Yin covered her mouth, her face in disbelief. Just having become a professional and the master is offering him an A-grade contract, not to mention in Yang City, even students from Capital City and Magic City, to get an A-grade contract from the Sacred Temple, they must at least rank in the top 10 on the job change leaderboard and then rank in the top 3 on the level leaderboard. Chu Fan is only ranked 58th on the job change leaderboard with the level leaderboard. Yet to start and he's being offered an A-grade contract? Li Yin was extremely surprised. An S-grade contract was even more shocking. As an internal staff member of the Sacred Temple, Li Yin knew how difficult it was to obtain an S-grade contract from the Sacred Temple. The Sacred Temple's S-grade contract is only offered to graduates from the top 4 schools. Moreover, they must complete various extremely difficult tasks and earn a certain number of contribution points. Now Master Lu says that if Chu Fan enters the top 4, he will give him an S-grade contract. This is too easy. Well, a novice who hasn't even taken the college entrance exam and you're directly offering an A-grade contract as if the Sacred Temple is yours. After saying that, Gao Chuan sneered and left the meeting room. Lu Jun said, never mind him, Li Yin, you handle the coordination with Chu Fan. Everyone else, there are other important matters to attend to. Area 99, the evil forest has been behaving strangely lately. Hearing this, everyone's thoughts were immediately pulled back from Chu Fan. Master, what's going on? Someone asked anxiously. Could it be the seal is loosened? Lu Jun nodded. Correct, I suspect that some evil spirits have already escaped and entered the Yang City area. As these words were spoken, everyone in the room drew a sharp breath and a tense atmosphere permeated the conference room. The prospect of a beast escaping from another realm was too grim to contemplate. Realms and dungeons are different. Dungeons are where humans capture beasts scattered around the world, confining them to certain areas to train professionals. These tamed beasts are not highly dangerous. Realms, however, are different. They are the locations of rifts to other worlds. Since these rifts appeared, humans have discovered over 2,000 such rifts globally. Countless beasts have poured out of these rifts. Some ran around like headless flies and eventually scattered everywhere, while others stayed near the rifts, forming realms. These beasts, nourished continuously by the miasma from the rifts, are far stronger than those that ran amok. In all of Huaxia, there are 168 identified realms. The authorities have numbered these realms from 1 to 168 based on their danger level. The lower the number, the more dangerous the realm. The Evil Spirit Forest, for example, is realm number 99, located in Yang City. Although ranked in the lower middle in terms of danger, even this realm could easily destroy an entire city if left unchecked. All the high-ranking officials of the Sacred Temple could feel the crisis looming. Some powerful individuals had tried to destroy the realms but found that upon entering, human bodies would be quickly corrupted by alien influences, and even level 60 warriors were not spared. Only someone of Wei Wuji's caliber could stand unaffected in front of a rift, but Wei Wuji was a recluse, rarely seen and his whereabouts unknown. Therefore other powerful humans teamed up to create seals and stationed strong warriors in each region to guard them. The Sacred Temple was the main force guarding these realms along with the official military force. Normally, as long as the seals held, the beasts within could not cause trouble. However, the seals would inevitably loosen over time. When that happened, the warriors had to reinforce the seals immediately to prevent the beasts from escaping. In realms located on islands or in wilderness, the damage could be limited, at least in terms of human casualties, but for those located in cities, if the seal loosened, the city might survive if lucky, if not, it would mean the city's destruction and massive loss of life. The multitude of high-ranking officials of the sacred temple felt as if their hearts were being clenched in a vice, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. At this moment, someone asked Temple Master, "It's only been 3 years since the last loosening of the seal. Why has it happened so soon this time? Each sealing usually lasts about 5 years. Lu Jun, with a stern look, replied, "I went there to check. The seal does not appear to have loosened on its own, but rather, it seems to have been tampered with." Tampered with? Everyone held their breath. Who on earth would do such a thing? Lu Jun slowly said, "It's just a guess, but if it was indeed done on purpose, it must have been the work of that faction." The senior leaders were furious. "The Illuminati, those madmen, how does this benefit them? Damn it, a bunch of worms lurking in the dark corners daring to call themselves the Illuminati. I'll kill every one of them I see." Lu Jun continued, "This is just my speculation, we still need time to verify it. The most urgent matter now is to prevent the situation from escalating. Team leaders 1 to 6 follow me to the evil forest, and teams 7 to 9 conduct a citywide search to see if there's any widespread death. The beasts from other realms are highly intelligent and good at hiding. Everyone be careful. Also, contact the officials and the Martial Alliance. This is not something we can handle alone at the Divine Temple. They must get involved too." Lu Jun looked out the window, his face showing worry. "The college entrance exam is coming. I hope it won't escalate to that point." Chu Fan was oblivious to these matters. After leaving school, Zhang Chua drove the Thorwan, taking Chu Fan to a grand ancient building that stopped in front of a towering 9-story tower. At the very top, the words Yang City Martial Hall were inscribed in a powerful and majestic script. "We're here." Zhang Chua parked the car. Chu Fan was surprised. "You've been here before?" Zhang Chua hesitated, then nodded. Chu Fan didn't ask further. It was normal for the wealthy Jiang family to have visited the Martial Alliance. He admired the tall building in front of him, his face full of longing. The Martial Alliance, it had always held a high place in his heart. The name Wei Wuji was also deeply etched in his mind. To become the strongest globally, to establish the Martial Alliance, to recruit professionals from all over the world, just that ambition alone made Chu Fan respect him. I always wanted to come here but didn't have the money. Now that I do, I naturally have to give it a try. Let's go inside," Chu Fan said with a laugh. The two walked into the grand hall of the Martial Hall. The space inside was vast, featuring an antique style. In the waiting area, hundreds of people were queuing up. Professionals were coming and going. Some were feasting in the self-service dining area, some were lifting weights and boxing in the fitness area, others were entering and exiting from the small rooms around. At first glance, it looked no different from a gym of his previous life, but Chu Fan knew the Martial Alliance was not that simple. For instance, the food in the dining area was specially made by the Martial Alliance, greatly beneficial to professionals. The fitness equipment was made from an unknown extraterrestrial metal. A small dumbbell alone weighed 100 pounds. Besides, the most distinctive feature of the Martial Alliance was the training room. It not only had a gravity control system but also virtual sensing devices. Wearing the virtual sensing device, one could simulate an opponent who could be either human or a beast. This was undoubtedly the best way for professionals wanting to enhance their strength. Because it's safe, it was said that the upper floors could even simulate the experiences of veteran professionals. Experiencing the aura of those strong beings could greatly increase the success rate of awakening. Of course, those upper floors were not places you could just pay your way into. To join the Martial Alliance, one must spend contribution points. This thought occurred to Chu Fan in an instant. Reason he had long intended to visit this place. Indeed, this was the sanctuary for professionals seeking to grow stronger. "The two of you, please head to the waiting area and line up." A woman approached them. She glanced at Jiang Chua, startled slightly, and then quickly averted her gaze. "Line up?" Chu Fan was taken aback. "How long will it take?" Due to each city having only one martial arts hall, the demand far exceeded the supply, resulting in long queues. Chu Fan slapped his forehead, having overlooked this fact, wondering if his trip here was in vain. "Currently, there are 120 people waiting. The wait is at least 4 hours," the woman said with a smile. Chu Fan sighed. "Then forget it, I'll come earlier next time. I have to enter a dungeon in 2 hours. I don't have time to wait." "Wait a moment." Jiang Chua held him back and then looked at the woman. "I am." The woman chuckled. "It doesn't matter who you are, unless you're on the job transfer leaderboard. At this, Jiang Chua excitedly said, I really made it onto the job transfer leaderboard. Really? The woman looked skeptical. Jiang Chua nodded earnestly. The woman did not verify further and laughed. For a talent who has made it onto the job transfer leaderboard, our martial alliance offers certain privileges. Follow me. Chu Fan listened in bewilderment. Could it be that making it onto the leaderboard granted the privilege to skip the queue? Chu Fan and Jiang Chua followed the woman to a room outside. The rights to this training room will be available in 5 minutes. How long will you need it? Chu Fan asked. 2 hours, Chu Fan responded. 40,000. Chu Fan transferred the amount without hesitation. Is it expensive? Not really. The food provided by the Martial Alliance alone is worth tens of thousands, not to mention the various functionalities inside the training room. Right now I have 2 million in large funds and over 100 moonlight sands, not to mention a priceless piece of shadow blood. 40,000 is really nothing to me. Minutes later, a man in a tank top exited the room. You guys can go in, the woman said. Onlookers in the waiting area were outraged seeing Chu Fan and Jiang Chua being led directly into the training room. How can they skip the line? What gives them the right? I've been waiting here for 2 hours. The woman walked over to the waiting area and smiled. Please calm down everyone. The girl who just went in has made it onto this year's job transfer leaderboard, and that grants her certain privileges at our martial alliance. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Damn, I made it onto the leaderboard a few years ago, ranked over 900, and I didn't get to skip the line. The woman smiled. This privilege was just added this year. She then arranged for the staff to serve customized food to those in the waiting area, easing their frustration. Later, the woman walked to a corner and dialed a number. Hello, a commanding voice answered. The woman cautiously spoke. Director General, I just saw your daughter. She and a young man rented a training room. The man on the other end asked sternly, Are you certain? Rest assured, the photos you gave me are etched in my mind. Who is that man? The man asked. I don't know, but they seemed very close, and most importantly, he was the reply. The man on the phone was blindfolded, his eyes covered with a ribbon. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. After a while, a voice came through. Keep an eye on them and report back to me with any updates immediately. Yes, Master of the Hall, was the response. The training room was not very large, about 200 square meters. Both the floor and the walls were made of alloy. As soon as the two people entered, boom, a heavy door automatically closed behind them. Then a female voice greeted them. Hello, I am Xiao Meng, your service assistant for the next 2 hours. Please let Xiao Meng know if you need anything during this time. Artificial intelligence at your service. Chu Fan nodded. Xiao Meng, activate double gravity. It was Chu Fan's first visit to the Martial Alliance, and he was eager to test his limits. Okay, the voice responded. Suddenly a force of gravity descended upon them, causing both Chu Fan and Jiang Chua's knees to bend. Is this double gravity? Jiang Chua exclaimed in surprise. Chu Fan laughed. Haha, doesn't it feel like wearing clothes that weigh 100 pounds with extra weights tied to your limbs? Indeed, I can hardly move my legs. Jiang Chua nodded. Let's get used to it first, Chu Fan suggested. After 3 minutes, they finally adapted to the oppressive force of double gravity and could move freely. Chu Fan then opened his professional panel. Name, stranger, age, 18, occupation, Asura, talent, S level, 7, 1%. Strength, 81 plus, 20, intelligence, 81 plus, 10, agility, 81 plus, 20, stamina, 81 plus, 20, mental power, 5, attack power, 261 plus, 261, source power. 1% equipment, initial set, rare, or level requirement, 1 skills, wave perception, tier 2 11%, tenacity, tier 1 8%, block, tier 1 6%. Wave perception, tier 2 11%, sense fluctuations within a 30-meter radius, can release wave sword energy to attack and comprehend weakness perception, passive, utilizing wave perception to identify the opponent's weaknesses. All 4 attributes have increased by 1 point. Chu Fan was delighted. Indeed, it was useful. It seemed that the 4-dimensional attributes could be enhanced through both leveling up and training. However, given his current physical condition, it was difficult to improve his 4-dimensional attributes through ordinary training. That's why Chu Fan thought of the Martial Alliance. The gravity control system was specifically designed to enhance the 4-dimensional attributes of practitioners. Chua, check your professional panel. Any improvements? Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chua opened her professional panel and excitedly said, Wow, my strength and stamina have both increased by 2 points. 2 points. Chu Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This was the advantage of close combat output professions. but for him the advantage lay not in the four-dimensional attributes but in the fifth attribute, mental power. Now he had already reached level 7 but his mental power was still at 5. Xiao Meng, is there any equipment for training mental power? Chu Fan asked. The artificial intelligence Xiao Meng replied, there is no such equipment, but Xiao Meng can offer you a medicine to restore mental power for free. Is that so? Chu Fan noted silently. Subsequently the two continued to maintain twice the normal gravity as Xiao Meng activated the exercise device. The ground beneath their feet started to slide, similar to standing on a treadmill. Xiaoming speeded up. Chu Fan laughed, received ground speed set to 20 times. The speed of the ground sliding beneath their feet quickly increased. Under the strain of twice the gravity, almost instantly Chu Fan and Jiang Chua fell to the ground. No, it's too fast, Jiang Chua said as she staggered to her feet only to trip again. Chu Fan was in the same predicament. Hang in there, it's very beneficial for enhancing our four-dimensional capabilities, Chu Fan gasped heavily. Their clothes soon became soaked with sweat. Gradually, they adapted and began to run in place in the training room. Jiang Chua was wearing the initial suit, which already quite sheer clung to her body due to the sweat, revealing her curves in a subtle play of concealment and reveal. Suddenly, Chu Fan inexplicably fell, dragged by the moving ground to the back of the training room, where he crashed heavily against the alloy wall. Brother Fan, Jiang Chua exclaimed. Xiaoming, turn off the exercise device. The moving ground slowly came to a halt. Jiang Chua rushed to the back and helped Chu Fan up. Concerned, look at you, you even knocked out a nosebleed. Let's take it step by step. There's no need to rush. Chu Fan wiped his nosebleed, slightly embarrassed. No need, I've adapted already. Let's change our clothes first. They're soaked through. Jiang Chua glanced down at her chest and blushed. There was a changing room in the training area. After changing into martial arts uniforms prepared by the Martial Alliance, Chu Fan asked Xiaoming to turn the gravity back to twice its normal level. Half an hour later, his strength, agility and stamina had increased by a point. During a break, a robot came over carrying a tray with a blue transparent drink. Refreshing. Chu Fan gulped down most of it in one go. It tasted like chilled cola. The drink also contained a faint spiritual essence. Upon drinking it, Chu Fan felt much of his fatigue alleviated. Ha, no wonder everyone wants to come to the Martial Alliance, Chu Fan laughed. This money is well spent. Chief Chua and that boy are training, and they have now activated the exercise device at twice the gravity and twice the speed, a female supervisor reported over the phone from the monitoring room. Twice the gravity and speed. How are they doing? Asked the man on the other end of the line. They seem very comfortable and adapted quickly, the woman replied, surprised that boy has now increased the speed to 3 times. Chief Chua is ranked over 300 on the job transition board, so this adaptability is quite normal for her. But that boy, he seems to be not any less capable than Chua. Did you say earlier that boy is blind? The man asked. The woman nodded yes. If I'm not wrong, that boy is the foreigner ranked 58th on the job transition board, the number 1 in Young City. It's normal for my daughter not to match up to him now, but in the future, who knows, the man said. What, number 1 in Yang City? The woman's face was filled with shock as she looked at the screen. At that moment, the man on the other end of the phone said, from now on the first floor of Yangcheng Martial Arts Gym will be open for them free of charge, and the expenses will be charged to my account. Understood? The woman quickly nodded. After hanging up the phone, her eyes lit up with enthusiasm. She was the daughter of Jiang Haisheng, the head of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Gym. If she served her well, a mere word from Jiang Haisheng could promote her. 2 hours passed quickly. Ding. Time's up, please pay at the front desk if you wish to continue using the facilities. The soft voice of Xiao Meng rang out. The gravity instantly disappeared, and the swiftly sliding floor beneath also gradually came to a halt. Chu Fan felt as though he had unloaded hundreds of pounds, feeling light all over. He then opened his career panel. Name, stranger, age, 18, occupation, Asura. Aptitude, S level, 7, 1%. Strength, 85 plus, 20, intelligence, 85 plus, 10, agility, 85 plus, 20, endurance, 85 plus, 20, mental strength, 5, attack power, 268 plus, 268, source power, 1% equipment, initial suit, rare, required level for wearing, 1 skills, wave perception, second stage 11%, resilience, first stage 8%, block, first stage 6%. 2 hours of training had increased all his 4 attributes by 5 points. Chu Fan's face showed pleasure. Currently, each level up only increased his attributes by 10 points. Just 2 hours of training had achieved half the effect of leveling up. Impressive. Chu Fan felt somewhat reluctant to leave. Soon after both of them showered in their respective bathrooms and dried their clothes, they left the martial arts gym. Before leaving, the female supervisor specially gave Chu Fan a VIP card, indicating that a genius on the transfer list was a distinguished guest of the martial union. "You're welcome to come anytime," she said. Chu Fan sensed that the female supervisor's attitude towards him had completely changed. Although puzzled, Chu Fan still pocketed the VIP card. The two returned to the elite building lobby of their school. The vast lobby was empty except for Luo Ning. No other students were present. Clearly, apart from Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, no one else planned to re-enter the instance. Quite punctual, Luo Ning stepped forward, smiling at Chu Fan. "The vice principal wants you to visit his office." "The vice principal is looking for me." Chu Fan paused for a moment, then said to Jiang Chua, "Wait for me." With that, he went upstairs directly. Vice Principal Tang Xiaohu's office was on the second floor of the elite building. Chu Fan arrived at the door of office 201. "Knock, knock, knock." "Come in." Chu Fan pushed open the door. "Vice Principal Tang." Tang Xiaohu smiled. "Have a seat." Chu Fan sat down across from him, his expression calm. Tang Xiaohu observed Chu Fan's demeanor and movements. Seeing that he was neither constrained nor nervous to maintain such calmness in front of him, a vice principal was indeed rare for an 18-year-old high school senior. Chu Fan also released his wave perception, stronger than teacher Du Jing, at least level 27, but it was unclear if he had awakened. Chu Fan secretly speculated, wondering if his third eye could discern his true strength. Though he thought it naturally, he wouldn't actually open his third eye. "Het, are you sensing me?" Tang Xiaohu grinned. "I haven't awakened yet, but it won't be long now." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was startled and quickly withdrew his perception. Sensing fluctuations, he could perceive everything around him through the movement of air. Tang Xiaohu smiled and spoke, revealing his hidden profession, Asura. Suddenly Tang Xiaohu stood up, looked at Chu Fan and asked, "Would you like me to guide you in your cultivation?" "Tang, the vice principal, wants to personally guide me." Chu Fan's mind raced and he was about to speak. Tang Xiaohu took a sip of tea and laughed, "Cough, cough. I understand Asura quite well because my grandfather was an Asura." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan quickly stood up and bowed. "Teacher, haha, you are quite direct. Let's talk about you," Tang Xiaohu said. "Since you chose this profession, there are only two possibilities. One, you knew nothing about Asura before, and it was the Pillar of God who suggested you change your profession to Asura. 2. You knew about Asura and actively chose to change your profession. I guess it's the latter." Chu Fan was surprised. Tang Xiaohu was too clever. In just a few moments he had guessed much of his background. "Indeed, I actively requested to change my profession to Asura." Chu Fan nodded. There was no need to hide this. Chu Fan was just curious how the vice principal had seen through this so easily. Tang Xiaohu said, "I see your proficiency in fluctuation perception is quite high. You must have started practicing a long time ago. It's not a matter of just a day or two." Chu Fan suddenly understood. "How much do you know about Asura?" Tang Xiaohu's expression became serious. "Vice Principal, I only came across this profession by chance and don't know much about it," Chu Fan said honestly. Tang Xiaohu's eyes widened. "Still calling me Vice Principal? Teacher?" Chu Fan scratched his head. Tang Xiaohu nodded in satisfaction. It's normal that you don't know much about Asura. After all, the official has controlled the information about hidden professions and it's hard to find on the surface. Actually, even though my grandfather was an Asura, I don't know much about the profession either. All I know," Tang Xiaohu said, "is that Asura is very strong, incredibly strong. My grandfather, a level 45 Dark Envoy, was unmatched in his era. He once went alone to the 83rd foreign domain and killed a high-level foreign beast. He was a hero." Speaking of this, Tang Xiaohu's face showed reminiscence. Killed a high-level foreign beast alone? Chu Fan was stunned for a moment. Foreign beasts also have levels ranging from low, middle, high to god level and enlightened level above high. Low-level foreign beasts are equivalent in strength to level 1 to 20 professionals, middle-level foreign beasts are equivalent to level 20 to 45 professionals, and high-level foreign beasts can only be contended by professionals above level 45. However, my teacher's grandfather could kill a high-level foreign beast alone at level 45, which shows how strong he really was. Dark Envoy. Chu Fan was puzzled. Tang Xiaohu said solemnly, "Correct. After awakening, an Asura is called a Dark Envoy, accompanied by darkness, accustomed to solitude." perhaps because he was lonely for too long. My grandfather, like other Asuras in history, often spoke nonsense, claiming he heard murmurs. In the end, he couldn't escape his fate either. Hearing this, Chu Fan's heart clenched. Fate? Could it be that the teacher's grandfather also committed suicide? Tang Xiuhu suddenly looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, I hope you can grant me a request. Chu Fan nodded. Please tell me, teacher. Help me find the secret of Asura. I want to know why my grandfather died. Tang Xiuhu said solemnly. What were those murmurs he heard? Feeling Tang Xiuhu's intense gaze, Chu Fan felt an inexplicable tightness in his heart. This request was too heavy for him. Teacher, I don't even know when I might follow in their footsteps, Chu Fan said with a bitter smile. Tang Xiuhu remained silent for a long time before saying, do your best and I will do my utmost to help you become stronger. You don't have the skills of Asura, do you? Chu Fan shook his head. Tang Xiuhu took out a USB drive from a drawer and handed it to Chu Fan. I copied this from my grandfather when I was a child and I've kept it till now. Looking at the USB drive, Chu Fan's breathing became rapid. Take this as a gift from me on our first meeting. Teacher, the skill. Chu Fan asked, holding back his excitement. It's Asura's A-level output skill. I'd love to learn it, but unfortunately, I'm neither a hidden class nor Asura. I can't learn it. Tang Xiuhu shrugged his shoulders. An A-level skill and moreover an output skill, it was exactly what Chu Fan lacked. His heart soared. He couldn't wait to learn the skill. Seeing this, Tang Xiuhu laughed. I know you're eager, but don't rush. I called you here today for something more important. Chu Fan refocused. Please tell me, teacher. Tang Xiuhu tapped on his smart ring and a holographic screen appeared out of nowhere. This is the national ranking of high school seniors and you are currently ranked 5,283rd. 5,283rd, Chu Fan was surprised. The ranking was too low. Tang Xiuhu nodded. Can you see the text on it? Yes, Chu Fan replied. Newcomers ranking. First, Chen Haoyu from Beijing number 1 high school exorcist level 8, 503%. Second, Yasuo from Mordor High School wandering swordsman level 8, 426%. Third, Shi Tian de Shang from Beijing experimental school monk level 8, 315%. Ninth, Chen Xuanyi from Shu Capital High School mage level 8, 201%. As he read on, Chu Fan had a clear idea. On the ranking list there were over 100 people who had reached level 8, most were students from either Beijing or Mordor, and these were people he had seen on the job transfer list. Below level 8, several thousand people had reached level 7. Feeling the pressure, Tang Xiuhu smiled. Chu Fan shook his head. Not really. They come from better backgrounds and the education they received from childhood far surpasses mine. It's normal for them to start higher, but a higher start doesn't necessarily mean they can go further. Hearing this, Tang Xiuhu showed a relieved smile. It's good that you can think this way, you're doing well. This data was obtained from inside sources and has not yet been made public. It will only be officially released after reaching level 10. For now, the most important thing for you is this ranking list. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. He had seen it before on professional forums. The job transfer list, which reflects one's aptitude, and the leveling list, which reflects one's combat ability. Sometimes students who rank high in the job transfer list are surpassed in the leveling list by those ranked lower. Generally, aptitude and combat ability are positively correlated, but there are exceptions. For example, Chen Xuanyi, currently ranked 9th on the leveling list, is a regular mage whose aptitude does not compare to those with hidden jobs. The significance of the leveling list hardly needs explaining. Chu Fan remembered that last year the student who ranked first was admitted by the prestigious Capital City Academy, one of the top 12 schools. According to the current progress, most beginners will reach level 10 in 3 days and the leveling list will then be officially launched. Tang Xiuhu continued. The leveling list will last for 1 month. My expectation for you is to rank in the top 20 by the end of this month. Top 20? Chu Fan's expression grew serious. One can tell quite a bit from their first dungeon experience. He had just leveled up to 7. Meanwhile, those at the top of the list had already reached level 8 and 50% a not inconsiderable gap. Catching up with these individuals in the next month would be incredibly challenging given their formidable capabilities. At this moment, Tang Xiuhu smiled, feeling the pressure. Let me ask you, looking at these rankings, did you notice anything? Chu Fan replied, most of those ranked at the top have SSS grade aptitude. It's clear that those with higher aptitude have greater enhancements in their four-dimensional attributes, which gives them an advantage in the early stages of leveling. Anything else? Tang Xiuhu nodded in satisfaction and continued to inquire. Chu Fan pondered for a moment. I'm curious about how Chen Xuanyi, who's ranked 9th, managed to climb so high. I don't remember much about her. Her ranking on the job transfer list should be lower than mine, yet she's climbed to 9th on the leveling list, far surpassing me. What do you think is the reason? Tang Xiuhu squinted and asked. Job. Chu Fan replied. Tang Xiuhu grew even happier. Your observation. Skills are strong and you're very meticulous. Correct. Chen Xuanyi is an S-grade mage, and mages possess area damage skills, which allows them to kill beasts more efficiently and level up faster. While other jobs take time to kill one beast, a mage can gather and kill 5 at once. You can imagine the efficiency. Of course, besides that, the speed of leveling also depends on the number and composition of the team, as well as the difficulty of the dungeons they enter. For example, the students entering the Dark Forest in Yang City face an easier challenge compared to other major cities where students enter beginner dungeons like Lava Land or Mist Town. Even among beginner dungeons, there are differences in difficulty. The stronger the beasts in the dungeon, the more spirit essence they provide when killed, and the faster the leveling. Chu Fan noted Tang Xiuhu's teaching silently. Tang Xiuhu nodded. So you know what to do once you enter the dungeon, right? Just what I needed. The Asura skill you gave me is an area damage skill. The student understood. Chu Fan nodded. Tang Xiuhu said, that's right, this time you ranked 58th on the job change leaderboard, bringing glory to Yang City. The Ministry of Education has issued a reward. Other school principals also see you as the hope of Yang City. Knowing your family's financial difficulties, they volunteered to sponsor you. Hearing this, Chu Fan was stunned. Are all those principals so considerate? Together with our school's reward, it totals up to 5 million huaxia coins, a set of level 10 rare gear that can be worn, and a space ring. And, never mind, I'm still trying to secure something else. I'll tell you when I get it. A space ring. Chu Fan's attention was completely captured. Alchemists create these rings using spatial beasts with a space of their own inside. The smallest space ring on the market starts at 10 million. This reward is too generous. Tang Xiuhu, grinning broadly, said he. Ho Chang from the Ministry of Education is too stingy, only planning to award the smallest space ring. After my repeated persuasion, he agreed to award a space ring containing 10 square meters of space. Here, saying this, Tang Xiuhu waved his hand and a ring flew towards Chu Fan. Looking at the ring in his hand, Chu Fan was secretly thrilled. This was a huge win. Not only did he get the space ring, but he also acquired the Asura skill. In comparison, the 5 million and the level 10 rare gear seemed somewhat lesser. Thank you, teacher. Chu Fan stood up and bowed slightly. Tang Xiuhu nodded. What are your plans next? I'd like to hear your suggestions. Chu Fan said. Tang Xiuhu laughed heartily. My suggestion is to go straight into the Magma Land instance and compete with those geniuses. It will only be beneficial for you. Alright, I'll take your advice. I still have one more chance to enter an instance today directly to Magma Land. Chu Fan asked. Even if Tang Xiuhu hadn't suggested it, he was planning to enter a more challenging instance. Magma Land. The strength of the flame serpents there is stronger than the shadow beasts. Killing them yields more spirit essence, allowing for faster level advancement. Tang Xiuhu shook his head. Not so fast. If you go to Magma Land now, you'll be at a disadvantage compared to those people because your level is too low. Continue in the Dark Forest, and from tomorrow you can enter Magma Land. Remember, try to learn to be patient. The students there are different from those in Yang City. Each of them is arrogant and strong. Once inside, don't rush for spirit essence like before. Safety first. Chu Fan nodded seriously. This time, in the novice instance, your act of self-defense. Hearing this, Chu Fan's throat tightened. Tang Xiuhu said, don't worry, the head of the Yang City branch of the Temple of Gods has already communicated with me. It was the other party who started it, and you did not break any rules. That's great. Chu Fan felt a weight lift off his heart. Then he continued to ask Tang Xiuhu some questions related to Asura. Tang Xiuhu's expression grew solemn. I was young then, I don't remember much else, but I know my grandfather was an Asura, one of the strong ones in the Jiangnan province. After my grandfather passed away, I overheard my parents saying that his problems began after his awakening. Before the awakening, he would occasionally hear murmurs, but he still seemed normal. It was only after he became a dark messenger that the situation worsened. He would often talk to himself at night, saying something about Atta. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of emotion. Ataska, he ventured. Yes, Attas. Tang Xiuhu suddenly turned to Chu Fan. How do you know? Chu Fan took a deep breath. Teacher, I've heard this phrase too. Tang Xiuhu quickly asked. When did this happen? Just a month or two ago. He wasn't trying to deceive Tang Xiuhu, it's just that the square he went to was too eerie. hundreds of three-eyed creatures, and an unknown being held in the center by a gigantic chain. Releasing any one of them would wreak havoc in Yang City. He wasn't sure if he should mention it, so he chose not to. A month or two ago, and you hadn't switched jobs yet, you started hearing murmurs. Tang Xiuhu frowned, pulled out a notebook, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and began to jot down notes. Soon Tang Xiuhu paused, looking at Chu Fan. If you hear the murmurs again, tell me. Immediately, the phrase Atasca, I will have experts decipher its meaning. Goodness, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have remembered Ada. What comes after we have a breakthrough, a complete phrase? Maybe the experts can figure it out. Tang Xiuhu's face showed longing. Teacher, Chu Fan suddenly spoke. Besides Atasca, I heard another word. Chu Fan said solemnly. What, another word? Tang Xiuhu suddenly stood up from his chair. Mua. Chu Fan pondered. Yes, Mua, Atasca, Mua, back. In the hall, after confirming with Roning that they could enter the instance before 6 in the evening, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua left the school again. He felt an urgent need to become stronger. The word his grandfather heard and the one he himself heard were the same. What does it mean? Too weak. Chu Fan clenched his fist. To escape the fate of the Asura, he needed to keep getting stronger to see a chance at life. Brother Fan, aren't we going to the instance? Jiang Chua asked while driving. Not in a hurry, there's something more pressing. Before going to the instance again, he planned to learn skills first. Leveling up could wait. Skills were a priority. What did Vice Principal Tang want? Jiang Chua asked. He wanted me to become his student, Chu Fan said. Once he stated this, Jiang Chua was slightly stunned. Is he guiding you alone? Yes. I didn't expect that even a smiling tiger would cherish talents. Jiang Chua smiled brightly. Brother Fan, don't underestimate the smiling tiger. He's not that simple. His grandfather was the deputy governor of Jiangnan province, and his parents are also officials in the provincial government. It's said that he came to Yang City to prove to his parents that even without them Tang Xiuhu can make significant achievements. Hearing this, Chu Fan looked surprised. There's actually such a story? How do you know? He asked. My dad told me. Jiang Chua seemed to realize she had misspoken and stuck out her tongue. Soon after, the Thunder God One stopped again at the Yang City Martial Arts Hall. Meanwhile, after Chu Fan left, Tang Xiuhu sat in his seat, lost in thought. Soon he spoke to his smart ring call Ho Chang. With a swoosh, Ho Chang, dressed in a white lab coat, appeared on the holographic screen. Old Tang, what's up? Ho Chang smiled. Has everything been sorted out with Chu Fan? Yes, he'll go to the lava lens tomorrow. Remember to apply for 2 slots. That kid will definitely bring Jiang Chua along. Tang Xiuhu chuckled. Chu Fan really has some skills, even managing to charm that girl. Impressive indeed, Ho Chang joked. Tang Xiuhu waved his hand. Cut the nonsense, let's get to the point. You scoundrel. Chu Fan is ranked 58th on the national career change list this year. Couldn't you have called to congratulate him? Do I have to call you first? Ho Chang laughed. I've been a bit busy, haven't had the chance to deal with it yet. So Chu Fan is 58th on the list, right? Yes. It's been years since someone from Yang City made it into the top 100. Hasn't Chu Fan brought glory to Yang City? Ho Chang's face began to look uneasy. What are you getting at? Tang Xiuhu's smile broadened, his eyes narrowing. Shouldn't the education department reward Chu Fan? Damn it, you beat around the bush just to ask for a reward from me, Ho Chang said irritably. Isn't the funding provided by other school presidents enough? Not enough. Tang Xiuhu shook his head. Yang City has been unable to hold its head high for many years, and now that Chu Fan has made it possible, is it only worth 3 million and a set of rare level 10 equipment? What do you want? Ho Chang said sternly. Tang Xiuhu pursed his lips. A 10 square meter spatial ring plus a source crystal. Ho Chang, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of water. That's quite the demand. Old Ho, think long term. If Chu Fan can make Yang City proud on the career change list, can't he do it again on the upgrade list? Tang Xiuhu smiled. There's also the college entrance exam. You need to invest if you want returns. I don't need to teach you that. Ho Chang swallowed. That's true, but how could our Yang City education department possibly have a source crystal, old Tang, even the Chu Fan? I guarantee Chu Fan could make it into the top 100 of the upgrade list, maybe even the top 50. Tang Xiuhu suddenly spoke up. Ho Chang paused, then took a deep breath. Okay, 110 square meter spatial ring plus a source crystal, but you better make sure he makes it into the top 100, otherwise. Tomorrow, I want to see these items, Tang Xiuhu said, then directly ended the communication. In the office, Tang Xiuhu chuckled. He's still lying to me about not having any source crystals. Do you think I don't know what resources the education headquarters has allocated to you? Well, it's all good. If Ho Chang hadn't agreed, I would have had to personally provide Chu Fan with a spatial ring, which would have saved me nearly 20 million. This deal isn't bad at all. Tang Xiuhu smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits. In the fortress-like towering building of the Yangcheng Education Department, Ho Chang sat in his office while Chung Feng organized documents. Damn it, does our Yangcheng Education Department have any secrets left at all? Ho Chang cursed. Chung Feng with a smile reminded him, Minister, Tang Xiuhu's father is your superior, there really aren't any secrets to keep. Ho Chang snorted, prepare a source crystal and send it over to him. Minister, is Chu Fan really worth the investment? This source crystal was intended to reward the top scorer of Yangcheng's college entrance exam. Chang Feng asked, if nothing goes wrong, that kid Chu Fan is likely to be the top scorer. We're just giving him the reward in advance, Ho Chang replied, his face showing a bitter smile. It seemed he wasn't too pained by these rewards. Looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the whole of Yangcheng, he hoped Chu Fan would not disappoint. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua entered the martial arts gym. The female manager approached them proactively, asking Chu Fan to show his VIP card. With a symbolic swipe, she said, the two of you, my name is Du Yan and I manage the Yangcheng Martial Arts Gym, handling reception. With a VIP card, you can enjoy all the services on the first floor for free. Please follow me. Chu Fan was stunned. Free? This manager who had pulled them ahead in line last time was now offering everything for free. You should know spending at the gym starts at tens of thousands. Even just staying for a day without entering the training rooms, just eating at the buffet and exercising, would cost at least 100,000. Just for being on the job transfer list, they received such treatment? Chu Fan, puzzled, touched his own face. Could it be that Du Yan had taken a liking to him? Meanwhile, Jiang Chua frowned slightly, lost in thought. Soon, they were led to the training room. The people in the waiting area, seeing these two cutting in line again, whispered among themselves, look, that girl is the one who made it onto the job transfer list. I'm jealous. Indeed, making it onto the job transfer list means you can cut in line and save so much time. That blind guy is just tagging along and benefiting big time. One person had an idea, if we bring a friend who's on the job transfer list, couldn't we cut in line just like that blind guy? Exactly. My younger brother made it onto this year's list. I'm going to call him over to help me cut in line. In the training room, Chu Fan pulled out a USB drive. Hello, Xiaomeng detects that you wish to learn a skill. Should I activate the protective device? Xiaomeng's voice came through. Activate, Chu Fan said. A protective shield quickly appeared around the walls of the training room. The protective devices have been activated for you, enhancing the sturdiness of the training room and shielding it from outside prying. Please feel free to learn the skills, Xiaomeng said. Chu Fan was inwardly impressed. This service was indeed very thorough. He quickly aimed the USB drive forward and a screen flickered into existence. Skill: Sword Shadow Radiance / Asura, skill level. Details: launches continuous radiant sword chi within 100 meters, causing widespread damage. Attack power: 2948, panel attack, plus 105, strength, *10. Note: Sword Shadow Radiance / consumes a significant amount of mental power. Please use cautiously. Looking at the skill details, Chu Fan was shocked. How do you determine if a skill is strong? By the multiplier of the values. It's known that Jiang Chua's instant kick with just a strength multiplier of 35 could instantly defeat a shadow beast. But this Sword Shadow Radiance / has a multiplier of 10 times the strength, truly deserving of an A-level skill from a hidden profession. Powerful. Chu Fan licked his lips. Soon, the screen of the skill introduction slowly disappeared. A golden figure emerged and stood in midair. My name is Jean Cohen, a level 42 Dark Emissary. Today is June 7, 2083, and I am recording this. The golden figure began to speak. Chu Fan was not surprised. Skills, after all, are teachings recorded by predecessors and stored through technological means for the education of future generations. What surprised him was that this predecessor, Jean Cohen, was a level 42 Dark Emissary, quite strong indeed. Unfortunately, perhaps even Jean Cohen couldn't escape the fate of Asura. This is my self-created A-level skill, Sword Shadow Radiance / watch closely, Junior, Jean Cohen said, as a light sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He swung it rapidly forward and streaks of sword chi turned into radiant light shooting out with astonishing power. Chu Fan held his breath watching Jean Cohen's movements without missing a detail. After performing the skill 3 times, Jean Cohen stopped. Junior, remember, feel the darkness, get accustomed to the darkness. Eventually, become the darkness. With these words, he dissolved into points of light and disappeared. Feel the darkness, get accustomed to the darkness, Chu Fan murmured, wondering if the predecessor was hinting at something. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Chu Fan drew his starter sword, quietly sensing the surrounding fluctuations. Suddenly he swung his sword, whoosh. The sword chi turned into radiant light, swiftly shooting forward and striking the protective light shield with a loud bang, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, Chu Fan didn't stop, his hand speed increased and the starter sword in his hands danced into sword shadows. The entire training room was enveloped in sword chi. Jiang Chua, standing by, had her eyes wide open. So powerful. After releasing 20 streaks of radiant sword chi, Chu Fan stood panting heavily. My mental power is still too weak, he thought to himself, but Sword Shadow Radiance / truly lived up to its reputation as an A-level skill, whether in speed or attack power. It was far superior to any casual sword chi he could muster, and it was also an area of effect skill. Chu Fan's lips curved into a smile. With this great a skill, he was confident that he would rise to the top in the upcoming ranking charts. After a brief rest, Chu Fan continued to wield his sword, exhausting his mental energy completely before stopping. His face was deathly pale as he sat on the ground gasping for air. Jiang Chua took a nutritional meal from the robot and handed it to Chu Fan, sitting beside him and wiping his sweat. Looking at Chu Fan's resolute profile, Jiang Chua felt a pang of distress. Was it really necessary to push himself this hard? Chu Fan replied, I must push myself. If I don't do it now, I'll never have the chance again. Jiang Chua nodded in confusion, then silently walked to the side, kicking and punching in succession. Training, repeatedly using skills to improve their proficiency, was also a form of training. Gradually a third eye appeared on Chu Fan's forehead. He looked over at Jiang Chua, who was silently practicing the instant kick and rush punch, and nodded with a smile. After finishing the specially prepared nutritional meal from the Martial Alliance, his mental energy quickly recovered. Chu Fan stood up again and began practicing the Sword Shadow Radiance / The proficiency of his skills visibly increased and Chu Fan became increasingly adept. At the same time, his mental energy, which had not increased for a while, finally made a breakthrough. Exhaust mental energy, eat a nutritional meal. Continue training, exhausted again, eat another meal and keep training. This cycle repeated. An hour and a half later, Chu Fan put away his starter sword. His clothes were soaked with sweat and the ground was wet with it. His professional panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Stranger, age 18, occupation Asura, talent S level 7, 1%. Strength 85 plus 20, intelligence 85 plus 10, agility 85 plus 20, stamina 85 plus 20, mental power 6, attack power 268 plus 268, source power 1%. Looking at his stats, Chu Fan felt exhilarated. His effort was not in vain, especially his mental power, which had finally increased. Previously his mental power was only 5, but now it was 6. Although it was only an increase of 1 point, any improvement was a good thing. It proved that his method was effective. Sword Shadow Radiance / had also risen to Tier 1, 2%. To increase his mental power, one method was to continuously exhaust himself like this, Chu Fan thought to himself, and the other was to buy potions. Thinking this, Chu Fan immediately decided to spend all his money on potions to enhance his mental power. As for equipment, his current starter set was enough to last him until level 10. After reaching level 10, he could temporarily use the level 10 rare set given by his teacher. Skills: you couldn't buy the skills of a hidden occupation with money. Ha! With a clear goal, Chu Fan laughed heartily. At that moment, Jiang Chua also stopped training, drenched in sweat. Brother Fan, my skill proficiency has increased. Instant kick is at Tier 1 93%, rush punch at Tier 1 56%, and hook punch at Tier 2 8%, Jiang Chua said while wiping her sweat. Hearing this, Chu Fan was slightly surprised. Hook punch is already at Tier 2 8%. Not bad, you're working hard. Chu Fan smiled, getting ready. Tomorrow we'll head to the Lava Lands dungeon. Okay. Jiang Chua looked surprised but quickly nodded obediently. She didn't ask more. Wherever Chu Fan went, she planned to go. What difference did it make where they leveled up? Let's go back to school, Chu Fan spoke. At this moment, the hall of Yangcheng Martial Arts Gym was in turmoil. The cause was someone bringing a relative who had made it onto the transfer list, clamoring to cut in line to enter the training room. Facing this scene, Du Yan broke out in a cold sweat. Cousin, I saw with My own eyes, someone cutting the line. Everyone here can testify, said a man in his 20s to a skinny young man beside him. If Chu Fan were here, he would recognize at a glance that this skinny young man was Liu Mo, who had once given him 2 million. Liu Mo looked towards Du Yan and cupped his fist in greeting. Manager Du, has the Martial Alliance really issued such a regulation? I am humble, but I have also made it onto this year's transfer list. Can I enjoy this privilege too? As his words fell, another man and woman stood out. We are also on the transfer list. Here are our credentials. The Martial Alliance should be able to verify their authenticity. Du Yan swallowed quickly, thinking of a strategy. She hadn't expected that a moment of careless talk would lead to such trouble. If not handled well, it could greatly impact the Martial Alliance. Just then, the door to a training room opened and Chu Fan and Jiang Chua walked out. Everyone's gaze turned towards them. There's a room now. Damn, it was these two who cut in line. Call them over to confront. Yes, that girl is on the transfer list, and that blind fellow obviously just tagged along. If they can cut in line, why can't my brother? Cousin, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can confront those two yourself, Li Mo's cousin said anxiously. However, at this moment, Li Mo stood frozen in place. What's wrong, cousin? Li Mo clenched his teeth and suddenly turned to run. Hey cousin, why are you running? Don't say I freaking know you, Li Mo shouted back. Everyone was baffled. What's going on? The other two professionals also paled. Black and white duo. What are the black and white duo? Asked the relatives of the two. The female professional looked at her cousin with a wry smile. That young man with his eyes wrapped in cloth is this year's top of the transfer list from Yangcheng. He can cut in line, but that doesn't mean we can. Sorry. With that, she walked away. The male professional also glared angrily at his relative and ran off. Everyone stood as if petrified, taking a long while to come back to their senses. Yangcheng's number one, that blind man. Du Yan's eyes flickered, and she put on a professional smile. Correct, he is the top of the transfer list from Yangcheng. I ask everyone, is there any problem letting him cut in line? Everyone misunderstood. It's because of him that cutting in line is possible, not because of the girl. The crowd bowed their heads and the scene quieted down. No more objections were raised. Du Yan secretly sighed in relief. This should be enough to bluff through. Chu Fan's ears twitched and he shook his head with a smile. Amid the admiring, envious and astonished gazes of the crowd, he and Jiang Chua left together. In Huaxia, only two forces have the authority to enter the instances. The Sacred Temple and the authorities had delegated powers to various schools. If Chu Fan wanted to enter the instance, he could only do so through his school. The two of them returned to the grand hall of the school's elite building. Tang Xiuhu was already waiting. Seeing Chu Fan, Tang Xiuhu glanced at the empty hall inside. In the whole school, only the two of you are willing to enter the instance again. Leader, this is normal. After all, they are just children, and not many can compare with Chu Fan's temperament. Give them some time to adapt and they'll enter the instance more often. Tang Xiuhu nodded, said no more, and began the process. Luoning nodded and pressed a button on his smart ring, and a black portal slowly appeared. Go and remember the key points to leveling up, Tang Xiuhu reminded. Thank you, teacher, Chu Fan replied. With that, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua held hands and walked into the teleportation array. The familiar cold, damp feeling hit them. They had once again entered the dark forest. Brother Fan, shall we go straight to kill the Lord? I want to see if I can kill it with one punch now, Jiang Chua clenching her fist was eager to try. Chu Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This fierce girl. No rush, let's start with the lesser monsters, Chu Fan said. Oh, where do we start? Chu Fan smiled. This time, let's wipe them all out, not sparing a single one. The two figures dashed through the dark forest at great speed, roar after roar. Behind them, more than a dozen shadow beasts with gaping mouths chased after Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, emitting angry roars. Roar. Along the way, more shadow beasts discovered them and joined the chase. Soon, there were over 20 shadow beasts behind them, all level 1 and 2. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow beasts pursued them, making the ground shake under their feet. Brother Fan, what are we doing? Jiang Chua asked while running. Chu Fan's lips curved into a smile. Luring the monsters, the dark forest was silent and dark. Occasionally, chirping sounds came from the tall jungle. A young girl around 18, holding a mobile phone stand, cautiously walked along a small path. She looked around nervously from time to time. Taking a deep breath as she reached an open area, she looked at her phone and pouted cutely. Family Xiaoying has really gone all out this time, coming here to livestream for you. Seeing Xiaoying taking such a big risk, give a follow, send some free gifts. She was live streaming. The phone screen showed a popularity of over 100,000. The barrage of comments flowed like a tide. Xiaoying felt secretly proud inside. Indeed, attracting attention was the best way to Boost popularity. Which instance is this? It looks quite terrifying. Xiaoying was from Yang City. This must be the dark forest that Yang City students entered, right? Xiaoying's cautious appearance is really cute, love it. Xiaoying, there's a beast on your head. Xiaoying suddenly saw this comment and screamed on the spot, pulling out a gun from her waist and aiming above her head. Only the faint moonlight shone down from above. Xiaoying looked at the screen, her heart still racing, and patted her chest. Hey, don't scare me like that, this is no joke. You scared Xiaoying so much she almost peed herself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it, but I'm willing to help Xiaoying clean up this mess. What nonsense about fierce and brutal beasts. I can't stand you old flirts anymore. Get lost, let me handle this. Xiaoying coughed and said, cough scared. I've already been here once today, scared, not a chance. She waved her pistol around a bit. I'm a genuine level 4 professional sharpshooter. You think I'm joking? Bullets started flying everywhere. Okay, we get it, you're a professional. Can you kill a mutant beast for us to see? Yeah, fulfill the dreams of us who failed our class change. Xiaoying looked at the barrage of comments and nodded. Alright, I'll kill a mutant beast for you guys, but let's agree no more startling comments. She planned to take down a level 1 shadow beast to boost her popularity. Xiaoying approached the jungle, a favorite hiding spot for the shadow beast. Soon rustling sounds could be heard. Xiaoying's gaze sharpened and she raised her pistol, aiming in the direction of the noise. Squeak! A pitch-black shadow beast suddenly leaped out, pouncing towards Xiaoying. Bang! The bullet shot out, piercing straight through the head of the shadow beast. Xiaoying blew on the barrel of the gun and turned to the camera with a smile. Mutant beasts, not so tough after all. Whoosh! The comments exploded wildly. Wow, so awesome. Is that a mutant beast? So freaking disgusting. Xiaoying is amazing, killing a mutant beast with one shot. She must be among the top students in Yang City, right? Xiaoying cocked her head, showing off her tiger teeth. Just average. There are many strong students in Yang City. I still need to keep pushing myself. In this world, everyone wants to become a professional, but not everyone can. Those who fail their class change can only compensate by watching live streams. Professionals also watch live streams to learn and improve. Xiaoying's live stream attracted many ordinary folks and professionals. The number of viewers in her room kept increasing, quickly reaching 300,000. Someone started sending gifts with special effects filling the screen. Thank you, brother Lonely Heart, for the 10 spaceship gifts. Xiaoying beamed with joy. 10 spaceships worth 50,000 and she would get half of that, enough to buy a barrier-clearing pill. At that moment, the generous giver commented, "Is this the Dark Forest instance?" Xiaoying nodded. Oh, this instance is a bit weak. We went into the Lava Land instance where the flame pythons are much stronger than the shadow beasts. As soon as this comment appeared, the other viewers were momentarily stunned. A big shot? This guy must be a big shot. I noticed some deficiencies in your shooting earlier. Add me on VChat, I can advise you on training. I've messaged you privately. Xiaoying was taken aback. Adding on VChat, another big shot, and he even sent her gifts. What's next, eh? Meeting and then. Thinking this, Xiaoying shivered and said weakly, brother Lonely Heart, thank you for your gifts, but Xiaoying doesn't add private VChats. No worries. Lonely Heart sent a barrage of messages. You must be a professional in a small city, right? I'm from Yangcheng. No wonder after you guys completed the newbie dungeon. What was the highest level reached? Lonely Heart asked. Xiaoying shook her head. I don't know, I left the dungeon after reaching level 4. The screen filled with laughter in the form of rolling comments. Lonely Heart continued. I come from the experimental high school in the capital, currently at level 7. If I were in your city, I'd undoubtedly be the top player. It's rare for someone stronger than your city's number 1 to offer friendship. Xiaoying pouted, slightly unconvinced. Big brother Lonely Heart, though Yangcheng is small, it's not as weak as you think. Lonely Heart replied with a digital shrug. Can't help if you don't believe it. Honestly, if I came to your city, your top player would kneel and call me big brother. The viewers in the live stream echoed these sentiments. Yes, Xiaoying, Lonely Heart is willing to be your friend, you should just accept him. Your city's top player wouldn't stand a chance in the big cities. Do you really think they're that strong? Xiaoying's face turned cold and she remained silent. As a native of Yangcheng, she felt insulted by the disregard for professionals from her city. Suddenly, she tensed up and swiftly turned around. 5 shadow beasts stood in the distance, glaring menacingly at her. Five level 2s, Xiaoying's face turned pale with fright. Facing a level 1 shadow beast alone was manageable for her, but 5 level 2s, that was a joke. What can I do? I can't beat them, Xiaoying lamented with a gloomy face. Lonely Heart sent another message. "Hey, you're only level 4 and alone, there's nothing you can do unless one of Yangqing's strong ones comes to save you." He even put the word strong in quotes, clearly mocking the idea that such a person could exist in a place. Like Yangcheng, Xiaoying glanced at the message and nearly cried. Her streaming career was just picking up and now it seemed doomed to end here. Coming from a modest background, she had hoped to earn more money through streaming to buy better equipment. Before even getting started, was it all going to end now? At that moment, a dark figure flashed by. The heads of the 5 shadow beasts seemed to be knocked by the shadow. They turned their heads, bared their teeth, and then angrily charged towards the distance. They ran away. Xiaoying was puzzled. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Xiaoying looked towards the horizon, her pupils shrinking suddenly. There, a dense army of shadow beasts was chasing 2 humans. All viewers witnessed the scene, collectively gasping in shock. A horde of beasts chasing 2 humans. Holy crap, did those 2 poke the beast's nest? With so many shadow beasts, those 2 are definitely doomed. Xiaoying, hurry up and see what's going on. Xiaoying's eyes flickered. She had clearly felt someone knock the 5 shadow beasts away, then they abandoned her and turned to chase the 2 humans instead. Who was that shadow? Was it intentional? Xiaoying trailed far behind the beast horde, moving forward. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua sprinted through the gloomy forest, not missing any corner. Whenever they spotted a shadow beast, they struck and ran. Unbeknownst to them, an army of shadow beasts numbering over 1,000 had already amassed behind them. So many. Even Jiang Chua felt a flutter of fear. Xiaoying, holding a camera, followed from a distance. The viewers in the livestream were shocked to see over 1,000 shadow beasts, causing an uproar in the chat. It's getting more and more terrifying. Why are they running around like that? It seems like they are intentionally leading those shadow beasts to chase them. What are they trying to do? Someone asked Gu Xin, but Gu Xin seemed to have gone offline and did not respond. At last, facing the towering mountain ahead, Chu Fan made a sudden stop, panting heavily. Having led the entire dark forest's shadow beasts together, he was utterly exhausted. However, his fatigue was physical, related to stamina, while his skill relied on mental strength, which were unrelated. Jiang Chua stood beside Chu Fan, her face pale as she looked at the tide-like surge of shadow beasts behind them. There might be 2,000 now, Jiang Chua said in panic. Even if I kicked one with every step, I couldn't finish them all. Chu Fan smiled. Step back. He took the initial sword from his waist, turned around to face the ferocious and agitated horde of shadow beasts. Brother Fan, are you going to use? Jiang Chua's face showed excitement. Step back, be careful. Chu Fan nodded. Jiang Chua obediently moved back, watching Chu Fan's silhouette, thinking how handsome he looked. Roar after roar. The overwhelming horde of shadow beasts madly rushed towards Chu Fan. Many shadow beasts trampled over their kind in their charge towards him. Chu Fan grinned. Shadow beasts aren't very smart, too chaotic. This formation is perfect for my attack range. Holding the long sword, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, sword shadow radiant slash. In an instant, streaks of radiant sword energy shot out. Wherever it passed, whether level 1 or level 5 shadow beasts, all were cut in half and then turned to ashes. Jiang Chua was completely stunned. Although she knew Chu Fan was going to use the skill, watching it up close was still overwhelmingly impressive. Other students needed several people to team up just to hunt a beast of the same level, yet Chu Fan alone faced nearly 2,000 beasts. With his own strength, he slaughtered the horde, and he was still a newcomer. Watching Chu Fan's silhouette, Jiang Chua's heart trembled. In the distance, Xiaoying covered her mouth, her eyes nearly popping out. Is he going to slaughter thousands of shadow beasts alone? And the viewers through Xiaoying's live stream saw this scene. On the screen, a skinny human youth stood still, facing the vast horde of shadow beasts like an ant facing a giant elephant. Yet, this human youth faced the danger unflinchingly, and the beasts died under his sword just like a superhero in a movie. Geez, I never imagined he actually planned to gather these shadow beasts together to fight 1,000 alone. It's unbelievable. At first, I thought he accidentally stumbled into the lair of the beasts and got chased by them, but it turns out it was all intentional. Incredible. I've watched so many videos of rookies slaying beasts, but this is the first time I've seen a newbie pull off something like this. He's so strong. Could he really be just a newbie? Impossible. The beginner dungeons have no appeal to high-level professionals. Why would they bother with the dark forest? So, does that mean he's also a freshman from Young City this year? No way. Isn't it said that a small city like Young City can't produce strong warriors? But this guy looks like one of the strongest there is. What about that lone heart guy? What do you think? What about that lone heart guy? What do you think? The netizens flooded the chat. Lone Heart didn't show up again. Stop calling him, he's probably too embarrassed to show his face now. Just moments ago someone said that a small city like Yang City couldn't produce strong warriors, and here we have a young city warrior facing 1,000 beasts alone. Not to exaggerate, but even professionals from big cities wouldn't dare to do this. Xiaoying, who is he? Someone asked in the chat. Xiaoying took a deep breath and said, I don't know. She was equally shocked. Is he even human? As a fellow rookie professional, she couldn't handle even 5 level 2 shadow beasts, yet this young man faced 1,000 shadow beasts alone, including many of levels 3 to 5. How is that even possible? How can there be such a huge gap? But well, it served that lone heart right. Xiao Ying's lips curled up, a proud smile appearing on her face as if she was the one who had faced the 1,000 shadow beasts. Chu Fan kept unleashing his sword's shadow radiant slash. The radiant sword chi formed a net of blades sweeping over the shadow beasts. Wherever the sword net passed, no shadow beast survived. Those fierce, bloodthirsty shadow beasts couldn't even get close to Chu Fan. The ground was littered with blue spiritual crystals. Before long, as the last shadow beast turned to ash, Chu Fan finally planted his sword into the ground, supporting himself. The sword's shadow radiant slash was too draining on his mental power. Chu Fan, he said. Zhang Chua, gather the spiritual crystals. Zhang Chua, who had been staring at Chu Fan, didn't move. What's wrong? Chu Fan asked. Oh, nothing, just that you look really cool, Zhang Chua said weakly. That was nearly 2,000 shadow beasts. Even those in the top 10 of the transfer rankings couldn't do what you just did. Chu Fan smiled and said, each profession has its advantages. If they made it to the top 10 of the transfer rankings, how could they be weak? Chua, we just need to do our best, get stronger, and then surpass them. Yes. Zhang Chua nodded vigorously. The two moved forward, eyeing the ground filled with spiritual crystals. So many. Zhang Chua was momentarily stunned. Start absorbing. Begin with the lower level spiritual crystals, then move on to the higher ones. This way we can absorb them to the fullest extent. You can easily tell the level of the spirits. The smaller the crystal, the lower the level of the beast it came from. Conversely, the larger the crystal, the higher the level. Thousands of spiritual crystals were quickly sorted by the two individuals according to their levels. Streams of blue light entered their bodies, and suddenly a familiar sensation spread throughout their entire bodies. I leveled up, Chu Fan exclaimed with a laugh. Not long after, he froze again as that familiar feeling pervaded him once more. Did I level up again? Chu Fan said in astonishment. He quickly opened his profession panel. To his amazement, there it was, level 9, and the leveling progress hadn't stopped. Level 9, 10%. Level 9, 112%. Level 9, 125%. After absorbing nearly 2,000 spiritual crystals, Chu Fan's final level stabilized at level 9, 28%. Even he could hardly believe it. A 2-level jump. This level would place him at the top of the internal leaderboard. Tang Xiu, who had shown him, surpassing the demon hunter Chen Haoyu by a whole level. But Chu Fan was well aware, while he was improving, so were others. I wonder if I can make it into the top 100, Chu Fan muttered to himself. Zhang Chua also reached level 9, her pretty face full of excitement. Brother Fan, I'm going to stick with you from now on, and you can't say no, she said as she shook Chu Fan's arm. No problem, I'll take you, Chu Fan replied, playfully flicking Zhang Chua's nose. Having cleared all the shadow beasts, the two entered the dark lair without hesitation and walked straight into the beast trap barrier. Roaring in anger, the lord of the shadow beasts burst out of the barrier, only to be instantly killed by Zhang Chua. Against a level 9 Zhang Chua, it stood no chance. Soon Chu Fan and Zhang Chua absorbed the lord's spiritual essence. Level 9, 312%. Strength, 105 plus, 20, Intelligence, 100 plus, 10, Agility, 105 plus, 20, Stamina, 105 plus, 20, Mental Power, 6, Attack Power, 2975 plus, 298, Source Power, 2%. Chu Fan shook his head silently. The source power had increased by 1%, yet a level 6 lord had only contributed to a 3% increase in his level. I must go to the lava lands, Chu Fan thought to himself. Then he glanced at the surrounding walls with a hint of regret. What's wrong? Zhang Chua asked curiously, like a child brimming with questions. Chu Fan gave a wry smile. I thought that if the instance reset, the environment around the lord would reset too. I was thinking too much. Zhang Chua immediately understood. It seems Chu Fan was planning to exploit a bug. If the environment also reset, they could enter the dark lair twice a day and harvest moonlight sand twice, potentially earning millions a day. Such wishful thinking. Jiang Chua rolled her eyes. It appears that those big shots had captured another shadow beast lord and fixed the collapsed mountain interior, but they skimped on refilling the moonlight sand, so stingy, Chu Fan complained as he and Jiang Chua entered the teleportation array to return to Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Education headquarters in Beijing, a group of senior officials sat together in a meeting. "It's that busiest time of the year again," said the man at the head of the table with a smile. "But for us, the busier it is, the happier we are." He was Yang Jun, the head of the Ministry of Education. Hearing this, the people below nodded and smiled in agreement. The woman responsible for data statistics stood up and said, "Director, after compiling the statistics, several new player scenarios have seen significant consumption this year. Among them, the Lava Lands saw the consumption of 1563 flame pythons, Foggy Town used up 1245 shadow spirits, Werewolf Rift consumed 1039 werewolves, Dark Forest used up 839 shadow beasts." She systematically reported the numbers of exotic creatures consumed in the new player scenarios. Yang Jun, sitting at the head of the table, nodded in satisfaction. Good. Judging by the number of exotic creatures consumed, the strength of this batch of newcomers is stronger than the previous one. Quickly replenish the creatures in each scenario to avoid delaying the newcomers' progress." Understood. The people quickly stood up, preparing to leave. Their main duty was to re-release the bred exotic creatures back into the various scenarios. Just then, the woman reporting the data suddenly widened her eyes. "How is that possible?" Everyone sat back down, turning their attention to her. "What's wrong?" Yang Jun inquired. The woman typed rapidly on a virtual keyboard. "Director, it seems there's been a mistake with the data for the Dark Forest scenario. Just a moment ago, all 1873 shadow beasts in the scenario died." At this statement there was a stunned silence. "What? See, Director, I've been saying that our equipment is too old. We really should replace it." "Haha, indeed it should be replaced." Yang Jun shook his head with a wry smile and looked at the woman. "Hurry and restore the normal data." The woman nodded and continued tapping on the virtual keyboard. After about 5 minutes she stopped, her face a mask of disbelief. "Did you find the problem?" Yang Jun asked. The woman took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over everyone. "The data is correct. Indeed, someone has killed all the shadow beasts in the Dark Forest in a very short time." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. After a while, people began to regain their composure. "How is that possible? That's a bit too much of a joke." "Exactly, I remember that the ones with access to the Dark Forest are from Yang City, right? Does such a student exist in Yang City?" "Forget Yang City, even in Jing City or Magic City, there has never been a case where all the exotic creatures in a scenario were killed." The woman looked at Yang Jun. "Director." Yang Jun nodded. "Contact the Divine Clergy Temple and request the surveillance video of the Dark Forest scenario." Divine Clergy Temple, Yang City Branch. "Master Lu, we just received a communication from the headquarters asking us to retrieve the video footage of the Dark Forest scenario," said Li Yan. Lu Jun's face turned ashen. "So soon? Did they mention why?" Li Yan replied, "It seems the Education Department headquarters requested it. They suspect there's a problem with the Dark Forest scenario and want to confirm it." "A problem with the scenario?" Lu Jun was puzzled. "Is it not because of Chu Fan's murder?" Li Yan shook her head. "All right then." Lu Jun let out a sigh of relief. "Follow me." The two headed to the surveillance room. "Pull up the data for the Dark Forest scenario." Lu Jun spoke to a staff member who then clicked on the operating system. Soon a virtual map appeared in front of them. The staff member froze in shock. "Master, there are no shadow beasts left in the Dark Forest. This virtual map should be showing their locations and numbers with red dots, but now there are no red dots at all." Li Yan remarked, "There must indeed be a problem. Pull up the footage from an hour ago." Lu Jun frowned as the footage began to play. In the video, two slender figures were seen running ahead, chased by a large group of shadow beasts. "Chu Fan." Lu Jun's eyes widened as he watched the figures running. "Are those two being chased by so many shadow beasts?" Li Yan exclaimed in shock. Lu Jun watched the footage, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Watch this. I suspect that the extinction of the shadow beasts in the Dark Forest has something to do with these two." The video continued, showing Chu Fan single-handedly slaying thousands of shadow beasts, prompting Lu Jun to burst into laughter. "Let's see who dares to question my decisions now." "Who would dare? The better Chu Fan performs, the happier I am. Even if headquarters raises objections, my decisions stand firm." "No wonder you invited him to join the Divine Temple." Li Yin covered her mouth, her eyes filled with amazement. "Your wisdom is truly profound." Lu Jun smiled deep, and finding Chu Fan increasingly agreeable, Meanwhile, the video of Chu Fan single-handedly defeating thousands of shadow beasts had gone viral online, leaving netizens in awe. Is he even human? Soon as someone revealed Chu Fan's identity. This guy Chu Fan hails from our Yang city, ranked 58th in this year's National Career Transition Rankings. With such capabilities, I'm not surprised. Yang city? Which city is that? Someone asked. It's a small city in Jiangnan province, usually at the bottom within the province. Who would have thought that this year it would produce such a figure? Ha, a bunch of naives. You don't know that shadow beasts are the weakest among exotic beasts, right? Killing 1,000 of the weakest beasts, and you brag about it? Someone scoffed. Can you do it though? Another retorted. Exactly, if you can't, better shut up. Any newbie from the capital or magic city could do it. You really think Chu Fan is that strong? He just took advantage of being from a small city. Let him try entering the lava lands. Are the lava lands that formidable? The lava land's exotic beasts are far stronger than any leader in the dark forest, just so you know. Seems like Chu Fan isn't as incredible as they say. In a villa in the capital, a handsome young man sat in the living room meditating. The phone rang. The young man frowned slightly, showing impatience. However, seeing the caller ID, his expression quickly softened. He answered the call. A projection appeared in the living room. It was a girl with twin ponytails. Chen Haoyu, did you see the viral video online? The twin-tailed girl asked. Chen Haoyu shook his head. I don't pay attention to those things. Someone killed over 1,000 shadow beasts. It's gone crazy online. The twin-tailed girl exclaimed. This year's freshmen are incredibly talented. Maintaining your #1 spot on the rankings won't be easy. Someone killed 1,000 shadow beasts. Chen Haoyu paused for a moment and then chuckled. Just a mere shadow beast. Both you and I can handle it. It's no surprise you can, but can I too? The girl with the twin ponytails seemed somewhat surprised. Don't underestimate yourself, Chen Haoyu said. The Dark Forest is just the easiest level in the beginner dungeons, and yet we entered the hardest one. If it were about slaying over 1,000 flame pythons, I might take a second look. Shadow beasts, they really aren't anything special. You should spend less time online and not get swayed by the trivial stuff out there. Chen Haoyu felt a bit annoyed inside. He disliked it when people compared him to students from small cities. They weren't even in the same league. Although both are beginner dungeons, the gap is huge. The shadow beasts in the dark forest range from levels 1 to 5, with the Lord being level 6. In contrast, the flame pythons in the lava lands start at level 3, with most around level 8 and their Lord at level 10. It can be said that they have always been fighting above their level. Is there even a comparison? He felt displeased but did not show it because the girl with the twin ponytails in the projection was his childhood friend. Chen Haoyu, you're ranked first on the job change leaderboard. Make sure you don't capsize in the gutter on the level leaderboard next, the twin ponytail girl teased. Chen Haoyu's lips slightly curved into a smile. No one can take away my #1 spot except. He paused. Show off. I won't talk now. I'm heading to the lava lands. I can still do another run today. Go ahead. The communication ended and the projection disappeared. Watching the spot where the projection vanished, Chen Haoyu's gaze softened. Then he opened the job change leaderboard. Looking at the names listed at the top, Chen Haoyu muttered, taking the first place from me won't be easy. In the major cities, the newcomers were all talking about Chu Fan's video. It initially caused quite a sensation given the shocking scenes. However, when it was revealed that what Chu Fan killed were shadow beasts, many newcomers lost interest. The reason was simple. The shadow beasts were too weak with an average low level. In their view, such an action was merely eye-catching and served no real purpose. Tang Xiu, who sat in his office looking at the yet-to-be officially open level leaderboard, his breathing quick. Chu Fan's name shot up like a rocket, jumping up 2 levels directly to level 9. Tang Xiu, who grinned, truly Asura. On the level leaderboard, Chu Fan was placed at 172, currently. The highest-ranked Chen Haoyu was at level 9, 76%, the 50th place was at level 9, 53%, and the 100th at level 9, 41%. The competition is fierce this year, he thought. At that moment a noise came from outside. Tang Xiuhu instantly disappeared from his chair and appeared in the lobby. Chu Fan and Zhang Chuhua walked out of the teleportation gate. Tang Xiuhu stepped forward with a smile. How is it, teacher? I've reached level 9, Chu Fan bowed. Tang Xiuhu squinted his eyes slightly. Not bad at all, worthy of being my student. I wonder what rank the student is now on the leaderboard, Chu Fan asked. And Tang Xiuhu's smile grew even brighter. Haha, you're currently ranked 628th. Keep it up and entering the top 20 isn't impossible. 628. Chu Fan was somewhat surprised and then he sighed. He had thought that by wiping out all the shadow beasts in the dark forest he would break into the top 100, he hadn't expected to be ranked in the 600s. You're still sighing? You've already made a big leap from 5,283rd to over 600th, which is incredibly fast. Tang Xiaohu patted Chu Fan on the shoulder. Take it step by step, don't rush. Chu Fan nodded. He had indeed underestimated those talents from Huaxia. While he was working hard, others were doing the same. As he progressed, others were progressing too. To surpass them, he would have to work even harder and fight even more. Vice Principal Tang, what's my ranking? Jiang Chua, who had been quiet, asked curiously. Tang Xiaohu glanced at her. You've always been with Chu Fan, moving at the same pace. You're also ranked 628th in the country. You're doing very well too, keep it up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chua's face lit up with joy. She didn't shy away from Tang Xiaohu and happily linked arms with Chu Fan, smiling blissfully. It doesn't matter whether I try hard or not as long as he leads me. Watching the young couple, Tang Xiaohu's lips curled slightly. Youth is wonderful with none of the burdens of reality. If Jiang Haisheng knew that his precious daughter had given her whole heart to Chu Fan, who knows what he would think. In a subsidized housing unit in Yang City, Su Muan watched a video of Chu Fan killing shadow beasts, her eyes gradually turning cold. Chu Fan, you've kept yourself well hidden. Su Muan touched her eyes. On closer inspection, her eyes were bloodshot with traces of blood remaining on the whites. This isn't your true strength, is it? She muttered to herself. No one knows you have a third eye that can break my dual illusions and hurt my illusionary eye within those illusions. That's your real trump card. If that I could be. Su Muan's smile widened and she licked her lips. Just then Gu Cheng walked in and embraced her. I will work hard. Chu Fan just got lucky. I will surpass him and prove to you that I am stronger, Gu Cheng said softly. Look at this video. Su Muan tapped on her smart ring and the video started playing. Gu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that Chu Fan? Impossible, this can't be him. Su Muan scoffed. The truth is right in front of you and you still won't admit it. You're just not as good as Chu Fan. You weren't before, you aren't now, and you won't be in the future. You'll never catch up to him. Oh, if only I had known he was this powerful, I wouldn't have broken up with him. I regret it so much. Hearing Su Muan's words, Gu Cheng's eyes widened, seemingly struck by a huge blow. Muan, how can you say that? How am I not as good as him? It hurts. Su Muan looked at Gu Cheng. Look at me, tell me, do you want to become stronger than Chu Fan? I do. Gu Cheng stared into Su Muan's eyes, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. Very well. Su Muan clapped her hands. I do, like a brave man. A figure dressed in black entered. Miss, take him over, he's willing to undergo the experiment, Su Muan ordered. Su Muan, where are you taking me? Gu Cheng rubbed his hands together, somewhat excited. Haha, Chu Fan is nothing. Once I become stronger, I will make him kneel before you and apologize. Su Muan's face showed disgust as she waved her hand dismissively. Take him away. The man in black grabbed Gu Cheng and disappeared from the room. In the basement it was dimly lit. The man in black led Gu Cheng through an underground passage to a tightly closed door. Iris recognition passed. With a mechanical sound the door opened. Go in. The man in black kicked Gu Cheng inside. Big brother, make me strong, make me strong. Gu Cheng spoke frantically. Don't worry, you will definitely become strong. The man in black laughed coldly. Walking into the room, the door closed and it was pitch black inside. The air was filled with a nauseating smell. How will you make me strong? Gu Cheng, shrouded in darkness, asked. With this, the man in black pressed something on the wall. The lights turned on and the room brightened. A 200 square meter space filled with various strange beasts tied up inside, emitting grating roars. Gu Cheng's legs gave out and he collapsed to the floor, his body trembling. What is this place? He looked at the beasts, feeling dread. Many he did not recognize. A hairless red puppy with two heads, a creature resembling a giant snake with a human face, and a half-meter diameter spherical creature, pitch black with densely packed eyes covering it. These are all beasts. Gu Cheng's pupils constricted, recognizing the shadow beast among them. Correct. A man wearing glasses and a white lab coat emerged from a small door, smiling. Who are you? What do you want to do? Gu Cheng's eyes gradually cleared. Don't you want to become strong? The man in the lab coat pulled out a test tube with a black liquid from his pocket. Inject this, and you will become strong. No, I don't want to become strong. I don't want to. Gu Cheng trembled, his lower body wet with water. It's not up to you. The man in the lab coat's mouth twisted into a grin. Number 8, come out. At his words, Master, what do you want me to do? Squeaked a small figure from the small door. It was humanoid, standing on two legs, but covered in black fur and had the face of a rat. Control him. He's about to become your companion, the man in the lab coat said. Squeak okay okay, the ratman's mouth twisted, revealing sharp teeth, its tail quickly extended, wrapping around Gucheng. The tail's end entered Gucheng's mouth, silencing him. No no, Gucheng's eyes bulged, filled with terror. He tried to speak but to no avail. The man in the lab coat stepped forward, injecting the black liquid into Gucheng under his desperate gaze. Number 9, welcome to the Illuminati, the man smiled. Meanwhile in Beijing, at the headquarters of the Ministry of Education, having obtained the video from the temple about the dark forest, Yang Jun remained silent for a long time. Other senior leaders also furrowed their brows. At this moment, everyone felt somewhat depressed. Their concerns were entirely different from those of the professionals entering the instance. The Ministry of Education now faced a problem. The shadow beasts of the dark forest had been completely eradicated, and replenishing over 2,000 shadow beasts in a short period was simply impossible. How many shadow beasts do we still have in the pens? Yang Jun asked. From below, a burly man replied, Minister, we have over 500 left, but we've found a gathering place of shadow beasts and have already arranged for people to capture them. How long will it take? Yang Jun asked. The burly man replied, 2 days and we can fill the gap in the dark forest. Yang Jun gave a wry smile. 2 days? I didn't expect that child to leave us such a big problem. Even if we deploy all 500 plus shadow beasts to the dark forest, it won't be enough for the newcomers to kill. Tapping his fingers on the desk, Yang Jun slowly said, temporarily close the dark forest instance and reopen it after 2 days. As soon as he said this, someone raised a question. Minister, closing the dark forest is fine, but where will the students from Yang City go to level up? After all, Yang City has always used the dark forest as a novice instance. If it's closed, sending them to a harder novice instance isn't suitable, and a lower difficulty one would affect the newcomers leveling up. This is the first time we've encountered this situation. We never expected someone to kill all the exotic beasts in an instance at once. This Chu Fan, he really is talented. Yang Jun thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, no choice, we must treat special cases specially. Let them choose any other instance. Inform Ho Chang to explain the situation to all the schools in Yang City. At the Ministry of Education of Yang City, Ho Chang ended the call and clenched his teeth. Damn it, that kid is always causing trouble. He waved his hand and the giant screen in front of him lit up quickly. Connect to the principals of the 24 schools, Ho Chang said. Beep beep. Beep. The principals of various schools gradually appeared on the screen. Tang Xiaohu was also among the first to join the video conference. Old Tang actually isn't late today. Has the sun risen from the west? Huang Peng, the principal of Yang City Middle School, appeared cheerful as he spoke. Tang Xiaohu maintained his smile and did not speak. Considering your school produced that kid Chu Fan, I won't hold it against you. Huang Peng snorted coldly towards the screen. Minister Ho, why have you called us together? What's the matter? Another principal chimed in. Yeah, why another meeting? Minister Ho, this formality of frequent meetings really needs to change, especially with the college entrance exam approaching. We all have a lot to do. Ho Chang, already furious, shouted, anyone who doesn't want to attend the meeting can leave right now. With that, all the principals fell silent. Ho Chang scanned the room and said, I've called you here because there is a matter that concerns everyone. Could it be that Tang Xiaohu had changed his mind and no longer wished to let Chu Fan go to the lava lands? Huang Peng hurriedly said, Old Tang, the sponsorship has already been given. It's not appropriate to back out now, is it? Tang Xiaohu squinted his eyes, saying nothing. Damn it, Minister Ho, look at him. Huang Peng puffed up in anger. His good mood for the day was completely ruined by this infuriating man. Will you shut up? Ho Chang blared. It's not that matter, but it's also related to Chu Fan. Related to Chu Fan? Everyone sat up straight, their nerves taut. After all, Chu Fan was now the key figure in Yangchang. His whereabouts were of utmost importance. That kid, he has wiped out all the shadow beasts in the dark forest, Ho Chang slowly said. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. After a moment, a series of gasps could be heard from the screen. Is that kid so fierce? The dark forest's shadow beasts numbered nearly 2,000, didn't they? He killed them all by himself. Impressive, that must be a first in the nation. Huang Peng laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent, I've always said it, such a talent must be fully nurtured. Huang Peng continued laughing. That's why I was willing to sponsor him. Chu Fan really suits my taste. After saying this, he realized no one else was speaking. What's the matter? Isn't Chu Fan's prowess a good thing? We shouldn't be jealous just because Chu Fan isn't from our own school. Remember, he is a student of our Yangcheng. At this point, a female principal spoke up. Principal Huang, Chu Fan has wiped out all the shadow beasts in the dark forest. I know so. our school students have no beasts to hunt, how can they level up? The female principal asked. Huang Peng was taken aback, his face quickly turning red as he took a deep breath. This is a matter for the education headquarters. Even if Chu Fan has wiped out the shadow beasts, the education headquarters will still spawn them in the instances. Ho Chang frowned. The education headquarters has said that there currently aren't enough shadow beasts. It will take 2 days, during which the Dark Forest instance will be temporarily closed. Huang Peng slammed his hand on the table angrily, saying, Tang Xiuhu, you must give us an explanation. Tang Xiuhu with a smile spread his hands. Didn't you just say that Chu Fan really suits your taste, and now you're demanding an explanation so soon? Damn, did I say that? Huang Peng jumped up in anger. You did just now, the female principal said, unimpressed. Indeed he had. Old Huang, you really did say it. Everyone shook their heads, feeling frustrated. 2 days might not seem long, but for those beginners just starting out it was crucial. Falling behind at one step means falling behind at every step. Huang Peng, struggling to calm his wildly heaving chest, finally settled down. So what do we do now? Are we supposed to send the students of Yangcheng to a higher difficulty beginner instance? Ho Chang said. That's why I've called everyone here to discuss this matter. For these 2 days, whether to go to a higher difficulty instance or to lower the difficulty and re-enter the previous Thorns jungle, let's vote and decide. At this everyone fell silent. Go to a higher difficulty beginner instance. This year, Ho Chang suggested changing the beginner's copy from the Thorn Jungle to the Dark Forest, which met with opposition from most of the principals. Ultimately, it was Ho Chang who decided that the difficulty of the copy had to be increased. Otherwise, the students from Yangcheng would always rank last in the province. Seeing the increase in mortality rate this year, the principals already had some criticisms of Ho Chang. How could they increase the difficulty again, making it even harder? Might as well stick to the Thorn Jungle since it's only a 2-day affair. Everyone knows the level our students are at. It takes several of them to take down a beast of the same level, whereas students from the big cities can even manage to kill higher level beasts alone. The gap is there for all to see. It's all because of that Chu Fan, always leveling up and wiping out all the beasts in the copy. What's he playing at? Sending him alone into the high difficulty beginner's copy was indeed a wise decision. Ho Chang looked around, seeing that all the principals were inclined to lower the difficulty, and he sighed softly. Tang Xiuhu, what do you think? Tang Xiuhu smiled and said, the consensus here is my consensus. Just let Chu Fan handle the high difficulty beginner's copy. We can all count on him, can't we? Or should we expect more from your students? With that, he laughed. Damn it, Tang Xiuhu, what are you saying? Saying our students are weak compared to Chu Fan. Even if it's true, can't you be a bit more tactful? Tang Xiuhu, with a smile still on his face, replied, am I not tactful enough? Everyone please keep an eye on Chu Fan. Let's see how far the student you sponsor can go. Tang Xiuhu emphasized the word sponsor heavily. After that, he immediately disconnected the call. In the professional traders market, Thor 1 landed in the parking lot. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua got out of the car. After leaving school, they headed straight here. Chua, where is the moonlight sand? Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chua hesitated, glancing at Chu Fan with the corner of her eye before quickly reaching into her chest. The next moment, a bulging bag appeared in her hand, a spatial item. Chu Fan kept his composure but was secretly amazed. His own spatial ring was a reward from the Ministry of Education. Jiang Chua's spatial item, definitely a necklace, no doubt a gift from her family, worth tens of millions, and Jiang Chua has one too. No wonder she's a little rich girl. Chu Fan smacked his lips. Here you go. What's this scent? Why does it smell a bit fragrant? He said, holding the bag and looking puzzled. Jiang Chua's face quickly turned red to the tips of her ears. 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the trading market. 125 moonlight sands sold at the market price of 20,000 per piece amounted to 25 million. Chu Fan immediately transferred half to Jiang Chua. Jiang Chua refused, but Chu Fan insisted on transferring because the number wasn't nice to hear. Fine. Jiang Chua pouted, reluctantly accepting the transfer. 125 million, adding to the 2 million given by the wealthy child in the copy and 40,000 spent at the Yangcheng Martial Arts Hall. Chu Fan's savings reached 321 million. However, before he could even warm to them, he had replaced everything with drugs meant to enhance mental power. Sitting in the car, Chu Fan pulled out a transparent bottle containing a blue liquid brain marrow of a Tier 5 exotic beast, the Earth Core jellyfish. Tisk, there goes 3 million just like that. Chu Fan felt a pinch in his heart. They say that the War Earth Mage is a money-burning profession, but it's nothing compared to facing an Asura. This bottle of earth core jellyfish brain marrow valued at 3 million was quite expensive. It is said that this little bottle was made from the brain marrow of 3 earth core jellyfish. The earth core jellyfish, a tier 5 exotic beast, it resembles a jellyfish and likes to live deep underground, hence humans named it after the earth's core. Unlike the lowest tier exotic beasts like shadow beasts, beasts of tier 3 and above burst out materials, the brain marrow of an earth core jellyfish is a material obtained by professionals after killing one. Exotic beast materials can be sold for money, thus giving rise to a group known as hunters. Hunters traverse various exotic realms. They walk on the edge of danger, kill exotic beasts in these realms, and harvest their materials. Some become rich overnight while others die in these realms. Besides ordinary exotic beasts, there also exists a mutated type. All the lords in the instances are mutated exotic beasts. These beasts have a chance to burst out rare items like the shadow blood obtained by Chu Fan. From such beasts one can also harvest primal energy. Holding the brain marrow, Chu Fan pondered a lot. Surviving in this world is not easy, he mused silently. Spending so much money, he hoped the effects would not disappoint. After contact with exotic beasts, humans' bodies become tainted with miasma. They can use chi cleansing pills to remove the miasma from their bodies. However, chi cleansing pills also have side effects. Before reaching level 30 awakening, they can only be used once a day. Thus, for new professionals like Chu Fan, the daily limit for entering instances is only twice. The school did not require Chu Fan to attend classes. After all, being first in the city, what more could classes teach him? After leaving the professional traders market, Chu Fan mentioned he wanted to buy a mobile phone. Jiang Chua happily agreed and took him to the largest mobile phone brand store, where they bought 2 of the same model. A couple said. Jiang Chua paid for them. I'll head to the restroom, Chu Fan said, looking delightedly at Jiang Chua. After entering the restroom, Chu Fan immediately activated his third eye and quickly logged onto the dark web through his phone to check the post he had made. The post showed over 10,000 views, probably due to repeat clicking. Chu Fan clicked in. Psyche is the host Asura, just filler posts, nothing useful. Chu Fan sighed and left the restroom. Shortly after, Thor 1 soared into the sky and soon stopped outside the Young City Martial Arts Gym. At that moment, Jiang Chua's other phone began to ring. While driving, Jiang Chua glanced at the caller ID but did not answer. Why don't you answer it? Chu Fan asked. I don't want to, Jiang Chua replied, her face expressionless. The phone kept ringing. Just answer it, said Chu Fan. Reluctantly, Jiang Chua answered the call. I've arranged for your brother to come pick you up, the voice on the other end commanded, undeniable authority resonating in its tone. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a bit awkward. Calling Jiang Chua with that tone, it was undoubtedly her father. Truth be told, he felt somewhat guilty, as if he were a thief. Why should he pick me up? I'm not coming back, Jiang Chua responded coldly. Oh, you're not coming back? I can't manage you anymore, Jiang Haisheng retorted angrily. Your brother is waiting for you at Yangcheng Martial Arts Hall. With that, Jiang Haisheng hung up. Jiang Chua bit her lip. Is that your uncle? Chu Fan ventured. Jiang Chua nodded without a word. You go ahead with your things. We'll go together to the lava lands tomorrow. Chu Fan smiled. Jiang Chua glanced at Chu Fan, then got out of the car and walked around to the passenger side to help Chu Fan down. I'll take you inside. Meanwhile, in the hall of Yangcheng Martial Arts Hall, a handsome young man in his 20s, wearing sunglasses and with meticulously combed hair, was sitting on a leather sofa in the VIP area. He was eating fruit and scrolling through videos. On his screen, a female broadcaster wearing a tight tank top was practicing boxing, sweat dripping down her neck into her cleavage. The handsome young man swallowed hard and immediately tipped her a virtual spaceship. Bossly, suddenly a young man with dyed yellow hair ran over. The handsome man looked up from his phone and frowned. What's the rush? Didn't you see I was studying? The yellow-haired man glanced at the screen and his mouth twitched slightly. Studying? You call watching this studying? It seems you misunderstand me, the handsome youth chuckled, pointing at the female broadcaster on his phone. This is Yin is studying at one of the top 12 universities, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, currently a level 28 martial artist. What's the problem with me watching her live stream to learn? Right, you're studying, the yellow-haired man said, his face displaying flattery. He whispered, bossly, I saw a thunder god one outside. Your sister's here, damn it. The handsome young man's face changed drastically. He swiped his phone to expertly close the live stream. Why didn't you say so earlier? He jumped up from the sofa and hid behind a pillar, peering outside. The yellow-haired man was taken aback by his actions. Who would have thought that Jiang Dali, the founder of Dali Pharmaceuticals, would be afraid of his sister? If this got out, it would surely drop many jaws. Jiang Dali watched from behind the pillar as Jiang Chua, arm in arm with Chu Fan, approached. Blind, Jiang Dali's body twitched. He suddenly appeared in front of Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. Chua, who is this? Jiang Dali asked darkly. Jiang Chua paused, then let go of Chu Fan's hand. Where's your car? I'll go with you. Hearing this, Chu Fan's heart trembled. Is this the big brother-in-law? Jiang Dali looked at Chu Fan and said, no rush, introduce us first. Just as Chu Fan was about to speak, Jiang Chua said, stop causing trouble or I'll tell mom that you bullied me. Jiang Dali laughed and replied, hey, who's bullying whom? Look, the wound on my chin still hasn't healed. He lifted his chin to reveal a purple bruise. That's what you get for bullying me, retorted Jiang Chua. Jiang Dali chuckled, but then his expression turned serious. Chua, I can let other things slide, but dating is a serious matter. As your brother, I must vet your suitors. Society is complex nowadays and you're too young. I'm worried you might be deceived. He then turned to Chu Fan. Are you Chua's classmate? Chu Fan smiled and nodded. Same school, different classes. The transfer day has passed. Have you transferred successfully? What qualification? What profession? Jiang Dali bombarded him with questions. Chu Fan was speechless, feeling like he was being interrogated. Rank 58 on the transfer leaderboard, first in Yang City. A hidden profession, Chua interjected before Chu Fan could respond, lifting her chin slightly. Much better than you, Jiang Dali. I remember when you transferred you were barely ranked over 500. Jiang Dali's eyes widened in disbelief. Rank 58, inch first in Yang City, you? Chu Fan nodded. Just lucky. Jiang Dali's lips twitched slightly. Who climbs the transfer leaderboard on luck alone? It's all about talent and potential. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Dali conceded, I underestimated you, but don't think this strength qualifies you to date my sister. Do you know who she is? Students in Yang City might not know her status. There might not be many pursuing her here, but in the provincial city, the number of talented young men who want to date her could circle Yang City. How do you compare to those talents? Chu Fan remained calm and did not respond. Suddenly, a fist flew fast and struck Jiang Dali right on the chin. Ouch. Jiang Dali gasped in pain, touching his chin. Even Chu Fan was stunned. A hook punch. So that's why Chua's hook punch could reach the second tier so quickly. She's been practicing. How can those guys compare to him? Jiang Chua's icy voice followed. Besides, even if he's not the most formidable one, what does it matter? Do I, Jiang Chua, need to check a man's strength before dating him? Chu Fan was taken aback. So was Jiang Dali. Jiang Chua walked straight towards a sports car parked nearby. Jiang Dali's car. Jiang Dali, with a stern expression, looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan gave him a friendly smile and shrugged. Jiang Dali snorted. The upgrade leaderboard will open soon, and that's the real test of the freshman's strength. I wonder how high you'll rank nationally. With that, he walked towards the sports car. Boss, here's your medicine. Huang Mao ran after him, handing Jiang Dali a bottle of medicine which he skillfully applied to his chin, his eyes gleaming. Little sister's punching power has increased a lot. Huang Mao spoke carefully. Bossly, you hurt your chin every so often and it's not good to keep applying medicine. Why not learn a skill to strengthen your chin? My goodness. Before he could finish, Jiang Dali slapped him across the face and demanded find out who was ranked 58th in the job change list. I want their full name and background by today. Also keep an eye on the upcoming upgrade list. I want to see what qualifications that kid has to be my sister's boyfriend. Chu Fan opened his third eye. Everything he saw was enveloped in a faint red mist. He watched as Jiang Chua sat in the passenger seat, her face cold and silent. Jiang Dali, driving the car, kept trying to please her. Closing his third eye, Chu Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't expected to find himself in such a situation, but considering Jiang Chua's extraordinary background, it was normal for her family to have high expectations. Shaking off his thoughts, Chu Fan walked straight into the martial arts gym. Nothing else mattered. When you're weak, it feels like everyone is against you. Once you become strong, those so-called enemies turn into friends. So his only goal was to become stronger. As Chu Fan entered the Yang City martial arts gym atop a high-rise building, across from him, a man and a woman stood with grim expressions. The little girl finally left. The man exhaled heavily. The woman smiled. If she had stayed by that boy's side, it would have been difficult for us to make a move, especially since her father is not someone to mess with. But now, the time has come. The man smirked. He. The Divine Hall responded. This guy named Chu Fan is an orphan with no background. Even if he's number one on Yang City's job change list, his death would be meaningless. We can proceed without worries. Tonight, after he leaves the Yang City martial arts gym will be his end. Unaware of the danger lurking, Chu Fan was in the training room relentlessly executing the sword shadow radiance slash technique. Each slash was followed by another, rapidly depleting his mental energy. Gritting his teeth, Chu Fan persevered. He might not match the talents from the big cities, but in terms of determination he felt he could compete with anyone. No one becomes strong without reason, even a genius must put in effort. Otherwise they would vanish like a meteor streaking across the sky. Soon Chu Fan's body reached its limit. He consumed a meal designed to restore mental energy and soaked in a nutrient solution to recover physically. Then he took out the core of the earth jellyfish. Without hesitation he swallowed it. The chilly liquid flowed down his throat into his stomach, sending a chill throughout his body. So cold, his teeth chattered as his body trembled. "Your body temperature is low, would you like to turn on the heating system?" asked Xiao Meng. "No need," Chu Fan replied, his voice trembling as a layer of frost covered his face. Time passed and he sat motionless, a thin layer of pale blue ice forming over his body, like an ice sculpture. Beep beep beep, the alarm in the training room went off. "Your body temperature is below the critical value. Emergency rescue device activated. Emergency rescue device activated." At that moment the thin ice covering Chu Fan began to crack, the ice shattered. Chu Fan with a smile said, "Xiao Meng, no need, thank you. Your physical condition is good." Xiao Meng was just alarmed unnecessarily, Xiao Meng responded. Chu Fan smiled and opened his professional panel. Name, stranger, age, 18, occupation, Asura, aptitude, S level, 9, 312%. Strength, 105 plus, 20, intelligence, 100 plus, 10, agility, 105 plus, 20, stamina, 105 plus, 20, mental power, 8, attack power, 2975 plus, 298, source power, 2%. Equipment, initial set, rare, or level requirement, 1 skills, wave perception, second order 11%, tenacity, first order 8%, block, first order 6%, sword shadow radiance slash, first order 2%. Mental power has only increased by 2 points. Chu Fan's expression darkened. This 3 million just for such a slight improvement? No wonder they say some powerful occupations are like gold-eating beasts. However, when his mental power was at 5, he could continuously execute sword shadow radiance slash 20 times. And now Chu Fan stood up, swung his sword forward, radiant sword energy burst forth. Chu Fan kept releasing the sword shadow radiance slash skill. Soon his face turned deathly pale. He executed it 35 times. Chu Fan's lips curled into a smile. The increase in mental power was not just about the number of times he could release skills, more importantly, it was about how much mental power was left after using them. For instance, previously, after releasing sword shadow radiance slash 20 times he would be exhausted, but now even after 30 times he still had mental power remaining. Being able to comfortably execute various skills was the true benefit of increased mental power. Chu Fan's face showed excitement. Continue to earn money. Buy medicine to enhance mental power. Ding, just then his newly purchased phone rang. Chu Fan picked up the phone, his heart skipped a beat. Someone had replied to that post on the dark web. Yangcheng Martial Arts Gym VIP area. To protect privacy, all compartments here were separated, preventing any outside prying. Chu Fan lay on the genuine leather sofa accessing the dark web. As soon as he logged in, he noticed several small red dots. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he clicked on the reply tab. Omniscient, I have information on the Asura occupation. 40 dark coins is too little. A flat rate of 100 dark coins. A mere mortal, I'm here. Deal. Omniscient, transfer the dark coins first. A mere mortal, let me verify the goods first. Chu Fan and the other party started chatting. The other party raised the price of the Asura-related information to 100 dark coins, and Chu Fan was not surprised. This was the money made from information disparity. Information on hidden occupations was very rare. Once someone knew about it, it was inevitable to raise the price. Soon, the other party sent over a folder along with a password. Chu Fan entered the password and opened the file. Inside was a piece of text: Asura, a profession accompanied by darkness, capable of sensing fluctuations and unleashing sword energy to combat enemies. The strongest Asura in history, Wangxiu, could even manifest the Asura hell with a single thought. It is rumored that Asuras who become emissaries of darkness can summon the domain of darkness and transform into true Asuras. Of course, these are just rumors and I cannot guarantee their authenticity. The content below requires dark coins first. As Chu Fan reads the text in the file, a surge of emotions overwhelms him. Yes, this information is correct. Since the other party knows that Asuras are called dark emissaries after their job change, it must be true. Without hesitation, he quickly transfers 100 dark coins to the other party. The dark web's transaction system is very convenient, with each account having an associated wallet for direct transfers. You are about to spend 100 dark coins to purchase know-it-all's information. Do you confirm? Chu Fan clicks confirm. Soon after, the 100 dark coins are transferred and another folder is sent over. As he reads the information in the folder, Chu Fan's frown deepens. The Asura tribe? Not only does the sent Asura information include the characteristics of Asuras and the historical encounters of Asuras, but it also mentions a special race, the Asura tribe. It's rumored that the Asura tribe comes from a realm beyond this world. Naturally inclined to slaughter, they offended the gods and were ultimately annihilated by them. The strong members of the Asura tribe were imprisoned, never to see the light again. At this point, Chu Fan, thinking back to his visit to that plaza, is profoundly shaken. Could it be that the bizarre creatures there were the Asura tribe? He continued reading. The document also stated that whether it is an Asura, an exorcist, or a necromancer, these hidden professions' abilities all originate from outside this world and are linked to various races from that realm. Of course, these are just speculations by the great figures of our time. After all, no one has been to the world beyond. When rifts from another world appeared, why did humans awaken various abilities and become different professionals? Combining the emergence of various strange beasts, these leaders then proposed this hypothesis. Chu Fan reads on without missing a word, spending a full 20 minutes before slowly closing his vertical eye and exhaling deeply. From the information provided by Know-It-All, there are 3 things to note. First, the creatures in that plaza I visited are likely the Asura tribe. Second, all Asuras in history who brutally murdered and eventually lost their sanity and killed their loved ones or even themselves were probably also influenced by the Asura tribe. Third, my teacher mentioned that his grandfather often heard murmuring sounds after awakening, which might be the voices of the Asura tribe. The origin of everything lies in that plaza and its creatures, the Asura tribe. Chu Fan breathes rapidly. Currently he has not heard any murmuring sounds, but whether and when he will hear them remains unknown. Moreover, why did those members of the Asura tribe show excited, thrilled expressions when they saw him, and what exactly does the phrase Ataskab Moa mean? If Chu Fan could understand the meaning of Ataskab Moa, he might be able to grasp the real intentions of the Shura clan. In a moment of rapid thought, Chu Fan considered many possibilities. He hoped that his teacher could come up with results soon. Pushing these thoughts aside, Chu Fan decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. The information provided by Wanchitong was incredibly comprehensive. It also mentioned that the professional skills and exclusive equipment for all hidden professions could only be obtained in 2 ways. The first was by entering one of the top 12 national colleges or the Big Four. These institutions had a complete range of professional skills and equipment, including all the rare professions. The second way was through the dark web, which required completing missions to accumulate dark coins. Currently, in the goods section of the dark web, a single S-level skill for any hidden profession cost 100,000 dark coins. Exclusive weapons were frighteningly expensive. Just trading with other netizens and signing in daily, how many years would it take to accumulate over 100,000 dark coins? Therefore, Chu Fan had to undertake missions provided by the dark web. With a slight frown, Chu Fan thought to himself, the dark web is too unpredictable, never knowing when a mission would be posted or what it would entail. What if the mission involved assassinating members of the Clergy Hall or the Martial Alliance? Would he still accept it? Therefore, his primary goal was to achieve high scores on various leaderboards. Chu Fan's expression was resolute, and he also had the college entrance exam to think about while keeping an eye out for any missions posted on the dark web. He set these goals for himself. In the Jiangnan province, within the city area, in a villa, Jiang Chua returned home with a frosty expression. You're back. In the living room, a middle-aged man with a face as sharp as a knife spoke. Jiang Chua nodded. Why call me back when you could have just told me over the phone? Jiang Haisheng said, I've already arranged your transfer to Jiangnan City First High School starting from tomorrow. Hearing this, Jiang Chua's eyes widened. Why? I don't want to go. Don't ask too many questions, just do as you're told, Jiang Haisheng replied. Jiang Chua looked at Jiang Haisheng, her lips tightly pressed together. Jiang Haisheng's gaze softened. As long as you go, Dad will grant your previous request. Really? Jiang Chua's face lit up with joy. Yes, the 50 million per dose of essence of melting heart. Dad is willing to give it to you. Chua, Dad is asking you to transfer schools for your own good. Jiang Haisheng spoke gently. Whomp your decision to make. Me transfer schools, isn't it? Because Jiang Chua complained. Jiang Haisheng chuckled. Not at all. Dad doesn't oppose your relationship with Chu Fan, nor will he deliberately target him, but Yang City is too small, not suitable for your development. Originally sending you to Yang City to study was for you to change professions and to be mentored by Xiao Jinghua personally, but now Xiao Jinghua has left Yang City due to other matters and won't be returning soon, plus you changed your profession to a martial artist on your own. So, staying in Yang City will limit your development. Really? Jiang Chua's eyes flickered. Yes, Jiang Haisheng nodded. What I'm asking is, do you really not oppose me being with Chu Fan? Upon hearing this, Jiang Haisheng showed a wry smile. It turned out that after all he said, this girl only cared about whether he opposed her relationship with Chu Fan. It's tough when daughters grow up. I thought you looked down on Chu Fan, Jiang Chua said weakly. Jiang Haisheng laughed. Look down on him? Chu Fan made it to the top 100 on the national transfer list. How could I look down on him? He's also quite handsome and suits you well. The only flaw was his eyes, but since I gave you the essence of flowing heart, that flaw no longer exists. Jiang Chua's face lit up with joy and she threw herself into Jiang Haisheng's arms. Dad, you're the best. Oh, you. Jiang Haisheng chuckled. His expression then gradually became serious. Dad, Jiang Chua suddenly looked up at Jiang Haisheng. What's wrong? Can I not transfer schools for now and think about it after I reach level 10? Jiang Chua pleaded, shaking Jiang Haisheng's arm. Please, is that okay? Okay, Dad knows you want to spend a few more days with Chu Fan. No problem, Jiang Haisheng said with a smile. Soon after Jiang Chua left, a beautiful woman walked in. She was Jiang Chua's mother, Fan Xianyun. Fan Xianyun looked at Jiang Haisheng and questioned, why do you want Chua to transfer schools, knowing you the reason? Can't be that simple. Jiang Haisheng walked to the French window, gazing into the distant sky, and slowly said, I received news that there's a problem with Region 99 and Yang City is in danger. What? Fan Xianyun looked surprised. How serious is it? The Temple of Deities has ranked this crisis as S-level, Jiang Haisheng said. Fan Xianyun took a deep breath. Past S-level crises have caused indelible damage to cities with unimaginable casualties. Yang City. Madam, I can't reveal more, but you heard what I just told Chuha. Xiao Jinghua is not in Yang City, which changed my plans. The most important thing is to ensure her safety, Jiang Haisheng said, his gaze deep. He sighed. What about that boy, Chu Fan? Fan Xianyun asked. Are you asking why I didn't arrange for him to leave with Chua? Jiang Haisheng said. Fan Xianyun nodded. I see great potential in that boy, but his profession is Asura. Jiang Haisheng sighed. Asura? Fan Xianyun's eyes widened in disbelief. You made the right decision letting Chua break it off early. Once back in Jiangnan City, she'll realize there are many boys better than Chu Fan in this world. It's a pity I didn't expect Chua to fall for a boy who was an Asura. Fan Xianyun showed a look of regret. Jiang Haisheng looked into the distant sky, his gaze profound. Time passed and the sky gradually darkened. It was 8 p.m. In the training room of Yang City Martial Arts Hall, Chu Fan wiped his sweat, put away his initial sword, and looked at his profession panel, his lips slowly curving into a smile. Name, Stranger, age, 18, profession, Asura, talent, S-level, 9, 312%. Strength, 107 plus, 20, intelligence, 107 plus, 10, agility, 107 plus, 20, endurance, 107 plus, 20, spirit power, 9, attack power, 300 plus, 30, source power, 2% equipment, initial set, rare, or level requirement, 1 skills, wave perception, second stage 11%, resilience, first stage 8%, block, first stage 6%, sword shadow flowing light slash, first stage 3%, attributes improved by another 2 points, Chu Fan said with a smile. Most importantly, the proficiency of spirit power and sword shadow flowing light slash has also improved. He then stepped out of the training room. Today, after nearly 10 hours of training and venturing into the dungeon, my body and spirit felt utterly drained. Even with the aid of nutritious meals and supplements, I felt the weariness seeping into my bones. Tonight, I plan to rest well, for tomorrow I shall venture into the Lava Lands dungeon. Chu Fan chuckled from within the high-rise building opposite Yongchang Martial Arts Hall. A man and a woman stared intently at the large structure of the martial arts hall. That kid has been in there for almost 10 hours today, he's an orphan, where does he get so much money to spend? The man said anxiously. He was worried that Chu Fan might never leave the building. Just then, the woman's eyes lit up. He's coming out, he's out. The man spoke in a low voice. Don't act rashly, the martial arts hall is teeming with masters. Let's wait until he's farther away from this place before we make a move. With that, the two quickly left the rooftop. Chu Fan exited the Yangcheng Martial Arts Hall. On his way back, he practiced sensing fluctuations. Activating his second-tier fluctuation detection, he could control everything within a 30-meter radius. In a flash, Chu Fan swiftly moved from his original spot and ran towards a distant point. He easily dodged any obstacles in his path while the duo followed him from a distance. Is this the sensing ability of an Asura? The man muttered. The woman nodded. It must be. Be careful, don't get too close. His sensing ability probably has a range limit. Chu Fan headed straight for the Chicheng orphanage along the main road. Since his successful job transfer, he hadn't yet officially shared the good news with the director, and honestly, he felt a bit ashamed about it. Suddenly, Chu Fan sensed something. A distinct fluctuation appeared 30 meters behind him. He increased his running speed, and the fluctuations from behind also picked up pace. Is someone following me? Two fluctuations, two people. Chu Fan furrowed his brows and sped up again. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan arrived at a narrow alley. The alley was deserted, dimly lit by the faint glow of street lamps, and Chu Fan's figure swiftly moved through it. At that moment, the two people behind him suddenly increased their speed, closing the distance from 30 meters to directly block Chu Fan's path up ahead. Sensing the two people up close, Chu Fan was utterly shocked. Their strength was comparable to Tang Meng and others at his school, though not as strong as Du Jing, level 25 professionals. Chu Fan took a deep breath. You run quite fast, little guy. Aren't you afraid of tripping since you can't see? The man said in a low, mocking tone. Chu Fan frowned. Seniors, may I know why you are blocking my way here? The woman licked her lips and chuckled. Little brother, I'm quite curious about your profession and Asura, huh? They say Asuras keep company with the night, and it just so happens that I'm a knight of light. We could complement each other well. Chu Fan, suppressing his disgust, replied, I'm a student at Yangcheng First Middle School, and you? We not only know you're a student at Yangcheng First Middle School, but we also know you're number 58 on this year's job transfer list. So what? It's unfortunate you killed someone you shouldn't have, the man shouted angrily. Hearing this, Chu Fan understood. These were people connected to Ling Tianhua. From the moment he killed Ling Tianhua, Chu Fan knew he would eventually face this crisis. The inevitable had finally arrived. Ling Tianhua, Chu Fan questioned doubtfully. Seniors, could you have mistaken me for your teacher? Suddenly he shouted past the two, his face showing surprise. The two turned around, but there was no one behind them. This kid is tricking us. Chu Fan stood his ground and swiftly swung his long sword towards the front, facing professionals over 10 levels higher than himself. He had no choice but to strike first. Sword energies burst forth violently, slashing towards the two. Confronted with the sudden onslaught of sword energies, the man and woman remained calm. A pair of light wings emerged from the woman's back. Wielding the light wings, she maneuvered through the streaming sword energies with astonishing speed, dodging all the dense sword attacks. Haha, kid, the level gap between us is too big. Stop struggling and accept your fate obediently. I might consider leaving your body intact. The man laughed heartily as he swung a punch forward. Bang! The air itself vibrated. All the sword energies were shattered by his single punch. The man's face bore a smile. It's just sword energy. If we let you reach level 20 and learn a few more skills, we might actually have a hard time. His smile suddenly ceased. In front, Chu Fan was no longer in his original spot. Chase him! The man bellowed angrily, and he, along with the woman, quickly pursued in the direction Chu Fan had fled. Strong, Chu Fan utilized the terrain advantages, weaving through various alleys. The level difference was too great, and moreover, there were two of them. He had no chance of winning. Thus, the moment he made his move, he never intended to confront them head-on. He was thoroughly familiar with the streets and alleys of Yang City. Chu Fan entered an alley and crawled out from a small hole at the back. He crossed another narrow lane, passed through a patch of grass, and directly leaped into a small stream ahead. His pursuers lacked his sensory abilities. As long as he hid well, he had a chance to escape. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight cast a silver sheen over the land. Chu Fan swam slowly in the stream, gradually moving towards the shore, where he lay beside a rock holding his breath. He activated his third eye, his vertical pupil rotating, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. Before long, two figures appeared in his line of sight. The woman, wielding her wings, hovered in the air. The man stood on the ground below her, his gaze dark. The kid couldn't have gone far. He must Be nearby, the man said darkly. The woman floating in midair chuckled lightly. This little guy is quite slippery like an eel, huh? Let's stop dawdling and start looking. We can't afford to delay any longer. Delays could lead to complications, the man said in a low, angry tone. Fine, fine, she replied casually. Suddenly a burst of golden light erupted from the woman's body. The surroundings suddenly lit up as bright as day. Chu Fan, who was crouching by the creek, changed his expression and was just about to dive underwater when a woman's voice, eerie like a ghost, reached him. Little brother, I found you. She swooped down towards Chu Fan with incredible speed. Reacting swiftly, Chu Fan countered with a stroke of his sword, creating a slash of radiant light. The woman fluttered her wings and in a few breaths she was right in front of Chu Fan. A long spear appeared in her hand and with a cold gaze she said, little brother, don't blame sister. I'm also doing this to protect myself. She thrust the spear fiercely at Chu Fan. So fast. Chu Fan activated his weakness detection. The opponent's speed was momentarily slowed, yet it was still much faster than Ling Tianhua from before. Thud, the spear grazed Chu Fan's arm, leaving a deep, bone-visible wound. Huh, the woman looked surprised, staring at Chu Fan. You actually dodged my spear. Worthy of a genius listed on the job change leaderboard. At that moment Chu Fan's forehead began to wriggle, his third eye rapidly opened and stared closely at the woman. It seemed as though the woman saw something terrifying as her face suddenly turned pale and her movements briefly halted. Now, Chu Fan quickly executed the radiant light slash. However, a man suddenly appeared, shattering the sword energy with a punch and pulling the woman away. The woman, regaining her senses, looked at Chu Fan with a terrified expression. What's happening? The man asked gravely. The woman took a deep breath. He has an eye on his forehead, and that eye is strange. The man's gaze shifted to Chu Fan and saw his third eye. Speaking softly, he said, what is this? The woman shook her head. I'm not sure, but don't look into his eye. Just now for a moment I thought I saw the hell of Asuras, if you hadn't pulled me back in time. Asura hell, the man said seriously, acknowledging the unpredictable nature of hidden jobs. Fortunately he's still low level and hasn't fully grown yet. With that he instantly moved in front of Chu Fan. Chu Fan felt his body locked in place by an overwhelming force, unable to move. Boxer, Chu Fan exclaimed, a rank skill lockdown. The boxer's skill lockdown could fix an opponent in place. Among equals, this skill wasn't very prominent, usually just holding the opponent momentarily. However, Chu Fan, only at level 9, was outclassed by more than 10 levels by the man. Facing the A rank skill lockdown, he couldn't move at all. Kid, I admit you're exceptional, but this is as far as you go. The man charged at Chu Fan, throwing a punch. Chu Fan's third eye rapidly spun, its pupil gradually forming a vortex. The red of his eyes deepened to a bloody hue. The boxer tried his best to avoid looking at Chu Fan's eyes, but it seemed a magical force was drawing him in. Unwittingly, the man glanced at Chu Fan's third eye and his face changed drastically, his fist stopping midair. Chu Fan took this opportunity to quickly distance himself. However, a long spear suddenly struck. Faced with the assault of 2 level 25 professionals, Chu Fan tried every trick in his arsenal but to no avail. Narrowly avoiding the spear that was aimed at his neck, the trajectory of the spear shifted, grazing past his chin instead. The tremendous force came crashing down. Chu Fan winced in pain as he was flung to the ground by the colossal strength. The man and woman wasted no words, advancing on Chu Fan from front and back, relentlessly pursuing him. What to do? Chu Fan panicked internally. He did not know. At this moment the vortex in his vertical pupil spun faster, looking like a vast sea of blood. Suddenly a cold voice appeared in his mind. Give your body to me, let me kill them for you. Chu Fan was startled. Who was speaking? His nerves tensed, he looked around. Stop looking, I exist within your consciousness. Just relax your mind and I can temporarily control your body, the cold voice continued. Control my body? Who? Chu Fan's face suddenly turned pale. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could this be the murmuring? Don't hesitate. If you delay any further you will surely die. Give it to me, entrust your body to me, let me kill them for you. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone must be killed, all must die. Listening to this voice filled with boundless killing intent, a surge of murderous aura inexplicably rose within Chu Fan. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Was this the murmuring that the Asuras heard? It wanted to control his body? Could it be that the historical Asuras had experienced this? In the end, did they relinquish control of their bodies, leading to their bloodthirsty nature even killing themselves? Chu Fan thought of many things in an instant. I absolutely cannot relinquish control of my body. He made his decision swiftly. Under no circumstances could he surrender his body to the Asura race. boy, why are you still hesitating? The cold voice echoed in his mind again. These people must be killed. If you don't kill them, you will die. Give it all to me. Get lost. Chu Fan roared angrily. The voice immediately vanished. All this happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment he had no time to think further. The man and woman had already reached him. Boy, go to die, the man shouted. The woman's long spear, like a dragon, thrust towards Chu Fan. Resilient, Chu Fan quickly activated his resilience skill and positioned his initial sword in front of his chest. Level B skills, resilience and block, rarely used, but now he had no other choice. The two attacks hit Chu Fan. Bang! Chu Fan, like a kite with its string cut, flew across the air for over 10 meters, landing on the opposite bank of the creek. It's over. The man withdrew his fist a flash step and he was on the opposite bank. The woman swung her light wings, instantly crossing over 10 meters, arriving above Chu Fan. Looking down at him from a height, Chu Fan was severely injured and unconscious. Still breathing, the man said, I'll take the head. You contact the boss. The woman nodded. Cough cough. What has this child done wrong that you must beat him so terribly and even seek his life? Cough cough. Just then a feeble voice approached from afar. It was distant 1 second, but the next it seemed to materialize right beside the man and woman. Who's there? The pair exclaimed in surprise, turning their heads. A pale-faced old man slowly approached them. Old man, I'd advise you to not meddle in others' affairs, the man said, his brow furrowed, deeply wary of the elder's approach. As the elder stepped forward, cracks formed on the ground beside him with each step. Are you from the Association of Professionals? He asked, eyeing the marks on their wrists. Indeed, it's better you know. Do you intend to oppose the association? The woman asked, frowning. The elder, with a long and profound gaze, sighed off. The Association of Professionals, it has really lost its way over the years. With that he turned his chilling gaze towards the couple. To beat my child to such a state, no matter who you are, you're staying here. The man scoffed, keeping us here. You talk big. Let's see what this shaky, sickly old ghost can really do. With those words the man suddenly bent over, like a bow drawn taut in the ground beneath him. Shattered spider web-like cracks spreading rapidly. Then he shot forward like a cannonball. The elder's gaze turned cold. A pugilist's dive. TSK, mere child's play. The cracks around him grew larger. Corpses began to climb out from them, encircling the elder. Seeing this, the pugilist's eyes hardened and he punched the foremost corpse. The corpse's chest burst open, hollow inside, but it seemed unbothered and swiped at the man. Feeling the ferocity of the claw, the man's face paled and he quickly retreated to stand with the woman. What kind of hidden profession is this? The man cried out in alarm. These corpses, they have the physical prowess of a level 20 professional, and they don't get hurt, feel no pain. Unless we obliterate them completely, they'll just keep fighting tirelessly. The woman also looked solemn. Meanwhile, the corpses parted and the elder walked out slowly, his voice cold. It's been a long time since I've exercised my skills. Today I'll start with you. The corpses roared and lunged at the couple. The man yelled, act quickly, your skills should have some effect on these corpses. The woman nodded, standing her ground, and began to chant. Light's curse. Golden ripples emanated outward. The corpses, struck by the golden waves, screamed in agony. A light night, huh? Li Mu chuckled. A mere conventional auxiliary profession dares to compete with a hidden profession. Who gave you the courage? As he spoke, a book appeared in Li Mu's hands. The book was black and tattered, looking no different from something picked out of a trash heap. Army of the Undead. Li Mu held the book and slowly spoke out, arise. In the next moment, the ground around him trembled as if a massive earthquake had struck. Dozens of corpses surged from beneath the earth. These corpses were pitch black, with their eyes emitting a red glow and their bodies reeked of rot. The man and woman observing the scene were terrified. Light curse. The woman released her skill again, sending out golden ripples. However, the undead were unaffected and lunged at the couple. Die. The man threw a punch, sending a swath of corpses flying. But the undead, unharmed, rose again and charged at him. What kind of profession is this? The man was gripped by 10 undead, his hair standing on end from fear. This is terrifying. Controlling dozens of undead that have no weaknesses and don't require skills, each with the physical prowess of a level 20 professional. How are we supposed to fight this? In a moment of distraction, the undead grabbed his limbs. A tremendous force surged through him. His face drastically changed as he cried out in horror. No. The undead pulled his body in all directions, tearing him apart instantly. The woman, witnessing this, collapsed to the ground in fright. Elder, please spare my life. She knew she was no match for Li Mu, her voice trembling. Li Mu approached slowly and said, if I hadn't intervened, would you have spared that child? The woman stood frozen, unable to speak. thus die. Li Mu waved his hand and a mass of undead pounced on her. Soon, her body was left without a trace of completeness, her head rolling on the ground, eyes full of terror. Clearly she had died in extreme fear. Li Mu put away the tattered book and bent down, coughing, cough, cough. I just wanted to be a simple dean, but you forced my hand, alas. Suddenly he looked to the side and said coldly, come out. Behind a large tree, Tang Xiuhu emerged, smiling. Old Tang, since you came, why didn't you help? Seeing him, Li Mu was somewhat displeased. With you here, why would I need to? Tang Xiuhu laughed. A level 36 necromancer, truly as famous as they say, humphrey. Mu's face was pale as he coldly snorted. He muttered a few phrases and the undead quickly burrowed back into the ground, disappearing from sight. Let's not quibble, Li Mu said to Tang Xiuhu. Xiao Fan killed Ling Xiao's son in the instance. Ling Xiao won't let this go easily. They will surely act again. Li Mu's expression darkened. But if they want to touch my child, they'll have to ask my undead first. Alright, don't exert yourself too much. You're beginning to look like one of those undead corpses. Tang Xiuhu became serious for once. It can't be helped, all hidden professions are like this, Xiao Fan. The two looked towards Chu Fan lying on the ground. What Xiao Fan faces is much more difficult than what I face. We hidden professions, even though our ends are not great, at least we can live normally, and not a single Asura survived. Tang Xiuhu stood rooted to the spot, his expression grave. After a long pause he tossed a bottle of elixir to Li Mu, saying, take Chu Fan back. From now on, if such a thing happens, I will intervene immediately. Li Mu caught the elixir astonished and said, you're even willing to part with this? Tang Xiuhu chuckled, tell him it's a marrow cleansing pill I've given him. Li Mu nodded, then slowly walked away carrying Chu Fan on his back. Watching Li Mu's retreating figure, Tang Xiuhu sighed deeply. Everyone says hidden professions are powerful, but how many know the burdens those with hidden professions bear are far beyond what ordinary people can imagine? Tang Xiuhu murmured to himself and turned to leave. What happened to brother Chu Fan? I don't know, it was Grandpa who carried him back. I saw that Grandpa's face was even paler and he kept coughing. Didn't Xiaohu say brother Chu Fan went on a date with a big sister? Could it really be that his essence was drained? And Grandpa has always been like this, that's why he always tells us to protect ourselves. Sure, keep your voices down, having your essence drained is very serious. Don't disturb brother Chu Fan's rest. A group of boys and girls stretched their necks, peering through the crack of the door. Inside, Li Mu sat by the bedside. At that moment Chu Fan's body twitched. Awake, Li Mu smiled. Principal. Chu Fan couldn't help but gasp in pain. Ouch, every part of my body feels like it's being torn apart. My head feels like it's been pierced by a needle that's stirring inside. Don't move around. It was your teacher who saved you. Li Mu smiled. That guy knew you were in trouble in the instance and has been secretly protecting you. Teacher, so that was it. Chu Fan lay in bed, a deep sense of gratitude welling up inside him, that voice in his head. He suddenly remembered, what would have happened if I had really let go of my consciousness and allowed it to control my body? Did the historical Asuras in unavoidable circumstances hand over control of their bodies to the Asura clan, and that's why they turned out that way? Chu Fan pondered deeply. Principal, Chu Fan called out weakly. Li Mu shook his head. Don't talk too much, I know all about it. Tang Xiuhu gave you a high-grade marrow cleansing pill. Your body was too weak before to handle the effects of the pill. Next, I will help you refine the residual effects in your body. With that, he waved his hand. Bang, the door was shut tightly. Oh, stingy, they won't let us watch. Let's go. Grandpa is going to treat brother Chu Fan. We shouldn't disturb them. We just wanted to watch. I hope brother Chu Fan is okay. Brother Chu Fan will be fine. You don't know he topped this year's job transfer list and is ranked first in Yang City. He's a genius, and with Grandpa here, he definitely won't have any problems. That impressive. Come here, look at this video. The person in the video is slaying thousands of beasts alone. It must be brother Chu Fan. Wow, that's definitely brother Chu Fan. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes. What do you mean turn to ashes? Don't talk nonsense. The voices outside the door gradually faded away. Inside the room, a white mist appeared in Li Mu's right hand, pressing against Chu Fan's chest. Calm your mind and feel the changes in your body, Li Mu said. Chu Fan put aside his distracting thoughts and his breathing gradually became even. Time passed. With Li Mu's help, the pain in his body lessened significantly. High-grade marrow cleansing pill. Chu Fan was deeply moved. He was well acquainted with this medicinal pill. The marrow cleansing pill, a second-grade medicine, could refine one's essence and enhance one's attributes in 4 dimensions. Any family with decent resources would purchase marrow cleansing pills for their children. Although effective, they were not affordable for everyone. On the market, even a low-grade marrow cleansing pill cost 5,000,000 each. Ordinary families could not afford it, yet the one Tang Xiuhu gave him was of high grade, definitely worth no less than 5 million. Medicinal pills were classified into 9 grades, each divided into low, middle, and high tiers. The higher the tier, the fewer impurities and the lesser the side effects on the body. High-grade medicinal pills almost had negligible side effects. As Chu Fan's thoughts raced, the white mist from Li Mu's hand slowly dissipated. Alright, I have already helped you refine 90% of the medicinal effects in your body. The remaining 10% will need to be absorbed slowly by yourself, Li Mu announced. Chu Fan sat up from the bed and respectfully said, "Thank you, Dean. Show me your professional panel," Li Mu requested. Hearing this, Chu Fan did not hesitate and immediately opened his professional panel. Name: Stranger, age 18, profession Asura, talent S level 9, 312%. Strength 137 plus 20, intelligence 130 plus 10, agility 137 plus 20, stamina 137 plus 20, mental strength 18, attack power 346 plus 346, source power 2%, equipment initial set rare or level requirement 1, skills wave perception second tier 11%, fortitude first tier 8%, block first tier 6%, sword shadow radiance / first tier 3%. Seeing the professional panel, Chu Fan was stunned. Not only did each of his four-dimensional attributes increase by 30 points, but his mental strength also doubled. Does the high-grade marrow cleansing pill have such an effect? Chu Fan's face showed his astonishment. Normally each level up would only increase his four-dimensional attributes by 10 points. This single marrow cleansing pill had effectively given him the equivalent of a 3-level attribute increase. More importantly, his mental strength increased by 9 points, which was typically very hard to enhance. Even after consuming the brain marrow of a core jellyfish, he had only increased by 2 points in mental strength. This pill had boosted it by 9 points. Even Chu Fan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If only he had known earlier, he would have spent the money used to buy the core jellyfish on marrow cleansing pills instead. Your four-dimensional attributes are quite impressive, even higher than those of a berserker of the same level, Li Mu commented. Mental strength at 18 inch, you must have used some medication to enhance it, right? Chu Fan nodded. Yes, Dean, I used the brain marrow of a core jellyfish. It was a bit of a loss. I should have bought the marrow cleansing pill instead. Li Mu glanced at Chu Fan and said, "You don't have access to high-grade medicinal pills and you can't buy them at all. Most of what circulates on the market are low-grade with too many impurities. Don't buy them, understood?" Chu Fan nodded. Once you start making money, continue to buy medicines that enhance mental strength. These medicines are different from medicinal pills and are free of impurities, so you can use them with confidence, Li Mu explained patiently. By the way, where did you get so much money? Chu Fan smiled and shared his own experiences. Li Mu laughed and said, "You're quite lucky managing to find a bunch of moonlight sand in the beginner's dungeon and even having people give you money." Dean, how can I quickly increase my mental strength? Is it just by using the brain marrow of a geocentric jellyfish? Li Mu chuckled. Quickly increase it? You're thinking too much. Do you know how difficult it is to enhance mental strength? A single portion of geocentric jellyfish's brain marrow costs 3 million each, not to mention higher grade medicines. There are many with hidden professions who desperately make money to buy these medicines, but it gets harder and harder. Each one is exorbitantly priced. Li Mu sighed. Chu Fan asked suspiciously, "Dean, you seem to know a lot about this. Could it be that you also have a hidden profession involving mental strength?" Li Mu gave him a stern look. "Don't try to pry into my affairs. Your primary goal now is to increase your mental strength to 20. Chu Fan looked puzzled. Once your mental strength reaches 20, you can learn mental attack skills. Li Mu smiled. Mental attack skills? Chu Fan's expression changed. He knew a lot about conventional professions. All conventional professions, their strength is closely related to the four-dimensional attributes. Warriors rely on strength, endurance. Assassins rely on agility. Mages rely on intelligence, and so on. But some hidden professions, their strength is not only related to the 4 dimensions, but the 5th attribute is the most important, like the spiritual power of the shaman and Asura. Chu Fan only learned about the existence of spiritual power after he transitioned to become an Asura, thus, in this area his knowledge was blank. That's right, as you know, spiritual power is very important to you, Li Mu said. Strength determines the power of your skill attacks, agility determines your reaction Speed and movement. Speed, endurance determines your physical strength, or in other words, your health in the game. The higher your endurance, the tougher you are, and strong mental power allows you to cast several more skills. Think about it, if you're in the same hidden profession and your mental strength is weaker than your opponent's, you'll falter after a few skills while your opponent remains vigorous. How will you fight against them? Hearing Li Mu's explanation, Chu Fan nodded. He had thought of this point before. This was also the main reason he wanted to enhance his mental strength. Li Mu continued, the role of mental strength doesn't stop there. After increasing it to 20, you can also use it to attack your enemies. Such skills are expensive, right? Chu Fan asked. Li Mu laughed. Grandpa here has a ready-made mental attack skill. Want it? Want? Chu Fan blurted out immediately. Who wouldn't want such a thing? When you level up to 10 and your mental strength reaches 20, I'll give it to you. Li Mu laughed. Can't I have it now? Chu Fan muttered under his breath, already delighted inside. Having a strong backing really does make a difference. Not only does he have a teacher but also a grandfather. These two are his pillars of support. One provides him with the Asura skills, the other with psychic attack skills. Who says I have no backing? Isn't this a solid background? Well, although it may not compare to those from the capital or the magic metropolis, this is still a background that uniquely belongs to me. Chu Fan grinned and said, thank you, grandfather. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. His expression then turned serious. Your teacher mentioned you have a third eye. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart leaped. Had the teacher noticed it? Without hiding, he opened his third eye right in front of Li Mu. Where did this eye come from? Li Mu inhaled deeply. Chu Fan described everything about the square he saw when he changed his job, including the creatures there. As for the eye, he didn't know how it appeared, only that it manifested after he left that square, identical to the eerie creatures he had seen there. Teacher, this eye. As Chu Fan spoke, he felt a weight lift off his chest. Keeping such a secret alone was too much pressure. With the help of his teacher and the headmaster, he felt much more at ease. This must be the evil eye of the Asura clan. Li Mu observed deeply. They have chosen you. Chosen me? Chu Fan was startled. Li Mu nodded and stretched out his left hand, which was black as ink, resembling a decayed piece of dead wood. Like me, I too was chosen. Li Mu looked at his own hand. I was given the hand of the undead. Seeing Li Mu's left hand, Chu Fan felt a storm surge within him. The hand of the undead? Granted, Li Mu slowly said, not just you and I, but some others with hidden professions have been granted traits by different races. We call them the chosen ones. Hearing this, Chu Fan's heart trembled. Why were we chosen? He asked. Li Mu continued, it's unclear, perhaps it's destiny. We were chosen, and these races have blessed us with physical traits that make us stronger than other professionals. Li Mu's left hand emitted waves of black mist. The mist rose and gradually enveloped a water glass on the table. The glass swiftly decayed, turning into a pool of black water in moments. Watching this terrifying scene, Chu Fan's breathing became rapid. This hand of the undead possesses the ability to corrupt, Li Mu explained. I rarely use it now. When I was young, I was thrilled to have this power, thinking I was the protagonist of this era, a man of destiny. I used the corruption ability to kill exotic beasts, and my name became well known. But over time I realized that my own body was also showing signs of corruption, deteriorating day by day. That's when I realized the severity of the situation. I withdrew from my previous forces, returned to Yang City, and started this orphanage. Li Mu planned to live out the rest of his days in peace, avoiding worldly affairs and refraining from action whenever possible. With a sigh, he mentioned this resolution. Chu Fan, struggling to suppress his astonishment, asked, grandfather, what about my evil eye then? Li Mu's expression grew solemn. Try to use it as little as possible. I'm not sure if other Asuras in history were granted the evil eye, but one thing is certain, if you use it frequently you will go mad much sooner than they did. You should treat the evil eye as a trump card to be used only in dire situations, and never as a regular ability. Chu Fan took a deep breath, his mind racing with thoughts. It seemed that the frequent use of the evil eye during his previous battle with that man and woman had led to the emergence of gibberish voices. I understand, Chu Fan said. Li Mu nodded. This world is full of secrets waiting to be unearthed, filled with many unknowns that humanity is still exploring, and there are madmen who see the chosen ones as key to unlocking the mysteries of other realms. So never reveal your evil eye to outsiders lightly. Remember, once you use it, your opponent must die. Remember this well. Once exposed, you'll find that humans can be even more wicked and terrifying than strange beasts. Chu Fan clenched his fists tightly, nodding heavily. At 7 a.m., he stood by the window observing the bustling crowd on the street, his face grave. He hadn't slept all night, overwhelmed by the pressures weighing on him. I can only take it one step at a time, he sighed. I'm too weak. Facing these mysteries that even great figures have no clue about, I don't think I can resolve them. The only thing I can do is become stronger. Only by reaching the strength of Wei Wuji might there be a turning point. After a heavy exhale, Chu Fan got ready and went downstairs to wait. Today he was heading to the Lava Land dungeon. At 7:30 a.m., Jiang Chua arrived. She looked tired with dark circles under her eyes. Didn't you sleep last night? Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chua forced a smile. It's nothing, brother Fan. Shall we go? Off to school, then into the dungeon, she linked her arm with Chu Fan's, smiling at him as they set off. Back at the orphanage, Li Mu stood at the window watching Chu Fan and Jiang Chua leave, a gentle smile on his face. Suddenly his expression changed and he began to cough violently, clutching his chest. He quickly took a white pill from his pocket and swallowed it, barely managing to stabilize himself. My condition has worsened since I acted today, Li Mu muttered, his face pale. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A woman in uniform, looking very competent, entered. Directly, the woman greeted with a professional smile, introducing herself. I am Li Yin, captain of Team 10 of the Divine Office's Young City branch and also the supervisor of internal affairs there. Li Mu looked at Li Yin. As expected of the Divine Office, even a girl in charge of internal affairs is a hidden class. Li Yin looked surprised. Li Mu had recognized her hidden class at first glance. Li Mu spoke gravely. Now tell me, why have you come looking for me? Li Yin, recovering from her surprise, said directly, the Yang City branch of the Divine Office wants to recruit Chu Fan and as his guardian. Li Mu stared at Li Yin intently, silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Is this Lu Jun's idea? Li Yin nodded her head as she relayed the message from Master Lu. He suggested that if Chu Fan joins now, he would be directly offered an A-level contract. Should he make it into the top 4, his contract would be upgraded to S-level. What do you think? Facing Li Mu, Li Yan's demeanor was highly respectful. The orphanage director, who could discern her hidden profession at a glance, undoubtedly possessed immeasurable strength. Li Mu's face broke into a proud smile. So Lu Jun is really optimistic about this kid Chu Fan. He quickly regained his composure. Your conditions are indeed favorable, but I cannot make this decision for Chu Fan. I will explain to him the pros and cons and let him choose for himself. Li Yan nodded. All right, directorly, I'll await the good news then. With that, she left the room. Li Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. An A-level contract from the Divine Hall. Hup, back in the day when I wanted to join, I was rejected. Chu Fan really surprises me, but why not bring the Martial Alliance into this discussion? With a slight smirk, he called Zhang Ming. Soon a bald man appeared on the holographic screen in the office. Old Li, what's so urgent that you had to call me personally? The bald man asked, surprised. Li Mu chuckled. I have a recommendation for your Martial Alliance. Zhang Ming laughed heartily. Anyone you recommend is bound to be exceptional. I'll take him. Conditions? Li Mu inquired. Zhang Ming shrugged. I at least need to know his capabilities, right? He's 18 years old, a level 9 professional currently studying at Young City High School, Li Mu explained. Zhang Ming paused. Hold on, old Li, are you tricking me? He hasn't even taken the college entrance exam and you want him to join the Martial Alliance? Good thing I asked, or you would have really fooled me. Li Mu slowly continued. He's ranked 58th on this year's profession transfer list. Zhang Ming's interest peaked. Oh, that's not bad. What profession? A hidden profession, Asura, Li Mu revealed. Asura? Zhang Ming exclaimed. Forget it, old Li, that's a profession we can't handle. The Divine Hall has already offered him an A-level contract to join and proposed upgrading it to S-level if he makes it into the top 4. What? Zhang Ming gasped in shock. Li Mu went on, but I haven't agreed yet. Given our relationship, I definitely want to recommend him to the Martial Alliance, but you know it ultimately depends on the conditions. Zhang Ming fell silent, then after a long pause he took a deep breath and said, Old Li, is that kid from Young City, one of your orphanage kids? Yes, Li Mu admitted. Alright, I got it, Zhang Ming said. The position of the head of Young City Martial Arts Hall is currently vacant and our leadership is managing it, so I need to consult them first before I get back to you. Li Mu smiled and nodded. That's fine, just let me know soon. I'm afraid I might not be able to refuse the Divine Hall's offer. Ha, got it. After ending the communication, Li Mu's smile broadened. In Jiangnan Province, Martial Alliance, Zhang Ming arrived in a room. Within the vast space stood a man. This person was none other than Jiang Chua's father, Jiang Haisheng. The Grand Master Li Mu recommended someone to us, Zhang Ming said. Li Mu? Jiang Haisheng turned, looking towards the bald man. Is it that Li Mu, one of the founders of the professional association? Yes, the very one. Jiang Haisheng's expression Changed slightly, it's actually him? He must be over 120 years old by now, right? Zhang Ming chuckled. He's a hidden profession necromancer who became a necromancer after his awakening. Who knows how long he can live? Jiang Haisheng nodded. 100 years ago he and two others founded the professional association, rising to unparalleled prominence. When I became a professional he was still the president of the association, essentially my senior. Later, for some unknown reason, he secluded himself in Yang City and started an orphanage. Why does he suddenly have an interest in recommending talents to the Martial Alliance? Zhang Ming replied. The person he recommended is a child from his orphanage. I see. Jiang Haisheng laughed. Who did he recommend? He didn't tell me the name, just mentioned that the person is ranked 58th on this year's job transfer list. Zhang Ming said respectfully. Rank 58? Haha, not bad, but too young for our Martial Alliance. Jiang Haisheng suddenly looked at Zhang Ming. Are you sure it's rank 58? Yes, certain. Zhang Ming nodded. Jiang Haisheng stood still, his gaze intense. After a long pause he finally said, since it's recommended by Li Mu he must be extraordinary. We the Martial Alliance will take him. Zhang Ming's face showed a slight change, filled with immense curiosity. Just like that? I haven't even mentioned his profession yet, though he thought it he dared not ask. Invite him to join the Martial Alliance. As for the conditions, he hasn't graduated yet. We can only offer him the status of a martial fighter, continued Jiang Haisheng. Hearing this, Zhang Ming was stunned in place. Martial fighter. Within the Martial Alliance the member ranks were Martial Apprentice, Martial Disciple, Martial Fighter, Martial Master, Grandmaster and Martial God. Normally when recruiting students from national universities one would start from Martial Apprentice. Even for Martial Apprentice, talents from all over the country were eager to join since it granted access to the second level of the Martial Tower. The first level of the Martial Tower was open to all, but from the second level onward it was only open to internal members. The Grand Master directly granted this person the rights of a martial fighter. This meant direct access to the fourth level of the Martial Tower. Zhang Ming stood dumbfounded. He had only mentioned the person's ranking on the job transfer list, yet the Grand Master had already offered such conditions. Moreover, there were 57 people ranked ahead of him. The Grand Master had not actively invited anyone else. Why was he so interested in the one ranked 58? Zhang Ming couldn't understand. Alright, you don't need to worry about this. I'll have the head of Yang City Martial Hall handle it, Jiang Haisheng said. Zhang Ming touched his bald head, giving a sheepish smile as he retreated. Jiang Haisheng stood in the room. At that moment an image appeared on the walls around him. It was a scene featuring Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. At this moment Jiang Chua was walking down the street with Chu Fan. My daughter Jiang Haisheng will not misjudge people. You are excellent, but I cannot afford to gamble, nor can I take the risk. This is as far as I can help you, murmured Jiang Haisheng. Along the way Jiang Chua was not in high spirits and remained silent. Chu Fan noticed but did not inquire further. Perhaps she had argued with her father. Chu Fan, is that you? Suddenly a male student shouted. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua stopped in their tracks. A group of students gathered around them. It really is Chu Fan. Quick, take a photo before he leaves. The black and white duo. Chu Fan, could you give me an autograph? I need to show off on social media that I've met you. When you become a big shot I can say I took a photo with you, they exclaimed. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua stood there in astonishment. It was not surprising that these people knew they were the black and white duo, as they were students from various schools in Yangcheng who had ventured into the dark forest and had likely heard of their reputation. But the way they were treated like celebrities, with everyone taking selfies, was unexpected. Chu Fan, is it true that you alone killed over 1,000 shadow beasts? A girl approached, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chu Fan was taken aback. What video? The girl laughed and pulled out her phone, opening a video and said, this one right here, I even saved it specially. The video of you entering the dark forest for the second time and killing 1,000 shadow beasts has gone viral. You're now a celebrity not just in Yangcheng but nationwide. The surrounding students laughed along. Exactly, Chu Fan, we all have to thank you. Because you wiped out the shadow beasts we have to switch to a different dungeon, they said. Right, our Yangcheng Middle School went to the Thornbush Forest today instead of the dark forest. It's much safer thanks to you, Chu Fan. Hearing this, Chu Fan was slightly startled. Because he had eliminated all the shadow beasts, the students of Yangcheng had to switch dungeons. The Thornbush Forest, being less challenging than the Dark Forest, was indeed safer, but leveling up would also be much slower. Chu Fan smiled bitterly. I'm sorry everyone for delaying your leveling up. Oh, don't say that, we should be thanking you. Finally, we don't have to be terrified anymore. I even had nightmares about the shadow beasts last night, and the small beasts in Thornbush Forest are no challenge at all, they responded. Chu Fan nodded with a smile and didn't say much more. Everyone has their own pursuits. He wouldn't look down on these people for fearing the beasts, it's just that everyone's goals are different. Soon Ian Jiang Chua left under the gaze of the crowd. As they walked away, Chu Fan's expression grew serious. What's wrong, aren't you happy about becoming famous? Jiang Chua joked. Chu Fan shook his head. A tree that stands out in the forest is easily blown down by the wind. This video going viral does us no good. Jiang Chua looked puzzled. As they walked, Chu Fan explained, don't forget we're about to enter the Lava Land dungeon. The students entering this dungeon have far superior qualifications, strength and vision compared to the students from Yangcheng. What will they think when they see this video? Jiang Chua tilted his head, pondering for a moment before saying, will they think it's nothing special? Chu Fan nodded. Actually, it's not difficult. Many students who rank at the top of the job change leaderboard and possess area of effect skills can do it. It's just that they haven't thought of this method, or they can't do it when facing the flame pythons in the lava lands. When they see someone inferior to themselves being treated as a formidable character by many, they can't help feeling a bit unconvinced. Those with a broader mind would just laugh it off, while those with a narrower mind might want to prove something. Jiang Chua, somewhat confused, nodded blankly. Chu Fan stopped and turned to Jiang Chua. Chua, we need to be careful this time in the Lava Lands dungeon. Let's not draw too much attention. Okay. At Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School, in the elite buildings hall, it was already crowded with people. Tang Xiuhu, Luo Ning and the four major instructors all stood at the front of the hall. Luo Ning spoke loudly. You must have all received the message from the instructors. For the next 2 days, all students will enter the Thorn Jungle Dungeon. Upon hearing this, the students all breathed a sigh of relief and showed joy. Luo Ning saw all this and sighed slightly. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, come this way. Other students go to the back, said Luo Ning. Teacher, aren't they going? Someone asked eagerly. Everyone's ears perked up. No choice, they've been snatching too much. These two, even from their own school. Luo Ning shook his head and smiled. They're not going, they're going to the lava lands. At this, the crowd burst into relief. Although Chu Fan is now my idol, I also don't want to be outdone by him. Ha ha ha, let him go to the lava lands and snatch from others, just not from us. Wait. Lava lands, sounds familiar. Damn, isn't the Lava Lands dungeon the one that students from big cities like the capital go to? It's ranked the hardest among the beginner dungeons, and Chu Fan and Jiang Chua are going there. The room instantly buzzed with excitement. Luo Ning waved his hand for silence. He nodded to Tang Xiaohu, then walked to the back of the hall and opened a teleportation gate. Everyone enter in turn. The Thorn Jungle dungeon isn't very difficult. Try to kill more beasts so your levels don't fall behind. The students entered the portal laughing and relaxed, which made the four instructors shake their heads. Soon only Chu Fan and Jiang Chua were left in the hall. Chu Fan, keep a low profile in the lava lands, Tang Meng said solemnly. Those students are not comparable to the ones from Yangcheng. Chu Fan nodded, understood. Tang Xiuhu smiled. Keeping a low profile doesn't mean swallowing your pride. When it's time to show your skills, you still have to. Everyone laughed at this remark. Tang Xiuhu pressed a button on his smart ring. A blood-red teleportation gate appeared in the hall. Go, said Tang Xiuhu. Chu Fan, Chui. Du Jing stepped forward cautiously. Don't worry, you have to have confidence in your students, Qi Jiang said with a smile. Teachers, we're going in. Chu Fan bowed slightly and walked through the portal with Jiang Chui. Tang Xiuhu and the others stood still, not leaving for a long time. They won't be in any trouble, will they? Du Jing said. Looking worried, Tang Xiuhu's brow furrowed slightly. Vice Principal, do you know about that video? Du Jing asked. Tang Xiuhu nodded. Du Jing continued, for many years now, students from big cities have had a sense of superiority, superior temperament, superior insight, and superior instances they enter. Chu Fan is easy to recognize, and if someone realizes that the student who single-handedly killed thousands of shadow beasts has also entered the lava lands, I'm worried. Tang Xiuhu looked concerned and sighed. That's human nature, unavoidable. On the bright side, I hope Chu Fan can realize the gap between himself and those students through this instance. It would be good for him. The lava lands were a sea of blood red with magma pools scattered everywhere on the ground. In the distance, volcanoes reached straight into the sky. Chu Fan and Jiang Chui looked at this world feeling a sense of unreality. Is this the lava lands? Jiang Chui asked in surprise, as if she had arrived in another space. Is this place really part of our reality? Chu Fan smiled. Well, that's what the books say. How much of it is true, I'm not sure. The power of those strong beings is unfathomable. I wouldn't be surprised if they could create a space. He looked at Jiang Chui. Are you ready with everything? Ready, Jiang Chui nodded, reaching into her chest. A black mask and a white veil appeared in her hands. Chu Fan immediately took the black mask and put it on his head, only his dark eyes showing. Jiang Chui also donned the light veil, adding a mysterious air to her appearance. They smiled at each other. Brother Fan, this mask really suits you, quite handsome, Jiang Chui said with a laugh. With this cover, we won't be recognized by others. Chu Fan nodded with a smile. The emergence of that video forced him to be cautious, that's why he had Jiang Chui prepare disguises. At least this way they could avoid some trouble. The ground temperature of the lava lands was extremely high, with hot air seeping out from tiny cracks. Soon, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on their faces. Chu Fan immediately activated his wave perception, always paying attention to the surroundings. This had become his instinct. He looked at Jiang Chui. Where are we now? Jiang Chui glanced at her smart ring, which flashed a red. Northeast, she responded. Chu Fan nodded. In the lava lands, the closer you get to the center, the higher the level of the beasts. It is said that the Lord resides in a huge magma pool in the central area. The beasts here are called flame pythons, the lowest level being 3, with most ranging from level 6 to 9. Currently, flame pythons below level 6 are of little consequence to us, so let's head straight to the center. With that, the two quickly set off. Along the way, pythons enshrouded in flames were occasionally visible. These pythons, about 2 meters in length with their fangs fully exposed, appeared ferociously threatening. Chu Fan and his companion Jiang Chua did not specifically target these lower-level flame pythons for elimination. They moved swiftly forward whenever they encountered any lower-level flame pythons blocking their path. Jiang Chua would simply kick them to death and then absorb their spirit crystals. These crystals provided only a minimal increase in level since they were 3 levels below them, yet the duo spared none. Upon reaching a pool of lava, they saw the molten rock bubbling and emitting terrifying heat, warping the air above it. Standing at the edge, Jiang Chua took a deep breath and then looked into the distance, suggesting we can bypass it over there. Chu Fan nodded, but just as he was about to move, his expression suddenly darkened. Watch out, hiss. A huge flame python 3 meters in length burst out of the lava pool, bringing up a large swath of molten rock. The lava hit the ground, instantly eroding it and making a sizzling noise. Jiang Chua reacted quickly, dodging the python's attack. It's level 7, be careful, Chu Fan warned. Jiang Chua then kicked the python. The creature cried out in pain and then swiftly lunged at Jiang Chua. Again, it didn't die. Even Chu Fan was surprised. Given that Jiang Chua was a level 9 professional, surpassing the python by 2 levels, it was unexpected that her kick didn't kill it instantly. This is indeed the toughest beginner's dungeon. Chu Fan nodded to himself, acknowledging the flame python's strength was much greater than that of a shadow beast. Facing the charging python, Jiang Chua's expression was cold. She stepped forward with her left foot, twisted her body, and with a fierce punch smashed the python's head. A level skill punch rush, bang! The python's head burst into a mist of blood and its body turned to ash and vanished. A deep blue spirit crystal fell to the ground. Jiang Chua quickly picked it up and both of them absorbed the blue light from the crystal into their bodies. Both Chu Fan and Jiang Chua groaned slightly. Comforting. This python's spirit crystal contained much more energy than that of the shadow beast. Chu Fan quickly opened his professional panel. Name, Stranger Age. 18-inch profession, Asura talent, S level, 9, 342%. Strength, 137 plus, 20, intelligence, 130 plus, 10, agility, 137 plus, 20, endurance, 137 plus, 20, spirit power, 18, attack power, 346 plus, 346, origin power, 2% with an increase of 3% experience. Chu Fan nodded silently. At this rate, killing just over 20 more flame pythons would allow him to smoothly advance to level 10. His eyes glowed with anticipation. Chu Fan's plan was to quietly develop until he reached level 10, then not only could he wear the rare level 10 suit, but he could also learn the mental attack skills, significantly boosting his strength. By then, even if he were recognized, he would not flinch. Just as Jiang Chua killed the flame python, a group of 5 people was crouching behind a rock 100 meters away. Captain, there are only 2 of them, should we? Someone whispered quietly. A handsome young man among them spoke in a low voice. They have concealed their identities, don't act rashly. Besides, daring to enter the lava lands as a duo, they must be confident in their own strength. Let's wait and see. We need to be completely sure before making a move. If they turn out to be those few, the losses would outweigh the gains. The handsome young man commanded softly, "Follow them." Chu Fan and Jiang Chua bypassed a giant magma pool and continued towards the central area. Punch. Facing a huge flame python over 4 meters long, Jiang Chua used the direct punch technique followed by 2 rapid kicks which killed the level 8 flame python. After absorbing its spirit essence, Chu Fan felt a surge of joy. This level 8 flame python had given him a 4% increase in his own level. Jiang Chua clapped her hands and with a slight tilt of her chin remarked, "These little snakes are nothing much." "It's mainly because you are powerful," Chu Fan said with a smile. Of course, Jiang Chua replied, "Your sword chi skills are too eye-catching, leave the rest to me, you don't need to take action." Chu Fan nodded. He would follow Jiang Chua until he reached level 10. 100 meters away, the group of 5 who witnessed Jiang Chua killing the level 8 flame python were slightly startled. "Who is that person to kill a level 8 flame python so effortlessly?" someone exclaimed. "Possibly one of the top 100 talents on the transfer ranking," the handsome young man said, "but she's wearing a veil so I don't know her identity." "Captain, could you do it?" someone asked quietly in the group. The handsome young man chuckled disdainfully. "I could kill a level 8 flame python with just one move while she used 3. With this remark, the team members all laughed. On the surface, it was just a difference between 1 move and 3 moves. But being level 9 professionals, they understood how significant the gap was. It's like the difference between scoring 190. The captain could score 100 because the maximum is only 100, but Jiang Chua, she only has the strength of 90. "Captain, shall we do it?" someone asked eagerly. The handsome young man's face changed slightly, looking at the only girl in the team. "Shaolin, are you sure that the person wearing the mask has a spatial ring on her finger?" Shaolin's eyes suddenly sparkled, looking towards Chu Fan's finger from 100 meters away. "Captain, no mistake, it's a spatial ring." The handsome young man nodded slightly, whispering, "If I'm not mistaken, that girl must be using the martial artist's instant kick skill. Check the transfer ranking for the top 100, see if there's a martial artist." As soon as the words fell, someone quickly browsed the transfer ranking. "Captain, none in the top 200. The handsome young man asked. "Let me check." Also none." The person exclaimed in surprise, "It's impossible, her strength is so formidable yet she's not in the top 200? He continued to search the transfer ranking. Soon he exclaimed excitedly, "Captain, there are 5 martial artists ranked between 200 and 300, without a doubt that girl is one of them." Upon hearing this, the other team members all showed expressions of joy. "For students at this level, the 4 of us are more than enough, not to mention with you as our captain," one of them said confidently. "As long as we're not up against a prodigy like Chen Haoyu, it's worth the risk." They all turned their gazes towards the handsome young man, waiting for him to make the decision. Taking a deep breath, the youthful captain declared resolutely, "Let's do this." The 5 swiftly appeared from behind the rocks and charged towards Chu Fan and his companion. Chu Fan's expression changed slightly. "Someone's coming," he noted. Jiang Chua turned around just in time to see the group rushing towards them, 4 men and 1 woman, each carrying an air of distinction about them. 5 level 9 professionals. Chu Fan said with a serious tone, noting that the young man in the middle was the strongest. His vitality far surpassed the others. 5 level 9s. Jiang Chua furrowed her brows slightly, standing beside Chu Fan with her fists clenched. Soon the handsome young man gestured with his hand and the group halted in front of Chu Fan and her. "Fellow students, no need to be tense," the handsome leader said with a smile. "I'm just curious why you both are wearing masks to hide your identities. Is it any of your business if we're allergic to the heat here?" Jiang Chua responded coldly. The young man continued calmly, "We mean no harm and we're not after any spiritual crystals, just hand over the spatial item and we'll let you go." "How about that, spatial item? So that's what this is about," Chu Fan murmured, touching the spatial ring on his finger. "I was careless, forgot the danger of carrying such valuable items, and what if we refuse?" Jiang Chua asked coldly, thinking they had figured out she had a spatial necklace. The handsome young man's expression turned cold in an instant. "Refuse? Then we'll have to beat you so badly you won't be able to enter the dungeon. Remember, my name is Liang Hao." In a flash, he left his original spot, leaving only an afterimage. "So fast," Chu Fan thought to himself, summoning his initial sword. "Brother Fan, no need." Jiang Chua stepped forward. "Leave this to me." She stood her ground and threw a powerful punch towards Liang Hao. As he faced Jiang Chua's fierce attack, Liang Hao just smirked and vanished again, reappearing 10 meters away. "This is his technique. He's very skilled at evasion," Chu Fan cautioned, noting he wasn't a regular professional. "Be careful, A hidden profession then, Jiang Chua nodded, her gaze intense. She propelled herself forward with great speed. Chu Fan silently observed everything, sensing that the shadows around Liang Hao suddenly slowed down, covered in dark spots. Weakness detection. A smile tugged at Chu Fan's lips. Hey, don't look over there, your opponent is as the other four approached. Chu Fan surrounding him. Wearing a mask to scare us, you're not as formidable as that girl, they taunted. Chu Fan gripped his initial sword but did not engage. The four looked on, chuckling without making a move. For them, it was just a matter of waiting for their captain to handle the girl, and then they could easily take down the young man. Meanwhile, Jiang Chua and Liang Hao's battle moved further away. Jiang Chua was seen throwing heavy punches forward and sweeping sideways with her long legs, combining punches and swift kicks in a display of graceful combat. Chu Fan, sensing all this, nodded silently in approval. Having practiced in the training room, Jiang Chua had become more skilled in using her techniques. Meanwhile, Jiang Chua was dominating the fight, with Liang Hao constantly dodging. Suddenly, Jiang Chua's speed burst forth. She pressed forward aggressively, stepping across and twisting her waist to land a punch on Liang Hao's chest. It's over, declared Jiang Chua. However, Liang Hao merely smiled, his figure vanishing from the spot. A miss, an afterimage. Jiang Chua's brows furrowed as she turned and unleashed a swift kick. Where are you kicking? Liang Hao's voice came from above her head. The attack power of a martial artist is indeed strong. Even I have to be careful. But what's the use if you can't hit? Jiang Chua's expression changed slightly as she threw an uppercut upwards. Liang Hao's voice came from behind her again. Useless, you can't hit me. Facing a hidden class, your conventional class has no advantage. Jiang Chua quickly turned to look behind her but couldn't find any trace of Liang Hao. Suddenly, a long sword swiftly stabbed at her from the side. Not good. Jiang Chua's face changed drastically. Chua, left hip step, turn around, look up. Chu Fan's voice timely instructed. Without thinking, Jiang Chua followed the directions, stepping to the left, turning and then looking up while her slender body aligned parallel to the ground. The movement was awkward but narrowly dodged Liang Hao's strike. The sword grazed past the top of Jiang Chua's head. Jiang Chua quickly got up and moved away to maintain distance from Liang Hao. That was close, she exclaimed, relieved. Thank goodness for Brother Fan. Liang Hao stood still, his face showing surprise. He looked towards Chu Fan in the distance, his expression turning cold. You can see my position. The other four were also visibly surprised. They were immensely shocked, knowing well that Liang Hao was a hidden class and abyssal stalker, a profession that excelled in stealth within the abyss, more formidable and elusive than the conventional assassin classes. Moreover, Liang Hao was ranked 98th in this year's class transition list, making him a genius among geniuses. Yet, this masked young man could discern the captain's movements at a glance. How is this possible? They couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at Chu Fan, a suspicion forming in their minds. Could it be that this young man's strength surpassed that of the woman? Chu Fan, wearing a mask with his eyes appearing as dark voids, calmly said, just luck. Luck? Liang Hao stepped forward, pointing his sword at Chu Fan. I've decided, I'll take you on directly. Be my opponent. As he spoke, Jiang Chua quickly positioned herself in front of Chu Fan, her expression cold. The message was clear. To fight Chu Fan, one must get past her first. At that moment, Chu Fan did something that surprised everyone. He took off the spatial ring from his finger. Here's the spatial ring, can we leave now? As these words were spoken, even Jiang Chua was momentarily stunned, unexpectedly looking towards Chu Fan. She hadn't thought that Chu Fan possessed a spatial item, nor did she expect him to hand it over so readily. This didn't seem like Brother Fan's style at all. Liang Hao also paused for a moment, then smiled and said, throw it here. Chu Fan tossed the spatial ring over. Liang Hao examined the ring in his hand, and once certain there were no issues, a pleased expression crossed his face. He glanced at Chu Fan with a hint of disdain and waved his hands, signaling let's go. Soon the group of five moved off into the distance and disappeared from sight. Jiang Chua, puzzled, looked at Chu Fan. Brother Fan then took out a droplet of black liquid and handed it to Jiang Chua, saying, keep this shadow blood with you for now. Oh, Jiang Chua responded, somewhat confused, as she placed the shadow blood near her chest. Chu Fan watched the direction in which the five had left and coldly said, they took my spatial ring? Don't worry, I'll make them pay back everything with interest. Meanwhile, Liang Hao and his group were quickly advancing on a red terrain. Along the way they encountered a flame python, and with their well-coordinated teamwork, they instantly killed it. Soon, they reached an open area. Captain, I thought you were going to make a move. Someone in the group chuckled. Excitement was palpable among them now that they had the spatial ring. Liang Hao said, that man could trace my movements, which is no simple feat. He must also be someone listed on the leaderboard. Smiling, he looked at his companions and asked, "Do you know why I revealed my identity and told them my name?" Everyone shook their heads. Liang Hao explained, "Anyone who can enter the magma lands is no ordinary person. They would definitely check the transfer leaderboard and compare those ranked at the top. That pair was no exception, and once they saw the leaderboard they would know that I, Liang Hao, am ranked 98th. His statement made the others realize his strategy. So that's it. The captain revealing his identity made them wary. That's why the guy handed over the spatial ring so easily. It must be said that Masked Man was wise to do so, although it's not surprising he could trace the captain's movements. Even a support class like Xiaolin could do that." Liang Hao scoffed. "Indeed, I was ready to confront him, but since he was sensible enough to hand it over voluntarily, I let it be. This way I can conserve my strength to deal with exotic beasts." He then proceeded to inspect the contents of the spatial ring. Everyone held their breath. They had done this sort of thing before. Each time, they managed to snatch treasures from others. Given that the masked man owned a spatial ring, he must have quite the fortune. Suddenly Liang Hao's face turned as sour as if he had swallowed a fly. "What's wrong, Captain?" And his Xiaolin moved closer. "See for yourselves." Liang Hao took a deep breath. The others looked inside the spatial ring and their expressions immediately turned bizarre. Stuffed inside the ring were nothing but books: Modern History of Blue Star, Exotic Beast Compendium, Professional Introductions. Damn, does this guy love studying that much? Using a spatial ring to store books? Damn, turns out he's just a poor sod." Someone cursed loudly. They had assumed he came from a wealthy background, but all he had was this, a poor guy. How could a poor guy possess a spatial ring? Moreover, this ring with 10 square meters of space is worth at least 20 million on the market. I think that guy just loves to study. Liang Hao's expression darkened slightly. "Alright, our goal was the spatial ring and we've achieved that. It's just unexpected that the kid used it to store books. I wonder if there's something wrong here." He tapped his head. The others laughed. Liang Hao looked around. "Everyone put any valuable items in here. It will make them easier to carry." Without hesitation, the others began pulling items from their pockets. "Captain, I have 8 chi blood pills here. I'll store them here for now and retrieve them when I need to replenish my chi and blood," one of the members said. Liang Hao nodded. Chi blood pills, a first-grade medicinal pill priced at 11,000 each, can slightly replenish chi and blood, a necessity many professionals carry for emergencies. "I have 10. Shaolin started hesitating. "Go on, you think the captain would mess with our stuff?" Someone chuckled. Shaolin nodded and pulled out a bag. "I have 10 bone-tempering pills." Everyone's eyes lit up. Bone-tempering pills, a second-grade medicinal pill. Just like marrow-cleansing pills, they enhance a professional's 4 dimensions. The difference is that bone-tempering pills refine the entire skeleton, greatly enhancing a professional's strength and stamina, while marrow-cleansing pills provide a balanced enhancement. Among the many pills that enhance the 4 attributes, bone-tempering pills and marrow-cleansing pills are the most common and widespread. "Captain." Shaolin spoke softly. Liang Hao snapped back to reality and laughed. If it were a 5th-grade Life Genesis pill, maybe I'd be tempted. But mere bone-tempering pills, I can afford those." "Don't worry." Shaolin breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the other 2 members also took out their items. One of them even had a set of level 10 equipment ready, which he usually carried. He now placed the equipment into the spatial ring, visibly relieved. Having a spatial item is so convenient." "Captain, what will you store?" As soon as he asked, everyone turned to Liang Hao. Liang Hao smiled and produced a golden stone-like item. "What's this?" Shaolin asked, puzzled. Liang Hao grinned. "Gold inscription stone." "What, a gold inscription stone?" As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. "Is this the gold inscription stone that can be forged onto a weapon to add an extra attribute?" Someone exclaimed. "Captain, you actually have this item?" "I remember, isn't this thing worth about 20 million? It's worth as much as this spatial ring." Liang Hao's smile widened. "Lucky me, I picked it up at an auction market. The seller missed a zero when listing it. I bought it for 2 million. Hearing this, everyone gasped in admiration. "Can you believe it? Captain, you really are a man of great fortune to encounter such luck. Truly worthy of being the captain. I envy you." Liang Hao looked towards the sky, his lips slowly curving into a smile. Luck is also a form of strength. He had found a golden insignia stone at the auction house, and now he had obtained a spatial ring without spending a single penny. What is great fortune? This is great fortune, and those who possess great fortune are destined for an extraordinary future. The vast lava land stretches far and wide, incomparable to the gloomy forest. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua moved forward in the direction of the central area, surprisingly encountering no other professionals. Flame pythons usually stay within lava pools, but occasionally a few would surface to breathe. Thus the two specifically searched for lava pools to hunt the flame pythons. Approaching a lava pool, Chu Fan could roughly sense the number of flame pythons inside, lure and kill. The pair moved from one lava pool to another. Wherever they went, all flame pythons in the lava pools were slain. During this time, Chu Fan's sensory perception visibly improved. Apart from using his sword Shadow Radiance Slash to avoid exposure, his resilience and blocking were also put to use, with a clear increase in proficiency. Brother Fan over there, Jiang Chua pointed excitedly to a distant lava pool. She had grown to love this feeling, adventuring with Chu Fan, hunting exotic beasts together. She cherished these days dearly. Old rules, I'll lure them out, you finish them, Chu Fan said with a smile as they approached the lava pool. On the red scorching land, two figures dashed swiftly. The sky was dyed with the blood of the setting sun. At one moment, after the two had slain 5 flame pythons in a lava pool, they sat on a giant rock watching the sky. Jiang Chua leaned on Chu Fan's shoulder, her expression melancholic. Chua, is something on your mind? Chu Fan asked softly. He could sense her mood, which puzzled him. Jiang Chua whispered, if one day I'm no longer here, would you miss me? Why suddenly ask this? Chu Fan's heart trembled slightly, sensing something. Just casually asking to see if I'm in your heart, Jiang Chua said with a smile. Yes. Chu Fan nodded seriously. That's good. Jiang Chua, holding onto Chu Fan's arms, smiled happily. She took out her phone, the couple's phone model. Let's take a picture. Click. The photo captured Chu Fan in a black mask and Jiang Chua in a white veil, closely leaning against each other, with the blood-red sun setting behind them, illuminating the land. With their spirits lifted, the two continued towards the central area. Chu Fan opened his professional panel and glanced at the experience bar. Level 9, 97%, about to level up. Chu Fan said, let's level up first, okay? At that moment, a 6-meter-tall flame python coiled up ahead, blocking their path. Oh, one has come out to bask in the sun. Jiang Chua clenched her fist. Wait here, I'll take care of it. A level 9 flame python, Chu Fan said. Chua aimed for its eyes. Under Chu Fan's weak point detection, the vulnerabilities of the flame python were magnified infinitely. The flames swirling around its body not only had an extremely high temperature but also served as protection. Its eyes were the weakness of the flame python. Jiang Chua suddenly leaped up, soaring 6 meters high, and aimed a kick directly at the python's eyes. Then, using the momentum of her attack, she twisted her body in midair and swept her long leg across again. With a squelch, unprotected by flames, the eyes of the level 9 flame python burst under her kick. Chu Fan, sensing all this, smiled. Ever since entering the magma land, it had been Jiang Chua who took action, and her progress was swift. She could now skillfully combine hooks, jabs and snap kicks, even merging them into combinations. Chu Fan saw it all. As Jiang Chua grew stronger, he felt joy too. Jiang Chua landed lightly, not pausing, and while the python shrieked in agony, she swiftly threw 2 punches. But just then, a figure descended from the sky. Monster incoming. With a loud bang, the newcomer struck down the flame python before Jiang Chua could finish her move, stealing the kill. Chu Fan's expression darkened. The initiate sword instantly appeared in his hand as he looked towards the newcomer. The person, around 178 centimeters tall and rather slender, held a staff and slowly stood up. In a flash, he was in front of Chu Fan. Chu Fan was shocked. So fast. Just as he was about to strike, the man waving his staff excitedly exclaimed, Master, Master, I finally found you. Chu Fan was stunned. What? While Jiang Chua took the opportunity to pick up the spirit crystal and walked over to Chu Fan, equally baffled by the newcomer. On this journey westward, fraught with difficulties and frequent monsters, the man said with a pained expression, how can I reach the western heaven if you drive me away? Chu Fan looked deeply at the man and ventured, Wu Wukong. At this, the man wept with joy, grabbing Chu Fan's hand. Master, have you forgiven your disciple? Chu Fan took a deep breath. You did nothing wrong. The man paused, seemingly surprised by his master's words. Master, rest assured, with me, the great sage equal to heaven here, no demon on the western road will touch you, not even a bit. Chu Fan suddenly understood the man's identity. The great sage equal to heaven, the third-ranked genius on the national job change list. Only, this genius seemed a bit off. Master, who is this? The great sage stepped forward, looking at Jiang Chua. Could she be second senior brother? Chu Fan laughed. My disciple, take a good look. Does she look like a handsome second senior brother? The great sage seriously nodded. That fool, pig-headed indeed. She's not. Then she is. the queen of the women's country. Chu Fan paused. That's your master's wife. Hearing this, the great sage showed a dawning comprehension. Jiang Chuo with a mischievous smile. Am I the master's wife? At that moment Chu Fan said to the great sage, you also have another junior brother, have you forgotten? The great sage puzzled, is it that fool and junior brother Sha? Chu Fan shook his head, no, it's the white dragon horse. Where is it? Chu Fan pointed at a lava pool ahead, it's in there, why don't you call it out so we can continue our journey? Upon hearing this, the great sage immediately vanished from sight, his figure flitted. Uncertainly seeming to walk slowly, yet in the blink of an eye he was in front of the distant lava pool. A traveler perhaps, Chu Fan mused. He remembered that the occupation of the great sage equal to heaven was indeed that of a traveler with an SSS aptitude. Let's go, Chu Fan commanded in a low voice. Jiang Chua came to his senses and quickly followed Chu Fan, leaving for the distance. There a flame python leaped out of the lava pool. Junior brother, quickly join me in protecting our master on the journey to the west to fetch the scriptures, the great sage declared. Hiss, the flame python bared its terrifying teeth and lunged at him. Impudent demon, daring to impersonate the little white dragon and deceive me, you cannot escape my fiery eyes. The great sage leaped over 10 meters high, raised his staff and smashed it down fiercely. The flame python's eyes bulged and it turned to ash. The great sage turned around, but Chu Fan's figure was nowhere in sight. Master, don't leave me behind. He quickly caught up. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua reached a vast expanse. Brother Fan, that person just now. Chu Fan gave a wry smile. Don't underestimate him, he is the great sage equal to heaven, ranked third on the transfer list, a genius with SSS aptitude. Ah, Jiang Chua's mouth fell open, but how could he? Talent has nothing to do with other factors, just like how I can't see yet can still be an S-class professional, Chu Fan explained. He's so powerful, why not let him follow you, especially since he even calls you master and calls me. Jiang Chua's face turned red. Chu Fan spoke seriously, I don't want to use him. Jiang Chua nodded, taking out the spirit crystal. The spirit drifted out, entering their bodies. A refreshing sensation akin to an enlightening drench swept over them, making even Chu Fan take a deep breath. The weariness in their bodies also completely vanished. This was a sign of leveling up. He immediately opened the professional panel. Name, stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Asura. Aptitude, S level, 10, 16%. Strength, 147 plus, 20. Intelligence, 147 plus, 10. Agility, 147 plus, 20. Stamina, 147 plus, 20. Mental power, 18. Attack power, 361 plus, 36. Source power, 2%. Equipment, initial set, rare, or level requirement, 1. Skills, wave perception, second order 23%. Tenacity, first order 10%. Block, first order 8%. Sword shadow radiant slash, first order 3%. Wave perception, second order 23%. Perceive fluctuations within a 30-meter radius, able to release wave sword chi attacks and grasp. Weakness perception, passive, utilize wave perception to detect the opponent's weaknesses. Tenacity, first order 10%. A common battle skill after activation. Stamina plus 5, physical defense plus 10, magic defense plus 10. Block, first order 8%. Use weapons to block the opponent's attacks. The stronger the weapon, the better the blocking effect. Sword shadow radiant slash, first order 3%. Swing continuous radiant sword chi over 100 meters in front, causing widespread damage. Chu Fan's face showed delight. Level 10. Moreover, the fluctuation perception has been elevated to the second order at 23%. That's the advantage of tackling more challenging dungeons. Not only does leveling up happen faster, but facing more formidable exotic beasts also speeds up the proficiency of skills. After a few more runs through the dungeon, reaching the third order of fluctuation perception shouldn't be difficult. Chui, let's not kill exotic beasts anymore. We'll head straight to the central area, Chu Fan said. Chu Fan hadn't forgotten the most important thing in the dungeon, the Lord. Only the Lord's spirit contains the source power. If we're too late, the Lord might be slain by others. Now that we've reached level 10, there's no need to waste time leveling up. The Lord is what's most important. As they approached the center, the ground temperature also became increasingly searing. Waves of heat assaulted them. Fortunately, both of them were in good physical condition and only felt slightly uncomfortable. If ordinary people were here, just this heat wave alone would sap all their vitality. Brother Fan, there are more people now, Jiang Chua observed, looking around. Chu Fan nodded. The magma land was vast and the professionals entering it were scattered around, rarely encountering each other. However, everyone's target was the Lord. The closer to the center, the more people naturally gathered. From time to time, professionals swooped past from a distance. Their gazes lingered briefly on Chu Fan and Jiang Chua before they continued towards the center. "Let's go," Chu Fan urged in a low voice, and they both quickened their pace. Before long, a massive lava pool lay ahead. From a distance, it seemed endless. At this moment, in front of the lava pool, hundreds of people had gathered. They formed teams, looking into the lava pool. "This is it," Jiang Chua said, checking his smart ring. "The Lord is right here." Chu Fan nodded gravely. "A level 10 mutant flame python resides here, the Lord. But with such a huge lava pool, no one knows how many pythons might emerge." Just then Chu Fan noticed Jiang Chua's face, struck with horror. Looking ahead, his fluctuation perception instantly spread in the direction Jiang Chua was looking. Soon Chu Fan's expression changed drastically and he took a deep breath in shock. "She's not dead." He saw Su Muan. At that moment, Su Muan stood among a 5-person squad, chatting and laughing with a pale young man. "Brother Fan, how can this be? She was clearly dead," Jiang Chua exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Chu Fan looked in Su Muan's direction. "It must be related to her profession. The school opened the Magma Land dungeon only for us. Su Muan being here means she either went through the sacred temple or another school. Did she transfer so quickly?" Jiang Chua clenched his fists and whispered, "Should we make a move against her?" Chu Fan shook his head. "If she can deceive my perception and create the illusion of death once, she can do it a second time, so I don't think I can kill her now." There was still something he hadn't told Jiang Chua. Initially he had activated the evil eye, and even that hadn't killed Su Muan. The dean's words had always stayed in his mind. Once the evil eye is used, the target must die. He couldn't let anyone know his secret. Now, Su Muan was the only person who knew he possessed the evil eye. Chu Fan stood still, his frown deepening. After a while he withdrew his perception and said in a deep voice, "Let's go over and see if we can seize the opportunity to grab the spiritual crystal." Approaching the lava pool, the red magma bubbled fiercely, exuding terrifying high temperatures. There Chu Fan looked into the lava pool. A tiny blood-red flower grew on the rocks, radiating brilliant light. The light displayed the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet, 7 colors in total. Everyone stood in front of the lava pool, their gazes intensely fixed on the little flower. Surviving in such a harsh environment as a lava pool, this flower was certainly extraordinary. "Could you reach that rock in the middle of the lava pool? You'd likely fall into the magma halfway through your jump and be consumed into ashes." Moreover, there was a lord within this patch of magma. To obtain that flower, one must first defeat the lord. "Think you can obtain that flower just by defeating the lord? Do you think we are all just air?" The crowd around murmured softly. Chu Fan sensed the distant flower, the rainbow blood flower. His heart trembled with excitement. Accompanied by the core fire of the earth, each year it produced one color, and only after 7 years would all 7 colors form completely. Chu Fan's breathing quickened. This world was not short of heavenly and earthly treasures, often found in special environments. Like elixirs, these treasures were also graded into 9 levels. Unlike elixirs, however, there was no division into lower, middle and upper tiers for each level. After all, elixirs were man-made. The same elixir could vary in quality due to different alchemists and other factors. The rainbow blood flower belonged to the 5th grade of heavenly treasures. As for its effects, they were extraordinary. The rainbow blood flower, rich in the essence of earth fire, could help practitioners break through bottlenecks and level up quickly. It was said that 100 years ago, a practitioner fortuitously consumed a rainbow blood flower and jumped directly from level 31 to 41, a leap of 10 levels. As everyone knows, the higher the level, the harder it is to advance and the greater the risk involved. Yet, such a heavenly treasure could significantly boost a practitioner's level, essentially providing a shortcut. Therefore, wherever such treasures appeared, bloodshed was sure to follow. Chu Fan suppressed the excitement in his heart. He had to obtain this rainbow blood flower. His perception spread out. In his eyes, the strengths of all the surrounding practitioners were clear. Level 10, all level 10. Chu Fan felt a chill in his heart. Those who could come here were among the top in the nation, none weaker than him, and many even surpassed him. To snatch the rainbow blood flower from these geniuses would be like snatching food from a tiger's mouth, not an easy task at all. In the lava pool, a deep red pervaded, containing terrifying high temperatures. A creature resembling an eagle hovered in mid-air, its eagle eyes surveying everything below. The rainbow blood flower quietly grew on the rock, emitting its 7-colored radiance. Everyone's gaze was captivated, their expressions resolute, although no one knew exactly what it was even. A fool could tell it was no ordinary object. This opportunity is one that no one would want to miss. Time ticks away by the second. More and more professionals rush to this spot. Hey, what are you all standing around for? Thankfully, it looks like the Lord is still here. I haven't arrived too late. What's with the stunned looks? Are you here to welcome me as I slay the Lord? Huh? This is. The arriving professionals burst into laughter, but then spotting the multicolored blood flower, greed flares in their eyes. Liang Hao's team arrives too. Liang Hao glances at Chu Fan, then dismissively shifts his gaze before staring intently at the lava pool, his expression grave. Does anyone know what this flower is? Someone asks around. Everyone shakes their head. Who cares what it is? It's definitely of extraordinary value, a burly man says, licking his lips. This thing, it's mine, yours. Did I agree to that? Then let's have a fight. Scared of you? Meanwhile, a man and a woman approach from the distance. The man with his sword-like eyebrows and striking looks, and the woman with her hair in a ponytail and a mischievous air, curiously examines the small flower. Seeing these two, or rather the man, everyone's expression suddenly becomes cautious. Chen Haoyu, just yesterday you and Yasuo each snatched a Lord Spirit crystal in 2 separate instances. This little flower isn't your turn, says a pale-skinned man standing beside Su Muan, stepping forward angrily. Chen Haoyu glances at the pale skinned man Li Ao and says indifferently, Li Ao, do you know why you're always losing to me? Because you're an idiot who doesn't even understand the principle of relying on one's own abilities. What, you're cursing at me? Li Ao shouts angrily, about to charge forward but is held back by Su Muan shaking her head. Li Ao returns to his group, his gaze darkening. Suddenly Chen Haoyu speaks up loudly, Yasuo, I can't handle this multicolored blood flower alone, how about we team up? From a distance, atop a 20-meter-high pillar, a voice responds, sure. The crowd turns towards the voice. They see a young man with long hair holding a long sword standing alone on the pillar, his eyes closed as if napping, his clothes flapping in the scorching wind. Everyone's expression turns serious. Yasuo, second on the National Transformation Leaderboard, and Chen Haoyu is first and second teaming up. Do the rest even stand a chance? So this is the multicolored blood flower. Someone exclaims, multicolored blood flower? What does it do? Someone else starts to explain. Hearing that the multicolored blood flower could significantly elevate a professional's level, everyone's gaze intensifies. Chu Fan stands quietly on the side watching everything. The top 4 on the transformation leaderboard, except for the great sage equal to heaven, are all here. Chen Haoyu, an SSS rank demon hunter, Yasuo, an SSS rank wandering swordsman, and that pale-skinned man Li Ao is the 4th-ranked abyssal stalker, in the same profession as Liang Hao, who had previously snatched his spatial ring. Besides these, there are probably other top-ranked talents in the crowd. Chu Fan was unfamiliar with the situation. He gripped the initial sword in his hand tightly, his mind racing. He wasn't arrogant enough to assume he was stronger than Chen Haoyu and the others. However, it was just a matter of seizing the 7-colored blood flower, and that was worth a try. The flower was far more important than a Lord's Spirit after all. Such a heavenly treasure as the 7-colored blood flower was rare, whereas the spirit of a lord could be found every time a dungeon was ventured into. Suddenly his expression changed as he looked toward the rock where the 7-colored blood flower grew, a slow smile spreading across his lips. Brother Fan, these people are strong, many of them are beyond me, Zhang Chua said, a touch of disappointment in her voice. I might not be able to help you this time. Chu Fan patted her head. It's okay, give up, Zhang Chua asked. Chu Fan shook his head. I'll make a move, and you, at the moment I do just need to do one thing. What's that? Run. Chu Fan spoke softly. Just run to a distance, stay out of the fight, and then leave through the portal. I won't. Zhang Chua pouted. If I leave, what will you do? Don't worry, I have a plan, Chu Fan said earnestly. When have you ever seen me take action without confidence? It's easier for me to execute the plan alone. Be good, go back and wait for me. Zhang Chua bit her lip and nodded. Meanwhile, Yasuo had leaped down from the pillar and walked over to Chen Haoyu, speaking softly. We'll split the 7-colored blood flower between us, and as for the Lord's allegiance, it's down to skill. Chen Haoyu smiled and nodded in agreement. Instantly, the two moved. Yasuo suddenly had a whirlwind around him, and with a light tap of his foot wrapped in the whirlwind, he dashed towards the rock in the lava pool at a remarkable speed. Chen Haoyu's body slowly shone with a layer of golden light, dragon movement. As he spoke, Chen Haoyu's body rose into the air, the golden light around him slowly forming a huge dragon shadow with wings carrying him across. The onlookers gasped at the scene. That's the wind step of the wandering swordsman and the dragon movement of the demon hunter. Damn, don't let them get ahead. Move. many started to act, throwing out skills like they cost nothing, mainly mobility skills. Some grew light wings on their backs and flew, others propelled their bodies like cannonballs toward the rock, and some vanished on the spot, reappearing above the lava pool, then disappearing again. Jiang Chua swallowed hard. When will you go in? Chu Fan, holding the initial sword, slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. No rush, let's wait a bit more, the great battle is about to begin. Chun Haoyu and Yasuo reached the rock where the seven-colored blood flower was growing at high speed and quickly landed. On closer inspection, the rock was quite large, about 20 meters in length and 4 meters wide, brown all over, with rolling lava below. The seven-colored blood flower was growing right at the front of the rock. Yasuo held his long sword close and stood proudly facing those rushing towards him. Leave these people to me. Chen Haoyu nodded and quickly approached the seven-colored blood flower, ready to pick it. Liao's figure suddenly emerged. Want the rainbow blood flower? Did you ask me first? Liao said coldly. As his words fell, a green light gradually appeared in the air, enveloping Chen Haoyu and Yasuo. Just as Chen Haoyu was about to pick the rainbow blood flower, his face suddenly changed. Not good. He quickly took out a pill from his bosom, swallowed it, and sat down to breathe with his eyes closed. Yasuo's expression hardened. Gale, a wind-shaped barrier, appeared around him, encasing him within. The green light was instantly scattered by the gale, unable to approach him. At this small-scale battle is my home ground. Liao suddenly disappeared from the air, appearing directly next to the rainbow blood flower. Scram! Chen Haoyu opened his eyes and roared. A huge golden palm reached out towards Liao. Tisk tisk, to think you could still use the demon-breaking hand in my toxic domain. I underestimated you, Liao sneered, throwing his dagger into the air. The dagger quickly spun, splitting from 1 into 2 inch, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Eventually forming 32 daggers enveloping Chen Haoyu and Yasuo below. Bold of you to challenge the two of us, Yasuo said coldly. He swung his long sword, summoning the wind. A small tornado quickly formed, wrapping around the daggers. The daggers buzzed in the wind, then unable to withstand it, fell to the ground. Seeing the tide turn against him, Liao didn't want to linger. Many of his skills were countered by Yasuo. However, before he could recover, a golden barrier appeared around him like a cage, trapping him inside. A-grade skill, cage. Liao quickly turned around only to see Chen Haoyu smiling at him. The battle among the three was over in a flash. During this time, other professionals also used their abilities to reach the rock above. Those who were fast landed directly, their eyes red as they rushed toward the rainbow blood flower. However, the rock's surface was limited, and soon it was crowded with people. Those who were slower in the air changed their expressions dramatically. Get down! A young man standing on the rock, his hand glowing, suddenly caused ice rain to fall from the sky, smashing towards the group in the air. He had a foothold and thus a significant advantage. Meanwhile, those in the air turned pale. They used their skills to counter the ice rain while not forgetting to strike at those below to seize a position. A muscular young man was hit by the ice rain. Not good, ah! He screamed, falling directly into the lava below, and was heard no more. Seeing this scene, many held their breath. Dead, someone died. A girl with glowing wings turned pale and quietly retreated to the shore. She could retreat, but that didn't mean others could. Many who couldn't fly, now in the air above the rock, had no choice but to fight. Damn it, let's go for it. Dozens of people quickly rushed towards the rock below. The professionals standing on the rock kept unleashing their skills towards the air. Another person was struck by an ability, screaming as they fell into the lava pool below. At this moment, everyone's eyes were bloodshot, no longer caring about the rules of the sacred hall. The scene was chaotic. Occasionally, professionals would fall into the lava, their screams instantly swallowed by the molten rock. Chen Haoyu and Yasuo watched this unfold, just about to make a move. Suddenly, a dozen professionals surrounded them. Gentlemen, if it were just the spirit of the Lord, we might let it go, but this rainbow blood flower, we cannot yield to you, one of the men said sternly. Chen Haoyu and Yasuo's gaze hardened as they surveyed the group. Wang Lei, Hu Li, Zhang Dan Fang. Let's see just how big the gap between the top 3 and top 10 on the transfer board really is. Chen Haoyu shouted angrily, swiftly making his move. Those standing on the shore watched the scene unfold with a mix of relief and horror on their faces. Chu Fan sensed roughly. Like him, there were over 200 others standing on the shore, not moving, all unsure of their own agility. He turned to Jiang Chua and said, Chua, now kick me and lend me your strength. Jiang Chua was momentarily stunned but quickly regained composure and kicked Chu Fan's backside. Feeling the tremendous force, Chu Fan was shocked. Run, he exclaimed. Then his body flew straight toward the rocks in the lava pool. As Chu Fan drew closer to the center of the battle, Zhang Chua's eyes filled with concern. Be careful. She quickly left her spot and opened a teleportation portal to leave. Those on the shore who saw Chu Fan and Zhang Chua's actions were puzzled. However, their attention was quickly drawn back to the intense battle. In the midst of it, Chen Haoyu and Yasuo were surrounded by those dozen people and none could overpower the other. The rainbow blood flower quietly remained in place unnoticed. The rocks beneath it suddenly shifted. Chu Fan arrived above the rock and a massive fireball shot rapidly towards him. Under his sensing abilities, the speed of the fireball was halved. Chu Fan easily dodged it, his body suddenly dropping onto the rock. He didn't pause, running straight for the rainbow blood flower. You dare! Even amidst a 5-man assault, Chen Haoyu managed to free a hand, reaching out towards Chu Fan with a void grip, demon-breaking hand. Chu Fan quickly twisted his body, dodging the massive handprint. Someone is trying to pick the rainbow blood flower, someone shouted loudly. Everyone stopped in their tracks, all eyes turning to Chu Fan. Under the gaze of all, Chu Fan grabbed the rainbow blood flower and yanked it out, roots and all. Damn, we can't let it fall into his hands. Snatch it. Who is this person? Damn, to be outmaneuvered like this, kill them. In that moment, all the professionals were furious. They had been fighting tooth and nail only to have someone else swoop in and snatch away their victory at the last moment. A staff appeared in the hand of one professional and he began muttering incantations. Suddenly large snowflakes began to fall from the sky, swirling into a line and howling towards Chu Fan. As the blizzard appeared, the temperature around them plummeted as if shifting from the peak of summer to deep winter in an instant. An A-level skilled blizzard. Chu Fan stood still, sensing the trajectory of the blizzard. In his perception, the tornado formed by the blizzard slowed significantly. Suddenly, he moved left then right, adeptly dodging the advancing storm. Everyone around took a sharp breath. Who was this person who could dodge the blizzard so effortlessly? I'll handle this. A short-haired man suddenly charged towards Chu Fan, his face turned bright red, his body emanating heat and his speed increasing rapidly, a state of furious battle. Chu Fan grinned, though his smile was hidden behind a mask. The man quickly reached Chu Fan, his long sword slashing down. To the left, Chu Fan slightly tilted his head to dodge. To the right, then 45 degrees upwards. With his ability to sense weaknesses, the opponent's movements seemed much slower. The furious warrior tried every trick in the book but couldn't even touch a hair on Chu Fan. Underneath his mask, the corners of Chu Fan's mouth slowly curled up, daring to snatch the prize from. Among these national talents, his ability to sense weaknesses was his trump card. Chen Haoyu and the others also stopped fighting. They weren't in a hurry to make a move. In their eyes, no matter how much Chu Fan stirred things up, the 7-colored blood blossom wouldn't end up in his hands. They were merely curious about who he was. Whether it was the mage who had attacked earlier or the warrior now attacking Chu Fan, they knew them. They were all well-known figures. Facing these people, Chu Fan hadn't even launched an attack. He just dodged, yet he easily evaded their assaults. This calmness and strength surely didn't belong to an unknown. Who do you think he could be? Chen Haoyu asked Yasuo. Yasuo, with his sword crossed in front of him, shook his head. I've never seen such maneuvers. It must be a hidden class. I hadn't seen him make a move before either. Otherwise, I would have remembered. Chen Haoyu nodded and smiled. Indeed, regardless of who he is, it's about time to wrap this up. With that, Chen Haoyu and Yasuo both approached Chu Fan. Friend, hand over the 7-colored blood blossom. You can't handle it, Chen Haoyu said indifferently, not wanting to resort to violence. Yasuo remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chu Fan as the others also closed in. Chu Fan laughed. These people, each so arrogant, always thought of themselves as the chosen ones. Can't handle it? Chu Fan spoke coldly. Then let me give you all a grand gift and let's see if you can handle it. He held his sword and thrust it fiercely into the rock below. The blade, incredibly sharp, sliced through the rock's surface and wedged 10 centimeters deep before getting stuck. Everyone watched Chu Fan's actions, puzzled. Then, a massive roar erupted from beneath the rock. It moved, the rock started shaking violently, and from the magma below a huge roar emerged. Everyone's faces turned pale. What was happening? Was the rock about to collapse? Some reacted swiftly, using their agility to leap into the air heading towards the shore. But then, roar! A gigantic head emerged from the magma, howling towards the sky. The head resembled a serpent's, yet it sported a beard on its chin and a bulging forehead, as if something was about to burst forth. Is this a flame python turning into a jiao? Chen Haoyu exclaimed in shock. At that moment, whether it was the professionals standing on the rocks or those on the shore, all were shaken. This isn't a rock, it's a lord. We're standing on the back of a lord. Damn, this creature has a Terrifying aura, even stronger than the lords we've encountered in the lands of molten lava before, at least level 11, maybe even 12, run. The professionals' faces blanched. They could never have imagined that this rock was actually the body of a lord. The flame python lord, having been stabbed by Chu Fan, was utterly enraged, its massive head smashed down, bringing a swath of magma with it, forcing those in the air to descend. Its body also began to thrash violently like an earthquake, causing the surrounding magma to churn. The professionals above were thrown into panic, beginning to conjure spells and protective skills. Someone was too slow and was drenched in magma, instantly turning into a bloody mess. Get out of the way, damn. The scene was in utter chaos. Chu Fan watched coldly. Just moments ago, through his perception, he had discovered that the rainbow blood blossom was not growing on the rock, but on the tail of a massive flame python. If we're going to steal, why not make it big? At this moment, everyone was trying to save their own lives to avoid being thrown into the lava pool by the flame python. And their attention was immediately shifted away from Chu Fan. Now's the time. Chu Fan looked towards the sky. Under his fluctuating perception, he noticed a sneaky figure blending into the surrounding air. Chu Fan stomped his foot and leaped towards that figure. In an instant, he was above the figure, stomping down hard. The figure revealed itself from the air. It was Liang Hao. Liang Hao's face changed dramatically. He had planned to take advantage of the chaos, hide in the air and get close to the rainbow blood blossom to make a big score. If he could obtain this blossom, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. He had confidence in his great fortune. However, he hadn't expected that the masked man would beat him to the rainbow blood blossom, nor had he expected that the rock everyone was standing on was actually the body of a mutated flame python. From the moment Chu Fan seized the rainbow blood blossom to the Lord's rampage, it had only been a few breaths of time. Liang Hao had just realized something was wrong and was about to retreat to the shore when the masked man charged at him, stomping heavily on him. He was a deep abyss stalker, possessing a passive talent, Void Hide, hiding in the air, achieving brief flight but with limited time and number of uses. Now being stomped on by Chu Fan, he had nowhere to hide, no leverage for his body. He could only activate Void Hide one last time. However, Chu Fan leaped into the air, suddenly swinging his long sword downward, and a stream of sword energy burst forth, covering 100 meters around Liang Hao. Just as he vanished into the air, Liang Hao found nowhere to hide. Struck by a sword aura, he reappeared, his face marked with deep panic. No, he screamed in terror as his body fell towards the molten lava below. In the next moment, he felt his fingers being severed. To his horror, he saw Chu Fan holding his fingers, removing the spatial ring from them. His eyes dark as those of a demon. Taking the spatial ring, Chu Fan used the stepping force to leap swiftly towards the shore. No, I am a man of great destiny, I will not die here. It cannot be. Liang Hao roared loudly as his body plummeted straight into the lava below. With a splash like a sea of blood, the lava instantly engulfed him, silencing him forever. From leveraging his escape to killing Liang Hao and seizing the spatial ring, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Most were too busy handling the frenzied lord to notice him. Suddenly someone bellowed, "That man is escaping! Damn it, he has the rainbow blood flower, stop him!" On the lord's back someone shouted towards the shore. "I remember a girl was with him, capture that girl so he surrenders." People on the shore stared wide-eyed as Chu Fan landed, utterly shocked. At that moment only one thought crossed their minds: this man is too formidable. Having snatched the rainbow blood flower right from the hands of top talents like Chun Haoyu and Yasuo and managing to escape unscathed, who was he? Su Muan stood on the shore watching the masked Chu Fan, her brows deeply furrowed, but soon a smile curled at the corners of her mouth and she licked her lips with a glint of greed in her eyes. "Captain, that girl has already been teleported away," someone shouted loudly. "What? Damn it, everyone together, don't let him escape." The man on the back of the flame python lord shouted angrily, "He's alone, let's take him down together." The people on the shore finally snapped out of it and sprang into action. "Hold him down, you've got some nerve." However, what met them was a wide range of sword aura. "Is this sword aura?" One person hesitated for a moment, only to have his arm severed by the sword aura. "This sword aura is too strong, use protective skills." "Damn it, who is this guy? He's so powerful." After releasing the sword shadow radiance, Chu Fan did not linger and quickly moved 100 meters away, tapping his smart ring. A teleportation portal appeared. "Farewell everyone." Chu Fan smiled as he stepped towards the portal. Just then a furious shout approached from afar. "Thinking of running?" Chun Haoyu and Yasuo moved incredibly fast, sweeping in from a distance and landing in front of Chu Fan. To have both Yasuo and me in pursuit should be your pride, but this is where it ends. Chen Haoyu raised his hand and a tremendous momentum burst forth from him. Even Yasuo was slightly moved by this aura. S-level skilled Dark Slash, Chen Haoyu announced solemnly. As he spoke, a 100-meter diameter giant wheel appeared out of nowhere above Chu Fan's head. The massive wheel was pitch black, its edges sharp and unmatched, cutting the ground beneath it into rubble as it spun at high speeds. An S-rank skill. It was actually an S-rank skill. Professionals watching from afar were shaken by the scene. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. The man in the mask dared to snatch the rainbow blood flower from them, utterly ignorant of his own limits. Since it's a collaboration, I might as well stoke the flames. Yasuo unsheathed his long sword, pointing it at the giant wheel swift. A gust of wind enveloped the wheel, enhancing its formidable pressure and suddenly increasing its rotation speed, creating a sizzling noise in the air. Chen Haoyu wore a proud expression, slowly declaring, "I told you, you won't be taking the rainbow blood flower with you. It's good to show off, but you must have the strength to back it up." Yasuo's expression was icy cold. "With my tempest here, don't even dream of escaping." The giant wheel, like a wheel of judgment, sliced down towards Chu Fan, who tried to enter the teleportation circle but found his movements hindered by the wind, unable to take that crucial step. Then with a crack, his mask finally shattered under the immense pressure, revealing Chu Fan's face to everyone. In that moment, the scene fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Chu Fan. Who is he? Don't recognize him, but look at his eyes. Wow, he's blind and still managed to do all this. Impressive. Unfortunately, he messed with Chen Haoyu and Yasuo. Seeing Chu Fan's true face, Chen Haoyu's expression hardened. "It's you." He pressed his hands downward fiercely. The giant wheel accelerated, reaching Chu Fan's head in an instant. "Damn it, fight me one-on-one." Chu Fan roared furiously. "Let's see if I can kill you two bastards." The top two fighters on the ranking list were both attacking him, one even using an S-rank skill. What kind of fight was this? A surge of murderous intent emerged within him. His forehead's flesh began to wriggle and his third eye slowly opened a crack. Note: Chu Fan quickly closed the third eye. That moment had nearly influenced his state of mind, leaving him somewhat frightened. Just then a figure dashed from a distance. "Master, so you were here." The great sage equal to heaven appeared beside Chu Fan. "I've told you how many times, without old Sun you simply can't reach the western heaven." He grinned broadly. Chu Fan stood there dumbfounded. The great sage protected Chu Fan, standing proudly despite his frail body. Facing the 100-meter diameter giant wheel, his figure seemed tiny, but no one dared to underestimate him. For he was the great sage. Chen Haoyu's expression changed drastically, shouting, "Madman, you would help him?" The great sage simply dug at his ear, ignoring him. He then leapt up with his staff, charging at the high-speed spinning wheel and smashed down fiercely. A mundane smash without any fanciness. A dull thud resonated. Waves of air burst outward, causing many professionals to quickly cover their ears. Those who were slower felt a sweetness in their throats and vomited fresh blood as the impacts continued. The great sage equal to heaven repeatedly smashed his staff down, and the giant wheel was actually cracked by his blows, eventually shattering into nothingness. He landed on the ground, not looking back, and said to Chu Fan, "Master, you go first, I'll cover our retreat." Chu Fan took a sharp intake of breath, nodded and said thank you. With that, he didn't hesitate and stepped directly into the teleportation gate. Seeing Chu Fan leave, all the professionals present showed expressions of shock. He actually managed to escape under the combined efforts of Chen Haoyu and Yasuo. And from the hands of many of the nation's geniuses he escaped. I always felt I'd seen that blind man somewhere before. Yes, the skills he used were very distinctive. Those sword energies, I seem to have seen them somewhere too. I remember now, he is Chu Fan from Young City. Young City? Where is that? Chu Fan from Young City, the one who became viral in the videos these last few days, the newcomer who single-handedly slew over 1,000 shadow beasts. It was him. So he came to the lava lands. The professionals present all took a deep breath. If Chu Fan's solo defeat of 1,000 shadow beasts was something they scoffed at, then his snatching the rainbow blood flower from the hands of the nation's finest talents and successfully escaping the instance truly shocked them. This strength, this temperament, this courage, even they had to admit this person was very strong, extremely strong. Su Muyan looked at the place where Chu Fan disappeared, her expression touched. Without even using his trump cards, he managed to achieve this. Chu Fan, you continue to surprise me. Chen Haoyu and Yasuo stood together, staring intently at the great sage across from them. Madman, that man took the rainbow blood flower and you helped him escape. Chen Haoyu's chest heaved violently. The rainbow blood flower was supposed to be securely his. he had even used the S-rank skill Dark Slash to ensure nothing went wrong, yet this madman jumped out to help Chu Fan. Chen Haoyu glared at the great sage but didn't make a move. Yasuo too, his eyebrows furrowed, stood his ground. They both knew the true strength of the person before them was greater than theirs. As for why he only ranked third on the transfer list, they had speculated before that perhaps the divine pillar took his mental state into account and deducted points. However, they were clear when this madman got serious, no one in this generation was his match. So at this moment, though Chen Haoyu was angry, he didn't make a move. The great sage grinned and said, "What rubbish rainbow blood flower you all gang up to bully my master. You have to ask if my staff agrees first." Master, old man. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned a bit unnatural. You call anyone master, but as I know someone once called you disciple and you beat him into disability, why do you recognize him as your master and even help him? Chen Haoyu asked. The great sage didn't respond, placed his staff behind his head and slowly walked away. Who hasn't once loved freedom? Who hasn't once walked alone? He recited loudly, his tone carrying loneliness and solitude with a trace of defiance. Everyone fell silent, watching as the great sage equal to heaven walked into the distance. A white halo gradually emerged around him. With every step he took, the surrounding space trembled. Chen Haoyu and Yasuo both took a deep breath, exchanged glances, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It was Yuan Qi. He had actually comprehended Yuan Qi. Chen Haoyu was astonished. Yasuo nodded, a flash of envy in his eyes. Yuan Qi could deepen our understanding of our professions and the world, thus awakening us. But some true geniuses could intuit the essence of their profession on their own, generating Yuan force within themselves. He perhaps was that kind of genius. Chen Haoyu watched the place where the great sage had disappeared, clenched his fists, then resolutely turned around, gritting his teeth. This isn't over. I don't care who the great sage calls master. If Chu Fan dares to steal the rainbow blood flower, I won't let it go. Chen Haoyu clenched his fists tightly, and with a golden halo enveloping him, he transformed into a dragon and soared towards the Lord. Yasuo stood still, a light screen quickly appearing before him. Rank 58 Asura. He looked at the transfer list, his gaze gradually becoming more solemn. After a long while, wrapped in swift winds, he charged towards the flame python Lord. Chen Haoyu, fight me, he shouted. At Yangcheng First Middle School, in the grand hall of the elite building, two teleportation gates, one red and one black, emitted captivating lights. Students occasionally walked out of the black gate, a confident smile spreading across their faces. The thorny jungle is too easy, it helps them regain their confidence. They took their seats at the back of the hall, interestedly watching the red gate. Hey look, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua went in together, but only Jiang Chua came out. Could it be that Chu Fan? It's very likely. Just think about what kind of people enter the lava land. Chu Fan might be someone in Yangcheng, but in the lava land he's nothing. He might have died in there. What use is being the number one in Yangcheng? We entered the thorny jungle steady and secure. At least we can stay alive, and only by living can we grow stronger. A scholarly-looking young man with glasses spoke disdainfully. Ha, Hui Chu Fan is your classmate, and yet you curse him to die in the instance? Someone teased the scholarly boy. Hui sneered. Aren't you the same? By the gate to the lava land. What did you say? The rainbow blood flower. Tang Xiaohu looked at Jiang Chua, his small bean-like eyes bulging round. Chu Fan told you to leave first and he went alone to get the rainbow blood flower. Jiang Chua nodded, her face anxious. Vice Principal Dean Li, please think of something. It's been so long and Brother Fan still hasn't come out. I'm worried. Beside her, Li Mu's face turned ashen. He had come here waiting for Chu Fan, but he hadn't expected Jiang Chua to come out of the instance alone, bringing such explosive news. His gaze quickly turned cold. Li Mu looked at Tang Xiaohu and snorted coldly, his threat evident. Hearing this, Tang Xiaohu's face broke into a forced smile. Look at you, why the rush? Relax, as an Asura. Chu Fan has the talent to sense weaknesses. Even if those people want to attack him, they might not even be able to touch him. I hope things will go as you said, otherwise, whoever let Fanner enter the lava land, I will hold them accountable. A wisp of black air emerged from Li Mu's left hand. Seeing this, Tang Xiaohu's mouth twitched and he was inwardly distressed. He looked anxiously at the portal. It's been so long, why hasn't he come out yet? Even though he had confidence in Chu Fan, he couldn't help but worry at this moment. After all, dealing with heavenly treasures, those people are geniuses on the transfer list, and for Chu Fan to snatch the rainbow blood flower from many national talents is simply impossible. If something really happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Did you hear that? It seems Chu Fan went to snatch something called the rainbow blood flower. The professionals, with their extraordinary hearing, sat at the back of the hall exclaiming in surprise and whispering among themselves, "Ha, he really thinks the students in the lava land are on the same level as us. It's enough to rob our spirituality in the dark forest, but he also wants to rob in the lava land. Does he really think he's the national number one? Let's see, it will be fun if those geniuses keep him stuck in the instance forever." Hui adjusted his glasses. Time ticked away. Tang Xiuhu maintained his smile, but beads of sweat, the size of beans, appeared on his forehead. Jiang Chua's gaze stayed on the portal from beginning to end. At that moment, the portal stirred with a wave. Everyone looked over. They saw Chu Fan slowly walking out. Tang Xiaohu wiped his sweat and took a long sigh of relief. "He, old Tang, your judgment is indeed good." Li Mu showed Tang Xiaohu a friendly smile, and the black mist on his hand quickly disappeared. The many students in the distance looked at each other. "He actually came out, and it seems he's not hurt at all, didn't they say he went to snatch the rainbow blood flower? How are those geniuses so useless, letting him snatch it?" Hui's face was full of anger. "He probably didn't go to snatch it, otherwise he couldn't have come back unharmed." Seeing Chu Fan, Jiang Chua was overjoyed and quickly went up to him, looking him over from left to right. "Are you hurt?" Chu Fan smiled. "No," he respectfully said to Tang Xiuhu and Li Mu. "Teacher Dean." Chu Fan was surprised that Li Mu was also here waiting for him. Tang Xiuhu frowned and scolded. "Chua said you went to snatch the rainbow blood flower." Chu Fan nodded. "In the future, try to avoid doing such things. Safety comes first. Snatching treasures like the rainbow blood flower will make you a target, which is very dangerous." Saying this, Tang Xiuhu's tone shifted. He smiled and said, "However, it's good that you came back safely. Don't be disheartened if you didn't snatch the rainbow blood flower. You need to understand the gap between yourself and those top talents." Li Mu also looked at Chu Fan with a smile and said, "Fana, your teacher is right. In the future you must prioritize your own safety. It doesn't matter that you didn't get the 7-colored blood blossom this time, you still have a gap compared to those people. Seeing the gap and improving yourself is what you should be focusing on at this stage." Chu Fan looked puzzled. He pulled a small flower from his bosom and looked at the two of them. "Teacher Dean, is this what you are talking about?" Holding the 7-colored snow blossom in his hand, it emitted a 7-colored glow. In that instant, Tang Xiuhu and Li Mu were suddenly stunned. "The 7-colored blood blossom, you got it?" Tang Xiuhu regained his composure and took a deep breath. Even with his confidence in Chu Fan, he could hardly imagine how Chu Fan had managed to do it. Li Mu also looked at Chu Fan with a face full of shock. "Fanner, did you use?" Chu Fan shook his head. "No, just luck and someone helped me." Tang Xiaohu's gaze swept over Chu Fan and Li Mu. Used what? It seems these two are keeping something from me." Other students who saw Chu Fan take out the 7-colored blood blossom widened their eyes. "Look at the flower in his hand, it's still glowing. Is that the 7-colored blood blossom? SSS, he got it? How is that possible? This thing is clearly no ordinary item. How could Chu Fan possibly snatch such a treasure from those geniuses?" Hui gritted his teeth, his face almost spelled out the words unconvinced. Tang Xiuhu frowned and looked over, barking angrily, "All of you, go back to class." With that, the students quickly left the hall. Finally, the hall quieted down. Li Mu said to Chu Fan, "Don't rush to consume this 7-colored blood blossom. Your level is too low right now, you can't handle the power of the earth fire within it." "When should I use it?" Chu Fan asked. Li Mu replied, "The best level to use it is at level 29. The 7-colored blood blossom can take you directly to level 39 and even increase the success rate of awakening by 30 levels. Chu Fan nodded. Historically, someone had mistakenly eaten a 7-colored blood blossom and jumped directly from level 31 to 41. Li Mu wanted him to use it at level 29, probably considering the awakening. Chu Fan was reserved about this. He planned to decide when to use it based on his own situation. If he had enough source power to awaken smoothly, he could wait to use it after awakening. After all, the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade, and the effects of such a heavenly and earthly treasure as the 7-colored blood blossom become more apparent. "Dean, do I just swallow the 7-colored blood blossom directly?" Chu Fan continued to ask. Li Mu nodded. "Swallowing it directly is the best way to fully absorb the power of the earth fire within it, but because the power of the earth fire is violent and brutal, swallowing it directly also carries risks. I suggest you let your teacher find an alchemist to help you turn this 7-colored blood blossom into a pill, which would reduce the violent nature, although the effect might not be as strong as swallowing it directly, but it would lower the risks." Li Mu looked at Tang Xiuhu. Tang Xiuhu nodded. "That's possible. I know an alchemist who can help. Just come to me when you need it made." "Thank you, teacher." Chu Fan carefully put the colorful blood flower into his spatial ring. At that moment Li Mu turned to Chu Fan and said, "I came here today actually for a more important matter." Chu Fan looked puzzled. The Divine Hall and the Martial Alliance have both extended invitations to you, ah. As soon as he said this, Chu Fan hadn't reacted much, but Jiang Chua beside him exclaimed in surprise. Chu Fan was also somewhat surprised, scratching his head. "Can I join both?" Li Mu gave a wry smile and shook his head. "What are you thinking? You can only join one faction. Will this affect my college entrance exam?" Chu Fan asked. Li Mu replied, "No, it will even be of great benefit to your college entrance exam. This is an opportunity for you, you must seize it. You must understand, even those students who graduate from the top 12 institutions vie to join these two factions, and you've yet to sit for the college entrance exam. If you can join in advance, there will be unexpected benefits." Hearing this, Chu Fan took a deep breath and thought for a moment. Then what do teacher and the dean think? Should I join the Divine Hall or the Martial Alliance? He had read about both factions, but only superficially. He wanted to hear the opinions of the elders. Li Mu nodded. "Your teacher and I have discussed the pros and cons of both. The Divine Hall controls all the dungeons. The Dark Forest Lava Lands and other dungeons you've entered are all under the administration of the Divine Hall. The advantage of joining the Divine Hall is that you can enter any dungeon you wish at any time. Among these, there are some experienced dungeons where high-level but weak beasts are kept by the strong members of the Divine Hall in large numbers, ideal for professionals to level up. There are also special source dungeons where all the beasts are mutant beasts, each capable of yielding essence and material dungeons." Li Mu listed many benefits. Chu Fan's heart surged with excitement. These benefits were crucial for a professional. To level up, enter an experienced dungeon. To obtain essence, go to a source dungeon. To get specific materials, enter the corresponding dungeon. It could be said that joining the Divine Hall could solve most of the problems faced by professionals. Indeed, very tempting. Chu Fan swallowed. "And what about the Martial Alliance?" "Let me explain." Tang Xiuhu squinted his eyes. "The biggest difference between the Martial Alliance and the Divine Hall is combat power." "Combat power?" Chu Fan was puzzled. Tang Xiuhu nodded. "Yes, joining the Divine Hall you can level up quickly, acquire essence fast, and enter material dungeons to gather rare materials to craft high-level equipment. These only improve your professional panel stats. Although in most cases, stronger panel stats mean stronger abilities. What I'm talking about is combat ability. How is combat ability improved? You have to fight against professionals stronger than yourself and against powerful beasts. In this way, by continuously fighting and summarizing experience, your combat ability will strengthen." Tang Xiuhu said solemnly. "This is the advantage of joining the Martial Alliance." Hearing this, Chu Fan's face showed difficulty. It was a tough choice. Both sides had their own advantages. The Divine Hall's dungeons were self-evident. As far as he knew, the Martial Alliance possessed the Martial Tower, which had 9 levels. Only the first level was open to the public. To access the levels above, one had to join the Martial Alliance. As for what was above the second level, he didn't know much. The descriptions in the documents were quite one-sided. Jiang Chua, standing nearby, heard this and scoffed disdainfully, muttering, "Is it really that great?" The three immediately looked at her. Jiang Chua's face showed panic. It's nothing." Tang Xiuhu smiled and continued. "The first level of the Martial Tower is a cultivation room which you have visited, and the benefits are self-evident. The second level, however, is a virtual combat platform." "Virtual combat platform?" Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Tang Xiuhu nodded. "All professionals who join the Martial Alliance can create an account on this platform. It includes high school students like you, students from the top 12 universities, and even students from the top 4 universities. Moreover, professionals who have graduated from these top institutes also appear on the virtual combat platform. In short, there are no weaklings on the virtual combat platform. After all, they are all capable of entering the Martial Alliance. Fighting against these people, you can rapidly enhance your practical combat skills. As for the third level, well, you'll have to experience that yourself." Chu Fan's breathing became rapid. Virtual combat platform. Fighting against national geniuses on the platform not only enhances practical combat skills but also carries no risk. Not to mention, this is just the second level, and the Martial Tower has a total of 9 levels. At this moment, Li Mu looked at Chu Fan. "The Holy Clergy has offered an A-grade contract, 100 million yearly salary, and you can choose any script. The Martial Alliance offers you to become a warrior with a 20 million yearly salary and access to the first 4 levels of the Martial Tower." Hearing this, Jiang Chua's eyes widened. She knew very well that some provincial geniuses wanted to join the martial alliance. And her father only allowed them to start from the lowest rank of martial disciple. But to directly become a warrior, from martial disciple to martial earth to warrior, he skipped 2 ranks. For professionals in Jiangnan province to join the martial alliance, they must have her father's approval. Could it be that her father? Jiang Chua looked at Chu Fan, her hands clenched tightly together, continuously muttering in her heart, "Choose the martial alliance, choose the martial alliance." Chu Fan stood still, his face thoughtful. Tang Xiuhu and Li Mu quietly waited for him to make a decision. After a long time, Chu Fan took a deep breath. "I choose the martial alliance." Yay! Jiang Chua jumped up. The 3 turned to look at her. Jiang Chua stuck out her tongue and shrank her neck. "Practical combat ability is more important." Chu Fan was also troubled. This was like in his previous life when Tsinghua and Peking University both sent him admission notices asking him to choose. In the end, he chose the martial alliance. The advantages of the holy clergy scripts were indeed attractive, but if he were admitted to the top 4, he should also have access to some special scripts. After all, the Temple of Priests is collaborating with the Ministry of Education, and the martial alliance unique in its own right. Tang Xiuhu and Li Mu both smiled, seemingly very satisfied with Chu Fan's choice. "I'll respond to the martial alliance," said Li Mu, motioning for Chu Fan to follow him to Tang Xiuhu's office. Tang Xiuhu squinted his eyes with a hint of amusement. This guy, he doesn't see himself as an outsider at all. "Jiang Chua, wait outside for a bit, we have some matters to explain to Chu Fan," Tang Xiuhu said, looking at Jiang Chua. Oh, Jiang Chua nodded blankly. Inside the office, Li Mu sat in Tang Xiuhu's chair with Tang standing behind him. Seeing this, Chu Fan was moved. "Who's the principal here after all? Level 10? Li Mu chuckled. "Yes, I haven't forgotten what I promised you." As he spoke, Li Mu took out a USB drive, aiming it forward, and a light screen flickered into existence. Chu Fan held his breath, quickly activating his wave perception. A line of text appeared on the light screen. Skill, Yin Sha Force, Psychic Attack Skill, Skill Level, S-Rank. Skill Details: forms psychic chi causing severe damage to the opponent's psyche, leading to temporary dizziness or coma. Specific effects depend on the opponent's mental will. Cost: 10 psychic power. Looking at the skill description, Chu Fan struggled to contain his excitement. A control skill? It was actually a control skill. Often in battle things change in a blink of an eye, and having such a skill that can cause dizziness or coma, even if at a disadvantage, could turn the tide in his favor, though it was noted that effects depend on the opponent's mental strength. Chu Fan felt, unless it was a profession that relied on psychic power like Asura, or which other regular professions would hardly withstand this move. He had played games, and it was easy for him to understand this point. To use gaming terminology, those with poor mental will would have lower resistance to such control skills and would be more susceptible to longer durations of dizziness. Chu Fan's face showed ecstatic joy. This skill would significantly increase his strength, though it cost 10 psychic power points, which was quite a lot. Currently he only had a total of 18 psychic power points, and using Yin Sha Force would consume 10. This skill couldn't be used lightly. He needed to conserve psychic power for Sword Shadow Radiant Slash. After all, his psychic power was just too weak. If he had 100 or 1000 psychic power points, whether it was Yin Sha Force or Sword Shadow Radiant Slash, he could use them as he wished. There would be no need to calculate each time he wanted to use a skill. At that moment, the light screen gradually turned into light points and then formed a light shadow. Seeing this light shadow, Chu Fan was startled. The principal? The light shadow turned out to be exactly like Li Mu. Ha! Surprised? Li Mu stroked his beard, a proud smile playing on his face. This skill, it was created by Grandpa himself. Chu Fan was shocked. Created by yourself? Grandpa, you can create skills? In his eyes, those who could create their own skills were all significant figures. The principal, how strong was he at his peak? But thinking that the principal was a chosen 1-inch, Chu Fan was reassured. Li Mu nodded with a smile. As long as one has a deep understanding of their profession, everyone can create their own skills. You don't need to worry about such matters for now. At least wait until after the awakening, when sufficient Yuan Qi has been generated within your body, then consider it. Yuan Qi? Chu Fan grasped the keyword. Li Mu explained, Yuan, you can also understand it as the origin of the world. The more Yuan force you absorb, the more Yuan Qi will be generated in your body. It is only with Yuan Qi that you can attempt to create your own skills, otherwise it's all in vain. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt stirred. Could I possibly create my own skills one day? Look carefully, Li Mu reminded. Chu Fan immediately retracted his thoughts and focused on the light and shadow. The body of the light and shadow began to change, threads of light gathered between its eyebrows forming a cone-like object. The object became more solid and lifelike as if it truly existed. Then the light and shadow shouted softly, "Go!" The cone-like object began to spin rapidly, resembling an electric drill. Watching the drill formed by the light points, Chu Fan felt a deep pain in his head, almost causing him to faint. After a moment, the drill disappeared. Chu Fan's face was somewhat pale as he took a deep breath and said, "Is it over?" To be honest, he was a bit confused. Li Mu laughed and said, "Haha, this was a demonstration of how to control your mental power. To feel the mental power and control it, this is the application of mental attack skills, field control." Chu Fan nodded, calmed down, and sat motionless on his seat like a wooden sculpture. Li Mu's voice reached his ears. "Mental power is invisible and intangible. It's not easy to feel and control them. Take it slow, don't rush. First, try to immerse your consciousness into the Naiwan Palace located between your eyebrows. Don't be impatient. Even my grandfather took 3 days to locate the Naiwan Palace." Under Li Mu's guidance, Chu Fan's consciousness gradually immersed deeper. Slowly, he saw a chaotic space filled with mist, very vague. "This is..." As soon as Chu Fan appeared, the mists began converging above his head, swirling around. If someone else were here, they could see the mists forming a funnel shape with Chu Fan below it. Surprised, Chu Fan tried to make the mist move away from him. The mist seemed obedient, quickly moving away and forming a cloud-like shape. It can also be done this way. Chu Fan was delighted. Following the steps previously demonstrated by the light and shadow, he ordered the mists to form a cone-shaped object. Quickly, the cloud-like mist rapidly transformed, eventually becoming a propeller. Different from the teachers, Chu Fan stood at a distance, deep in thought. If this is the case, could I possibly make these mists form any shape I desire? For some reason, Chu Fan immediately thought of that plaza. It was the most terrifying place he had ever seen. You guys. Yes, a vast square. The mists immediately formed a massive square according to Chu Fan's wishes. Within the square, over 100 bizarre creatures knelt, and dozens of enormous chains stretched down from the sky, imprisoning an unknown presence shrouded by clouds and mist. Is it done? Chu Fan was shocked in his heart. Is this mental space uniquely mine? At that moment, he saw 2 trails of mist in the distance, one black and one golden. The black mist was much denser and larger than the golden one. He walked straight towards them. Mental attack skills. I envy these hidden professions. Tang Xiaohu looked at the motionless Chu Fan with some envy. Li Mu sighed. Don't be envious. The responsibilities borne by those with hidden professions are beyond your comprehension. I know. I hope, Chu Fan. Just then, Tang Xiaohu's face suddenly changed. He seemed to have entered a space, a square. What's wrong? Li Mu said solemnly. Not good. He quickly stood up, a black gleam flickering between his eyebrows. After a long while, Tang Xiaohu came back to his senses, his face deathly pale, his eyes still filled with fear. Beside him, Li Mu also looked at Chu Fan, his face full of shock. Is that Fanner's mental space? Li Mu took a deep breath. It must be. I didn't expect him not only to succeed on his first try but also to form his own mental space. Tang Xiaohu, thinking back to the square he saw in that moment, was still somewhat unnerved. The two looked at the motionless Chu Fan as if they were looking at a monster. In Chu Fan's consciousness, he controlled the square he had created, gradually closing in on the golden mist, because the golden mist seemed easier to bully than the black one. Soon, the golden mist was enveloped by the square, and then the black mist came pressing in, rescuing the golden mist out. The rescued golden mist became much thinner, barely holding itself together. Quite interesting. Chu Fan smiled, just coming out of his conscious state to find Li Mu and Tang Xiaohu staring wide-eyed at him. Teacher Dean, it seems I succeeded. Chu Fan smiled. Chu Fan, how dare you attack your teacher? Tang Xiaohu said angrily. Hearing this, Chu Fan was baffled. I'm asking you, is that square your mental space? Tang Xiaohu asked coldly with a stern face. Chu Fan immediately understood. So that golden mist was the teacher's mental power and the black mist, naturally, the dean's mental power. So, I just captured the teacher's mental power into the square, giving him a scare. No wonder Tang Xiaohu's face is so pale right now. Teacher, it was my first time using mental power, there's a lot I don't understand. Chu Fan said, lowering his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It really wasn't intentional. Seeing this, the anger on Tang Xiaohu's face was instantly replaced by a smile. Alright, don't scare Fanner. Li Mu glared at Tang Xiaohu. I really didn't expect you to form your own mental space, although I don't know how you did it, but this is an opportunity uniquely yours. Now I allow you to name your skill, as your square has already strayed far from my dark energy skill. Name it. Chu Fan was startled. Only those great figures who create skills have the privilege to name them. At this moment the dean was actually willing to let him rename it. Chu Fan took a deep breath. Grandfather, is this really okay? After all, I'm just a high school senior. If word of this gets out, it would cause quite a stir. I'd prefer to keep a low profile, Li Mu responded leisurely. Oh, is that so? Then let's forget it. No, let's name it after all. Being too low-key isn't good either. Chu Fan interjected, this skill, let's call it Asura Domain. How about that, Asura Domain? Tang Xiuhu thought of those creatures in the square and the dozens of towering chains and took a deep breath. Li Mu looked at Chu Fan with a serious expression and nodded slightly. It's quite an image. Following that, Tang Xiuhu pulled out a set of gear from the safe. A helmet, a top, pants, a belt and shoes. It also included a weapon. The gear felt silky and hands seemingly made of some kind of silk. It was light blue all over, and wearing it, Chu Fan looked quite the master. Starlight set, rare set, wearing level requirement 10, set attributes, strength plus 40, intelligence plus 40, agility plus 40, stamina plus 40, spiritual power plus 5. Looking at his own attributes, Chu Fan was very pleased. With the four-dimensional attributes attached to each part, his various attributes had now increased by 70 points, his spiritual power also increased by 5 points, breaking through the major threshold of 20. Chu Fan held the weapon in his hand. It was black all over, 1 meter long, and emitted a cold light. Star Sword description, named Star, forged from extraterrestrial iron from Sector 32. It can absorb the power of stars to charge up, enhancing the Star Sword's power. Creator, Luo Fan, attack power, 200. Charge increases attack power by 100%. Strength, plus 15-inch intelligence, plus 15 agility, plus 15 stamina, plus 15. Chu Fan was shocked. This sword could actually absorb the power of stars. However, considering it was made with extraterrestrial iron from another realm, he suddenly understood. Many things obtained from other realms have their peculiarities. Chu Fan, according to the current progress, the level ranking will officially open the day after tomorrow. Tang Xiuhu said solemnly, it's time to climb the ranking. Let those people see that strong players can come from small cities too. You Chu Fan can rank first in Yang City and even first nationally, national first. Chu Fan's expression grew solemn. Holding the Star Sword, he smiled. Then I will take the national first place. After Chu Fan left, Tang Xiuhu and Li Mu's expressions immediately became serious. The atmosphere in the office was unusually heavy. President Chu Fan can actually form his own spiritual space. Tang Xiuhu was quite surprised. Li Mu nodded, it must be related to his profession. He looked out the window, frowning deeply. There was something Li Mu didn't say. He suspected it wasn't related to Chu Fan's profession, but to that evil eye, otherwise it couldn't be explained. In the capital, inside a villa, Chen Haoyu's face was gloomy as he sat on the floor. Just then the phone rang. After a glance at the caller ID, Chen Haoyu decided to answer the call. Instantly, the projection of a girl with a ponytail appeared in the living room. Still angry, the girl with the ponytail asked with a smile. Chen Haoyu didn't speak. Oh come on, it's just the theft of the rainbow blood flower. Why be so petty? Just take it back next time, she comforted. Chen Haoyu replied gravely, you don't understand. I don't understand. Isn't it just the competitive spirit between men? You, being the top of this year's career change list, not only failed to defeat Shi Tian-Shang, who's third, but also got the rainbow blood flower stolen by Chu Fan, who's ranked 58th, the girl continued. But Chen Haoyu's expression grew darker. Enough, he said, I have other things to handle. I'm hanging up now, don't you dare, hey. Chen Haoyu cut the call abruptly. He took a deep breath and said, call the teacher. Soon an image of an elderly man with white hair and beard emanating a sense of great virtue appeared on the screen. Teacher, Chen Haoyu greeted him with respect. Are you feeling down? What's troubling you? The old man asked, his eyes half open. Chen Haoyu explained everything that had happened in the Lava Land dungeon. The old man sat quietly listening. After a while, he spoke slowly. You are the only student from this batch who has been recruited early by the top 4 academies, yet you are upset over someone less capable. I am disappointed. Chen Haoyu hung his head in shame. Student is ashamed. Your aim should be the geniuses from the top 4 academies, to confront them in the national professionals competition after the exams. A small setback and you lose heart. You disappoint me, the elder continued. Chen Haoyu's face twisted in conflict. Teacher, I wish to enter the spider cave. I need to level up. The elder nodded. Very well, make sure you top the level rankings this time. I don't want those people speaking ill of me, I will give it my all. Chen Haoyu bowed deeply to the hologram. In Xiagua there is a legend of the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the black tortoise above and the vermilion bird below. The sacred top 4 academies are located in the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest of the capital city. In one of these, the Western Academy, buildings are scattered like stars in the sky. In front, a gate towering 100 meters high pierces the sky with Azure Dragon University inscribed in flowing script. Azure Dragon University, one of Xiagua's top 4 elite academies, is the dream destination for countless professionals. At this moment, inside an ancient-looking pavilion at Azure Dragon University, the elder who was talking to Chen Haoyu slowly opened his eyes. He sat there seemingly blending into the surrounding air, exuding an aura of returning to the natural state. He is one of the 12 great mentors of Azure Dragon University, Yang Daolong. Just then, a refined-looking man in his 20s entered. Teacher, you called for me, the man asked. Yang Daolong nodded. Contact the divine clergy for a slot to enter the spider cave. Hearing this, the man showed a look of surprise. The spider cave? That's just a level 10 to 20 dungeon, who are you asking for? Yang Daolong replied, your junior Chen Haoyu, this year's top in the career change list. I have already extended an invitation for him to join Azure Dragon University. The news surprised the young man. Every year, geniuses emerge, yet never before has a teacher taken the initiative to personally invite anyone. Why this year? Hurry and do it. Yang Daolong looked at the young man, who nodded and stepped back. Yang Daolong slowly said, has Asura appeared again? And there's someone in the senior year who has cultivated origin energy, truly a generation filled with prodigies. However, Yang Daolong's mouth slowly curved into a smile. Those guys always say I'm short-sighted, only looking at the transfer list and giving the only spot to Chen Haoyu. If they knew he was the chosen one, I wonder what their expressions would be. Yang Daolong grinned. Once Chen Haoyu takes the first place on the upgrade list, I'd like to see what those old guys have to say then. After Chu Fan returned to the hall, he and Jiang Chua moved to the back of the hall. He immediately opened the spatial ring. Since retrieving the ring, Chu Fan hadn't had the chance to check it, and now was obviously the time to tally up his gains. Bro Fan, you took back the ring again. Jiang Chua's eyes lit up. Chu Fan smiled. I said they would return it with interest. Saying this, he opened the spatial ring. 8 chi and blood pills, 10 bone tempering pills, and a set of level 10 fine armor, plus some worthless stuff. The profit is a bit low. I overestimated them. Chu Fan frowned. Although he hadn't held much hope, he didn't expect there to be so little. After all, these were students from big cities like the capital, and in Chu Fan's mind, these students should have rich backgrounds. Just this little. What's this? Chu Fan suddenly looked at a golden stone, his heart pounding. A gold inscribed stone? It was actually a gold inscribed stone. Chu Fan's face immediately lit up with joy. He was well aware of the uses and value of the gold inscribed stone. Unexpectedly, among that team of 5, someone had possessed such a thing. This was a huge profit. Jiang Chua tilted her head, puzzled. What's a gold inscribed stone? Chu Fan explained to her the uses and value of the gold inscribed stone. Hearing that such a small stone was worth 20 million, even Jiang Chua gasped in shock. She wasn't shocked by the 20 million, but that Chu Fan had left the spatial ring with someone else for a while, and after getting it back, it contained over 20 million worth of items. Could making money be this easy? In her eyes, Chu Fan became increasingly omnipotent. I take back what I said. Students from big cities are indeed wealthy. Chu Fan laughed. If he robbed a few more times, he shook his head, quickly dismissing the thought. The gold inscribed stone could either be used personally or sold in the market. Chu Fan thought for a moment and decided to sell it. The function of the gold inscribed stone was to forge an additional attribute into a weapon. Given his current level was too low, using the gold inscribed stone on a level 10 weapon would be a loss. Unless money was just a number to him, every weapon could be imbued with a gold inscribed stone, but unfortunately he wasn't. He was now in dire need of money. Enhancing his mental power was of the utmost importance, so selling the Jinming stone for money to buy the medulla of the Earth's jellyfish is the most important thing. First we'll head to the trading market, then to the Martial Alliance. Chu Fan looked towards Jiang Chua. Jiang Chua's face showed hesitation. What's wrong? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. I want to go to class. To class? Chu Fan was taken aback but nodded anyway. Indeed, having been professionals for so long, neither of them had attended classes. Although this was also tacitly approved by Tang Xiuhu, it was somewhat disrespectful to the teachers. Chu Fan thought of Wu Yu, the teacher who had encouraged him during the lowest point of his life. Alright, I'll also check out the classroom, Chu Fan said with a smile. In class 12 of the senior year, Wu Yu stood at the podium looking down at her students, feeling somewhat powerless. Some were playing with their phones, others were speaking loudly, and some were running around in the classroom, completely disregarding her as their teacher. The discipline in the classroom had never been great, but it had never reached this extent. Ever since these students returned from the dark forest, everything had changed, and it became even more apparent today. She knew the reason well. In this world, strength was respected. Because of her poor talent, she couldn't get into university after high school and chose to return to her alma mater as a teacher. Her level had also stagnated at level 6. After these students returned from the thorn jungle, their levels had reached 7. Stronger than her, they naturally felt unreceptive to her authority. Quiet down please, Wu Yu took a deep breath and reprimanded. However, the students below didn't pay her any heed, continuing to do as they pleased as if she was just air. Wu Yu's eyes reddened. You. At this moment, a scholarly-looking young man with glasses stood up and said with a smile, Teacher Wu, as far as I know you're only level 6, right? Most of us are now at level 7. What right do you have to teach us? With him leading, other students stood up. Exactly, in a world where strength is supreme you are weaker than us and you have less experience in killing exotic beasts. What can you teach us? Ha, the only thing you can teach us is to learn from Chu Fan. Several students laughed. Wu Yu's eyes were filled with rage. She recognized these students. They were the ones who often mocked Chu Fan before. She always defended Chu Fan, which made these students resent her. Now that their strength had improved, they became more unbridled. Wu Yu felt powerless, but she couldn't retaliate because what they said was true. This was a world where strength ruled. I think, Teacher Wu, why don't you step down and sit in a seat and I'll come up to the podium to teach you how to battle exotic beasts. After all, you're 22 years old and still level 6, having not entered a dungeon for many years, right? You've probably forgotten what exotic beasts are teaching us with your many years old impressions of exotic beasts. What can you teach? Times have changed. Hui looked at Wu Yu with a sneer, his eyes devoid of any respect. Hui felt exhilarated as he spoke these words, having waited for this day for so long. He would always remember that day. For mocking Chu Fan, he was summoned by Wu Yu to the podium to apologize to Chu Fan in front of all the classmates. This made him lose face. Since then, he secretly vowed to become stronger, to surpass Wu Yu and Chu Fan and to shame them severely. Now, surpassing Chu Fan seemed hopeless, but surpassing level 6 Wu Yu was as easy as drinking water. He laughed recklessly. The other classmates close to Hui also started to make a racket. Seeing this scene, Wu Yu's eyes began to moisten. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure appeared at the classroom door. All eyes instantly turned towards it. Seeing who it was, everyone in the classroom gasped, Chu Fan. At that moment, Chu Fan stood at the doorway, his face cold. He had already sensed everything that was happening in the classroom. Seeing Wu Yu helpless on the podium and Hui and others disrespecting her below, a towering rage surged in Chu Fan's heart. He was no saint. He wouldn't demand respect for the teacher without a reason. If Wu Yu had been an unethical teacher, he might even have led the opposition against her. But clearly Wu Yu was not that kind of teacher. She treated all students in the class equally, including Hui. In an instant, Chu Fan appeared in front of Hui, staring at him coldly. He commanded, "Kneel down." At that moment, Hui turned pale with fright, trembling all over. He never expected Chu Fan to come to the classroom. Now, the whole Yanqing No. 1 middle school knew that Chu Fan was the top of Yanqing, not meant for an ordinary class. There were rumors in the school that Tang Xiaohu and Jiang Chu had given Chu Fan privileges, and he didn't need to attend classes. Under such circumstances, why would Chu Fan return to an ordinary class? To attend class, Hui took a deep breath and mustered his courage. What right do you have to make me kneel? The starlight sword suddenly appeared in Chu Fan's hand. Swish, a huge sword aura emerged, forming a semicircle on the spot. The entire classroom shook. The clothes on Hui's body were directly shattered. On his body, there was a deep sword mark from top to bottom. The wound was not deep, but it was still shocking. Chu Fan had held back. The rest of the class watched the scene, their eyes wide. Chu Fan, he actually struck a classmate in the classroom. Even Wu Yu was incredulous. Chu Fan, you. Chu Fan did not turn around. He slowly said, Miss Wu, do not speak. Wu Yu opened her mouth, then immediately shut it. Ha, you dare to strike me in the classroom? Hui laughed crazily. Is the top of Yanqing so great? Have you forgotten how not long ago you were a blind waste that everyone could trample on? Now that you've turned the tables, you want revenge? Come on, come kill me, I dare you. Hui stretched his neck, pointing at himself. The other classmates close to Hui also mustered up their courage. Chu Fan, this is a classroom, not a dungeon. You don't mess around. Yeah, Hui is just straightforward. You can't just hit him because he's straightforward and can't speak properly, right? He's your classmate. Chu Fan, we all know you're strong. Why don't you go kill more beasts instead? What skill is there in attacking your own classmate? Chu Fan swept his gaze across the room and immediately those classmates fell silent. Although Chu Fan's eyes were wrapped in bandages, his gaze made many feel a palpitation from deep within their souls, as if a demon had fixed its eyes on them. Seeing that Chu Fan made no move to attack, Hui, emboldened by fear, sneered, "You wouldn't dare to act tough." Suddenly, it was as if he saw something terrifying. His body began to tremble. What is this? Hui looked at Chu Fan, his pupils constricting, his face showing deep fear. Chu Fan stood still without making any movement. "No, what are these things? Don't come closer, don't come closer," Hui pleaded as his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, crawling towards the distance. As he crawled, he kept looking back as if something was chasing him. "Don't chase me, please don't chase me." His eyes were bloodshot, filled with veins. He left a trail of moisture on the floor as he dragged himself along. Seeing Hui in this state, the other students in the classroom showed faces filled with horror. "What's wrong with Hui? What did he see?" "Chu Fan, he didn't make a move, did he?" "I don't know, but I suspect it's Chu Fan's ability. Don't forget his profession, Asura, right?" Everyone took a sharp breath. Those students closely related to Hui also stepped back, bowing their heads deeply, fearing Chu Fan's attention might turn to them. Wu watched all this with a face full of anxiety. "Chu Fan, can you help him?" she whispered. Chu Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Help?" He looked towards Hui, who had crawled to a corner of the classroom. At that moment, Hui was trembling, his face completely pale, his eyes were unfocused, and he kept mumbling, "Don't come over here, don't come." His spirit was already shattered. Chu Fan thought to himself, Hui is just a level 7 regular professional, his mental strength is very weak. Dragged into the Asura domain, his spirit was directly shattered. Without immediate use of medication to recover mental strength, he could suffer permanent damage. At best, he would be left with severe psychological trauma. At worst, he could become insane. Watching Hui, who looked like a beaten dog, Chu Fan felt no sympathy. His eyes bandaged, he looked towards the other students. As his gaze passed over them, all the students quickly bowed their heads, fearful of attracting his attention. Chu Fan's expression was calm as he walked to his seat and sat down. The classroom was unusually quiet. No one was looking at their phones, there was no loud talking. No one dared to run around in the classroom, watching this scene. Wu Yu on the podium took a deep breath, then glanced at Hui in the corner, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Everyone sat in their seats, not daring to make a sound. Chu Fan's face remained calm as if nothing had happened. He pulled out his textbooks and stationery and said indifferently, "Mr. Wu, let's begin the class." Chu Fan spoke these words calmly from his seat. A shiver ran through the hearts of his classmates. Everyone sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor. The classroom fell into an unusual silence. Each student sat neatly in their places. Wu looked over the orderly classroom and then at Chu Fan, taking a deep breath. Chu Fan's single sentence was more effective than 100 of hers. She nodded and said, "All right, let's start the lesson." Wu began to explain the habits of mythical beasts, covering the standard knowledge that was also a key part of the curriculum repeatedly discussed over 3 years of high school. The students below began to take notes diligently. Wu Yu's face regained a smile. At this moment, Chu Fan had already laid his head down on the desk and fallen asleep. There was no helping it. After battling for the rainbow blood flower in the lava lands and forming his own mental space, he was simply too exhausted without any restorative medicine. Seeing Chu Fan lying on the desk, none of the other students dared to voice their dissatisfaction. Who could tell whether he was pretending, perhaps laying a trap? Wu Yu looked at Chu Fan, smiled and shifted her gaze to continue teaching. Let him sleep. After all, who else could claim to be the first in Yang City? Please, someone stand up and tell us, into how many categories are mythical beasts divided? Wu Yu asked with a smile. Swish, apart from Chu Fan, who was asleep, all students raised their hands. You please answer. She pointed at a pretty girl. Ms. Wu, mythical beasts are divided into 3 main categories: beasts, spirits and monsters. The girl stood up and answered. Continue. Wu Yu encouraged her with a nod. The pretty girl continued. Beasts maintain the common characteristics of animals we see in the world, like the black crown eagle in the thorn jungle and the flame python in the lava lands. Creatures like the shadow beast from the dark forest, which have no animal traits, belong to the monster category. As for spirits, she hesitated. I'm not sure, teacher. Wu Yu nodded, signaling her to sit down. The girl glanced at Chu Fan, noticing he was still laying down, paying no attention to her, and looked disappointed. Wu Yu smiled and said, "The spirit category of mythical beasts is quite special. These beings exist in the form of spirits like the fifth order mythical beast, the core jellyfish of the underworld." The students began taking notes diligently again. Soon, the class session ended. Chu Fan woke up and sat upright in his seat. "Class is dismissed," Wu Yu announced. Chu Fan was the first to stand up. Seeing this, all the classmates quickly got to their feet. "Goodbye, teacher. Thank you for your hard work." A smile of pleasant surprise appeared on Wu Yu's face. It was as if she had returned to her early days of teaching when students treated her with nothing but respect. How wonderful it would be if there were no distinctions of level or strength. At that moment, Chu Fan walked straight out of the classroom. The students all held their breath, eyes pinned on his retreating figure. Chu Fan's presence had brought an immense pressure over them. Just as he reached the doorway, Chu Fan suddenly paused and said, "Mr. Wu, if I have time, I'll come back." With those words, he left. His simple statement left a variety of expressions on the students' faces. The girls looked delighted, while the boys' expressions were uglier than if they had eaten something disgusting. Especially those who were close to Hu Wei, they all displayed a deep-seated fear. As soon as Chu Fan left, many of the girls in the class quickly huddled together, their eyes sparkling with stars. "So handsome, my heart keeps skipping beats, he's so manly. What do you think, does Chu Fan like black or white silk? Does he prefer size C or D? Does he dislike them too big? Am I too big? Stop fantasizing, he likes Jiang Chua, not any silk or size." Outside classroom 2 of grade 12, it was overcrowded with students from other classes stretching their necks to look inside. "I heard Chu Fan just came here, where is he now? The top guy in Yangcheng, and he actually came back to our regular class. Looks like Chu Fan has already left, we were too slow. I'm so envious of class 2, they get to be so close to him. Hey look, isn't that Hu Wei? What's he doing? Posing? Role-playing?" Eyes suddenly turned to the corner where Hu Wei was, puzzled. Hu Wei clearly seemed off. "What's wrong with your classes, Hu Wei?" someone asked, grabbing a student from class 2. The student trembled, swallowed, and relayed what had just happened. The students in the hallway widened their eyes and a wave of sharp intakes of breath filled the air. What? Just one look from Chu Fan and he turned out like this? Is this the power of Yangcheng's number 1? He's really seeking death. That idiot Hu Wei thought it was still the past, daring to provoke Chu Fan, truly clueless. Would the school take action against Chu Fan for attacking a fellow student? Action. Hu Wei isn't worth a hair on Chu Fan's body, not even the lower parts. Would the school punish Chu Fan because of him? Keep it down, Vice Principal Tang is coming. The students quickly dispersed, making way. Vice Principal Tang Xiaohu, with a stern face, walked briskly over, followed by Principal Luo Ning. Wu Yu went up to greet them, opened her mouth as if to say something but remained silent. Tang Xiaohu with a grim face said to Luo Ning, "Take him to the infirmary, try to save him. Whether he can be saved depends on fate now." Luo Ning nodded. "Vice Principal, about Chu Fan?" Wu Yu began. Tang Xiaohu looked at Wu Yu, his eyes slightly narrowing. "The strong cannot be insulted, this truth applies everywhere." Wu Yu nodded blankly. Tang Xiaohu walked away, muttering under his breath, "That damned boy using the Asura domain against someone 3 levels lower than him, he really doesn't know his own strength." Soon Hu Wei was taken away. The strong cannot be insulted. The students in the hallway felt somewhat dazed. Wu Yu packed up her teaching materials and left the classroom. She felt dazed, as if everything that had just happened was a dream. Oh dear. Wu Yu suddenly bumped into someone scattering her teaching materials all over the ground and hurriedly apologized, bending down to pick them up. By then, the other person had already helped her gather the materials from the floor. Chu Fan? As she looked up at him closely, Wu Yu's pretty face blushed slightly. Truth be told, she was only 22 years old, just a few years older than Chu Fan. His assistance added a strange, new emotion in her heart. Chu Fan smiled. "Ms. Wu, thank you for never giving up on me. Here, these are 5 bone-tempering pills, a small gift from me." Wu Yu covered her mouth in disbelief as she saw the pills in Chu Fan's hand. Bone-tempering pills. They were second-tier medicinal pills that enhanced 4 attributes. Even the lower-grade ones were worth 500,000 each in the market, and here were 5 of them. For me." Wu Yu couldn't believe it. Chu Fan nodded with a smile. "It's too valuable, Chu Fan, please take it back, I can't accept this." Wu Yu was somewhat panicked. She had come to work at Yangcheng No. 1 High School at the age of 19 and had been working for 3 years. Her monthly salary was only 6,000 each, and with rent and daily expenses, she had only saved 60,000 over these 3 years. The value of these 5 bone-tempering pills could support her struggles for a large part of her life. Whether she used them to enhance herself or sold them, either way it would change her life. Chu Fan chuckled and shook his head. Favors can't be measured with money. If a person doesn't understand gratitude, even if they become strong, what's the difference between them and a beast? He grinned. Take them, these 5 bone-tempering pills are nothing to me, but very useful to you. Chu Fan took Wu Yu's hand, placed the pills in it, and then left. Wu Yu stared at Chu Fan's retreating figure, tears shimmering in her eyes. At that moment she felt as if she had found her own reason for existence. A teacher's duty is to impart knowledge and solve doubts. In this chaotic world, it was wonderful to see humanity adding colors to this dark world. As an ordinary high school teacher, having nurtured a talent like Chu Fan, Wu Yu felt her life was complete. Outside Yongchang No. 1 High School, on the Thunder God 1 bus, Jiang Chua looked at the school gate, unable to take her eyes off it for a long time. What's wrong? Chu Fan asked. Do you still want to go to class? Jiang Chua turned her gaze away, wrinkling her nose. I hate classes the most. The two then went to the professional trading market, where they sold the gold inscription stone and a set of level 10 fine armor along with some miscellaneous items. The trading market was highly efficient and Chu Fan's account quickly received a whopping 53 million. Chu Fan planned to share half with Jiang Chua, but she adamantly refused, insisting that she didn't even know how she came to possess the gold inscription stone and therefore shouldn't share the money. Chu Fan couldn't persuade her otherwise and didn't press the issue further. After purchasing 6 portions of the earth core jellyfish's brain, the two of them walked out of the professional trader's market. It was really expensive. Chu Fan's face showed his pain. Those 6 portions had cost him 18 million, and in the blink of an eye he was left with only about 2 million. Time to earn money again. Chu Fan sighed. Earning money was indeed tough. Just then Jiang Chua received a phone call and her expression suddenly darkened. She answered the call and said, I know, don't. Turning from anger to joy, she said, all right, I'll come back right away. After hanging up, Jiang Chua turned to Chu Fan with a smile all over her face. Brother Fan, I need to step out for a bit. There's one more dungeon left today. Don't wait for me. What's keeping you so long? Chu Fan asked. It's hard to say. It's just some things, Jiang Chua replied, her head lowered. She wasn't good at lying and didn't dare to meet Chu Fan's eyes. Alright then, go take care of your things, Chu Fan said with a smile, gently stroking Jiang Chua's long hair that fell to her waist smooth as silk. Suddenly Jiang Chua looked up at Chu Fan, leaned in close, and kissed him on the lips, whispering, I like you. Chu Fan stood frozen, unresponsive for a moment. Jiang Chua quickly pulled away, ran to her car, rolled down the window and waved vigorously at Chu Fan. Her face was smiling, but her eyes were misty with tears. I'm off, she shouted as she waved her hands. With that, she pressed the accelerator and her car, the Thunder God 1, soared into the sky. In the air, tears uncontrollably streamed down Jiang Chua's face. Take care, Brother Fan, your eyes can see now. It's such great news. How could I cry? She wiped away her tears and smiled again. Chu Fan stood on the ground, watching the sky, his brow deeply furrowed. Has it arrived? What thing? Welcome to Young City Martial Arts Gym, said manager Du Yan, who quickly approached Chu Fan, looking at his side. Hey, your girlfriend didn't come with you? She's got some things to handle, Chu Fan replied. Du Yan owed and then led Chu Fan, cutting the line, into the training room. Inside, Chu Fan felt an inexplicable irritability. It seemed as if he had overlooked something important, making it hard for him to concentrate. He began to eat voraciously, using food to distract himself. One after another, the nutritional meals were devoured. His body gradually recovered. Then he took out a portion of the earth core jellyfish's brain and swallowed it down. The cold substance, like liquid, slid down his throat into his stomach. A layer of frost slowly appeared on Chu Fan's body. This time, the AI Xiao Meng did not activate the emergency rescue device. As time passed, Chu Fan gradually turned into an ice sculpture. Inside the sculpture, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and soon after, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, shattering it. Chu Fan shook off the water droplets and nodded slightly. The last time he swallowed the earth core jellyfish's brain, he only felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, the cold piercing into his bones. But now, this cold felt like wearing a short-sleeved shirt in deep winter, cold but bearable. This was the effect of enhanced mental strength. A robot brought over a medicine to restore mental strength. After drinking it, Chu Fan took out the second portion of the earth core jellyfish's brain marrow and swallowed it. He repeated the process. In less than an hour, Chu Fan had consumed all 6 portions of the earth core jellyfish's brain marrow. The effects are diminishing. Chu Fan frowned. He could feel that as he continued, his body's resistance to cold strengthened. Without experiencing extreme pain, the enhancement of his mental power naturally slowed down. He opened his professional panel. Name: stranger, age 18, occupation Asura, talent S level 10, 16%. Strength 147 plus 70, intelligence 147 plus 70, agility 147 plus 70, endurance 147 plus 70, mental power 28, attack power 526 plus 526, charge progress, full source power 2%, equipment starlight suit rare, required wearing level 10, skills wave perception second stage 25%, resilience first stage 10%, blocking first stage 8%, sword shadow radiant slash first stage 3%, Asura domain first stage 1%. Asura domain first stage 1%, a mental attack skill pulling the opponent into the Asura domain, causing effects like stun or dizziness. Specific effects depend on the opponent's mental power. Looking at his professional panel, Chufan nodded slightly. With the enhancement from the Starlight Suit and Star Sword, his current attack power had reached 526, compared to when he sparred with Chen Haoyu, which was 361. It had increased by more than 100 points. Moreover, the Star Sword could be charged. Once fully charged, the attack power would increase by 100%, making his current attack power a terrifying 1052. Now, without using the Asura domain, I wonder if Chen Haoyu can withstand my strike, Chufan declared proudly. In addition, after consuming 6 portions of the Earth Core jellyfish's brain marrow, Chufan's mental power had risen from 18 to 28. For an Asura, this increase was most tangible. He could now use the Asura domain twice and still have mental power to spare. Ha, exhilarating. Chufan laughed loudly, feeling clearly stronger and quite thrilled. However, he could feel that the effects of the Earth Core jellyfish's brain marrow were significantly weakening. The last 2 portions provided only minimal enhancement to his mental power. Chufan sighed. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have bought 6 portions and could have saved some money. This is the loss due to lack of information. Chufan secretly decided that in the future he should not buy any medicine in bulk, but rather progressively. I must purchase higher tier mental medicines now, which will be more costly. Thinking of this, Chufan felt somewhat helpless. He wondered if other hidden occupations were like this, but being an Asura seemed to be a literal gold-swallowing beast. Chufan sheathed the Star Sword and took out the initial sword again, beginning to practice his skills over and over, improving his skill proficiency. Skill proficiency was unrelated to the weapon. It only required constant use, through which one could become skilled, summarize and explore. And since the Star Sword's charge was significant, he didn't want to waste its charge on ordinary practice. Time passed by minute. Chufan not only practiced sword shadow radiance slash but also resilience and blocking. A formidable professional should not have any skill gaps. After all, the Martial Alliance provides free nutritional meals and drinks. Whenever you're tired or hungry, just eat. However, when practicing Asura field skills, he immersed his mind and entered the misty space only to be momentarily stunned. There used to be 2 streams of mist, one black and one yellow, as targets, but this time there were none. Soon Chufan understood that there must be a target within a certain range for the opponent's mental power to appear here as mist. As for how large this range was, further testing was needed. He put away his initial sword, opened the professional panel, and a slow smile appeared on his lips. Tenacity, Tier 1 13%. Block, Tier 1 inch 11%. Sword Shadow Radiant slash, Tier 1 4%. Compared to tenacity and block, the proficiency of Sword Shadow Radiant slash was increasing slowly. Chufan knew that Sword Shadow Radiant slash was a unique skill of the Asura and an A-grade skill. Compared to the B-grade skills like tenacity and block, which are common in combat soil, it was much harder to improve. However, Chufan was not in a hurry to enhance the proficiency of Sword Shadow Radiant slash. Last time he entered the Lava Lands, he hardly used this move to keep his identity hidden. Now that his identity was exposed, there was no need to keep it secret anymore. Xiao Meng reminds you that you have been in the training room for 1 hour and 40 minutes. Xiao Meng's voice came through. Chufan wiped the sweat from his face. This was the alarm he set in the training room, asking Xiao Meng to remind him after 1 hour and 40 minutes. He swallowed a clearing pill, quickly took a shower, and then stuffed 2 nutritional meals into his mouth. As soon as he opened the door of the training room, he found Du Yen waiting for him at the door. "Could you come to my office?" Du Yen said with a cunning smile. Chufan had a rough idea of what it was about and nodded, following Du Yen to her office. Bang, the door automatically closed. Du Yen tapped on her smart ring. a contract formed by a hologram appeared in front of them. "This is a Martial Alliance contract, please take a look. If there's no issue, please sign your name in the bottom right corner." Duyen maintained her intellectual demeanor, but the frenzy and respect in her eyes could hardly be concealed. Chu Fan briefly sensed it. The content of the contract was clear at a glance. There were no hidden clauses, just a simple signing contract. By signing this contract, he would become a warrior of the Martial Alliance, enjoying all the resources of the Alliance. With an annual salary of 20 million, in addition, the Martial Alliance would also provide an independent high-level training room. The contract also stated that each month he must choose to complete the tasks issued by the Martial Alliance to obtain contribution points and meet the assessment requirements. The monthly contribution point requirement for martial disciples was 200, for martial soil 500, and for warriors it was as high as 1000. If the assessment was not met, there would be a probation period, and if it was still not met the following month, the contract would be void. Chu Fan nodded inwardly. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Having enjoyed the benefits from the Martial Alliance, one naturally has to contribute in return. After confirming that the contract was in order, Chu Fan no longer hesitated and signed his name decisively. As the final stroke of his signature was completed, the light screen emitted a golden glow, forming 3 stars in the air that shone brilliantly before quickly disappearing. Duyen took out a box and opened it, revealing a silver-white medal inside, made of sterling silver. The quality was immediately apparent. This was a martial warrior medal. Duyen handed over the box to Chu Fan, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, and said respectfully, "Welcome, honorable martial warrior." Seeing Duyen's demeanor, Chu Fan gained an understanding of the hierarchical status within the Martial Alliance. A martial warrior medal, huh? He held the box containing the medal, feeling deeply moved. From now on, he was a true Martial Alliance warrior. This medal was a symbol of his identity. "How many contribution points are needed to enter the second level?" Chu Fan asked. Above the second level of the Martial Alliance Tower, one needed to spend contribution points, which could be earned by accepting missions from the Martial Alliance's task list. Honorable warrior, each entry to the second level requires 10 contribution points, which roughly equates to completing one sea-level mission, Duyen replied. Chu Fan nodded slightly. He was eager to enter the second level and engage in virtual combat. "How long does it typically take to complete a general sea-level mission?" he continued to inquire. "It depends on individual strength. Some members can complete a sea-level mission in an hour, while others might need a day or even 2 days. After all, everyone joins the Martial Alliance with different levels of power. Some join after reaching level 30 and can easily handle sea-level missions," Duyen explained, pausing as she looked at Chu Fan, who gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Are you trying to say that I'm too weak now? Becoming a warrior of the Martial Alliance at level 10. I wonder if this is a first in the history of the Alliance." "I understand, thank you," Chu Fan said. Duyen smiled sweetly. "It is my honor to serve you, honorable warrior. You can accept missions in your own private training room." "All right," Chu Fan nodded and slowly walked outside. At that moment, in the grand hall of the Young City Martial Arts Gym, a young man dressed in luxurious attire walked in, his face full of pride. As he entered, many eyes in the room turned towards him, or more precisely to the black medal on his chest, a black iron medal. The man was a martial disciple of the Alliance. SSS, such a young martial disciple. Who is he? I know him. His name is Ji Feng. He was the top youth of Yang City 5 years ago, just graduated from Jiangnan University and has joined the Martial Alliance. He is currently pursuing Manager Duyen. Someone recognized him, a female receptionist saw Ji Feng and quickly approached him respectfully. "Mr. Ji, your..." Ji Feng replied indifferently. "Where's Manager Du?" The receptionist looked towards Duyan's office. Ji Feng nodded and headed straight there. Just then the office door opened and Chu Fan walked out, followed closely by Duyen. Seeing this scene, Ji Feng's eyebrows instantly furrowed. He straightened the black iron medal on his chest and stepped forward, saying, "Manager Du, I need to go to the second level, please take me there." At the mention of the second level, envy appeared in the eyes of the many professionals present. The second level. They didn't know when they would ever have the chance to ascend to that level, perhaps never in their lifetimes. Duyen looked at Ji Feng and smiled. "Mr. Ji, you have the access to enter the second level. You can go there by yourself." After speaking, she quickly caught up to Chu Fan. It was clear that Chu Fan was much more important than him. Ji Feng's expression darkened and he instantly blocked Chu Fan's path. Glancing at the empty front of Chu Fan's chest, Ji Feng said indifferently, "Kid, I need some help from Manager Du and I see she's always following you. Why don't you tell her to stop following you? Get lost. Chu Fan frowned. He was in a hurry to get to the lava lands and had no time to waste here. Ji Feng's face turned cold instantly. You dare tell me to get lost? Ji Feng said you look young, probably still in high school, right? He pointed to the black metal on his chest. Do you know what this is? Chu Fan shook his head. He had never seen this black one before. His was silver. Head, no matter who you are, to talk to me like that. Ji Feng pointed at Chu Fan, emphasizing each word. I'll remember you. He was in a bad mood. Even he hadn't been inside Du Yan's office, and this young kid, who clearly hadn't even grown a proper beard and had never seen a martial medal, just walked out of Du Yan's office. Chu Fan slightly tilted his head, glanced at him, but said nothing. Everyone watched the scene and began to laugh quietly. That kid must be the top contender of this year's Yangcheng, the one who always cuts in line. That's him. I've disliked him for a while, and now he's provoked a martial artist. Hey, this will be good to watch. The crowd watched with schadenfreude. Chu Fan nodded slightly at Ji Feng and continued walking forward. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in the hall. Farewell, great martial artist. Farewell, great martial artist. Farewell, great martial artist. The voice rang out 3 times. At this sound, everyone, including Ji Feng, froze in place. Martial, great martial artist? Who? Has a martial artist come to Yangcheng Martial Hall? Quickly, all eyes turned to Chu Fan. In the entire hall, only he was walking towards the main door. A thought suddenly struck everyone's minds. Could it be? He is a martial artist? Impossible. How could this be? It must be a mistake. Let's see if anyone else is leaving Yangcheng Martial Hall. Everyone craned their necks, scanning the hall. However, the only person leaving was Chu Fan. Ji Feng stood there stunned, then looked towards Du Yan, seemingly seeking confirmation. Du Yan glared at him fiercely, then stepped forward, bowing in the direction Chu Fan had left. Farewell, honored warrior. Chu Fan did not respond. He did not linger. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked out of the main gate of Yangcheng Martial Arts Hall. The hall was unusually quiet. Everyone was profoundly shocked. This 18-year-old youth had actually become a martial artist of the Martial Alliance. In comparison, Ji Feng, who only became a martial disciple at 23, was not even worth mentioning. Ji Feng swallowed hard, his face turning pale in an instant. At that moment, he knew he was finished. In the strictly hierarchical martial alliance, a martial disciple daring to offend a martial artist didn't even require the intervention of the master. The numerous martial artists would not let him off, for he had challenged the authority of a martial artist. The Lava Land. Students were continuously being teleported in. Those who could enter here cherished the opportunity to re-enter the instance for the second time. Missing one less instance run each day meant their levels would fall further behind. Whether it was the upcoming level rankings or the entrance exams several months later, level was the most important reference indicator. Chu Fan, through the school's teleportation gate, landed on the scorched earth. Without hesitation, he quickly ran towards the central area. Hiss! A 4-meter-tall flame python blocked his path. Chu Fan casually waved his hand, and a huge crescent-shaped sword chi burst forth, chopping the level 8 flame python into 2 halves. The spiritual crystal that dropped was instantly picked up by him. Whoosh! Chu Fan did not stop, his figure as fast as lightning speeding away. His target, the Lord. Chu Fan planned to kill the Lord first to obtain the essence. As for the other minor monsters, he would deal with them slowly after killing the Lord. After all, the instance had no time limit. Meanwhile, other students also continuously appeared in various parts of the Lava Land. Brother Ao, can we snatch the Lord Spirit? Su Muan looked at the proud youth in the team and frowned. She thought she had chosen the right person, especially since this guy was ranked 4th on the job change leaderboard, but unexpectedly Li Ao turned out to be so useless. From her observations, Su Muan realized that the Abyss Stalker's strength lay mainly in stealth. He was fine against others, but facing Chun Haoyu and Yasuo, it was tough. The last few times in the Lava Land, the Lord Spirit was snatched by these 2 men, not to mention the top-ranked Chun Haoyu on the job change leaderboard. Li Ao couldn't even beat Yasuo and couldn't break his wind wall. Yasuo simply cast a wind wall around himself and stood still. No matter how tricky Li Ao's moves were, if he couldn't break through, what use was it? At this moment, Su Muan felt she had chosen the wrong person. There's a chance. Li Ao laughed. As far as I know, Chun Haoyu has already entered the spider cave. He's not here, so who else but me to claim the Lord Spirit? Upon hearing this, the rest of the team was astonished. Chun Haoyu had entered the spider cave. Wasn't that a level 10 to 20 experience instance? Su Muan also widened her eyes. Did Chun Haoyu qualify to enter there? Li Ao snorted. That guy somehow walked into some damn good luck, caught the eye of the 4 greats, and has already received an early admission notice. It said that the recruiter is Yang Daolong from Qinglong University. At this everyone looked shocked. Xinglong. University, Yang Daolong? I've seen him on TV. I heard that 10 years ago Yang Daolong was already a level 45 powerhouse. I wonder what level he's reached now. Chen Haoyu actually became his student. I'm really envious. Being recruited by one of the big four. Chen Haoyu has left us far behind, plus he even entered the spider cave. Unless something unexpected happens, he will undoubtedly top the level rankings. Everyone started sighing in envy. Li Ao laughed and said, "Don't rush, guys. He was just recruited early. If we stand out in the level rankings and the college entrance exam, we too have a chance to enter the big four." Hearing this, a spark of hope lit up in everyone's eyes except for Su Muan, who remained silent. Then she looked at Li Ao and said, "Captain, don't forget, with Chen Haoyu out of the picture, there's still Yasuo and the Great Sage, as well as that guy Chu Fan. He managed to snatch the 7-colored blood flower from many talented hands. Don't underestimate him." Li Ao's mouth slowly curled into a smile. "Chu Fan, just a schemer. I've already studied him. His specialty is evasion, dodging attacks, but his offensive capabilities are lacking. If it wasn't for that fool who helped him at the critical moment, he probably would have died under Chen Haoyu's dark slash." Li Ao walked forward slowly. "This guy is not worth worrying about, and that madman won't come to snatch the Lord's spirit, so our only real competitor is Yasuo. Of course, if that kid dares to come and snatch it, I wouldn't mind showing him what cruelty is." At this, Su Muan's lips widened and she licked them. "Let's go directly to the Lord," said Li Ao, and the team moved swiftly towards the central area. Su Muan lingered at the back of the team, looking towards the sky where a bird-like creature soared. Suddenly, the bird's body jerked and then plummeted straight down. Seeing this, Su Muan quickly took out her phone and started typing rapidly. "Muan, what are you doing? Hurry up," Li Ao called back. Su Muan aimed her phone at them and said, with a grin, "Hee hee, just taking a photo to commemorate this moment." She put away her phone and caught up with the group. At the same time, above the molten lands in the sky, a crack suddenly appeared. A dark figure fell from the crack, crashing heavily onto the ground. The figure slowly stood up. He had a human face, but his features were intensely clustered together with small thin lips and skin that was an abnormal grayish white. Behind him, there was a black tail. He was part human, part something else, appearing almost like a monster. A familiar scent. A scent that I despised. The creature sniffled, his voice raspy. He started laughing, revealing his finely pointed, sharp teeth. His tail swayed behind him, gradually retracting and eventually disappearing. At this moment, in other parts of the Molten Lands, various teams were also ready to move. They were the geniuses who had made it onto this year's job transfer list, each carrying a bit of pride in their hearts. After several failed attempts to seize the Lord's spirit, everyone was in a foul mood. Consequently, many harbored thoughts of collaboration. After all, their strength in numbers. Though the share each would get might be smaller, every little bit counts. This time we were determined to leave Chen Haoyu and Yasuo with nothing. Anger was visible on the faces of the squad members as they gathered. At this moment 3 teams of 5 assembled together. They were the 15 who had surrounded Chen Haoyu and Yasuo in the last dungeon raid. The leaders of these 3 squads were Wang Lei, Hu Li and Zhang Danfeng, all of whom were talents ranked in the top 10 of the transfer list. Wang Lei, a tall young man with a beard, held a long saber and said in a deep voice, "You guys know that Chen Haoyu won't be coming here anymore, right?" Everyone nodded. Although it was a secret, they all had their sources. The news that Chen Haoyu had been recruited early by the 4 Great Ones and entered the Spider Cave had spread, and it was no longer a secret. "We'll join forces to deal with Yasuo and Li Ao." Wang Lei nodded, then added in a cold voice, "Moreover, if we encounter Chu Fan, show no mercy. The dozen of us can handle Yasuo and Li Ao without a problem, but Chu Fan, I'm worried that the crazy Great Sage will help him." Hu Li, with his dark skin and small eyes, looked at Wang Lei and said, "Indeed, the Great Sage is truly formidable. I reckon even if all 15 of us teamed up, we might not be able to take him down. Although that guy isn't interested in the Lord's spirit, if Chu Fan shows up, that madman is likely to follow since he helped Chu Fan escape last time." Zhang Danfeng, dressed in white and holding a folding fan, furrowed his brows. Wang Lei smiled. "The Great Sage is strong, but this isn't the best place for him." He pointed to his head. "To deal with him, we can't just fight head-on. We need to use our brains, our advantage." Wang Lei's smile widened. "If Chu Fan dares to come, well, I'd like to see if he can dodge my saber." Saying this, he swung his long saber, creating a 10-meter radius circle around him that rippled outwards. The ground within 10 meters collapsed instantly. Seeing this, everyone quickly moved away from the spot to avoid falling into the lava below. "Hidden class saber madman, his attack power is indeed terrifying," Zhang Danfeng commented, waving his fan. Wang Lei, it's always best to be cautious, never underestimate any hidden class, and Asura is not weak. Every Asura that has appeared in history has been a formidable force to be reckoned with. Wang Lei scoffed, a cursed class worthy of my caution. Let's hurry to where the Lord is, said Huli with a stern face. Soon they all set off towards the central area. Like them, many professionals intent on defeating the Lord first appeared in the lava land and headed directly to the Lord's location. Some professionals, knowing that seizing the Lord's spirit was hopeless, began from the teleport point fighting minor monsters and leveling up honestly. We're here. Chu Fan looked ahead at the vast lava pool. This is the place. I wonder if this time's Lord will be the same as last time. If it were the same massive flame python as last time, it would indeed take quite an effort to deal with. Chu Fan stood in front of the lava pool, activating his wave perception, his vision a sea of blood red. Within his perception, figures with the outlines of flame pythons swam continuously. These were all level 9 flame pythons, not lords. Since his perception range was only 30 meters, after confirming there were no lords in the area, Chu Fan changed his position and continued his sensing. A minute later he had sensed every part of the lava pools within a kilometer radius of the shore. No lords found. Chu Fan frowned as he looked towards the center of the lava pool. However, there were indeed many level 9 flame pythons here. In just this short while he had discovered at least 30 level 9 flame pythons swimming at the bottom of the lava pool. If it really came down to it, he would have to lure them all out and kill them. He took out his starter sword, just about to make his move, when suddenly his expression tensed. Hundreds of professionals were sprinting from afar, and in an instant they had arrived nearby. Chu Fan's face immediately darkened. Li Ao's figure intermittently disappeared and reappeared in the air, each time traversing tens of meters from invisibility to visibility. Other professionals also used all their methods. Some ran on the ground at extremely fast speeds, leaving afterimages behind them. Some had light wings on their backs, flying through the air. There were also some riding on pitch-black horses with a single horn on their heads, charging forward like mad. A first-order mythical beast, a unicorn, entering his perception range, he immediately recognized that the horse-like mythical beast with a horn was indeed a unicorn. The rider on the unicorn had to be a summoner. Summoners possess the ability to communicate with mythical beasts, directly taming them for battle. However, mythical beasts are incredibly ferocious, so low-level summoners can only tame low-order mythical beasts, and they can only tame beast-type mythical beasts, spirit-type and monster type they cannot tame. Chu Fan had once seen the summoner in the dark forest attempt to communicate with a shadow beast only to have his head swallowed whole. For a low-order mythical beast like the unicorn, it is almost the preferred choice for all low-level summoners. It can serve as a mount and also possesses certain combat capabilities. Thoughts flickering, all the professionals had arrived at the lava pool, turning their gazes towards Chu Fan. "It's you," someone exclaimed. "Chu Fan. Haha, I almost didn't recognize you without your mask. What, you're also interested in the Lord's spirit? Damn it, you knew that rock was the Lord, didn't you? You let the Lord go mad, seized the opportunity to steal the rainbow blood flowers, schemed against all of us, and you still dare to come here. If it weren't for the great sage equal to heaven stepping in, you would have already died at the hands of Chen Haoyu. I'd like to see if the great sage equal to heaven will come to help you." Today, in front of the massive lava pool, hundreds of professionals all looked at Chu Fan with anger on their faces. Chu Fan, in front of all these people, had stolen the rainbow blood flower, leaving them all humiliated, yet he dared to show up here, truly audacious to the extreme. Li Ao appeared 10 meters in front of Chu Fan, landing gently on his feet while sneering. "Tisk, tisk, still level 10, meaning you haven't used the rainbow blood flower. Hand it over and I'll let you leave." His words lit up the eyes of everyone around. "Yes, hand over the rainbow blood flower. It's not something you should hold, Chu Fan. Last time you escaped because we didn't realize that the rock was the Lord's, but this time can you escape? Just hand over the rainbow blood flower. That's the best outcome for you." Wang Lei, holding a long saber, stepped forward and said, "I remember your movement techniques are quite good, easily dodging attacks from berserk warriors and mages, but those are just regular professions. I wonder if you can remain as composed when facing a hidden profession." The others quickly advanced, surrounding Chu Fan, their eyes filled with greed. Faced with their coercion, Chu Fan suddenly laughed. "What virtue or ability does Chu have to make you all come at me together? But since you seek a battle, then let's battle. What do I have to fear?" The starlight sword appeared in his hand as he laughed arrogantly, alone against over 100 people. Seeing his reaction, everyone took a deep breath, their anger intensifying. You dare challenge us all by yourself, arrogant, you're only ranked 58th in the job transfer list and at least 40 of US rank above you. Where do you get the courage to challenge us all? Let's strike together and snatch the rainbow blood flower. Just then a furious shout came from the sky, brats dared to bully my master. As the voice fell, the great sage equaling heaven holding a staff smashed down from the sky, creating a huge crater in the ground. Seeing him appear, Leo's face changed instantly, and so did the others. This madman, indeed he came, with the great sage equaling heaven there. Snatching the rainbow blood flower from Chu Fan was not going to be easy. Upon seeing the great sage, Chu Fan was momentarily stunned, then showed a friendly smile. If it weren't for his intervention blocking Chen Haoyu's Chu Fan might have had to open his third eye and gamble on the unknown powers of the evil eye, thus exposing himself. The dean had instructed him not to reveal the existence of the evil eye lightly in front of anyone, not to test human nature. Chu Fan was well aware of the consequences of exposure. The Temple of Priests controlled the dungeons and could see everything that happened within them. Who knew what they would do if they discovered his secret? Would they capture him for dissection and study? Master, the great sage equaling heaven approached Chu Fan, his expression sycophantic. Chu Fan nodded at him and whispered, "Thanks. What are you talking about, master?" "Escorting you to the western heaven to obtain the true scriptures is my duty, my mission," the great sage equaling heaven declared earnestly. Hearing their conversation, everyone else had a strange look on their faces. "Great sage, open your eyes wide and look, he is Chu Fan, not your so-called master," someone shouted in desperation. "Yes, he is the same age as us. How could he possibly be your master? Your master should be in his 70s or 80s, or at least in his 30s, right?" The great sage equal to heaven immediately looked over. "Young ones, are you trying to drive a wedge between me and my master?" Those who spoke shuddered and took a step back. "Talking reason with this madman is useless," the great sage said sternly. "Not my master, then why would he know my real name?" "Your real name?" Liao scoffed. "Isn't your real name Huang Liang? I know your real name. Why don't you call me master? Disciple, now I order you to come over here." "Don't protect him," Liao beckoned. However, in the next instant, the great sage disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of Liao, raising his staff and smashing it down. Liao's face changed dramatically, his body suddenly became transparent, merging with the air. The great sage's eyes flickered, and then he swiftly appeared 20 meters away, reaching out into the air. Liao was directly caught. Everyone who saw this scene gasped in astonishment. Too powerful, Liao's method of concealment was completely ineffective in front of the great sage. He was also a hidden class, the 4th-ranked Abyss Walker on the transfer leaderboard. How could the gap be so huge? "You!" Liao raged. Before he could finish speaking, bang, he was grabbed by the leg by the great sage and slammed hard onto the ground. Liao barely caught his breath. Bang, he was slammed down again. The great sage lifted Liao and continuously smashed him into the ground. Soon Liao was covered in blood, his face pale, barely alive. The great sage casually threw Liao on the ground, his gaze sweeping across the audience. "Who else dares to attack my master?" Everyone shut their mouths. Liao had been beaten without the ability to fight back, let alone them. Perhaps only Chen Haoyu could fight with the great sage, even Yasuo couldn't. Chu Fan, witnessing this scene, was equally shocked. The great sage planted his staff into the ground in front of him. "Young ones, this major demon belongs to my master, now you may leave." With these words, "What, you can't bully people like this. Yes, even though you are strong you should still be reasonable, right?" They all knew the great sage's habits. Calling strange beasts demons, calling lords major demons, and calling them young ones. At this moment, seeing the great sage actually drawing a line telling them to leave, everyone took a deep breath, their anger rising. This is pure bullying. Just because you are strong doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Annoyed as they were, no one dared to show it. They could only start reasoning with the great sage. The great sage showed a disdainful smile and remained silent, standing by his staff. Behind him were Chu Fan and a huge lava pool. At that moment, Wang Lei suddenly stepped forward. "Great sage, we are all classmates, not the demons you speak of, so your actions are a bit excessive." The great sage sneered. "If you were demons I wouldn't be standing here talking nonsense with you, I'd just kill you with one strike." Wang Lei took a deep breath and said, "Since this Chu Fan is your master, his strength must also be quite formidable, right?" The great sage Qi Tian replied, "Spit it out if you have something to say, leave if you don't, and don't delay my master from slaying the great demon." Wang Lei smiled and said, "I'm just genuinely curious. you're already so strong, how powerful must your master be? Upon hearing this, everyone else present was baffled. What is he doing? Only the members of Wang Lei's team curled the corners of their mouths. The captain is using the opponent's weakness, and the great sage Qi Tian's weakness is his simple-mindedness. Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, the great sage Qi Tian appeared thoughtful. Everyone here is eager to witness your master's strength, to see what kind of powerful being could have trained a disciple like you. Wang Lei continued with a smile. The great sage Qi Tian nodded slightly. After a moment he turned to look at Xu Fan. Puzzled master, they wish to experience your strength, your power. He seemed unsure of his own master's strength. Seeing this, Wang Lei's mouth slowly curved into a smile. The others' eyes lit up. It worked. The great sage Qi Tian had indeed fallen into the trap. They all cast approving glances at Wang Lei. Xu Fan frowned deeply. Everyone watched him nervously. This guy, he wouldn't refuse, would he? Then Xu Fan nodded and said, I don't mind giving some guidance, but there will be a tuition fee. Guidance? Tuition fee? Hearing this, everyone almost burst out laughing. Are you really taking yourself for the great sage's master, and you have the nerve to offer us guidance and ask for tuition? The fire almost shot out from their eyes. Such pretense! If it weren't for the great sage being present, they would have wanted to rush up and surround Xu Fan for a beating. Wang Lei was also taken aback by Xu Fan's words. After regaining his composure, he said, the tuition can be paid, but what if we find that this tuition isn't worth it? For instance, if you lose to one of us. Xu Fan smiled and said, in that case, if I lose, it means I'm not qualified to guide you, and I will compensate with the rainbow blood flower to the victor. How about that? Deal? Wang Lei agreed ecstatically without a second thought. He had not expected that not only the great sage had a weak mind, but Xu Fan seemed a bit off too. Like master, like disciple, even their intelligence seemed to be carved out of the same mold. Everyone cast grateful looks at Wang Lei. Because of him, they now had another chance to seize the rainbow blood flower. As long as Xu Fan lost, the rainbow blood flower would change hands. As for the tuition fee, it was a small price to pay compared to the value of the rainbow blood flower. Excitement was clear on everyone's faces as they looked at Xu Fan, eager to challenge him. Wang Lei looked at the great sage Qi Tian. This is an agreement between us and your master. You won't interfere, right? The great sage Qi Tian looked conflicted but then looked at Xu Fan. Xu Fan smiled and said, don't worry, disciple, your master still has some strength. Guiding them is no problem. The great sage Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief, stepped aside and told the crowd, watch well and learn well. Getting guidance from my master is an opportunity you must seize. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the crowd. What use is strength, if one's mind isn't sharp enough to realize they're being deceived? Wang Lei stepped forward and said, let me be the first to seek your guidance. Tuition. The great sage equal to heaven pressed his staff against Wang Lei's throat. Wang Lei took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart, and then smiled as he produced a small bottle. This contains 10 qi and blood pills. Is that enough? The great sage equal to heaven sneered. You think 10 qi and blood pills are enough to earn my master's guidance? Do you take me for a fool? Xu Fan looked at the great sage, somewhat surprised, then shook his head and said, indeed, that's too little. If you want me to make a move, it starts with at least 3rd grade. 3rd grade refers to either 3rd grade medicinal pills or 3rd grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The rainbow blood flower is a 5th grade heavenly material, but Xu Fan purposefully set the bar at 3rd grade to make these people feel like they were getting a deal. After all, if he asked for 4th grade items, very few could actually produce them. Xu Fan wanted to loot generously. 2nd grade was too poor, 3rd grade was just right. 3rd grade, everyone's faces showed shock and disbelief. You require 3rd grade items just for one intervention. Even professors at top universities don't charge that much for private instruction. You're just a regular student relying on someone's backing, and you have the audacity to extort like this? But then, thinking of the rainbow blood flower, they all relaxed. 3rd grade? Wang Lei's lips quivered. After a long pause, he produced another small bottle. This is a 3rd grade treasure, heavenly transformation sand. Its effects are well known, so I need not explain. Will this suffice for you to make a move? Xu Fan stood still, a smile on his face. Heavenly transformation sand, when forged into equipment, could randomly upgrade the equipment's quality up to a rare level. For him at the moment it was of little use as he already possessed a rare suit. He silently converted it into Chinese currency. 3 million, too little. It could only buy a portion of the jellyfish from the Earth's core's brain marrow, not to mention higher-level mental medicines. Note, the jellyfish from the Earth's core is a 5th-order beast, a mid-tier beast, and its brain marrow is a 3rd-grade treasure. The two are not the same. Chu Fan shook his head. Not enough. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. How much do you want? Wang Lei's face turned ashen on the verge of exploding, his hand tightly gripping his long saber. Chu Fan slowly raised 3 fingers. 3 portions of heavenly transformation sand for 1 intervention. You really think you can? Wang Lei burst out angrily. The great sage swung his staff. Can you afford the tuition? If not, then leave and let those who can afford it come forward. Wang Lei took a deep breath, nodded and said, all right, 3 portions it is, have a look. He threw a small box to Chu Fan. Chu Fan's expression remained calm as he opened it to find indeed 3 portions of heavenly transformation sand. 9 million in hand. Chu Fan was inwardly delighted and said calmly, okay. Then he stepped forward. Disciples, step back. The great sage stepped aside, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Lei. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves. 3 portions of heavenly transformation sand. It's a big loss if he loses. How could he possibly lose? Wang Lei is ranked 8th on the transference leaderboard as a blade madman, while getting the rainbow blood flower and losing 3 portions of celestial sand isn't too bad of a trade. Personally, I hope Wang Lei loses. That way there's a chance for me to get the rainbow blood flower. But think about it, if Wang Lei loses, do you think you can win? Just watch, there's no way Wang Lei can lose. Hey look, Chu Fan's weapon seems to be level 1. What a pauper. I heard he comes from Yang City, a tiny poor place, so it's normal he's penniless, still using a level 1 weapon at level 10. Tisk tisk, fighting Wang Lei with a level 1 beginner's weapon. I must say that's impressive. Alas, it's a pity that the rainbow blood flower is likely to end up in Wang Lei's hands. A crowd of over 100 people cleared a space for them. Holding his initial sword, Chu Fan stood in the cleared area facing Wang Lei. Chu Fan, let's see what you've got. Wang Lei bellowed angrily. He had been holding his breath and now finally could make his move, unleashing his full strength. In an instant, Wang Lei vanished from his spot, his speed explosive, appearing above Chu Fan's head in the blink of an eye. Below him, Chu Fan stood without even lifting his head, activating his wave perception. His passive talent weakness sensing took effect simultaneously. Wang Lei's figure immediately appeared in his perception. To the onlookers, it seemed Chu Fan hadn't reacted to Wang Lei's speed and was still frozen in place. High in the air, with no time for superfluous words, Wang Lei wielded his long saber and slashed down continuously. With each strike, a massive saber phantom appeared. Wang Lei slashed 8 times. 8 saber phantoms enveloped and descended towards Chu Fan at the center, attacking from all directions. This was their captain's grade A skill. 8 desolation slash, 8 saber shadows attacking from 8 directions. There's nowhere to hide. Chu Fan's proud agility is going to fail, someone from Wang Lei's team exclaimed. 8 desolation slash. It seems Wang Lei has directly used his trump card. Worthy of someone ranked 8th on the transference leaderboard. Such a strong attack far surpasses me. Can Chu Fan dodge it? Everyone held their breath and watched. Chu Fan's face remained calm and suddenly a yellow halo appeared around him. Then he placed the initial sword in front of his chest. What is he doing? Why isn't he dodging? Those are the common combat skills, fortitude and block. He thinks he can stop Wang Lei's 8 desolation slash with these 2 grade B skills. That's laughable. The saber phantoms sped extremely fast, and in a blink they struck where Chu Fan stood. Boom, the ground shattered, dust billowing. We can't let him die, at least not until he hands over the rainbow blood flowers, someone shouted. Wang Lei landed tens of meters away and quickly rushed towards the shattered area. However, at that moment a strong sense of danger overwhelmed him. He turned around, his pupils shrinking suddenly. There stood Chu Fan 10 meters behind him, swinging his long sword with extreme speed, the sword dancing and leaving trails of afterimages. Sword shadow, flowing light slash. Sword energies burst forth explosively, covering everything within 100 meters in front of them. Trouble. Wang Lei had no time to ponder how Chu Fan managed to dodge his Bahwang slash. At this moment, dozens of sword energies streaked towards him, rapidly enlarging in his eyes. How could such a force be possible? Feeling the power of the sword energies, Wang Lei was deeply shaken. It should be noted that area damage skills like this usually had less power compared to single target skills. With skills of the same level, the larger the area, the lower the skill power typically is, yet the range of the skill Chu Fan released far exceeded his Bahwang slash, and logically, its power should have been much lower. But Wang Lei could clearly feel that each of the dozens of sword energies was as strong as his own blade shadows. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Chu Fan's 4-dimensional attributes were stronger than his, especially in strength and agility, or Chu Fan's skill level was higher than his Bahwang slash and S rank. Other professionals in the area also exclaimed. What kind of skill is this, so powerful? I've seen it last time when Chu Fan escaped he used this move, but this time his attack seems even stronger. How exactly did Chu Fan dodge Wang Lei's bawang slash? Did you all see clearly? Not very clearly. He's very fast, much faster than typical professionals. I think he's on par with Yasuo. Fast, strong attack and large range. Is the Asura profession this versatile? At that moment a girl with twinkling eyes said his speed is indeed very fast. He just moved through the gaps between the 8-blade shadows, but he also got hit and he's heavily injured. If he hadn't used resilience and blocking, his injuries would have been more severe. Everyone looked at Chu Fan and indeed saw several wounds on his body. The wounds weren't deep, but trickles of blood were flowing. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat more at peace. If Chu Fan had dodged Wang Lei's bawang slash without a scratch, that would have been hard for them to accept. Facing the oncoming sword energies, Wang Lei took a deep breath, raised the sword over his head with both hands and slashed fiercely forward. He planned to meet force with force. Wang Lei's hair fluttered, his eyes slowly turning deep red. A 20-meter-long red blade shadow appeared, slashing down in front. An A-rank skill, Furious Burst Slash. A surge of air burst forth, colliding with the sword energies. The ground was torn apart, stones flying everywhere. Everyone's eyes were glued to the center of the arena. Who won? After a moment, the figures of Chu Fan and Wang Lei became visible. Wang Lei was clutching his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief, then he fell straight to the ground. Chu Fan's condition wasn't much better, his long sword propped on the ground, his body covered in wounds, he was clearly on his last legs. At that moment Chu Fan staggered, nearly falling, but he again planted his long sword into the ground to support himself. The scene was eerily silent, everyone's eyes were wide with shock. Wang Lei lost, impossible, right? Chu Fan won against Wang Lei, the 8th on the transfer list, but it was a narrow victory. I see that Chu Fan is also heavily injured, barely holding on. With a groan, Wang Lei lost, and with it 3 portions of heavenly sand as tuition fees. The great sage equal to heaven glanced at Wang Lei, who lay defeated on the ground, and proudly declared, "The next one who wishes to receive instruction from my master, step forward." Upon hearing this, everyone took a deep breath, exchanging glances as if to say, "Are you going up?" But no one moved. With Wang Lei defeated, no one wanted to be the next to step up. The atmosphere at the scene became tense. Just then Chu Fan, leaning on his long sword, suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning deathly pale. He could no longer hold himself up and collapsed to the ground. Master, the great sage, appeared beside Chu Fan, his face showing panic. Chu Fan, extremely weak and pale as paper, coughed. "Cough, cough, it's all right." He took out a qi and blood pill from his chest pocket, swallowed it, and his complexion began to regain a bit of rosiness. "Cough, cough." Chu Fan covered his mouth, coughing violently. Suddenly he looked at his palm covered in blood. Everyone saw this scene. He was severely injured by Wang Lei's 8 desolation slash and that red strike, and was no longer able to fight. Someone exclaimed. Many people were thinking of stepping forward. At this moment a tall young man jumped into the arena first, smiling at the others. The meaning was clear. "Sorry you were too slow." He bowed to Chu Fan. "I come to seek your instruction." Before Chu Fan could speak, the great sage shouted angrily at the newcomer, "Get lost, can't you see my master is injured?" The man laughed. "Well, it was never said that one couldn't ask for guidance if they were injured, right?" The great sage, holding his staff, his eyes emitting a chilling intent. Chu Fan, trembling, stood up weakly and said, "Disciple, the Chu family is known for their compassion, as I have taught you." The great sage paused, seemingly recalling something. Chu Fan took a deep breath and staggered into the center of the arena, looking like he might fall at any moment. He said weakly, "You know my current condition. If you want me to make a move again, it's going to cost more." Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, everyone was stunned. More money? Despite the injuries and 3/3 great items not being enough, he still wanted more? The young man who entered the arena was also taken aback, his face showing an expression of disbelief. "I just remembered there's something at home," he said with a laugh. But before he could finish his sentence, a staff was positioned at his neck. The young man choked up. "That matter isn't very urgent, it can wait." How much more?" The great sage looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, holding his chest, said, "It has to be, cough, cough, an item of the same value, cough, cough, at least 4 third-grade treasures." The young man cursed in his heart. However, seeing Chu Fan struggling even to speak, he gritted his teeth, took out a small bottle and threw it to Chu Fan. "If it can win back the 7-colored blood blossom, even 4 third-grade treasures are acceptable." Chu Fan caught the bottle and was instantly overjoyed, nodding faintly. "Agreed, as soon as the words fell, a silver beam of light surged towards his position. Clearly, the opponent had no intention of giving Chu Fan any time to recover. The beam was cylindrical, 1 meter in diameter, with formidable power. Chu Fan narrowly escaped a laser attack, gasping for air as he turned to look at the boy. At that moment, the boy exposed his chest, revealing a cannon the size of a bowl embedded in his flesh. A cyborg, Chu Fan thought to himself. Cyborgs, a hidden profession. He had seen information about cyborgs on the dark web and recalled that people even traded cyborg lives there. Unlike conventional professions like gunners or sharpshooters, the body structure of a cyborg was completely different from ordinary humans. They could transform various parts of their bodies into machinery. Not just the common fingers, arms, and legs. Cyborgs could even turn their mouths into cannon outlets, shooting lasers with a mere opening of their lips. These powerful cyborgs could no longer be considered human, as every part of their bodies had been transformed into machinery. Lin Zong from Moto Secondary School, a level 45 cyborg. It said he has modified 4 parts of his body. Do you think he can beat Chu Fan? Yes, he can. Chu Fan just narrowly dodged Lin Zong's laser cannon, and the cyborg's attacks are relentless. It's difficult for Chu Fan to keep dodging like this, right? His speed will slow down as his injuries worsen, and with a human wave tactic, we can overwhelm him. It all depends on who gets lucky. The crowd around held their breath, watching the battle intently. Seeing Chu Fan dodge his surprise attack, Lin Zong smiled and said, "You managed to dodge my annihilation cannon, but how long can you keep that up with such injuries?" Suddenly, mechanical sounds emerged from beneath his feet, then 2 blue flames soared from his feet, propelling him into the air to look down from above. He put on a pair of glasses. This is a GPS positioning tracking device. With this, no matter how fast you are, you can't hide, Lin Zong said arrogantly. He raised his hands, and his 10 fingers, like machinery, flipped back at the front, revealing dark holes. Bang! Bang bang! Gun-like sounds erupted as 10 small laser beams shot out from Lin Zong's fingers. Chu Fan moved. He held his initial sword and swung it towards Lin Zong's position in the air. The sword energy, like flowing light, roared upwards. In an instant, the 10 laser beams were engulfed by the sword energy and exploded in the air. The overwhelming sword energy continued to shoot towards Lin Zong. Numbers and various angles continuously appeared on the lenses of Lin Zong's glasses. The flames under his feet flickered, and he soared in the air, weaving through the sword energies without being hit by any. Even Chu Fan was surprised by this. He had encountered someone who could dodge his shadow light slash before, but that person was a level 20 plus Knight of Light. Lin Zong, at level 10, could do this, which showed how strong cyborgs were. The surrounding crowd inhaled sharply. The sword energies couldn't hit him. Was Lin Zong that strong? He was just relying on those glasses, a product of technology. Was Chu Fan going to lose? It should be soon. Look, Chu Fan is finding it increasingly difficult to dodge. In the arena, beams of laser shoot out from Lin Zong's fingertips, tracking Chu Fan relentlessly as if they had eyes of their own. Dragging his severely injured body, Chu Fan runs slowly across the ground, dodging the lasers. Each time, the lasers almost hit Chu Fan, but at the last moment, he manages to evade, causing the lasers to strike the ground and puncture a hole instead. Let's see how long you can dodge. Lin Zong's fingers keep firing lasers recklessly, as if they cost him nothing. Chu Fan keeps dodging. At one moment, his speed decreases slightly and a laser grazes his hand, drawing a swath of fresh blood. He's hit. The onlookers hold their breath. Chu Fan pays no mind to the wound on his hand, and before anyone realizes, he has moved closer to Lin Zong's position, now directly underneath him. Lin Zong squints his eyes. "So you can dodge my tracking lasers? You are indeed strong. Take this move." Lin Zong's expression darkens as he swings his fist downward. His arm rapidly extends and thickens, the skin peeling away to reveal a mechanical arm with a metallic sheen. A 10-meter-long, 2-meter-thick mechanical arm smashes down violently. His glasses also project an image tracking Chu Fan's position. Missed. He's in front. Lin Zong's expression changes. Lin Zong fires a cannon from his left hand towards the front, while a massive laser simultaneously shoots out from his chest. He quickly retracts the mechanical arm that had smashed downward, but due to its immense size, it moves slightly slower. At this moment, Chu Fan appears right in front of him, swinging a long sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy. The sword energy collides with the tracking and annihilating cannons in the air. Boom! A massive explosion occurs. At the same time, Lin Zong's mechanical arm retracts, striking Chu Fan's arm. Chu Fan falls straight from the sky. Lin Zong's mechanical exterior is chopped up by the sword energy, emitting black smoke as he crashes to the ground. You win, Shu Fan says with a pale face, still standing with fighting strength left, while Lin Zong's mechanical body is severely damaged and requires repairs before it can be used again. Thus, this battle is won by Shu Fan, a bitter victory. Everyone watches this scene, their eyes wide with astonishment. It's a pity, Lin Zong could have won, just missed by a little. This is good news for us. Shu Fan's injuries are even more severe. Lin Zong watches Shu Fan, his face showing defiance. He still doesn't understand how he lost, clearly having the upper hand the whole time, yet he was counter-killed. Let's see your attributes. Lin Zong's glasses flicker and a string of numbers floats from Shu Fan. Strength, 147 plus 70. Intelligence, 147 plus 70. Agility, 147 plus 70. Stamina, 147 plus 70. Equipped gear, starsuit, rare. Equipment level requirement, 10. Seeing these numbers, Lin Zong's face suddenly changes and he takes a deep breath. No wonder his speed and attack power are so strong. It turned out he was wearing a level 10 rare suit. No, even with a level 10 rare suit, reaching 217 points in the 4 dimensions is impossible. Did he also consume some pills that boost his attributes? Tier 2 bone tempering pills and marrow cleansing pills definitely couldn't increase his stats this much. Did he use tier 3 or tier 4 pills? Lin Zong's body was smoking, his heart pounding with shock. Then a slight smile formed on his lips. He understood now, they had all been deceived by Shu Fan, wearing a level 10 rare suit and having consumed at least tier 3 medicinal pills. This guy was poor, this was weakness. Shu Fan's attributes exceeded everyone present. Perhaps only Chen Haoyu and Yasuo could compare with him. He clasped his fists towards Shu Fan and then returned to the crowd. Someone quickly asked in a low voice, Lin Zong, what's the situation with Shu Fan now? What's the attack power of your mechanical arm? Was he seriously injured when hit by your mechanical arm? Lin Zong sighed, his face full of regret. Indeed, it was severe. Just a little bit more and I could have won. Alas, your gain. With a roar, Lin Zong walked to a distance, opened a teleportation gate and left. His mechanical gear needed urgent repairs. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Up next, who can grab the spot will possess the rainbow blood blossom. No one dare compete with me. Let's see who's faster. The great sage approached Shu Fan to inquire about his injuries. Shu Fan was sitting on the ground, his face pale, then shook his head. The great sage announced, the next one who wishes to challenge, come forward. If you want my master to make another move, it's going to cost more 5 third-grade treasures. As soon as these words were spoken, Shu Fan looked at the great sage in surprise. Many hesitated for a moment. One person rushed into the arena and threw a small box to Shu Fan. These are 5 third-grade low-tier pills, Bingpa pills. Take a look. Shu Fan took it, nodded and said, Bingpa pills are very helpful for ice mages. Belonging to 3rd-grade medicinal pills. He slowly stood up and re-entered the battlefield. His opponent was an ice mage. The 5 Bingpa pills were likely his own reserve, literally giving away all he had. As soon as the match began, the mage unleashed various skills non-stop. This is the advantage of professional players, they never lack skills. As long as you have money, all skills can be bought in the trading market. The man first enveloped himself with an ice armor, his body flickering with blue light. Then a huge ice spike formed in his hand and shot towards Shu Fan, a tier B skill ice spike technique. Shu Fan inwardly shook his head, too slow. He had just exchanged blows with the 8th ranked Blade Madman and a robot not weaker than Blade Madman in actual combat capability. To him, this ice mage felt like going from a champion ranked game to a silver ranked game. The gap was too big. Shu Fan coughed, his body awkwardly dodging the ice spike technique. At that moment, icy rain fell from above him again. Droplet of icy rain landed on Shu Fan's face, causing him to cry out loudly and inhale sharply from the cold. The surrounding crowd stared in disbelief. A level B skill storm could cause such damage. Indeed, and it was only a single droplet that hit his face. He is already at his limit. Even a level C skill hitting him would cause significant damage. That makes sense. Seeing Shu Fan struck, a smile slowly formed on the corners of the mage's mouth as he rapidly cast spells with his hands. Various skills appeared continuously. An ice pillar trapped Shu Fan within, and ice spears shot towards him fiercely. Above, icy rain fell once again. Ice spikes, ice spear techniques and storms, all were level B skills. Trapped in the ice pillar, Shu Fan sighed softly. Can this really trap someone? Compared to the ice sculpture formed after consuming the brain marrow of the Earth's heart jellyfish, this was nothing. Suddenly, the ice pillar confining Shu Fan shattered. What? The mage's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe that Shu Fan had escaped his ice spikes. After all, just a Single droplet of icy rain had caused Chu Fan such pain earlier. Chu Fan gasped for air, his body emitting frost as he charged towards the distant mage. The mage trembled, continuously releasing ice spear techniques. Ice spears darted towards Chu Fan. Hiss! An ice spear grazed his shoulder and Chu Fan stopped in his tracks, taking a deep breath. The next moment, gritting his teeth, he charged forward again. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd's eyes widened. He's not dodging? It's not that he isn't dodging. He can't. From his speed, one could tell his physical condition. Remember, Chu Fan was someone who could dodge the 8 Desolation Slash. How could he be hit by a mere level B skill ice spear technique? Indeed, I hope Chu Fan wins. I'm next, and the 7-colored blood flower will definitely be mine. Go Chu Fan. Many even mentally cheered for Chu Fan. Don't lose to this mage. An ice spear struck Chu Fan's cheek and he burst into laughter. While laughing, he charged forward. The mage suddenly panicked. He felt something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Just a bit more, just a bit more. The mage cast a spell. Suddenly a whirlwind arose in the arena and snowflakes fell from the sky, a skilled blizzard. Die! The mage shouted angrily. The tornado formed by the blizzard chased after Chu Fan. Puff! The tornado struck Chu Fan's feet, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion turned even paler, but he forcefully swallowed a medicinal pill and his speed suddenly burst forth. In an instant he reached the mage, who was still casting skills. Your skill casting time is too long. Chu Fan's eyes were wrapped in black bandages, revealing his gleaming white teeth. The mage's face showed terror and the sword energy rapidly expanded in his eyes. The next moment he collapsed unconscious on the ground, his body covered in sword wounds. Pooh! Chu Fan spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. With his body swaying as if about to fall, he plunged his sword into the ground and surveyed the 100 or so people around him, shouting, "Who will fight me? Who dares to challenge me?" As soon as he spoke, an unusual silence fell over the scene. He's done for. Who's going up? Or will you take him on? Every time we think he's finished, he ends up winning. He just forced himself by taking a cheap blood pill. That mage is just a nobody, ranked over 200 on the transfer list, and he struggled so much against him. He must really be done for this time. The crowd began murmuring among themselves. Fine, I'll do it. A woman with an attractive figure stepped into the arena. She was dressed in tight clothes that highlighted her shapely long legs, clad in black stockings, and her fair skin, her figure curvaceous. Instantly she drew the attention of many. That's possible. Tang Siue from the capital city middle school, ranked 153 on the transfer list and a mine master. Is she the top-ranked support of this batch? Tang Siue. They say everyone wants to team up with her. That's her nicknamed Great Grace, and indeed being ranked over 100 as a support class shows how strong her abilities are. A support class, she can't win against Chu Fan, right? Not necessarily. Given Chu Fan's current condition, anyone might have a chance. Tang Siue walked into the arena, straightened a lock of hair behind her ear and smiled charmingly. Chu Fan, I'm just a support class, could you go easy on me? Chu Fan remained seated in meditation, not responding. The great sage narrowed his eyes and said, Demonists, do not tempt my master. First let's talk about the tuition fee. Tang Siue wrinkled her nose and said, ignoring me, take this. Chu Fan, still in meditation, caught a small bottle thrown to him, surprised at its contents. It was the essence of 5 geocentric jellyfishes. He slowly stood up and stepped into the arena, his sense of fluctuation activated. Everything about Tang Siue was clear in his perception. A mind master. Chu Fan was inwardly astonished. In his eyes, a misty white aura surrounded Tang Siue. Mind force. A mind master could manipulate mind force, which could attack, defend, and even buff teammates. Like a healing mother, but more versatile. Tang Siue chuckled. My attacks are weak, just give me some pointers. With that, she charged towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan was contemplating how to create an opportunity to get hurt when Tang Siue ran up to him and slipped a small piece of paper into his hand. Her contact information. Call me if you need help, she said, before gracefully turning and leaving. Chu Fan, who was about to spit out more blood, swallowed it back, stunned, the crowd witnessing this was also baffled. Is it over? Tang Siue, what are you doing? Tang Siue returned to her team, where a girl whispered, Tang Siue, what was that about? Tang Siue just smiled. Yurwan, you don't understand, this is an investment. Investment? Yurwan scoffed. You're investing something worth 15 million that you saved to enhance your spirit power on him? Tang Siue smiled. He managed to snatch the 7-color blood flower from the geniuses of this session. Just his mindset alone is far beyond ours. Additionally, even the great sage equal to heaven acknowledges him as a master. I believe his future prospects are no less than Shen Haoyu's, if only I could become his friend. Tang Siyue's eyes twinkled with anticipation. You're dreaming, Yu Ran scoffed lightly. Those 5 essences of Earth's heart jellyfish are all your assets, and you just gave them away. You'll regret it. Tang Siyue was unfazed. Yu Ran, why don't you also? Yu Ran looked Tang Siyue up and down. I'm not as brainless as you. Next, as the great sage's voice fell, another boy entered the arena. Tall and sturdy, he wielded a 2-meter-long giant sword, a formidable giant sword warrior. I'm Li Tian, please advise. After paying his tuition, the giant sword warrior quickly launched an attack on Xu Fan. He stomped on the ground, moving swiftly, creating a trail of dust on the surface. Xu Fan frowned slightly. At that moment he felt momentarily immobilized. The giant sword warrior's B-level skill charge, similar to a boxer's lock-on, could target an opponent and cause brief immobilization. The immobilization was short-lived. In a blink, Li Tian had crossed a distance of over 10 meters, leaping towards Xu Fan and raising his giant sword to strike. Xu Fan slightly tilted his head, dodging the blow, but in the next instant his arm was seized by Li Tian, leaving him slightly immobile. Li Tian said in a deep voice, "Now you can't dodge." Holding the giant sword, he swung it close towards Xu Fan. Even Xu Fan had to take it seriously as he felt the ferocious power of the attack. Bang! Xu Fan raised his initial sword with one hand, blocking Li Tian's strike, his arm tingling from the impact. Much stronger than the previous mage, Xu Fan thought to himself. As he fought these opponents, he was also analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of various professions. Haha, exhilarating. Li Tian laughed heartily. Your strength is greater than mine. You can even hold off my giant blade heavy strike single-handedly, and that too when you are heavily injured. I wonder how. You've improved. Excitement gleamed in Li Tian's eyes. With a loud shout, he pushed out forcefully with one hand. Xu Fan felt a tremendous force, his footing unstable as he staggered back several steps. The giant sword warrior's control skill pushed down. Li Tian's onslaught didn't lessen. Taking advantage of Xu Fan's unsteady steps, he charged again at close range, and Xu Fan was once more immobilized on the spot. Though briefly, Tian quickly closed the gap again. He swung his giant sword, creating a whirlwind that enveloped him, a blade-formed tornado, a level skill blade storm. The heavy sword was thick, its edge like a blade of wind, pressing close to Xu Fan. The crowd around widened their eyes in awe. Is the giant sword warrior this strong? Even Xu Fan was forced to keep retreating. This Li Tian is from our school, someone commented. He's a battle fanatic. His primary goal in entering instances isn't leveling up but finding people to spar with. His combat experience is clearly more extensive than ours. Right, his skill transitions are very smooth. If it were the previous mage facing him, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to cast a spell before being defeated. Xu Fan also nodded silently. Li Tian was indeed much stronger than the previous mage, at least in terms of practical combat ability. But for him, that was still not enough. He slowly turned to the side, dodging the whirling sword storm, and then pretended to be struck, staggering backward a few steps. He swiftly swallowed a chi blood pill and countered with the sword shadow radiant slash. Bang bang bang, the sound of clashing metal rang out. The sword storm deflected most of the sword energies, but there were simply too many. Li Tian was hit by the sword energies, his rotation halted abruptly, and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd sighed in disappointment. Idiot, such a huge sword storm is just a sitting duck. Isn't this just handing himself over? Right, he shouldn't have fought like that. He needed to wear him down, and now what Xu Fan fears the most is attrition. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Li Tian stood still, his face contemplative, seemingly pondering why he had lost. After a while he looked at Xu Fan and said, "You are very strong, this lesson was worth it." After speaking, he walked straight off the field. Xu Fan gave a bitter smile. This was the first time someone had thought the lesson was worth the price. One after another, challengers entered the arena. There were sharpshooters, assassins, summoners among the conventional professions, as well as curse casters, elemental controllers, and sword saints among the hidden professions. Ultimately, Xu Fan narrowly won against them all. The surrounding crowd was in disbelief. No one expected that Xu Fan, who seemed shaky from the start, would last until now. How much longer could he hold on? Doubts began to rise in everyone's minds. Xu Fan silently counted his gains, his heart filled with joy. Meanwhile, through the battles he also gained an understanding of his strengths. Compared to these newcomers, his strength lay in his four-dimensional attributes and his talent for sensing weaknesses. Under his weakness detection, not only would all professions slow down, but their vulnerabilities would also be revealed. As for weaknesses, it was the lack of skills. Of course, this was a common issue among most hidden professions. Chu Fan had also become clearer about the strengths and weaknesses of each profession. Previously, his understanding of the professions was limited to theory. Through real combat, his understanding deepened. For example, the giant sword warrior's strength was his strong attack power and some defensive capabilities, making him capable of both output and some tanking, but the drawback was that one couldn't have the best of both worlds. His output and tanking were just above average. A mage's strength was high damage along with special effects like freezing and burning, but the obvious drawback was the long skill casting time. If faced with a melee profession, once they closed in, the mage would struggle. Hence, apart from intelligence, mages also needed casting speed. Attributes like casting speed and attack speed would only appear on equipment above level 20. Of course, conventional professions were also very strong. It's just that these students, having not experienced much combat, would come up and recklessly use skills, unaware of how to utilize their profession's advantages. As Chu Fan's battle experience grew and his skills became more proficient, he realized that conventional professions could also stand out. He made a brief comparison and felt that with his greatsword, his combat ability was not inferior to that of the hidden profession elemental controller he encountered later. There are no weak professions, only weak practitioners. This saying suddenly came to mind. He was somewhat looking forward to the second layer of the martial alliance. On the virtual combat platform, there are no weaklings. Only by fighting against the strong can one become stronger. While thinking this, Chu Fan spat out blood. Fortunately, the blood pill was dark red, creating the illusion of spitting blood. At one moment, after narrowly dodging an attack from a berserker, Chu Fan released his sword energy, knocking his opponent to the ground. "Who else wants to challenge me?" Chu Fan roared angrily. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances. Is this guy unkillable like a cockroach? They thought. Every time it seemed like he was down, he would end up winning. How much has he earned from us? 1 billion. Someone looked at Chu Fan in the arena and took a deep breath. Do you think he's been faking it all along, and his real goal is our third-grade items? As soon as these words came out, everyone held their breath. I've always felt something was off, and now I know where the problem is. Have you noticed? Chu Fan only ever gets minor injuries. The worst was when he was hit by Lin Zhong's mechanical arm, but even that only hit his arm, the rest were just grazes. It seems so. He acted in pain when hit by a drop of icy rain. I was wondering if the icy rain was really that damaging. Was it all an act? Chu Fan, with his exceptionally keen ears, heard the crowd's discussions and sighed inwardly. Is this as far as I can go? Since I've been figured out, there's no need to pretend anymore. He slowly straightened up and grinned. Anyone else want to challenge me? His demeanor was not that of someone grievously injured. Seeing this, the crowd was convinced he had been pretending all along. Everyone was furious at being deceived. Only Sun Yuan stood in the crowd, her brows furrowed, occasionally looking toward the distant rear as if waiting for something. Tang Xiuade, puffing out her chest, looked at Yu Ran and smugly said, "So he was pretending all along. I'm glad I didn't make a move." Yu Ran, "Maybe you should reconsider." Yu Ran just scoffed and said no more. The crowd was extremely angry, realizing they had been tricked. This guy really has some nerve, tricking so many of us alone. But at that moment no one dared to step into the arena. Everyone thought the same thing. Chu Fan was very strong, incredibly strong. Knife Madman Wang Lei, the mechanical man Lin Zhong, and all those who appeared later, including the Curse Master and the Sword Saint, had lost to him. Continuing to challenge him would just be throwing money away. With no one responding, Qi Tian de Shang said in a deep voice, "My master is asking you a question, and no need to ask anymore. After the battle just now, we all know your master is indeed very strong." Someone sneered. The great sage equaling heaven immediately turned to the speaker. "Boy, are you looking down on my master?" The man's face suddenly changed. I didn't." The great sage disappeared from where he stood and reappeared beside the man, picking him up like one would a rabbit and bringing him into the center of the arena. "Since you said my master is strong, why not seek his guidance?" the great sage asked. The man trembled for a long while. I don't have enough money. Right, I don't have enough money to deserve your master's guidance." Not enough money? The great sage lifted him into the air, shaking him like an empty can. Soon various items began to fall from the man's person. This man did not possess any spatial items. The great sage stepped forward and checked the items, saying, "You dare say my master is poor, yet all you have on you are just 2 third-grade items. I am the poor one, I am the poor one." The man rejoiced inwardly, suddenly feeling it was right to be poor. Fine you, the great sage said disdainfully. Suddenly, disciple, everyone looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan sighed, since we're here let's settle for 2 items then. Hearing this, the man's face turned deathly pale, then he leapt up and ran towards the crowd. The great sage roared angrily, you've paid the tuition, why are you running? Are you looking down on my master? The man's face turned green. Damn it, losing money is one thing, but at least I could avoid getting hurt. Losing money and getting seriously injured, that's adding insult to injury. Who else would dare seek Chu Fan's guidance? The great sage was about to chase the man when Chu Fan said, disciple, people have their own wills, we can't force them. Then the great sage nodded, his gaze sweeping around as he said, my master is compassionate and doesn't want you to come here for nothing, just pay whatever tuition you can afford. Everyone remained silent, standing still. Soon, run, someone shouted. Instantly, the scene turned chaotic. Many people released spells and fled into the distance. At this moment, Chu Fan seemed more terrifying than a mythical beast in their eyes. Staying here meant having their fortunes plundered. Damn it, this is too much. I must report this to the Ministry of Education, who allowed him to come to the lava lands. Just then a figure sped like a gust of wind from afar, stopping at the edge of a lava pool. He yawned, seeming somewhat sleepy. I overslept, but thankfully the Lord is still here. This person was Yasuo, ranked second on the transfer list only behind Chen Haoyu. Yasuo, it's Yasuo who has come. How good, let's go back and see. A nobody from a small place relying on the great sage to back him dared to make a fool of us. He's got guts? They said, going to see how Yasuo would deal with him. Seeing Yasuo appear, many people stopped running and retreated back, their faces wearing mocking smiles. At this moment Yasuo gave them confidence. Yasuo, dressed in a coarse grey linen robe with a sword at his waist, glanced at the restless crowd somewhat surprised, but soon he shifted his gaze to the great sage equal to heaven and said slowly, do you also wish to obtain the Lord's essence? In his eyes Chen Haoyu was absent, only the great sage was worthy of being his opponent. The great sage, holding his staff, looked at the boundary he had drawn and remained silent. At that moment Yasuo was only 10 centimeters away from the boundary. Good, let's see just how strong you are after comprehending the primal chi. Seeing that the great sage didn't speak, Yasuo sneered, and a formidable aura suddenly burst forth from him. A violent wind began to blow around them and waves of heat assaulted them, causing those of lesser strength to stagger. Support professions quickly cast protective auras over their own team members, stabilizing their forms and eliciting exclamations of shock. Some of the top-ranked professionals also showed expressions of astonishment. So powerful. This wind-controlling ability must be his passive talent, capable of both defense and attack. Even Chen Haoyu finds him troublesome, someone murmured. Yasuo had a record of 1 victory and 2 losses against Chen Haoyu, who had been recruited early by the Big 4, proving Yasuo's strength. I can't see how Chu Fan could win. I'm not interested in the Lord's essence, the great sage said, holding his staff in one hand and pointing it at Yasuo. Are you going to pay the tuition willingly, or do I need to take action? Tuition? Yasuo frowned. At this, the surrounding crowd burst into loud shouts, rebuking Chu Fan for using the pretext of collecting tuition to rob them of their belongings, a deplorable act that brought tears to many eyes. Indeed, he even said that those of us from big cities are nothing but trash like flowers in a greenhouse, and that someone like him from a small broken place could take on 100 of us. He also said that Chen Haoyu and you are both useless, and even together you couldn't hold him back. He also said, Yasuo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the crowd, who immediately fell silent. 5 third-grade items, so if I win you'll hand over the 7-colored snowflake. Yasuo looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan stepped forward, nodding slightly. Correct. The great sage's face grew solemn as he moved next to Chu Fan. Master, shall I just take him down? Chu Fan shook his head. Was Yasuo strong? Undoubtedly. Ranked second on the professional leaderboard, even above the great sage. How could he not be strong? But Chu Fan was unafraid. What if he lost? He hadn't even considered it. Chu Fan sheathed his initial sword, and a completely dark long sword appeared in his hand, the Star Sword. It was the first time he had drawn the Star Sword against an enemy. Facing Yasuo, he had to get serious and switched from a level 1 rare weapon to a level 10 rare weapon. As this scene unfolded, everyone present widened their eyes. That was the Star Sword, a level 10 rare weapon. How could he have it? It turned out he had a level 10 weapon all along, yet he had been using a level 1 weapon to fight us. Why didn't he bring it out earlier? Was he looking down on us? Many faces showed signs of defeat. Chu Fan, wielding a level 1 weapon, could easily surpass them. It was a sheer display of overpowering dominance. It was then that I noticed. Look at Chu Fan's clothes, don't they look like the level 10 rare set, the Starlight suit? Damn, I hadn't paid attention to his outfit before, but now that I look closely, it really is the Starlight suit. I've always wanted to buy it, but I never had enough money. How could he from some nowhere place afford to wear it? No wonder he's so strong. It's all thanks to his equipment, which far surpasses our own attributes. Head Yasuo wears the same level 10 rare set, so in front of Yasuo Chu Fan has no advantage in equipment. Tang Xiue stared intensely at the scene, biting her lip. What, you still think he can beat Yasuo? Yuran scoffed. I told you you'll regret your decision. TSK Tisk, giving away 15 million worth of goods just for that elusive investment? I don't even know what to say to you. Yuran's eyes shimmered with schadenfreude. Tang Xiue as a psychic was in high demand. With her gracious demeanor, she was the first choice for many male professionals looking to team up. Yet, she was also a supporter, but received far different treatment than Tang Xiue. On the surface, they appeared to be best friends, but deep down Yuran harbored jealousy towards Tang Xiue. Seeing Tang Xiue empty her coffers for that so-called investment, Yuran felt both excitement and concern. She was thrilled because, without those 5 portions of earth jellyfish brain marrow, Tang Xiue's progress would slow significantly. Her concern, however, grew as she saw Chu Fan's unbeatable performance. She was worried Tang Xiue might actually have made the right bet. At this moment, though, as Yuran's gaze shifted back to Yasuo in the arena, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. In the arena, very well, Yasuo nodded slightly, acknowledging a level 10 rare set along with weapons. No wonder you can surpass those people. However, for us professionals, equipment is just an accessory. What really counts is personal strength. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding howling winds suddenly reversed, pouring into him. The invisible winds seemed to become tangible, enveloping Yasuo, clinging to his body. In an instant the winds calmed. Yasuo stood his ground, his body now covered in a layer of white ripple-like material. Wind, a grade B skilled gale wall. In Chu Fan's perception at this moment, Yasuo seemed to merge with the wind. Yasuo vanished from his spot in an instant, so fast. Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. The wind that enveloped him enhanced his agility and speed. What surprised Chu Fan most was Yasuo's speed. In previous battles, his weakness perception could slow an opponent's speed by half, while exposing their vulnerabilities. But now, in Chu Fan's perception, Yasuo's speed was only slightly reduced, a stark contrast to those previous opponents. Could it be, my weakness perception has its limits? Chu Fan's mind raced. Yasuo's current speed had broken through the upper limit of weakness perception, rendering his own weakness perception ineffective. If he wanted to raise the upper limit of weakness perception, he would need to upgrade the level of wave perception. Chu Fan quickly analyzed the situation. However, he was not worried at all. He no longer possessed the passive ability to sense weaknesses. However, as long as it was within his 30-meter sensory range, this place was still his domain. Chu Fan stood still, his ears twitching slightly. Darkness enveloped everything around him as if he was the only one present. Accompanied by the darkness, this solitude was something he had long grown accustomed to.